The sixth floor of Impel Down, known as Eternal Hell, echoed with the roars of imprisoned monsters. Magellan, let me out. Mark my words, you'll regret this. I'm a pirate with a bounty of over 300 million. When I get out, your head will be mine. These ferocious cries came from the depths of Eternal Hell, where the world's most heinous criminals were confined. Their crimes were so appalling that their existence had been erased from history, their atrocities buried by the government to maintain order. The newspapers didn't dare whisper their names. Here in this dark abyss, legends lay forgotten. Men and women too dangerous to execute yet too vile to release. But today, the Eternal Hell received an unusual guest. A young man, no older than 18, was brought in. His pale skin, delicate features, and tear-shaped green markings beneath his eyes made him look out of place amidst the rugged monsters surrounding him. A white helmet with a single horn adorned the left side of his head, and an unsettling, gaping hole marred the center of his chest. For anyone familiar with the world of Shinigami, the resemblance was unmistakable. He was the spitting image of Ulquiorra Cifer, Espada's fourth blade. Yet his arrival was even stranger than his appearance. He lay unconscious on a stretcher, his breathing shallow but steady. 4 heavily armed guards escorted him. 2 of them carried his stretcher, while the other 2 kept their weapons trained on him, their vigilance unwavering. Walking ahead was a towering figure cloaked in black, his form exuding menace. Twin horns curved menacingly from his head. This was Magellan, the warden of Impel Down. Behind the stretcher stood Vice Admiral Guion, better known as Tautu, her marine justice cloak billowing as she walked. A famed swordswoman and an admiral candidate, she carried herself with the grace of a warrior and the determination of a predator. They marched deep into Eternal Hell, where the unconscious young man was placed in a specially prepared cell. His hands were shackled with layers of seastone cuffs, rendering him immobile and powerless. Once the task was complete, Magellan turned to Guion, his curiosity evident. Vice Admiral Guion, I've carried out your request. The prisoner has been secured in Eternal Hell. But I must ask, what makes this young man so dangerous? He doesn't seem threatening. Magellan's sharp eyes scanned the thin, fragile-looking boy. He had no muscles to speak of, and his appearance lacked the savagery expected of someone sent to Eternal Hell. Guion's expression hardened, and her voice was grave. Don't underestimate him, she warned. This isn't just any criminal. That man destroyed an entire island alone. Her words silenced Magellan, who listened intently as Guion recounted her encounter with the mysterious prisoner. Days ago, Guion had been pursuing a notorious band of pirates when she stumbled upon their hideout, a pirate colony teeming with dozens of crews. Many of these crews were helmed by captains with bounties exceeding 100 million berries. Alone, the task was daunting, and she had been considering regrouping to call for reinforcements. But then she witnessed something extraordinary. A lone figure in white descended upon the island. With a single strike, he annihilated every pirate in sight. Dozens of crews, hundreds of men, gone in an instant. Even Guion, a seasoned marine, was left stunned. Before she could react, the man collapsed, unconscious. It was a stroke of luck that allowed her to capture him. But the devastation she had witnessed lingered in her mind, a chilling reminder of the man's potential. This man isn't just dangerous, she concluded, her voice firm. He's a calamity waiting to happen. Magellan's expression darkened as he processed her words. I understand, he said, nodding solemnly. I'll ensure he remains contained. Satisfied, Guion departed, leaving Magellan to oversee the Eternal Hell. As she returned to Marine headquarters, she couldn't shake the unease that clung to her. Eternal Hell. Days turned to weeks, and the mysterious prisoner remained unconscious. His chest, once marred by a gaping hole, began to heal. The unnatural wound seemed to shrink daily, as if something within him was regenerating. By the end of the month, the hole was gone entirely. And then, one fateful day, his eyes opened. Emerald green irises glowed faintly in the dim light of Eternal Hell. The young man, once thought dormant, had awakened. This is a prison? How did I end up here? Cang Xu's voice echoed softly, the cold stone walls of his cell reflecting his confusion. His turquoise eyes narrowed as fragments of memory began to resurface. I remember. I traveled to this world, the pirate world, and unlocked the template system to gain Ulquiorra Cifer's template. He frowned, piecing together his situation. The memories were scattered but vivid enough to confirm one thing: he was no longer an ordinary person. Cang Xu was a traverser, someone accidentally thrown into this fantastical world. Like many others with such a fate, he had been granted a unique system. His was the template system, allowing him to integrate the skills and appearances of iconic characters. The first template he unlocked was none other than Ulquiorra Cifer, the fourth Espada from the Shinigami world. As a result, his appearance now mirrored Ulquiorra's pale, stoic visage, complete with the signature tear-streaked cheeks and the ominous hollow in his chest. But why was he imprisoned? Right, Cang Xu muttered, his memory sharpening. There was a problem with the integration process. Something went wrong. I unleashed an immense power. The image of a devastated pirate colony surfaced in his mind. I didn't kill them. It was the system. Cang Xu recalled how his incomplete integration with Ulquiorra's template caused a burst of destructive energy. The pirates had been annihilated, not by his intent, but by the system's chaotic activation. He had no time to react before collapsing into unconsciousness. When he awoke briefly, he had been confronted by Guion, the Marine Vice Admiral known as Tautu. She had mistaken him for a mass murderer and brought him to Impel Down's eternal hell. The start of my journey is Impel Down, he muttered, pinching the bridge of his nose. What kind of luck is this? Yet, as frustration threatened to take hold, Cang Xu steadied himself. Panic wouldn't help, and he had something most others didn't: Ulquiorra's powers. Assessing the system. Cang Xu sat cross-legged, closing his eyes to focus on the interface of the template system. A translucent screen appeared in his mind's eye, visible only to him. Host *** Cang Xu. System *** Template System. First template *** Ulquiorra Cifer, Unlock Progress, 1%. Ryatsu ** Normal Hollow Level, 1%. Resurrección * Black Winged Demon, Unawakened. Skills ** Soul Suction, LV1. Zero, LV1. Hierro, LV1. Soul Points *0. The page displayed his current status. His integration with Ulquiorra's template was at a meager 1%, leaving most of his abilities untapped. While he had access to basic skills like Soul Suction, Zero and Hierro, their power was still in its infancy. The key to unlocking more potential was soul points, a resource he could accumulate by absorbing the souls of the dead. Impel Down must be teeming with souls, Cang Xu thought, his frown giving way to a smirk. This prison had existed for centuries, housing countless criminals who had met their end here. Their lingering souls were an untapped treasure. Perhaps being sent here wasn't so bad after all, he mused. Harnessing power. Without hesitation, Cang Xu activated his soul suction skill. An invisible ripple of energy spread outward, permeating the eternal hell. Faint glowing orbs, souls of the long-dead prisoners, emerged from the walls and floors, drifting toward him. Soul points, 25. 103. 214, ***. The numbers climbed rapidly as the energy flowed into him, filling his body with newfound power. By the time the absorption ceased, the counter had stabilized at 300 soul points. Soul points * 300. This is more efficient than I imagined, Cang Xu murmured, his lips curling into a satisfied smile. Collecting souls in the outside world would have been a slow, grueling process. But here, in this ancient prison, he could gather them with ease. This place might actually be my treasure trove, he thought, his turquoise eyes glinting with determination. ### A new goal. With a clear mind and a growing arsenal of power, Cang Xu turned his thoughts to the future. Escaping Impel Down would require patience and preparation. At only 1% integration, he wasn't strong enough to face the prison's monstrous guards. But once he unlocked Ulquiorra's Resurrección form, becoming the Black-Winged Demon, freedom would be within reach. For now, his focus was simple. Strengthen his abilities. Gather soul points. Plan his escape. Closing his eyes once more, Cang Xu began visualizing his next moves. Eternal Hell may have been intended as a tomb for him, but to Cang Xu, it was merely the beginning.
Hello everyone, and welcome to another video of Fanfic Canon. Before we dive in, I want to remind you to subscribe to the channel if you enjoy our content. It really helps a lot. Also, don't forget to share your thoughts in the comments section below. Let's get started.
I don't know how many soul points are needed to improve my skills. With the thoughts in his mind, Cang Xu returned to the topic and started to improve his strength. For a time, the soul points on the template page kept decreasing, while Cang Xu's skills kept improving. Soon, the level of all skills will be raised to the current limit. Host, Cang Xu. System, Template System. The first template, Ulquiorra Cifer, Unlocking Degree, 19%. Ryatsu, Normal Virtual Level, 99%. Home Blade, Black Wing Demon, Unawakened. Skills, Soul Suction, LV10, Virtual Bullet, LV10, Steel Skin, LV10. Soul Point. 1 level equals 1 soul point. Ryatsu 1% equals 1 soul point. Is this the law of ascension? With the improvement of Ryatsu and skill level, Cang Xu has a clearer understanding of the consumption of skill improvement. However, when the skill is upgraded to level 10, it can't continue to improve, it seems that it has reached a level. At this point, every skill is the same. However, even if his skills were improved to the limit, Cang Xu could feel the powerful power coming from his body. Cang Xu stretched out his hand slightly, and easily pulled out an iron cone that fixed the seastone handcuffs from the wall. Then, Cang Xu held an iron cone and pierced it directly into his arm. Click. The iron cone bends directly, but Cang Xu's arm has only a faint red mark, without the slightest scar. This is the steel skin of LV10. Cang Xu's steel skin skills have been upgraded to LV10, and the power is already extraordinary. Ordinary weapons can never bring any scars to Cang Xu. As for the other skill Virtual Bomb, Cang Xu didn't try it, because he has a hunch. If the LV10 Virtual Bullet is used here, the prison he is in will definitely be broken. At that time, maybe the jailer beast or the jailer will be attracted. He didn't intend to cause trouble before he improved his strength, so Cang Xu didn't try the power of Virtual Bullets. However, Steelhide's strong defensive power has already told Cang Xu a fact. Now he already has a certain amount of strength. Presumably the power of Virtual Bullets is not bad. Read more at hotuntilnovel.xyz. However, this is far from enough. I want to squeeze the value of Impel down and convert all the souls in Impel down into my power. Cang Xu's eyes are firm, and his will is not shaken at all. Anyway, after the skill level could not continue to be improved, Cang Xu targeted Ryotsu and raised Ryotsu 2. And now, Cang Xu's Ryotsu has increased to 99%, and it has reached the current limit, and it is only 1% short of it. Cang Xu has a hunch that once he crosses this point, he will usher in a very important transformation. However, Cang Xu will not stop the pace of improvement. Continue to improve Ryotsu. Without any hesitation, Cang Xu continued to click on Ryotsu. With Ryotsu reaching 100%, Cang Xu burst into an astonishing breath instantly. The breath of horror burst out from Cang Xu's body in an instant, and swept to the surroundings. At the same time, the entire Eternal Hell is quiet. Some weak-willed prisoners were directly stunned and passed out. This is Conqueror's Haki. Unexpectedly, someone awakened Conqueror's Haki in Impel Down. It's a pity, this is Impel Down, it's Eternal Hell, even if Haki is awakened, it's useless. Surprised words came from the depths of Eternal Hell. The people in Eternal Hell are all legendary pirates, who are no strangers to Conqueror's Haki. Obviously, they mistaken Cang Xu's Ryotsu for Conqueror's Haki. Some are shocked, some are sorry, and some are mocking. However, Cang Xu ignored him and felt his own changes silently. With the improvement of Ryotsu, his strength seems to usher in a huge change. Even if he stands still, Cang Xu can feel the incomparable power in his body. So, I have breaking through the previous limitations. Cang Xu opened his eyes, murmured a little, opened his template and watched his changes. There is no change in other data. However, Ulquiorra Cifer's template has been unlocked to 20%. Wait, Ryotsu has changed. Cang Xu murmured, his eyes focused on Ryotsu. Ryotsu, Minos Grande Killian class, 1%. Cang Xu's Ryotsu directly changed from the ordinary virtual level to the Minos Grande level, and it is also the Killian level in the Minos Grande Killian level Ryotsu. Sure enough, after Ryotsu has been upgraded to the extreme, it has begun to evolve to a higher level. A light flashed in Cang Xu's eyes. This is definitely good news for him. Ryotsu is soul power. Ryotsu can evolve, which means that soul power can be improved. Jillian class, Ajicha's class, Vasto Lord class. All the way up, maybe one day, his Ryotsu can surpass the real Ulquiorra Cifer to an astonishing level. When I think of this, Cang Xu's heart is also a little excited. After thinking about this, Cang Xu stopped thinking about it and continued to improve his strength. For a time, the soul points continued to be consumed, and the level of each skill was raised again. However, this time, the cost of improving skills is even greater than before. At the original normal virtual level, 1 soul point can increase the skill by 1 level. However, after Ryotsu breaks through to Killian level, 10 soul points can be upgraded to level 1. The consumption of soul points is directly 10 times that of before. At this point, Ryotsu's increased consumption is also the same, 10 times the previous. In other words, every time Ryotsu transforms is a hurdle. Every time Ryotsu rises by 1 level, the soul points it needs will increase by 10 times. Cang Xu whispered, he has a more detailed understanding of the attribute panel. However, because this is also a normal thing, just like a game, as the level increases, more and more experience will be required. Soon, Cang Xu's soul spot bottomed out. But Cang Xu didn't seem to be worried. You know, when he used the Soul Suck skill to absorb the soul before, the Soul Suck skill was only LV1. The power and range are not large, and even the 6th layer Eternal Hell can't cover it. Not to mention, the 5 floors up. In other words, there are still many souls in the entire Impel Down that have not been absorbed by him. This is a huge treasure house, which can be continuously collected and transformed into his power. Thinking of this, Cang Xu stopped talking, and once again used LV10's soul draining ability to draw more souls. It has to be said that after upgrading LV10, the power and range of the soul suction has become more powerful. Not only covers the entire Eternal Hell, even the Nukama land and Freezing Hell, 5th floor, above are also within the reach of the soul. Therefore, the soul that Cang Xu acquired has become even more. In the following time, Cang Xu kept using his soul-sucking skills to collect more souls. If the soul suction cannot be absorbed, Cang Xu will use the soul points to increase the level of the soul suction skill and continue to expand the absorption range of the soul suction. With the passage of time, 10 days passed. At this time, the entire soul of Impel Down was absorbed by Cang Xu. Everyone in Impel Down couldn't help feeling that. It seemed that the air had become much fresher, without the gloomy feeling. At this time, Cang Xu's strength has once again reached a critical point. Host, Cang Xu. System, Template System. The first template, Ulquiorra Cifer, Unlocking Degree, 39%. Ryotsu, Minos Grande Killian Class, 99%. Home Blade, Black Wing Demon, Unawakened. Skills, Soul Suction, LV20, Virtual Bullet, LV20, Steel Leather, LV20, Zero, LV20, Sound Turn, LV20, High Speed Regeneration, LV20. Soul Point, 3,232. After consuming more than 1,600 soul points, I finally raised Ryotsu and all abilities to the limit of Kylian level, and also awakened 3 new abilities. Looking at the data in the property panel, a smile appeared in Cang Xu's eyes. Read more at hotuntelnovel.xyz. In 10 days, he spent 1,620 soul points. Only then has his own Ryotsu and various skills increased to the limit of Kylian level, which is LV20. Moreover, in this process, Cang Xu also awakened 3 skills. The 3 skills are Zero, Xiongjuan and High Speed Regeneration. To be honest, these 3 skills are very powerful and practical. Needless to say, Zero is a must-have big move for Minos Grande, with amazing destructive power. Ringing is the movement skill of Minos Grande, which is similar to Shinigami's Shunpo, but also a bit like Marine's 6-style shaving. However, the sound of Minos Grande belongs to the instant movement technique, belongs to the space movement ability, and its power and effect are far more than the 6-style shave. As for the third skill, High Speed Regeneration, it is even more powerful. Except for the head and internal organs, other parts can recover quickly even if they are damaged. Even if the hand or foot is broken, it can be regenerated in a short time. It can be said that the 3 skills that Cang Xu has just acquired are very powerful. Actually speaking, Cang Xu's abilities at this time are already very comprehensive. You know, in addition to the 3 skills he just acquired, he also had 3 skills before, namely, Soul Suction, Virtual Bullet, and Steel Skin. Absorb the soul of the soul. Fast breaking virtual bullets, defensive steel skin, Zero of the big move, the sound of the move, high speed regeneration. It can be said that Cang Xu now has no shortcomings. Cang Xu has a hunch, now he can be regarded as a strong one. Now all abilities have reached the limit of the Kirayan level, so the next thing I need to do is to break the current limit. Kanglin's eyes were very bright, looking at Ryotsu's attributes. Ryotsu, Minos Grande Killian Class, 99%. As long as you spend another 10 soul points, Cang Xu's strength will be able to usher in a brand new improvement. Thinking about this, Cang Xu directly added soul points to Ryotsu. 99% beating becomes 100%. At this moment, an aura of horror burst out from Cang Xu, covering the entire Impel Down. The entire hustle and bustle of Impel Down instantly quieted down. The prisoners in Eternal Hell are better, after all, they have good quality and their willpower is not bad, but the prisoners and jailers on the upper floors were all stunned. This is the horror and deterrence of Ryotsu after the skyrocket. Only a trace of Ryotsu was revealed, and the whole Impel Down was shaken instantly. After a while, Cang Xu opened his eyes and opened the properties panel. Host, Cang Xu. System, Template System. The first template, Ulquiorra Cifer, Unlocking Degree, 40%. Ryotsu, Minos Grande Ajich's Level, 1%. Home Blade, Black Wing Demon, Awakening. Skills, Soul Suction, LV20, Void Bullet, LV20, Steel Leather, LV20, Zero, LV20, Sound Turn, LV20, High Speed Regeneration, LV20, Exploring Circuit, LV1, Hollow, LV1. Soul Point, 3,222. As before, the unlocking degree of the template has been upgraded to a new stage, reaching 40%. Moreover, Ryotsu was also promoted to the first rank, successfully breaking through to the Ajich's rank. But this time, Cang Xu's panel has one more important change. His home edge. That is, his Zanpakuto, awakened. Zanpakuto has finally awakened, and my strength will usher in a skyrocket. When he saw Gibeon awakening, a bright light appeared in Cang Xu's eyes. You know, the core of Shinigami's world is the liberation of swords. Whether it's Shinigami's Zanpakuto or Arrancar's homecoming, they all have the same goal. Therefore, having Zanpakuto and not having Zanpakuto are two completely different concepts. Once Zanpakuto can be used, Cang Xu's strength will usher in a skyrocket. At that time, even in the face of Magellan, the director of Impel Down, Cang Xu didn't have any fear. In this way, Cang Xu can swagger and leave Impel Down. Yes, Cang Xu plans to leave Impel Down. On the one hand, his Zanpakuto is awakened, and he can become a Black Wing Demon and easily leave Impel Down. Impel Down, known as the Bronze Wall and Iron Wall, can no longer limit Cang Xu's pace. On the other hand, his breakthrough just now made a lot of noise. The extremely powerful Ryotsu stunned many prisoners and jailers. This not only affects Eternal Hell, but even the upper floors are also affected by Cang Xu's Ryotsu. It is estimated that Magellan and others have discovered the situation on his side. Maybe, the current Magellan has already rushed to Eternal Hell. In this case, even if he wanted to hide, he probably couldn't hide it. The most important point is that after this time of absorption, the soul of the entire Impel Down has now been scraped away by Cang Xu. If Cang Xu wants to continue to improve, then he can only leave Impel Down and go to other places. This is the most important point. After all, the improvement of Cang Xu's strength depends on the improvement of soul points. The soul point is of great significance to Cang Xu. This is also his main goal next. Wait, what's the matter with this hollow skill? Does Ulquiorra have this ability? Looking at the template page, Cang Xu's gaze fell on the skill attributes, and there was a trace of doubt in his aquamarine eyes. There are 4 changes in Cang Xu's breakthrough. Needless to say, the first 3 changes naturally. It is the increase in the degree of template unlocking, the advancement of Ryotsu level, and the awakening of Zanpakuto Blackwing Great Demon. Read more at hotmailnovel.xyz. As for the 4th change, it is the increase in skills. Yes, with this evolution, Cang Xu has unlocked 2 new skills. That is to probe the loop and hollow. Don't say much about the detection loop, Cang Xu also knows it. This is the ability to detect the opponent's Ryotsu circuit and determine the strength and position of the opponent. Grimmjow, Ruyaitra, Ulquiorra, etc. have all publicly used this trick. In other words, this is a perception skill that can perceive the soul of the opponent. This is a bit like observation haki in Pirate World. However, the effect of the detection circuit on perception far exceeds that of observation haki in Pirate World. You know, the exploration circuit is the perception of the soul level, so in front of Cang Xu, no enemy can hide. Because as long as you are alive, you must have a breath of soul, and no one can avoid it. But that hollow skill is a bit weird. In the Shinigami world, there is indeed the ability of hollow, but that is the ability of Shinigami to strengthen the soul, gain virtual power, and make himself a mask. Just like Kurosaki Ichigo and members of the Masked Corps, you can hollow and become a masked existence. However, this is not what Ulquiorra should have. For this reason, Cang Xu was a little confused and began to understand hollow's abilities. At the same time, when Cang Xu started to understand the hollow skill, there was some movement on the Impel Down side. Impel Down the 4th floor, blazing hell. With a solemn expression, Magellan walked out of the director's office and looked in the direction of the big iron pot. It seems to have to look through the iron pan and see through the floors below. Well, Director Magellan, something big happened. Many jailers and prisoners fainted. A fierce-looking man with a praline face, a big belly, wearing a pharaoh-style headdress, holding a trident, quickly came to the director's office and reported to Magellan the abnormality of Impel Down. This is Hanyabal, the deputy director of Impel Down. This is a major dereliction of duty. If the blame comes down from the above, I will push the charge to Director Magellan, and then I can become the director. I accidentally said what was in my heart. Hanyabal was talking babbledly. Shut up, Hanyabal, can't you tell? In the 6th Eternal Hell, I am afraid that a king has awakened. Magellan was impatient and scolded Hanyabal. Hanyabal, wake me up all the jailers and prepare the jailers and jailer beasts on all floors. I am afraid there will be a trouble for the next Impel Down. Magellan quickly explained. After completing the explanation, Magellan turned into a poisonous dragon and headed directly to the direction of Eternal Hell on the 6th floor. As Cang Xu guessed, Magellan has already killed him. However, Cang Xu at this time already understands the role of the hollow skill. It can break the boundaries of ordinary souls and turn them into emptiness. This ability is so interesting. A bright light appeared in Cang Xu's eyes. This hollow skill is a bit like Aizen's Hogyaku. Aizen once used the power of Hogyaku to transform ordinary souls into emptiness, and even evolved into Minos Grande. This is also the process of the birth of Mask and Arrancar. In this way, Cang Xu may be able to rely on this skill. Create a brand new Espada army. Building a brand new Espada army, this is a good ability. There was a smile in Cang Xu's eyes. Although, with the Ulquiorra template, Cang Xu is enough to travel across the ocean. However, if a powerful Espada army can be built, it will be of great benefit to Cang Xu. If he can build a powerful Espada army, he can have a powerful force, and he doesn't need to worry about the enemy's siege. Lone travelers have a very bad disadvantage, that is, they are easily besieged. It's like Barleric Letterfield, the Red Earl. As a lone traveler, although he was strong, he was fought by Marine and finally ran out of strength and lost. It is impossible for Cang Xu to make such a mistake. Hollow's ability allows him to see the possibility of building a Minos Grande army. It looks like I have to try some time, but before that, I still need to solve a problem. Cang Xu whispered and looked in the direction of the elevator. His detection circuit told him that there was a figure with a good breath, rushing to his location at a very fast speed. Director Impel Down, Magellan. Don't think too much. Cang Xu guessed the identity of the other party in an instant. It seems that before leaving, he still needs to fight Magellan. Just in time, he also wanted to get out of breath. Although during this period of time, Cang Xu did not make any noise, and quietly improved his strength. However, the jailer and jailer beasts of Impel Down have always paid more attention to the prisoners of the 6th floor of Eternal Hell, and Cang Xu is naturally not immune. For this reason, Cang Xu was also a little angry. Thinking about this, Cang Xu closed his hands and twitched. Layers of sea stone handcuffs on his body broke and shattered instantly. He has transformed to the Ajich's level, his strength is extraordinary, and the sea stone handcuffs can no longer hold him. Afterwards, Cang Xu covered his palm with Ryotsu, used his hand as a sword, and waved at the prison door. Click! Cang Xu's hand sword, like a real sharp blade, directly shreds the prison door. Finally came out, freedom is great. Cang Xu, who walked out of the cell and moved his body freely, had a hint of relief in his eyes. I didn't think it before. After sitting in heavenly prison for a few times, I suddenly felt that freedom is the best. Read more at hotuntilnovel.xyz. Hey, that person is out of the cell. How is this possible? Can someone break the shackles of sea stone? Brother, save me. I will help you escape Impel down. No, save me, I'm a big pirate with a bounty of more than 300 million, and I can definitely help you escape Impel down. My lord, as long as you help me get out of prison, I am willing to be your subordinate. Cang Xu made a lot of noise, and it immediately attracted the attention of the prisoners in Eternal Hell. For a time, the entire Eternal Hell was boiling, because this is a rare opportunity for them. If they can get out of prison, maybe they have a chance to escape Impel down. Shut up, you scum. Cang Xu snorted coldly, and the terrifying Ryotsu burst out of his body instantly and swept towards Eternal Hell. How could Cang Xu not know what the group of prisoners held by Eternal Hell are? So he will not release this group of prisoners, and Cang Xu has a better idea. For a while, the entire Eternal Hell was quiet. Yes, you scum, don't want to leave Impel down in this life. At this time, a strong voice came. A figure that looked like a Satan, dressed in a black uniform that is unique to Impel down, and with black double horns on top of his head, came to Cang Xu. This is Magellan, director of Impel down. Magellan has finally arrived? Of course, it's the same with you. With me here, you don't want to leave Impel down. Give me back to prison obediently, devil. Magellan looked at Cang Xu with a very cold expression. He has a deep memory of Cang Xu. At the time, Lieutenant General Jun told him again and again, how could Magellan not remember? As a result, I didn't expect that after just over a month, about 40 days, the other party would make such a big noise. In fact, Cang Xu had been asleep for the previous month and didn't wake up until 10 days ago. In other words, the real time Cang Xu spent was only 10 days. Big Demon? This is the nickname you gave me? As for wanting me to return to prison, you can't do that. Cang Xu looked cold, and looked at Magellan faintly. Cang Xu was a little curious about the nickname of the Great Demon. Where did this nickname come from? But this matter is not important. The important thing is Magellan's hostility. Want him to return to the prison again? This is impossible. Then don't say more, Dulong. Magellan does it directly. The body released a large amount of venom, and instantly condensed into a huge poisonous dragon, attacking Cang Xu. This is Magellan's trick. The poisonous dragon condensed with venom not only has a powerful impact, but also releases extremely poisonous. Once you touch the poisonous dragon, it will be corroded by the toxin immediately, and it will be dead or maimed, and its power is amazing. Magellan knew it well. With that level of Conqueror's haki, and can get out of prison intact. Cang Xu's strength must be extraordinary. You know, the original Golden Lion also broke his feet and escaped from prison. But Cang Xu came out intact, which is enough to prove the amazingness of Cang Xu. Therefore, Magellan didn't keep his hands at all, and used the trick as soon as he came up. The war broke out directly. Toxin attack, it doesn't work for me. Cang Xu snorted coldly as he watched the evil poisonous dragon attacking him. At the current level of steel skin, Magellan's toxins should not be able to invade his body. But Cang Xu has a better way of fighting, and he doesn't plan to go head-to-head with Magellan. Reverberate. Step out. Cang Xu disappeared instantly and came behind Magellan. At the next moment, Cang Xu's right index finger lifted slightly and pointed it in Magellan's direction. Not good. Magellan's face changed drastically, and his observation haki told him that Cang Xu had come behind him. This kind of movement speed is too terrible. You know, even the 6-style shave is not so fast. Magellan has no time to react. However, Cang Xu will not give Magellan time to react, and will directly make a strong move. A finger-sized group of aquamarine light shot out, and came to Magellan in an instant. Virtual bullet? However, Magellan at this time had no time to escape. Magellan's face changed drastically. She could only quickly gather the venom, wrap her body, and cover her body with armament haki, trying to block Cang Xu's attack. Boom! In an instant, a hole appeared in Magellan's shoulder. Damn it, this attack speed and power is too exaggerated. At the corner of Magellan's mouth, a trace of bloodline appeared, and he looked at Cang Xu in shock. The speed of the virtual bomb is really too fast. His reaction speed simply couldn't keep up with the speed of the virtual bullet. For this reason, his armament haki hasn't even completely wrapped his body. Cang Xu's virtual bullet has penetrated his shoulder. This is the special feature of virtual bullets. Perhaps the power of virtual bullets is far inferior to that of Zero, but the speed of virtual bombs is 20 times that of Zero. It can be said that this is a fast break. Read more at hotuntilnovel.xyz. With unparalleled attack speed, the enemy will be caught off guard. Of course, even if the power of a virtual bomb is not as powerful as the ultimate Zero, it is also extraordinary. Easily penetrate Magellan's body covered in venom? Is that all you have to do, Magellan? Cang Xu spoke and looked at Magellan faintly. He is trying his own strength. Magellan is a good training target. Therefore, Cang Xu hopes that Magellan can perform better. Humph, your speed is indeed weird, but here is Impel down, eternal hell is my home court. Poisonous clouds and rain. Magellan snorted. More venom erupted from Magellan, like a river. You know, Impel down is his home court. In the eternal hell with limited space, his poisonous fruit is the strongest existence. No one can be arrogant at his home court. Suddenly, a huge amount of venom dispersed, turned into lavender poison gas and poison rain, and began to spread, like a downpour, permeating the entire eternal hell. Hey, Magellan, what are you doing? Don't hurt the innocent by mistake, BD Magellan. That guy wants to escape from prison. Just hit him. Why are we poisoned? The prisoners in eternal hell screamed. This damn Magellan, after discovering that speed can't help Cang Xu, actually intending to launch an indiscriminate attack, let the poison gas spread, and want the entire eternal hell to become his highly poisonous domain. In fact, this is what Magellan thinks. Since he cannot surpass Cang Xu in terms of speed, he will directly turn the entire eternal hell into his highly toxic domain. In this way, no matter how fast Cang Xu is, it will have no effect. As for the prisoners in eternal hell, wait until Cang Xu is taken, and then ask the doctors in the medical department to detoxify the prisoners. I have to say that Magellan's idea is very good. However, Cang Xu's actions are destined not to proceed according to his ideas. Attack indiscriminately. I don't hesitate to poison the prisoners of eternal hell. It happens to be my idea. Cang Xu's expression was calm, and there was a sneer in his aquamarine eyes. In fact, he also plans to do something against the prisoners of eternal hell. You know, he was promoted to the Aegis level and acquired a hollow skill, and he needs some experimental subjects. The prisoners in eternal hell are very good experimental materials. However, each of the prisoners in eternal hell is quite strong. Although they are all shackles on their bodies, it is estimated that they still retain some resistance. If he wants to kill them, Cang Xu also needs to use his hands and feet. Now, Magellan fills the entire eternal hell with poisonous gas, which reduces the combat effectiveness of the prisoners, which just makes it easy for Cang Xu to do things. Thinking about this, Cang Xu's figure flashed and he moved straight away from Magellan. The next moment, Cang Xu raised his index finger and pointed at a prisoner in the jail. Virtual bullet, boom, accompanied by an aquamarine light beam. The virtual bullet was shot out instantly, with lightning speed. The head of a prisoner was instantly pierced by a virtual bullet. The prisoner whose head was pierced slowly lost his breath and collapsed on the ground. He didn't even react until he died, with a dazed expression on his face. For a while, the entire eternal hell was quiet. Both Magellan and the prisoners looked at Cang Xu in shock. Because they don't know what Cang Xu is doing? Is this crazy? Why do you do it to the prisoners? It is clear that Cang Xu's opponent is Magellan. Damn BD, why are you doing it to us? Your enemy is Magellan. Yes, are you crazy? Don't let us out. Help you deal with Magellan, and deal with us in reverse. What do you want to do? After a silence. When the prisoners reacted, they yelled. What the BD Cang Xu wants to do. This battle was obviously his battle with Magellan. As a result, Cang Xu not only failed to deal with Magellan, but also attacked them in turn. Is this guy crazy? Still the real demon. You guy, what do you want to do? Magellan's face was gloomy, staring at Cang Xu coldly. To be honest, he didn't understand what Cang Xu did, and he didn't know what Cang Xu wanted to do. Why did Cang Xu shoot the prisoners? Magellan couldn't understand. I'm just helping you. You let the poison fill the entire eternal hell. Isn't it just to kill these prisoners? I will help you. Cang Xu smiled indifferently, but the movements on his hands did not stop in the slightest. Several green light beams reappear. False bullets are constantly being played. The lives of several prisoners ended up in the hands of Cang Xu. Become a wandering soul. Damn it, stop for me, three-headed dragon. Seeing that Cang Xu became more vigorous, he kept harvesting the lives of prisoners. Magellan is completely angry. The world government imprisoned these vicious prisoners in the eternal hell, but they did not execute them for a certain reason. Because of these prisoners, many have eaten the powerful devil fruit. If these prisoners die, the powerful devil fruit will surely flow to the sea again. At that time, it is very likely that more bloody storms will be set off. It's like Bondi Waldo, the world destroyer. Although Bondi Waldo's own strength is good, it is far from that exaggerated. But with the help of Momo fruit, Bondi Waldo can easily destroy an island, so he has the nickname of World Destroyer. This shows the power of Momo fruit. Read more at hotmatilnovel.xyz. Devil fruit like this must not be easily lost to the sea, otherwise, it is very likely that there will be another evil villain. Therefore, seeing Cang Xu continuously harvesting the lives of the prisoners, Magellan was very anxious and very angry. In anger, Magellan turned into a three-headed poisonous dragon and rushed towards Cang Xu, hoping to take Cang Xu as soon as possible. Sorry, I don't have time to play with you slowly. However, Cang Xu didn't want to fight Magellan at all. Reverberate. With one foot stepped out, Cang Xu's figure disappeared from the place in an instant, appearing on the other side of eternal hell. After that, Cang Xu continued to play virtual bullets, harvesting the lives of the prisoners. With the spatial movement skills reverberating, Magellan can't get close to Cang Xu at all, let alone stop Cang Xu's harvest. Damn BD, if I catch you, I must throw you into an iron pan and cook. Magellan was so angry that he was about to vomit blood. He had never met such an opponent, and didn't want to fight him at all. He just kept reaping the lives of prisoners. Magellan, don't you understand? You can't take that guy down with your own strength. Release me. Together, we will be able to defeat each other. At this time, a hoarse voice came from the prison beside Magellan. In prison, a big guy wearing an aviator hat, an Impel down black uniform and sea-stone handcuffs on his hands, slowly walked out of the shadows. This is Shiru, the guardian of Impel Down. Rain Shiru and Magellan are two aces, also known as Impel Down. It can be seen how powerful Shiru of Rain is, but because of bloodthirsty and often murdering prisoners indiscriminately, Yuji Shiru was sentenced to death sentence on probation and detained in eternal hell. And now, taking advantage of the opportunity of Cang Xu to mess with eternal hell, Shiru of Rain proposed to Magellan to let him leave the prison. In contrast, he can help Magellan and deal with Cang Xu together. If the two join forces, the chance of winning Cang Xu will greatly increase. Shiru, I promise you that, as the director of Impel Down, I will temporarily forgive you for your guilt. If you can stand on your sins and make meritorious deeds and take down this demon, I can still ask your superiors for merit. Magellan was very clear about the current situation and was not dazzled by anger. So Magellan did not hesitate, and decisively ordered Shiru of Rain. Moreover, Magellan shot directly and violently demolished the handcuffs on Shiru. After all, Shiru is not a capable person, and he did not use sea-stone handcuffs, so it was easy to unlock. The deal is established, but I have to get back my weapon, the famous sword Thunderstorm. Shiru grinned, showing a hideous smile. Yuji Shiru is a swordsman, and he needs weapons to display his combat power. Magellan also knew about this, and directly told Yuji Shiru the location of the weapon. Next, the two men split into two paths. Shiru of Rain heads to the 4th floor and retrieves his weapon, the sword Thunderstorm. Magellan continued to chase Cang Xu, hoping to hold Cang Xu's pace. After all, with Cang Xu's amazing speed, if he sits idly by, waits for Shiru to get his weapon back before doing it. At that time, it is estimated that all the prisoners of Eternal Hell will be killed by Cang Xu. As for whether Shiru can be trusted, to be honest, Magellan has no bottom. But now he doesn't have much choice, he can only trust Shiru. For a time, the two directly divided into two groups. As for Cang Xu, to be honest, based on Cang Xu's perception, he naturally knows what Magellan is doing, but Cang Xu didn't pay much attention to it, because, until the prisoners in Eternal Hell, he hollow turned into a virtual reality. At that time, even if Magellan and Shiru of the Rain join forces, it will be too late. And now, Cang Xu has come to the deepest part of Eternal Hell. Here, there are only 4 prisoners in custody. In the deepest part of Eternal Hell, there are only 4 prisons. The first prison is huge, and there is a huge figure in the prison. Like an island, even bigger than a giant. In the second prison, the prisoner was an old man with white hair and beard. But the old man has an arrogant temperament, a cold look, and looks very aloof. In the third prison, the prisoner was a tall, sturdy middle-aged man with long blonde hair. The blonde man looked fierce and seemed to destroy everything. The fourth prison is a bit special, because the fourth prison is an ice prison, covered by icy ice. A burly figure that couldn't see his appearance was frozen in the ice prison by a thick block of ice, falling into a state of suspended animation. It's kind of interesting. It turned out to be these 4 people. Cang Xu turned his eyes slightly, thoughtfully, already guessing the identities of these 4 people. If he guessed correctly, these 4 should be Huge Battleship, San Juan Wolf, Lonely Red, Barleric Leatherfield, Heir of the Devil, Douglas Bullet, World Destroyer, Bondi Waldo. The existence of the 4 legendary levels is also the most brutal and evil in the entire Impel Down. However, the appearance of the huge battleship San Juan Wolf made Cang Xu a little surprised, because in his opinion, San Juan Wolf shouldn't be here. In Cang Xu's mind, the prisoners in Eternal Hell can be divided into 3 levels. The first class, the elementary class, is detained by ordinary prisoners. The bounty is over 100 million, and the strength is close to the supernova. The second class is the middle class, comparable to the prisoners of the 4 emperors. That is, the evil King Ibero Pizarro, the mysterious moon hunter Caitlin Daime, the huge battleship San Juan, the evil wolf, and the big wine Basque Shote. Those who were later subdued by Blackbeard. As for the third stratum, it is the higher stratum, and what is imprisoned is the existence of the legendary level. For example, such as Lonely Red Barleric Leatherfield, Heir of the Devil Douglas Bullet, World Destroyer Bondi Waldo, this legendary existence. But now it seems that the San Juan Wolf was actually imprisoned in the deepest part of the Eternal Hell with the Red Earl and others. Perhaps the danger of San Juan Wolf is comparable to that of the legendary people? It can only be said that Impel Down also has their own standards. Read more at hotuntilnovel.xyz. However, regardless of the strength of the San Juan Wolf, for Cang Xu, there is no difference. Because these 4 legendary big sea pirates will eventually fall under Cang Xu. Boy, do you want to kill us? This is not easy. Heir of the Devil Bullet has a flat voice. Although he has shackles on his body, he has no fear at all. Lonely Red Leadfield did not speak, but gave Cang Xu a cold look. Unlike the other prisoners, the 2 did not fear death in the slightest. That's not necessarily true, the result is doomed. Cang Xu said lightly, with a flick of his finger, a virtual bullet was exploded in an instant. Boom! The phantom bomb fell on Bullet, directly knocking Bullet back a few steps. The armament haki on the arm was removed. Bullet's hand had red marks, but it was not injured. Using armament haki's defense, Bullet blocked Cang Xu's virtual bullet. With this little power, it's a long way to kill me. Bullet sneered and looked at Cang Xu coldly. Although his fruiting ability was limited by the seastone handcuffs, but he has never given up on exercise. His physical fitness is amazing, coupled with the strong armament haki. The strength of Bullet is still amazing. Cang Xu's virtual bullets have little effect on Bullet? Yes, I'm more and more expecting that after you few become virtual, there will be such a performance. There was a smile in Cang Xu's eyes, without the slightest worry. The stronger the four are, the happier Cang Xu is. Because their soul quality must be extremely high, after Hollow will be even stronger. This is exactly what Cang Xu wants to see. However, before that, Cang Xu will give them a close. Lifting his right hand, a little bit of fluorescent spirit quickly converged to the index finger, and then kept compressing. Finally, a fist of aquamarine light group appeared at Cang Xu's fingertips, exuding amazing energy. Zero. Cang Xu used big moves to gather his riots so highly and condense them into a light group. This is Minos Grand's Killer Zero, a flash with great destructive power. Boom! The dazzling light blooms, and a beam of green light will directly hit the heart of Bullet. Not good. Bullet's face changed slightly, and he could perceive what amazing power this move contained. Bullet didn't care, covering his body with armament haki, with his hands in front of his body, trying to resist this move. Boom! The dazzling light swallowed Bullet's body instantly. When the light disappeared completely, a hole appeared in Bullet's chest. Bullet's heart was shattered by this move. Zero. Without the heart, Bullet has no chance of surviving. The breath of Bullet gradually weakened until it disappeared completely. Bullet is dead. His defense cannot withstand Cang Xu's Zero after all. This is the inevitable result. Although Bullet has never given up exercise, it has been impelled down for a long time and cannot get enough nutritional supplements. Coupled with the influence of Magellan's poisonous rain, Bullet's strength has dropped a lot. The current Bullet can't resist Cang Xu's big move at all. In the end, he could only fall under Zero. Unexpectedly, you can kill even the fellow Bullet. It seems that your strength is not trivial. You are really a newcomer. Earl Hong, who had not spoken, slowly turned his head, looked at Cang Xu earnestly, and said with a hint of surprise in his eyes, this is the first time he has spoken to Cang Xu seriously. This means that he recognizes the power of Cang Xu. I said, your result is doomed. Cang Xu said lightly. As long as they are not out of trouble and unable to use all their strength, then their result is doomed. Tell me, what is your name? Lonely Red Leatherfield spoke and looked at Cang Xu seriously. You can call me Cang Xu, or the Blackwing Demon. Cang Xu was slightly silent, but still said his name. As for the title of the Great Blackwing Demon, since Magellan has called him the Great Demon, how about he becomes a real demon? Blackwinged Demon Cang Xu, my Lonely Red Leadfield, recognize your power, give me a close. Lonely Red Leatherfield said lightly, put down his hands and closed his eyes, as if he did not intend to resist. This surprised Cang Xu, but after thinking about it, Cang Xu understood a little bit. Being imprisoned in Impel down, he will only slowly age to death. This is not the ending Leatherfield wanted. He would rather die in the hands of Cang Xu and want a decent result than watch himself gradually aging. This is an arrogant strong man, the last trace of stubbornness and dignity. Then, as you wish. Cang Xu nodded slightly. The aquamarine light group quickly condenses at your fingertips. Don't worry, death is not the end, I will give you a new life. Accompanied by Cang Xu's words, Zero blasted out instantly and fell on the Lonely Red Leatherfield. When the light disappeared, the Lonely Red Leatherfield completely ended his life. Since then, the two legendary pirates have been completely lost in the hands of Cang Xu. No, what have you done? I actually killed the Lonely Red Leatherfield, and the heir of the Devil Bullet. Damn it, you committed an unforgivable crime. Read more at hotuntelnovel.xyz. An angry roar came. Magellan, transformed into a poisonous dragon, appeared in front of Cang Xu. After helping Shiru of Rain to get out of prison, Magellan, who had delayed a little time, finally came to Cang Xu. Although Cang Xu killed the Lonely Red Redfield and the heir of the Devil Bullet, it seemed that it took a lot of time. But in fact, Cang Xu didn't even take 10 seconds. After all, it was only Bullet that made him spend some money. Lonely Red has the heart to seek death, without even the slightest resistance. This saves Cang Xu a lot of time. For this reason, Magellan was only a little late, and Cang Xu had already killed both of them. Damn, I must teach you a profound lesson. Break your hands and feet, soak you in my venom, and be tortured day and night. Magellan is going crazy? Since he took office, he has never encountered such a major dereliction of duty. You know, even if it was the original Golden Lion escape, only one person was gone. But Cang Xu's uproar this time directly brought the entire Eternal Hell on the verge of being scrapped. 8 or 9 of the prisoners in Eternal Hell were all lost in Cang Xu's hands. This is simply an unprecedented crime. How could Magellan not be angry? It can even be said that the current Magellan can't wait to cut Cang Xu 1,000 times. If you want to teach me a lesson, it depends on your strength. Cang Xu said lightly, without wavering at all. His footsteps won't stop. Magellan wants to stop him, then take advantage of it now. Because of Cang Xu's goal, there is only one last thing left. That is the huge battleship San Juan Wicked Wolf, and the world destroyer Bondi Waldo. This is Cang Xu's final goal. Damn it! Try my poisonous giant. Accompanied by Magellan's roar. The terrifying venom erupted from Magellan and condensed into a purple skull-shaped venom giant. This is Magellan's ultimate move, incarnate into a giant poisonous soldier. Whether it is power or toxicity, it far exceeds the previous poisonous dragon. However, Cang Xu ignored Magellan at all and continued his actions. A Shiro passed over and directly smashed the ice prison of World Destroyer Bondi Waldo. Boom! The ice prison shattered directly, and the ice was blasted into pieces. The World Destroyer Bondi Waldo, who is frozen in it, naturally cannot avoid the fate of crushing. In one move, Cang Xu directly killed the World Destroyer Bondi Waldo. I have to say that Bondi Waldo is really unlucky. Being frozen in a state of suspended animation, he couldn't do any resistance at all. Stop. The poisonous giants gathered by Magellan launched a terrifying attack on Cang Xu. However, Magellan is just doing useless work. In front of the ring, Magellan couldn't even touch Cang Xu's clothes and Kakuzu. It's useless, you can't attack me at all. Cang Xu's voice is very indifferent. At Magellan's speed, Cang Xu can't be attacked at all. Even Cang Xu seized the gap of Magellan's attack and blasted several Shiros against the prison of the huge battleship San Juan and the evil wolf. It can be said that Magellan was annoyed, but he was helpless. The huge battleship, San Juan, and the wolf, died in the end. Died under Cang Xu's Shiro. Although Magellan has rushed to chase Cang Xu, he wants to block Cang Xu's plan. However, Magellan's speed is too slow. Originally, his speed was slower than that of Cang Xu, and he turned into a giant poisonous soldier. Although his strength has skyrocketed, his size has also grown a lot. In the case of her physique skyrocketing, Magellan's speed became slower and she couldn't catch up with Cang Xu at all. On the other hand, the body of the huge battleship San Juan Wolf was too big. The extremely huge body has become the fatal point of San Juan Evil Wolf. He is like a huge target, unable to dodge Cang Xu's Shiro at all. However, because of the extremely large body, the San Juan Wolves can still scream after 3 Shiros. However, this still does not change the result. One shot of Shiro can't solve the San Juan Wolf, so let's have a few more shots. Moreover, every shot hits the heart of the San Juan Evil Wolf. After many Shiros, the heart of the San Juan Evil Wolf was blasted to pieces by Cang Xu's Shiro. San Juan Wolf also followed in the footsteps of the other legendary pirates and became the dead soul of Cang Xu. Since then, all the prisoners of Eternal Hell have been lost in the hands of Cang Xu. I have decided, I must kill you. Magellan looked at Cang Xu and slowly said a word. Unlike before, Magellan's voice is very calm, but extremely determined. Because of Magellan, it was completely murderous. Such a demon, once left Impel down, will become a great scourge to the sea. Therefore, even if he takes his own life, he must leave Cang Xu in Impel down completely. This is Magellan's determination. I've said it many times. If you can do it, then come on. Cang Xu's expression is indifferent, without the slightest fear. He has heard of Magellan's threats many times, but every time the result has never changed. But before that, there will be the last grand dinner, which will begin in Eternal Hell. Cang Xu smiled and called up his template page. Host, Cang Xu. System, template system. The first template, Ulquiorra Cifer, unlocking degree, 40%, read more at hotmailnovel.xyz. Ryatsu, Minos Grande Ajich's level, 1%. Home Blade, Black Wing Demon, Awakening. Skills, Soul Suction, LV20, Void Bullet, LV20, Steel Leather, LV20, Shiro, LV20, Sound Turn, LV20, High Speed Regeneration, LV20, Exploring Circuit, LV1, Hollow, LV1. Soul Point, 3222. Cang Xu ignored the other attributes and looked at 2 of the skills. Exploring the Circuit and Hollow, these are the 2 new skills he has gained when he is promoted to the Ajich's level. And this is also the last step of his plan. Without any hesitation, Cang Xu's eyes moved slightly, directly increasing the level of Exploration Circuits and Hollow skills. In an instant, the Exploration Circuit and Hollow skills were directly promoted to LV20. And Cang Xu's soul point directly becomes 3002, which directly reduces the soul point by 1. However, Cang Xu did not stop there, but continued to increase the level of Hollow skills. After 1000 points were consumed, the Hollow skill was directly upgraded to LV30, reaching its current limit. Sure enough, for Ajich's level skills, the soul points that need to be consumed to upgrade the level have doubled again, and 100 soul points can be upgraded to 1 level. Cang Xu thoughtfully. When he was at the Karayan level, he needed to upgrade his skill level once, and he needed 10 soul points. Now, he has been promoted to Ajich's level, and every time he raises his skill level, he needs to consume 100 soul points. Sure enough, every time you upgrade, the consumption of soul points will directly increase 10 times. In this way, his remaining more than 2000 soul points can only raise 2 skills to the current limit. However, Cang Xu is not worried. An Impel down undead can bring him close to 5000 soul points. Presumably the outside world can bring him more soul points. He doesn't need to worry about the soul point. Therefore, the most important thing for Cang Xu at present is to complete his hollow plan. Thinking of this, Cang Xu turned his head and looked directly at the many wandering souls in Eternal Hell. Magellan is an ordinary human and cannot say the real situation. But in Cang Xu's eyes, the entire Eternal Hell was full of dead souls at this time. These are the souls of prisoners who have fallen into the hands of Cang Xu. Go ahead, all hollow. Without any hesitation, Cang Xu directly used the hollow skill. The invisible light black fluorescence radiated from Cang Xu and enveloped the entire Eternal Hell. What? The wailing sounds that only Cang Xu could hear appeared in the eternal hell. This is the wailing of wandering souls? The wandering soul, invisible to the naked eye, was struggling violently, as if suffering from some kind of pain. And on the chest of the wandering soul, an invisible chain began to appear. Click. The chain broke, revealing a void of nothingness. Then, the appearance of the wandering souls changed quickly. The pale white soul gradually becomes black. The dark and hideous body slowly condenses. This is a hideous black monster, with a dark body and a weird white mask on his face. It looks very weird. And this? It is imaginary? The undead in eternal hell, under the interference of Cang Xu's man-made, all became imaginary? Roar? A roar came from Xu's mouth. This time, the roar is solid. Not only Cang Xu can hear it, but Magellan can also hear it. What are you doing? What are these black monsters? Magellan's face changed drastically. Looking at the eternal hell, strange monsters appeared. Magellan kept ringing the alarm. Although Magellan doesn't know what Cang Xu is doing, but Magellan has a hunch that something big is about to happen. Oh, can you see these emptiness too? It's kind of interesting. Cang Xu glanced at Magellan in surprise, but he didn't expect Magellan to see the existence of virtuality. You know, whether it is a virtual or a Shinigami, in the final analysis, they are soul-like existences that ordinary people cannot see. As a result, I didn't expect that people in Pirate World could actually see the imaginary. This is a bit interesting. I don't know if it is the special rules of the world, or what special reasons are there. But for whatever reason, this will make this dinner even more interesting. Void? Is this the name of this group of monsters? But what on earth do you want to do? Answer me. Magellan shot wildly and desperately wanted to win Cang Xu. However, at this time, Cang Xu didn't want to fight Magellan at all, and left the place with a bang. Now he just wants to see the results after Hollow. If he waits for the results of his experiment, maybe he will have the mind to play with Magellan. Didn't I say that? This is a grand dinner. Feel the dinner, Magellan. Cang Xu smiled lightly. With a big wave, the emptiness in eternal hell immediately rioted. The phantom moved, rushing in Magellan's direction one after another, as if they wanted to swallow Magellan. Sure enough, I can control these virtual things. Cang Xu silently felt his own power, and he also had more guesses in his heart. Poison dragon. Magellan's face changed slightly, and he continued to shoot out poisonous dragons. However, I don't know for what reason, the poisonous dragon's poison does not seem to have much effect on these hideous emptiness. Perhaps it is because the virtual body structure is different from ordinary human beings. Magellan's face changed drastically. After a little thought, Magellan turned his head and left, rushing directly into the elevator. Then, the elevator started and walked to the upper floor. Read more at hotuntelnovel.xyz. Magellan exits eternal hell directly and returns to the upper floor. Magellan escaped? No, with his character, how could he escape? Are you planning to go back and make a strategy and then attack again? Cang Xu thoughtfully, looking at the direction Magellan was leaving, he had some guesses in his mind. In fact, Cang Xu guessed it right. Seeing that his poison hadn't had much effect, Magellan knew that this matter had become troublesome. In order to better deal with Cang Xu and these voids, Magellan directly returned to the 4th floor, blazing hell. I want to develop a good strategy and mobilize the power of Impel down, and then come to deal with Cang Xu. However, Cang Xu doesn't care anymore. If he wants to leave, with his speed and ability, no one can keep him in the entire Impel down. What's more, what he has to do now is to let these Minos Grande grow up. He wanted to see how far these imaginary things could grow. Start fighting, let me see your limits. Cang Xu shouted loudly, giving an order to the virtual in eternal hell. The way of imaginary evolution is very simple, that is, fighting each other and devouring each other. If one imaginary constantly devours other imaginary, then it is possible to evolve into Minos Grande. This is the evolution of the virtual, just like raising goo. And now, Cang Xu wants to know, can these voids spawned by hollow skills, like the voids in the Shinigami world, can grow up in a way of devouring evolution? Once it can, then his idea of building the Espada Legion may really be realized. Roar? Accompanied by a loud roar, each of the virtual exams became manic, and they shot at the virtual people around them one after another. For a while, eternal hell really became hell, and many imaginary swallowed each other. Cang Xu stood on top of a prison, looked at the situation below, and watched silently, accumulating hollows experience. One of the larger imaginary directly swallows the other smaller imaginary, and the soul power also increases by 1 point. And Cang Xu also saw a slight change in his template page. The soul points have increased. In other words, if the emptiness I created swallows the soul, I can also get soul points. Cang Xu has accumulated experience silently. For a while, the emptiness in eternal hell is rapidly decreasing. When Cang Xu called to stop, there were only 10 Minos Grandes left in front of him. These 10 Minos Grandes, although they are not huge, they all exude an amazing breath. Evolved into Kylian, a good result. A smile appeared in Cang Xu's eyes. His guess is indeed correct. The void created by the hollow skill can also grow up by devouring the soul, just like the void in the Shinigami world. Next, you can't swallow each other, but it doesn't matter. There are many prisoners imprisoned on the upper floor. Presumably Magellan is ready. Cang Xu smiled lightly and looked at the ceiling above. After finally making 10 Kylians, Cang Xu naturally wouldn't let them continue to devour each other. After all, it is not easy for Kirian to make it. It would be too wasteful for them to swallow each other. What's more, there are many prisoners imprisoned on the upper floors. That's Kirayan's best nutrient. Imprisoned in Impel Down, most of them are heinous villains. Let Kirayan swallow them. Cang Xu will not have a psychological burden, just let them become Kirayan's nourishment. As for Magellan, I have been away for a while, presumably Magellan is ready. So next, he should also get out of eternal hell. The imaginary swallowed each other, and 10 Kylians evolved. Since then, Cang Xu stopped the devouring between Minos Grande and let them begin to break through the eternal hell. Eternal hell's elevator had long been cut off by Magellan. But for Cang Xu, this is nothing. A zero blasted out, and Cang Xu directly blasted a hole in the elevator, leading directly to the floor above. Let's go. Cang Xu waved his hand and directly used the ring to reach the 5th floor freezing hell. As for the 10 Kylians, they have all kinds of magical powers. The claw-shaped Kirayan directly hooked the wall and climbed, and the winged one fluttered and flew high. Soon, Cang Xu took 10 Kylians to the 5th floor of the eternal hell, freezing hell. Which direction is the ladyboys of Ivankov, the ladyboy king? Cang Xu thoughtfully looked at the ice forest in the distance. He could feel that there seemed to be 20 or 30 auras in the depths of the ice forest. If he guessed correctly, it should be Ivankov, the SE king of the Revolutionary Army, and the Nukama land he made. However, Cang Xu does not plan to do anything with them. On the one hand, he doesn't catch a cold with that guy who is a man or a woman. On the other hand, his current enemy is Magellan and others. If it were here, confronting Ivankov's new ladyboys would be nothing more than ramifications. Cang Xu doesn't want more changes, so just ignore them. Next, swallow all the souls of the prisoners of the 5th floor freezing hell. Cang Xu waved his hand and ordered the 10 Kylians. All of a sudden, 10 Kylians scattered one after another and attacked the surrounding cells, and Cang Xu walked slowly in the direction of the elevator. At the same time, when Cang Xu and Kylian left, deep in the ice forest, Ivankov slumped directly on the ground. My god, what's going on with that boy, and those monsters? It's really terrible. Read more at hotuntelnovel.xyz. Ivankov wiped his sweat and said with a lingering fear. Ivankov felt eternal hell's changes. I was thinking of coming out to inquire about the news, and I just met Cang Xu out of the 6th floor. At the first sight of Cang Xu, Ivankov didn't dare to move, because he has a hunch that if he meets Cang Xu, maybe his end will be ugly. This is Ivankov's intuition, but it is very effective. For this reason, from beginning to end, Ivankov dared not show up. It wasn't until Cang Xu left that Ivankov felt lingering in his heart and eased his breath. Of course, Cang Xu at this time had already headed towards the elevator, and he didn't even care about him. When Cang Xu arrives at the elevator entrance on the 5th floor, all Kylian will be by Cang Xu's side. The number of prisoners on the 5th floor is not too large, and it is about the same as the number of prisoners on the 6th floor eternal hell. However, freezing hell is very cold, and the prisoners imprisoned on this floor have little resistance because of the cold invading their bodies. The Kylians can easily harvest their souls and swallow them into their bodies. Cang Xu can feel that the soul power of the 10 Kylians seems to have grown a lot. In that case, go to the 4th floor. Presumably Magellan is already impatient. Cang Xu smiled indifferently, showing a hint of smile, and took the Kylians directly to the 4th floor. At the same time, at the elevator entrance on the 4th floor, many jailers have prepared their defenses, and various weapons have set up their postures, waiting for Cang Xu's arrival. Obviously, Magellan is ready. Magellan, is it necessary? That kid deserves your seriousness. You actually transferred all the sea stone weapons. With a cigar in his mouth, Shiru of Rain, who has taken back the famous sword Thunderstorm, looked at Magellan in surprise. You don't understand, that guy is a real demon, with very weird abilities, and he can even summon some monsters named Void. My poison is not of much use to him. According to my calculation, maybe only the seastone weapon and armament haki can cause harm to him, Magellan said solemnly. Magellan naturally didn't understand the birth of the imaginary, and thought it was summoned by Cang Xu's fruit ability. However, after returning to the 4th floor, Magellan thought a lot and made a lot of arrangements. The first is to deal with Cang Xu's strategy. Magellan has already figured it out. Maybe after the seastone weapon and armament haki, it is possible to deal with Cang Xu. For this reason, Magellan mobilized all seastone weapons. On the other hand, in order to prevent Cang Xu from escaping from Impel Down, Magellan also told the warships around Impel Down to stay away from Impel Down to avoid allowing Cang Xu to seize the ship. As for other things, Magellan didn't do much. Even Magellan did not inform Marine headquarters of the situation here. Because from Magellan's point of view, this incident was their Impel Down mistake, and speaking out was just embarrassing Impel Down. However, Magellan is also confident and retakes Cang Xu. That's why we have the current result. Step on. Just when Magellan was thinking about it, a footstep came. At the same time, a man with tears and 10 ferocious black monsters appeared at the entrance of blazing hell on the 4th floor. Cang Xu and Kylians are here. The devil is here. Everyone is ready. Saw Cang Xu stepping out of the elevator and officially came to the 4th floor. Magellan's expression became serious in an instant, and she said loudly to the jailers. For a time, all the jailers were waiting in battle, ready to do it at any time. No, see in a while, it seems you are fully prepared, Magellan, but are you sure you can keep me? Cang Xu said lightly, his eyes swept over the jailers. The jailers shudder suddenly, seeming to be stared at by the devil. Don't be afraid, He has only one person. As long as you defeat him, the monsters around him will disappear. We are the guardians of Impel Down. We don't need to be afraid of a prisoner. Magellan encouraged the jailers and gave them a little peace of mind. In that case, let's start. Cang Xu smiled and said nothing more. Scatter. Cang Xu waved his hand and ordered the Kylians. In an instant, 10 hideous-looking Kylians disappeared in place one after another. The Kylians rushed to the huge oil pan, followed the vent of the huge iron pan, and rushed directly to the 3rd floor. In an instant, all Kylian disappeared. This is exactly Cang Xu's strategy. He had long guessed that Magellan would definitely concentrate his forces and wait for him on this floor, wanting to destroy him in blazing hell in one fell swoop. However, Cang Xu would not give them such an opportunity. He directly let the Kylians spread out and go hunting separately. As for Cang Xu itself, at the speed of Cang Xu, Magellan's encirclement was just a joke in front of Cang Xu. Can't trap Cang Xu at all. As a result, Magellan's deployment suddenly lost any effect. Magellan, who has worked so hard, has nothing to do with it. Cang Xu. Not good. This damn it guy is so cunning that this group of imaginary monsters dispersed. Seeing Cang Xu's operation, Magellan's face changed drastically. He didn't expect that Cang Xu would actually do this trick. Read more at hotmailnovel.xyz. Moreover, according to Cang Xu's lunatic character, the scattered Minos Grande will definitely hunt the prisoners, just like the eternal hell on the 6th floor before. In this way, even the prisoners on the upper floors will not be spared. This is not good news for Magellan. Actually speaking, Magellan is indeed a bit unlucky. The terrain of the 4th floor blazing hell is a little bit special. In the middle of blazing hell, there is a huge furnace, like a huge iron pot, full of boiling pools of blood and sea of fire. For this reason, the 3rd layer of starvation hell becomes the exhaust port of the 4th layer. In other words, the middle zone between the 3rd and 4th floors is actually connected. In the original work, Luffy, Buggy and others directly entered blazing hell on the 4th floor through the vents on the 3rd floor. And now, Killian under Cang Xu's command directly uses this vent to enter the 3rd floor. At present, the strength of Impel Down is basically transferred to the 4th tier by Magellan. On the 3 floors above, there is not much force. Killian entered the first 3 floors. It was like a wolf entering the sheep pen, and he could feast on it. It can be said that Magellan's troop deployment was actually used by Cang Xu. Damn guys, Hanyabal, City-chan, and Domino, you lead the jailer beast to the upper floor and destroy those voids. Leave it to me and Shiru. Magellan quickly explained. Cang Xu has already made a move, and he can only take it passively. So Magellan directly ordered the Deputy Director Hanyabal, the Chief Jailer City-chan and the Chief Warden Domino to go to the upper floor and destroy the Kyrians on the first 3 floors. If you want to go, it's not that easy. Cang Xu sneered, and the amazing riot Su burst out instantly. All of a sudden, many jailers fainted and fell to the ground. He wouldn't let these jailers go to interfere with the Kyrians hunting. Fight with me, and advise you not to look around. Lejean. Shiru of Rain shot, and directly waved the famous sword Thunderstorm in his hand, and slapped Cang Xu with a slash. A slash like thunder and lightning came directly to Cang Xu. Boom! Cang Xu shot a Zero and directly smashed Shiryu's slash. Jianhao, it's interesting, I also have a sword. Cang Xu spoke lightly, looking at Shiru of Rain holding a thunderstorm. Because of Shiryu's sudden shot, Cang Xu's attention was drawn to him. Magellan seized this opportunity and quickly asked Hanyabal to wake up the stunned jailers and let them go to the front floors. However, Cang Xu didn't bother to pay attention to Magellan's little moves. Kylians continue to grow and their strength continues to increase. With the strength of Hanyabal and other jailers, there is no threat to the Kylians at all. Therefore, Cang Xu didn't bother to pay attention to them, but looked at Shiru of Rain. You also use a sword, then let me see your sword. Shiru of Rain showed a smirk and pointed directly at Cang Xu with the thunderstorm in his hand. No need, now you don't need me to use weapons. Cang Xu said lightly. Although Shiru of Rain interrupted his movements, this does not mean that Shiru of Rain has the strength to fight him. Cang Xu does not intend to use Zanpakuto before encountering enough opponents. Arrogant? Then I will force you to use your sword. Yuji Shiryu sneered, clenched the famous sword Thunderstorm in his hand, and rushed directly to Cang Xu. The battle between Shiryu and Cang Xu broke out. A terrifying roar sounded in blazing hell. 2 figures are moving fast. This is the battle between Cang Xu and Shiru of Rain. Although Shiru of Rain is powerful, his slashes are very sharp. After slashing, the prison is constantly being shattered. But in the face of Cang Xu, he was still a little bit worse after all, and he didn't even touch the corner of Cang Xu's clothes. You only hide, take out your sword. Rain Shiryu is getting a little irritable, and there is a fierce look in his eyes. Cang Xu has never confronted him head-on, which makes Shiryu of Rain even more manic. I said, now you are not qualified to let me draw the sword. Cang Xu stopped and looked at Shiryu of Rain indifferently. You are too arrogant. Shiryu of Rain was so angry that he slapped Cang Xu with a powerful slash. Then let you see the gap between you and me. Cang Xu spoke lightly. He stretched out his right hand and grabbed Shiryu's slash directly. Stupid, think you can block my slash. Rain Shiryu has a trace of sarcasm in her eyes. Although he dare not say, he is the strongest swordsman, but his strength is also extraordinary, otherwise he will not become one of the 2 ace of Impel Down. Therefore, seeing Cang Xu being arrogant and accepting his slash with his palm, Shiru of Rain only had mockery in his eyes. He seemed to have seen the scene where Cang Xu's arm was severed. However, Cang Xu's defensive power is amazing. With the strength of Shiru of Rain, there is no way Cang Xu. Boom! Cang Xu's palm collided with Shiryu's slash. An astonishing shock broke out. With dazzling light, the ground keeps shaking. Wait until all the movement has disappeared. The prisons around Cang Xu had been completely shattered, and cracks appeared on the ground. Read more at hotuntilnovel.xyz. This is the amazing effect of flying slash. However, Cang Xu's arm is still intact, in the same posture as before. How can that be? Yuji Shiryu looked at this scene in shock, a little speechless. I said, the gap between you and me is not enough for me to draw a sword. Cang Xu retracted his right hand and said lightly. In fact, Shiryu's strength is not bad. With full eruption, Shiru of Rain's slash actually broke through Cang Xu's steel skin, leave a scar on Cang Xu's right hand. However, all he can do is just that. On the other hand, Cang Xu's high-speed regeneration skill is also LV20. The light hasn't completely disappeared yet, and the scar on Cang Xu's hand has completely recovered, and there is no visible damage. Of course, the reason for this is not clear to Shiru of Rain, and Cang Xu has no plans to explain. You know, this is a life and death struggle. How could he help the enemy in turn? For this reason, Shiru of Rain at this time was so shocked. After the shock, what swept through was loss. For the first time, he discovered that his swordsmanship had no effect. Shiru of Rain can be sensed, and Cang Xu doesn't even use armament haki. Just by relying on his flesh body, he can resist his slash. If you use armament haki, maybe Shiru of Rain will feel better. But without using any resistance, Cang Xu resisted his slash. This was a big blow to Shiru of Rain. Even Shiru at this time was a little bit stunned and lost his fighting spirit. Shiru, what are you doing? An angry roar came from a distance. Magellan has already arrived. Looking at Shiru of Rain who lost his fighting spirit first, Magellan let out a roar. He didn't know, he was only a moment late. Why Shiru lost his fighting spirit? It must be you. Magellan turned black and looked at Cang Xu angrily. He thinks Cang Xu is poisonous. He arranged for Hanyabal and others to go to the upper floor to deal with Kirayan, and come here a little later. In a short while, Shiru had lost his fighting spirit. It's just like before, when he arrived a moment late, Cang Xu directly killed Lonely Red and Bullet. This person is poisonous. Sure enough, you are a great scourge, and you can't be kept. The giant poisonous soldier, the trial of hell. Magellan let out a roar and used his abilities to condense a giant poisonous soldier. Different from before, the color of the poisonous giant this time quickly changed from purple to red, and it turned into a red poisonous giant. This is Magellan's final whole card. Toxic Giant's Judgment of Hell. Once Magellan's venom completely changes to red, it will become a terrible poison. This is different from the general purple poison. This trick is a special bright red poison. Anything that comes into contact with it will be infected and will gradually spread and erode everything. As long as the creatures come into contact with the poison, they will gradually spread until they die. It can be said that this is Magellan's ultimate move. Magellan has already moved to kill Cang Xu, so Magellan directly used his big move and wanted to completely smash Cang Xu here. Hell's Judgment? Did Magellan use the ultimate? It seems Magellan has ignored it. Looking at the giant red poisonous soldier not far away, Cang Xu murmured in his heart, instantly understanding the current situation. However, even so, Cang Xu will not have any fear. Since you have shown your true skills, I can't hide and pinch, just show your true skills. Cang Xu said faintly. With a twist of his wrist, a cyan long sword exuding a sense of coldness appeared in Cang Xu's hand. Rain no Shiryu, don't you want to see my weapon? See clearly, this is my weapon. Cang Xu looked at Shiryu of Rain not far away, and shouted to Shiryu of Rain. Shiryu of Rain heard the words and looked directly at the long sword in Cang Xu's hand. This is Cang Xu's weapon? Block it, Blackwing Demon. With a chant, the Zanpakuto in Cang Xu's hands burst into an astonishing light instantly. Back to the edge of liberation? At the same time, the black raindrops quickly gathered and landed on the ground of blazing hell. This is the Ryotsu from Cang Xu's home blade, the Ryotsu raindrops condensed. When all the visions have disappeared, the image of Cang Xu has changed dramatically. A pair of black wings covering the sky appeared behind Cang Xu. The prison uniform on his body has also become a white robe. Originally only half of the white helmet became a double-horned helmet. The black nails became long claws, the black hair became longer, and the tear marks on his face became deeper. This is exactly what Ulquiorra is in. In this state, Cang Xu's speed, defense, and attack power have been greatly improved, and his strength has risen sharply. Is this a piece of homecoming? It really is very powerful. Cang Xu muttered in his heart, feeling his own power. Between the gestures, he could feel the surging power in his body. In fact, the same is true. After a period of homecoming, his strength ushered in a skyrocket. In the original book, a section of Ulquiorra, whose strength is completely superior to Kurosaki Ichigo, whose dual status is Hollow and Bankai. What kind of ability is this? The change in body shape, could it be Zoan? No, the ability you used before is not like Zoan's ability. Is it possible that you are a capable person of Zoan demons? Looking at Cang Xu, whose appearance has changed dramatically, Magellan looked shocked, guessing about Cang Xu's abilities. Read more at hotuntilnovel.xyz. If you want to know what my abilities are, I will know after trying it myself. Cang Xu said calmly. The next moment, his body moved, and he appeared in front of Magellan instantly. Magellan hadn't even reacted yet. A ball of light emitting a turquoise light blasted towards Magellan instantly. Boom! The giant red poison was smashed in an instant. Magellan's body was directly blasted off, smashed into the prison in the distance. I don't know how many prisons were hit before Magellan's figure came to a halt. At this time, Magellan had received a lot of trauma, his head was battered, and there was blood on the corners of his mouth. In an instant, Cang Xu directly hit Magellan. Even Magellan didn't react from beginning to end. This is the speed and explosive power of a section of the blade, far more than before. Next moment, Cang Xu disappeared again and came to Shiru instantly. Floating in the air, condescending, looking down at Shiru of Rain in front of you, is this your real strength? Yuji Shiryu's mouth is bitter, looking at Cang Xu in front of him with difficulty. Now do you still have the courage to draw your sword at me? Cang Xu said lightly, looking at Shiru of Rain in front of him. Don't underestimate people. Shiru of Rain roared, holding the famous sword Thunderstorm, trying his best to kill Cang Xu. However, just as Shiru of Rain swung his sword, an aquamarine beam of light erupted from Cang Xu's fingertips, and instantly penetrated the heart of Shiru of Rain. Zero. Although Cang Xu let Shiru of Yu see his power, this does not mean that Cang Xu will give Shiru of Yu a chance to fight back. At the moment when Shiru of Rain resisted, Cang Xu directly blasted Shiru of Rain. Rain Shiryu's body slowly fell to the ground, gradually losing its breath. Rain Shiryu, death. The next Impel down is no longer sufficient. When Shiru of Rain falls, the only two ace of Impel down is Magellan. There is only one Magellan, and Cang Xu has no pressure at all. However, when Cang Xu turned his head, he found that Magellan was not there and disappeared. Magellan ran away. Cang Xu was a little surprised, and some didn't expect it. In his impression, Magellan is not a person who is greedy of life and fear of death. Cang Xu is very curious about what Magellan plans to do. The probe circuit is launched, searching for traces with Magellan. Soon, Cang Xu discovered Magellan's situation. At this time, Magellan has already rushed to the office and seems to be contacting the outside world. This is, to contact Marine headquarters. Cang Xu murmured, and instantly guessed Magellan's thoughts. Previously, Magellan wanted to redeem Impel Down's reputation and planned to solve this matter with the power of Impel Down. However, after the death of Shiru of Rain, Magellan knew that he could no longer solve Cang Xu. Therefore, Magellan directly contacted Marine headquarters for assistance from Marine headquarters. Magellan is really smart, but the result will not change. Cang Xu smiled lightly. Although Magellan contacts the outside world and seeks help from the outside world, Cang Xu doesn't care very much. Because he was in a state of homecoming, it was easy to want to leave. However, Cang Xu did not intend to continue, and entangled with Magellan. He has wasted a long time here, and it is time to leave Impel Down. Cang Xu can feel that there are not many souls left in the three-story prison above. The souls of those imprisoned prisoners have basically been swallowed by the Kirayan. The value of Impel Down is almost squeezed out by Cang Xu. There is nothing worth his nostalgia. He naturally wants to leave here. However, before leaving, there is one last thing. Cang Xu muttered, looking at Blazing Hell's prison in the distance. In the previous battle, Cang Xu, Yuji Shiryu, and others hardly kept their hands. Blazing Hell's prisoners were affected, and now there are no more of them. Cang Xu can see that many souls are wandering in Blazing Hell. This is the soul of the prisoners in Blazing Hell. These souls are all living soul points, and Cang Xu naturally can't let it go. Hollow. Cang Xu waved his hand and directly hollowed the prisoner's soul at this level. When he was on the 6th floor of Eternal Hell, Cang Xu once did an experiment. With his soul suction skills, he can also gain soul points by devouring the hollow. Moreover, the soul points gained by swallowing the void are much more than swallowing a soul. In this way, he would naturally not devour his soul casually. Instead, it turns it into a void, and then uses the soul-sucking skill to swallow it. Only in this way can the benefits be maximized. Roar! When Blazing Hell's prisoner souls were all hollowed, an irritable Su directly attacked the surrounding Su. It's interesting, it seems that this imaginary also has the potential to become Kylian. Cang Xu's eyes have a gleam of light. With previous experience, Cang Xu can also see something. For example, the possibility of this violent imaginary being transformed into Kylian is far greater than the other imaginary ones. Read more at hotuntilnovel.xyz. Moreover, if Cang Xu didn't perceive wrongly, this emptiness should have been transformed by the soul of Shiru of Rain. Is it possible? Cang Xu had a guess in his mind. For this reason, Cang Xu did not swallow the emptiness by himself. And it is to let the soul of Shiru of Rain, the violent void created by Hollow, swallow other voids. Soon, this irritable imaginary swallowed all the imaginary into the body, and began to evolve. A brand new Kylian appeared in front of Cang Xu. Sure enough, as I guessed, perhaps a strong character in his own right is more likely to transform into Kylian. This is a bit interesting. Maybe in the future I can carry out Hollow directionally, and let some powerful people evolve into Kylian. Cang Xu was thoughtful and in a good mood, because he has some new knowledge about Hollow's abilities, and he also got a new Kylian. This is also a good harvest. Next, it's time to leave Impel Down. Cang Xu whispered, shaking his black wings, and directly carrying Kirayan transformed by Shiryu's soul. flying directly to the 3rd floor of Starvation Hell. However, the 3rd floor at this time has become empty, there is no one. Cang Xu clearly knew this, and his expression remained unchanged. In his perception, several of his Kylians, as well as the jailers of Impel Down, all gathered on the 1st floor of the sea, where they stood in a stalemate. Thinking about this, Cang Xu took the newly evolved Kylian directly to the upper floor. This time, Cang Xu did not look for the elevator entrance slowly as before, because this is a waste of time. He has a better way. Boom! An aquamarine Zero appeared, like a beam of light, blasting directly to the ceiling. Click! The ceiling of Starvation Hell was directly shattered, and pieces of mud and stone fragments fell directly. A huge hole, directly connected to the top. Even the Crimson Hell on the 1st floor and the floor of the Wild Beast Hell on the 2nd floor were blasted out of a huge pothole. Cang Xu, Zero, directly connects the 1st floor of the sea to the 3rd floor of the Starvation Hell, all through. This is the power of a homecoming blade Zero. After a period of homecoming, the power of Cang Xu's Zero has also been greatly increased. Cang Xu is certain. Now he, facing the huge battleship San Juan Wolf, a Zero can directly kill him. Cang Xu vibrated the huge black wings and took Shiru Kylian to the 1st floor of the sea in an instant. Not good. The devil ran out. Did Chief Magellan lose? To die? To die. When Cang Xu appeared, the jailers panicked instantly. Especially the head of the deputy director Han Yabao, the whole person was terrified, and directly slumped on the ground. Cang Xu ignored the jailer, his eyes swept across the crowd, understanding the current situation. His Kylians, there was no damage, they were still intact. On the other hand, the jailers of Impel Down basically fell to the ground. There were only a few chief jailer and jailer beasts who were still struggling to support them, and they seemed to have suffered heavy losses. It can be said that Cang Xu's Kylians have an overall advantage. This is the inevitable result. You know, some of his Kylians are all brought out from Eternal Hell, and they are all legendary big sea pirates. Even if it turns into Kylian, it is still very powerful, and it is not something that the jailers can fight against. The reason why they are still on the 1st floor of the sea is because Cang Xu made them wait here. Otherwise, Han Yabao and others can't stop the actions of Kylians. Let's go. Cang Xu landed and walked slowly towards the Kylians, without even looking at Han Yabao and the others. It's time for him to leave Impel Down. Devil, you can't escape. All the warships have been transferred from Impel Down by me. A hoarse voice came. Magellan, slightly embarrassed, walked out of the lower passage, looked at Cang Xu with a serious expression. He has already contacted Marine Headquarters. At Marine Headquarters, Admiral will be dispatched. So, what he has to do now is to drag Cang Xu here and wait until Admiral arrives. Of course, Magellan is also mentally prepared. Even if he died here, he will drag Cang Xu here and wait until Admiral comes to help. At the thought of this, Magellan was very grateful. Fortunately, before the battle with Cang Xu, he let the surrounding warships leave. In this way, Impel Down becomes an island. It will become very difficult for Cang Xu to leave. After all, Cang Xu is not alone, and there are those black monsters called Xu. Of course, if Cang Xu plans to abandon these emptiness, he will leave alone. Magellan really can't help Cang Xu. After all, Cang Xu, who has the ability to fly, can't stop him at all. Now, the only thing Magellan can hope for is that Cang Xu doesn't want to abandon these black monsters. Who told you that the warships are all gone? Cang Xu smiled indifferently, with a smile on his face. Some of Magellan's ideas are correct. Cang Xu finally made 11 Kylians. He naturally wouldn't let Kylian stay here and leave alone. Moreover, only 3 of the Kylian Li he made had the ability to fly. If you want to take other Kylians away, you still need transportation. At this point, Magellan's idea is indeed correct. But who said that all warships are gone? Wow! Cang Xu's words fell to the ground, and a warship sailed quickly over the sea not far away. On the warship, a winged Kylian, controlling the warship in a decent way, rushed to Impel Down. This is exactly Cang Xu's arrangement. In the original book, such a thing happened in the Impel Down plot. Read more at hotmailnovel.xyz. In order to prevent Wang Luffy and others from leaving, Magellan let all the supply warships leave Impel Down, wanting Impel Down to become an island. Cang Xu has taken precautions against this a long time ago. Therefore, when the Kylians came to the first 3 floors, Cang Xu secretly ordered, let a flying Kylian rush directly out of Impel Down to snatch a warship back. Now it seems that Cang Xu is indeed doing the right thing. As for Karayan, the thing that can control warships, to be honest, Cang Xu is also a little unexpected, because his original words were to let Kylian bring back a warship. As a result, I didn't expect that this Kylian would actually control a warship. It seems that Kylian, created by the Hollow skill, still has some secrets he doesn't know. But Cang Xu didn't say anything, and now is not the time to delve into this matter. After leaving Impel Down, he has time to study Kylian's situation slowly. Anyway, for now, the development of things is the same as Cang Xu expected. The strategizing is nothing more than that. How is this possible? Why did the warship fall into your hands? Magellan's face changed drastically. I originally thought that all his arrangements were perfect. As a result, I did not expect that a warship was captured. Damn, I will never let you run away, Poison Dragon. Magellan is in a hurry. If Cang Xu leaves like this, he will regret it for a lifetime. Therefore, Magellan did not hesitate to condense the venom directly. A huge poisonous dragon quickly condensed, and then rushed directly in the direction of Cang Xu. However, it is not Cang Xu that Magellan wants to attack. It's the warship behind Cang Xu. As long as he smashes the warship, he still has a chance to keep Cang Xu in Impel down. Magellan, you are looking for death. As for Magellan's purpose, Cang Xu guessed it instantly, and couldn't help but snorted coldly. The black wings vibrated and Cang Xu disappeared instantly. In the next instant, Cang Xu's figure appeared in front of Magellan. The light ball radiating aquamarine light blasted directly towards Magellan in the poisonous dragon. Boom! Shiru burst and turned into a horrible beam of light, directly blasting the poisonous dragon to pieces. Magellan's body was directly blown away. It smashed into the walls, and finally rushed out of the range of Impel down, and fell to the sea. Magellan was hit directly into the sea. Director Magellan. Help the director. Han Yabao and others changed their faces and hurriedly ran in the direction where Magellan fell. You know, Magellan is demon fruit power, restrained by the sea. If there is no rescue, the sea will kill him. All of a sudden, the jailers of Impel down ran in the direction where Magellan fell. As for Cang Xu took the Kylians and walked directly in the direction of the warship, too lazy to pay attention to the situation there. As for Magellan's life and death, Cang Xu is not interested in knowing. Soon, Cang Xu took the Kylians and boarded the warship. Set off. Following Cang Xu's command, the warship slowly moved away from Impel down and headed in the far direction. Cang Xu successfully left Impel down. With Cang Xu's departure, the jailers had no intention of taking care of their free time and had no ability to stop it. Besides, their main goal now is to rescue Magellan. Fortunately, there is a special kind of monster in Impel down, that is, Buggy, who has the title of Sea Fighter, can go to sea to rescue Magellan. After a lot of effort, Magellan was rescued. Although severely injured, Magellan eventually saved his life. At this time, a golden flash of light flew from the direction of the Gate of Justice and landed on Impel down. Magellan, why do you look so embarrassed, enemy? The golden glitter condenses and turns into a tall and thin figure. This is a man dressed in a yellow striped suit and a white justice cloak. He looks anxious and looks a little lazy. This is the Naval Headquarters, one of the highest combat power. Admiral of Headquarters with Logia Sparkling Fruit, Polus Alino. Code name Kizaru? Kizaru Admiral. Kizaru Admiral is here. After hearing the words, the jailers saluted Kizaru Admiral again and again, but did not dare to show no respect. Mr. Admiral, I failed to keep Impel down, nor did I keep the demon. This is my dereliction of duty. Please let me apologize. Magellan looked ashamed. Ashamed? Because of his negligence, the entire Impel was down and suffered huge losses. Not only did not keep the prisoners of Impel down, but even Shiru of Rain was damaged in Cang Xu's hands. Even at the end, he couldn't hold Cang Xu and wait until Admiral came. These things made Magellan feel guilty. So Magellan directly picked up the jailer's sword and wanted to end his life. A golden laser flashed past, instantly smashing the long sword in Magellan's hand. Well, no need to blame yourself, Magellan. I know you are not the kind of negligent person. Moreover, the most important thing now is to report the enemy's information. Magellan, you have the most contact with the other party, and you know him best. Tell me about the enemy's abilities, so I can report to Marine Headquarters. Kizaru Admiral directly persuaded Magellan to learn about the enemy's situation. Read more at hotmailnovel.xyz. To be honest, Kizaru is very curious about Cang Xu. After all, this is the second person to escape Impel down after Golden Lion. He really wants to know the strength of Cang Xu. Well, according to my guess, the opponent should be the ability of the Eudemons, which can transform into a pair of huge black wings. Furthermore, the opponent's speed is extremely fast, it will use a green light ball, and it can also summon a black monster named Void. Hearing Kizaru's words, Magellan also knew what to do. Therefore, Magellan didn't seek death and life anymore, but explained Cang Xu's abilities one by one. Even Cang Xu told Kizaru one by one what he did in Impel down. It's terrible, this enemy seems very dangerous. Following Magellan's words, the laziness on Kizaru's face gradually disappeared. In the end, Kizaru's face became very solemn. From Magellan's mouth, Kizaru has a clearer understanding of Cang Xu's power. Therefore, Kizaru's face will become more solemn. He originally thought that this was just a good fugitive, but according to Magellan's description, Kizaru realized the seriousness of the problem. This is an extremely powerful lunatic. Not only did they destroy the pirates on all floors, but Magellan was unable to resist. A figure suddenly appeared in Kizaru's mind. That is the heir of the devil, Douglas Bullet. At the beginning, after Gold Roger was executed, Bullet went straight away, causing the sea to turn upside down. In the end, Marine used a lot of energy before taking Bullet into Impel down eternal hell. It shows how fierce Bullet is. In fact, it is the same. In the original book, during the commotion caused by Blackbeard, Bullet successfully escaped from prison, and was later called the worst escaped prisoner in history by the Marine Headquarters. It can be seen that Marine Headquarters values Bullet, but now, Bullet is also dead in the hands of Cang Xu. This shows that Cang Xu's brutality is even higher than that of Bullet. This is not a good thing for Marine Headquarters. Kizaru has a hunch. I'm afraid this is another 4 Emperors level seed. In the future, Cang Xu will definitely become a major concern for Marine Headquarters. Magellan, the current situation is not very good, you still have a very heavy task. You are the pillar of Impel down. The reconstruction of Impel Down depends on you. You can no longer seek death. As for the Black Wing Demon, Marine Headquarters will take care of it. Kizaru, who was a little worried, told Magellan. After that, Kizaru turned into a flash and headed towards the Marine Headquarters. Because he doesn't have much time, he can slowly delay on the Impel Down side. Kizaru has a hunch. Above the sea, there will be another huge wave again. The Marine Headquarters needs to respond accordingly before the waves happen. Cang Xu did not know that after he left Impel Down, Kizaru Admiral rushed to Impel Down. And through Magellan's words, I learned about Cang Xu. And to Cang Xu, it caused great fear. Now, Kizaru estimates that Cang Xu's affairs have been passed back to Marine Headquarters. But these things, Cang Xu is not clear at all. Cang Xu is now driving a warship, far away from Impel Down, sailing on the sea. The feeling of freedom is still the best. Lying on the deck, feeling the warm sunshine, Cang Xu felt extremely comfortable. Sure enough, freedom is better. After leaving Impel Down, Cang Xu did two things. The first thing is to change your prison uniform, take a good bath, and put on clean, unused clothes. The second thing is a big meal. I have to say that he hijacked an Impel Down warship, which is really a correct decision, because this is Impel Down's supply warship. There are all kinds of materials on it, with ready-made food and clothes. What Cang Xu needs can be found on the supply warship. After drinking and eating, Cang Xu basked in the sun on the deck. The long-lost freedom makes Cang Xu feel very comfortable. However, Cang Xu did not enjoy it for long, because he still has some business things to do, for example, to organize one's own power, or to explore the secrets of Karayan. Host, Cang Xu. System, Template System. The first template, Ulquiorra Cifer, Unlocking Degree, 41%. Ryatsu, Minos Grande Ajich's Level, 1%. Home Blade, Black Wing Demon, Awakening. Skills, Soul Suction, LV20, Virtual Bullet, LV20, Steel Leather, LV20, Zero, LV20, Ringing, LV20, High-Speed Regeneration, LV20, Exploration Circuit, LV20, Hollow, LV30. Under his command, 11 Kylians. Soul Point, 7,735. Cang Xu opened the template and understood his situation. The template has changed, and there is an additional option under my command. Will all the 11 Kylians be included in my command? Cang Xu murmured, focusing on the option of Subordinate. Compared with the previous template page, his template has one more subordinate option. Read more at hotmailnovel.xyz. It seems that hollowing the soul to create Kylian really brought him a lot of benefits. Later, Cang Xu looked at the soul point option. Is there only about 5,000 soul points? A little bit less. Cang Xu murmured, frowning slightly. To be honest, in Cang Xu's opinion, this number is slightly lower. You know, the entire Impel Down Undead brought about 5,000 soul points to Cang Xu. As a result, after taking the entire prisoner's soul of Impel Down, it only gained more than 5,000 soul points. Although it looks the same, in Cang Xu's view, it seems a little bit less. You know, the number of prisoners alive is far more than the prisoners who died before. After all, the soul will continue to wear away. Over time, those souls will gradually wear away, and the soul points that can be provided will not be many. So normally speaking, harvesting the souls of Impel Down prisoners should get more soul points. For this reason, Cang Xu was a little disappointed with this result. But having said that, there will be such a situation, which is actually normal. After all, he got some soul points through Karayan's mouth. Karayan swallows the soul, and Cang Xu gets a rebate for some soul points. In terms of quantity, it should be about half of all soul points. There will be such a situation. In fact, it is also normal. Therefore, Cang Xu didn't think too much, and after a little sigh of emotion, he returned to the topic directly. Now that he earns a batch of soul points, he naturally wants to improve his strength. With a finger move, the soul point quickly passed. The various data of Cang Xu have also changed rapidly. Host, Cang Xu. System, Template System. The first template, Ulquiorra Cifer, Unlocked Degree, 46%. Ryatsu, Minos Grande Ajich's Level, 25%. Home Blade, Black Wing Demon, Awakening. Skills, Soul Suction, LV25, Virtual Bullet, LV25, Steel Skin, LV25, Zero, LV25, Ringing, LV25, High-Speed Regeneration, LV25, Exploration Circuit, LV25, Hollow, LV30, Moonlight Sword, Homing Blade Skill, LV25. Under his command, 11 Kylians. Soul Point, 1,125. Cang Xu's soul point allocation is very average, and all the data are raised to LV25. No way, he is promoted to Ajich's level. Every time he improves one skill level, he needs 100 soul points. In other words, to upgrade an LV20 skill to the Ajich's level limit LV30, it requires 1,000 soul points. With 7 skills, it is directly 7,000 soul points. Plus, Ryatsu also needs to improve. Although he has made a lot of money, he can't stand the improvement of these skills. Therefore, Cang Xu did not upgrade all his skills to the current limit of LV30, but only to LV25. However, even if it only reaches LV25, Cang Xu can feel that his strength has ushered in a substantial improvement. The vast sea-like power in his body clearly told his improvement. In this process, Cang Xu unblocked another special skill. Homing skill, Moonlight Sword. As the name suggests, this is a skill that can only be used in the home state. The Moonlight Sword is when Ulquiorra's return to the blade is liberated, it highly compresses the spirit child in his hand and condenses it into a spirit weapon similar to a gun. This spirit gun is called the Moonlight Sword. The Moonlight Sword can be thrown at the enemy, or it can be used as a close weapon to fight. It can be said that this is an ability that combines both close combat and long-range attack. As for the power of the Moonlight Sword, in the original book, Ulquiorra threw a Moonlight Sword. The Moonlight Sword just brushed Kurosaki Ichigo's shoulders and blasted Kurosaki Ichigo in the dual state of Hollow and Bankai, and its power was far above zero. It can be said that this is also a powerful move. Obtain a brand new ultimate, the skill of returning to the blade, Moonlight Sword. This is also an excellent thing for Cang Xu. Excited, Cang Xu directly spent 1 soul point to raise the level of the homing skill Moonlight Sword to LV 25. After that, Cang Xu, who couldn't wait, went straight to the liberation of the sword and became the Black-Winged Demon. Because Cang Xu wants to try it and see the power of the Moonlight Sword. The location where Impel Down is located is the Calm Belt area, which is also the nest of Sea Kings. In the distant sea, Sea Kings appear from time to time. And now, far to the left of Cang Xu, there is an island-like super huge Sea Kings. ZZ, the spirit gun that emits aquamarine fluorescence is condensed in the hands of Cang Xu. The next moment, Cang Xu threw the Moonlight Sword abruptly. Boom! In an instant, the head of the super huge Sea Kings was pierced in an instant. A hole 3 meters in diameter appeared on the head of the super huge Sea Kings. With one move, Cang Xu directly strangled the super huge Sea Kings. The super huge Sea Kings fell, splashing huge waves directly, spreading to the distance. Even the warship where Cang Xu was on became unsteady, like a small boat in a storm. However, Cang Xu ignored this matter, but thoughtfully, summing up the effect of the Moonlight Sword. The characteristics of the Moonlight Sword are its terrifying speed and amazing penetrating ability, not the size of its attack range. Cang Xu murmured, instantly understanding the characteristics of the Moonlight Sword. The Moonlight Sword's penetrating ability is very terrifying, directly penetrating the head of the super huge Sea Kings, but the noise made is not too big. This should be the characteristic of the Moonlight Sword? Cang Xu remembers that Ulquiorra also has a big move called the Gun of Thunder, although it has not been unblocked yet. However, that big move should be a powerful attack that spreads over a wide range. In other words, there are special strengths between these two big moves. So fine. The more comprehensive Ulquiorra's capabilities are, the happier Cang Xu. Because his template is Ulquiorra, Ulquiorra's ability is his ability. How could Cang Xu not like it? Read more at hotuntilnovel.xyz. It can be said that Cang Xu is very satisfied with the effect of the Moonlight Sword. Only then did he exit the state of returning to the blade and return to the deck again. Since then, Cang Xu's promotion has come to an end, and a total of 6 soul points have been consumed. To be honest, the soul point you get is used up to 9 out of 10. Cang Xu also feels a little distressed. However, after feeling that his own strength has improved, Cang Xu turned from sad to happy. As for the remaining 1000 soul points, Cang Xu does not plan to use it. After all, there is a small part of soul points left. It might come in handy when there is an emergency. Next, it's your problem. After improving his strength, Cang Xu looked at the 11 Kylians on the deck. When Impel down before, Cang Xu vaguely felt that Kylian created by hollow skills was far from simple as he saw. You know, how could Kylian, who was just born, maneuver a ship? Perhaps these Kylians still have some of their previous memories or abilities? If you think so, then these Kylians are a little special. You know, once the soul changes into Minos Grande in the Shinigami world, there is almost no memory of being a human being. If Kylian, who came out of Hollow, had the original memory, then they are not Kylian, but human beings with Kylian's abilities. Furthermore, whether the person who originally ate devil fruit still possesses the original devil fruit ability? These things are all things that Cang Xu needs to figure out next. Thinking about this, Cang Xu began to study these Kylians. Because these Kylians are all made by Cang Xu's hollow skills. So Cang Xu has absolute control over these Kylians? This is definitely a good thing for Cang Xu, and it greatly facilitates Cang Xu's research. For a while, Cang Xu was immersed in research. At the same time, when Cang Xu was immersed in the research of Kylian, something happened at Marine Headquarters. Kizaru's speed is very fast. With Logia sparkling fruit, Kizaru's speed is amazing. Therefore, Kizaru soon returned to the Marine Headquarters and reported all the Impel down to Marshal Sengoku. Kizaru, if it is the same as you said, then the danger of this fugitive will far exceed our expectations. Marshal Sengoku looked solemn and said to Kizaru. Previously, when Magellan requested support from Marine Headquarters, Marshal Sengoku had already guessed that this time it might not be that simple, because Magellan has a strong character. Before a very dangerous moment, it is absolutely impossible for him to ask for help from Marine Headquarters. For this reason, Marshal Sengoku directly dispatched the fastest Admiral Kizaru. However, according to the message passed back by Kizaru, perhaps this time the matter was far more serious than he expected. Thinking of this, Marshal Sengoku had a headache. The sea is very unstable now. As a result, I didn't expect that another monster-level guy appeared in Impel Down. Kizaru, help me summon the generals and stay at Marine Headquarters. The generals above the Lieutenant General and Lieutenant Generals, let them all go to the meeting room. We need a meeting. Marshal Sengoku spoke and said to Kizaru. As for himself, he needs to contact 5 elders. Marshal Sengoku asked Kizaru to take a trip to gather generals of the rank of lieutenant and above who remained at Marine headquarters. As for Marshal Sengoku, he went back to the marshal's office and took out a special phone bug. This is a phone worm that specifically contacts 5 elders? No way, the impact of the Impel Down event must be extraordinary. Sengoku can't make the decision without authorization, and needs to report to 5 elders. Brew brew brew. With a sound, the phone worm was connected. Master 5 elders, I'm Sengoku, there is one thing I need to report back to you. Sengoku spoke directly and said to the phone worm. Sengoku, what you are talking about is Impel Down. An old voice came from the phone worm. This is the voice of 5 elders. Obviously, 5 elders already knew about Impel Down. This is also inevitable. As the leader of the world government, it is natural for 5 elders to know about this the first time. Yes, this is what I want to report to the 5 people. I want to ask whether a reward order will be issued. Sengoku said slowly, but before Sengoku's words were finished, another serious voice came from the phone worm. Absolutely not, Sengoku, Impel Down is known as the Copper Wall and Iron Wall. It is one of the facades of the world government. The news that Impel Down was broken must not be leaked out. What the Marine headquarters needs to do is to secretly capture the damn guy back, and then execute it publicly to promote the prestige of the world government. This is another 5 elders who prefers to maintain the face of the world government. Sengoku was silent for a while before speaking slowly. This matter, I'm afraid I can't hide it. The life cards of some prisoners are circulated. Some great pirate prisoners have their cronies outside, and they all have their life cards in their hands. Once they die, the outside world will know immediately. For example, Bondi Waldo, the world destroyer. He was imprisoned in Impel Down for 30 years in the form of freezing and suspended animation. His brother and subordinates held his life card in their hands. If not, they would not have been waiting for Bondi Waldo for 30 years in the original book. Read more at hotuntilnovel.xyz. After all, only a glimmer of hope will they persist. Otherwise, the hearts of the people would have died. Now, Bondi Waldo, the world destroyer, has fallen, and his life card will also disappear. Then his cronies will surely know the news for the first time. It's okay for 1 or 2 prisoners to die, and punishment can be used to conceal the past. Now, most of the prisoners are lost in Cang Xu's hands, and their life cards have disappeared. It can be said that this is a large-scale death of prisoners. There is no way to hide it. It is estimated that it is now on the sea. The news of the death of those imprisoned great pirates has begun to spread. The abnormal situation of Impel Down is destined to be concealed. When the time comes, they will be even more embarrassed. For this reason, Sengoku was silent. And after Sengoku finished speaking, 5 elders was also silent. Cang Xu, the damn it guy, left a huge trouble for the world government. Regarding this, both Marshal Sengoku or 5 elders felt a headache. After a long time, the voice of 5 elders came from the phone worm. Sengoku, get that guy back. When 5 elders said these words, Sengoku breathed a sigh of relief. Because it means that 5 elders has left this matter to him. In this way, Sengoku can do something better. Marine headquarters will not disappoint the 5. After Sengoku finished speaking, he hung up the phone worm and went straight to the meeting room. At this time, Kizaru has completed the task, and all the lieutenant generals and above are summoned. In fact, it is just some lieutenant generals, as well as the general staff. Because the other 2 admiral, both have their own important tasks, did not stay in the Marine headquarters. However, in this conference room, you can still see some famous lieutenants. 2 admiral alternates, Lieutenant General Jun and Lieutenant General Kaji, Marine hero Lieutenant General Garp and so on. It was Lieutenant General Garp, who looked a little leisurely, still holding a pack of senbei in his hand. You are called here this time because something happened, and another fugitive appeared in Impel Down, and it was even worse than the Golden Lion back then. Marshal Sengoku ignored Garp who was lazy and quickly spoke to the lieutenants. I said the thing about Impel Down quickly. When Marshal Sengoku said it, the whole meeting room shook. All the lieutenants looked at Marshal Sengoku in shock. Even Garp was a little shocked, and put down the senbei in his hand. Among them, the expression of Lieutenant General Jun changed the most. Sure enough, I knew that guy is a very dangerous person, and I shouldn't have caught him Impel Down. Lieutenant General Jun's face was uncertain, and he was very upset in his heart. She felt it before. Cang Xu is a very dangerous person. As a result, I did not expect that the danger of Cang Xu far exceeded her expectations, and even endangered the entire Impel Down. This caused Lieutenant General Jun to blame himself. It was because of her that Impel Down was destroyed. Sengoku, that guy is very dangerous. If we sit back and watch, the other party is very likely to become a new generation of Sea Emperor. We need to completely stifle him in the seedlings before he fully grows up, and prevent him from growing up. In the meeting room, Lieutenant General Crane said earnestly, a flash of light flashed in his eyes. From Sengoku's words, she analyzed one thing. Cang Xu, who came out of Impel Down, is definitely a huge potential threat. Once Cang Xu grows up, perhaps above the sea, there will be another bullet. What's more, maybe another Kaido will appear. This kind of existence with the qualifications to become the Emperor of the Sea is best to kill in the seedlings. Don't let him grow up. I know, that's why I am looking for you over here, and hope you can work out a crusade plan. Sengoku nodded slightly, that's why he asked these lieutenants to come over. He plans to form a temporary team to deal with Cang Xu. This is the purpose of Marshal Sengoku. To be honest, Marine has never been so solemn in the face of ordinary pirates. Do some math. Before the enemy has fully grown up, a small team will be formed to fight against it. There are only a few times in the history of Marine headquarters. One of the more famous ones. It was the crusade against Douglas Bullet after Roger was executed. Marine headquarters once set up a team to fight against Bullet. In other words, the current Marshal Sengoku has raised the threat level of Cang Xu to the same level as Bullet. This is a very high evaluation and a very dangerous view. However, this also means that Marshal Sengoku recognized Cang Xu's potential. Therefore, I want to kill him in the seedlings before he grows up. According to the news returned by Magellan, the opponent is extremely fast, so we need a senior general who is equally fast. Kizaru is more suitable. Lieutenant General Crane spoke quickly, analyzing Cang Xu's abilities, and providing Marshal Sengoku with a list of members of the Crusade team. Soon, their deliberations will have a result. Read more at hotmailnovel.xyz. Headed by Kizaru Admiral, he led the Jun Lieutenant General and 5 Major Generals. To be honest, this scale is already terrifying. Both Admiral and Lieutenant General are the pillars of Marine's headquarters and need to guard all parties. Under normal circumstances, there are missions where the Lieutenant will follow Admiral, which is basically a large mission, but this time, not only the Lieutenant Generals were dispatched, but the Lieutenant General who was dispatched was also the Jun General. You know, Jun Lieutenant Admiral is Admiral's alternate, with the strength that is infinitely close to Admiral. It can be said that this is also a potential Admiral combat power. In other words, this is a team with 2 Admirals. The combat power of this scale has even surpassed the Demon Slayer order. This lineup is simply not too exaggerated. Actually speaking, Marshal Sengoku's initial thoughts did not intend to send Lieutenant General Jun out. Instead, Kizaru Admiral is going to lead 2 lieutenants of the headquarters to crusade against Cang Xu. According to Marshal Sengoku, such a lineup is enough. Although Cang Xu has caused a great deal, it has harmed the entire Impel down. But in the view of Marshal Sengoku, Cang Xu's strength has not yet reached the top level, because most of the prisoners killed by Cang Xu were imprisoned prisoners with no resistance. In other words, in the eyes of Marshal Sengoku, Cang Xu is more like that kind of cruel, so more threatening type. In the original book, Xiaoqi of the Xiangdebo Islands once commented on the supernovas of that generation, that is, Luffy, Eustace Kid and others. Although the strength of Straw Hat Luffy is not worse than that of Eustace Kid. But Eustace Kid acted cruelly, killing many people and causing huge disasters to the people. Therefore, during the supernova period, Eustace Kid's bounty was 1 point higher than that of Straw Hat Luffy. In other words, in the eyes of Marshal Sengoku, Cang Xu is a pirate like Eustace Kid. On the contrary, Cang Xu's strength is not as big as what Cang Xu has caused. This is the so-called difference between strength and influence. But then again, for Cang Xu's potential, Marshal Sengoku is still very sure. Can defeat Magellan and Shiru of Rain, Cang Xu should also have the strength close to Admiral. Otherwise, Marshal Sengoku would not send Kizaru Admiral. It can be said that Sengoku values Cang Xu's potential very seriously. In other words, in the eyes of Marshal Sengoku, Cang Xu's potential is huge. His potential is far greater than his current strength, and it is shocking. Therefore, Marshal Sengoku planned to let Admiral Kizaru lead 2 lieutenants to form a crusade team. This is Marshal Sengoku, the first thought. However, just when Marshal Sengoku made a decision, Lieutenant General Jun took the initiative to stand up and join in this crusade. Marshal Sengoku, I sent that demon into Impel down. I am responsible for this incident. Please let me repay my fault. Lieutenant General Jun took the initiative to walk out and petition Marshal Sengoku. Regarding Impel down, Lieutenant General Jun has a trace of guilt in his heart. For this reason, she wanted to personally arrest Cang Xu, and wanted to put Cang Xu in Impel down again. In this regard, Lieutenant General Jun's attitude is still very firm. Lieutenant General Jun's initiative to ask Ying directly disrupted Marshal Sengoku's arrangements. Because Lieutenant General Jun's attitude was very firm, Marshal Sengoku couldn't help it. Can only replace other Lieutenant Generals, let Jun Lieutenant General join the crusade team. However, Lieutenant General Jun was dispatched. The power of this crusade team has become even stronger. It can be said that such a team, as long as it is not a Heartsteel 4 Emperor's pirate group, can basically go to the New World. Therefore, regarding the crusade against Cang Xu this time, Marshal Sengoku thinks that it should be stable, and there will be no waves. It's just that Sengoku doesn't know. With Cang Xu's amazing growth rate, 2 Admiral-class combat powers competed against Cang Xu, but the result is not always certain. You know, more than 10 days have passed since Cang Xu woke up to the present. In more than 10 days, Cang Xu has grown to its current height. In a while, what height Cang Xu will grow to is still unknown. Therefore, what Sengoku thinks is tenable, it is destined to be just a bubble, and it will burst at the touch of it. The last thing, regarding the bounty of that demon, we need to set a number. Marshal Sengoku said slowly, giving the final agenda. As I said before, Impel down is destined to be concealed. Therefore, Cang Xu's bounty cannot be avoided. However, what Cang Xu did is a little bit special. Therefore, his bounty value also needs to be discussed carefully. All of a sudden, the discussion sounded in the conference room again. Soon, the result of the negotiation came out. That's it. This reward is simply a sky-high price. It is estimated that the whole sea will shake again, Marshal Sengoku said slowly. After their discussion, Cang Xu's bounty was finally set. Let's leave it alone. It can only be said that that is a very surprising number. It is estimated that when Cang Xu's reward order reaches the sea, it will cause another big shock. Cang Xu didn't know, but at this time, because of his escape from prison, it caused a shock to the top of Marine. And now Cang Xu is sitting on the deck, looking thoughtfully at the 11 Kylians in front of him. Read more at hotuntelnovel.xyz. It seems that there should be no big mistake in my guess. The hollow skill is really very special, don't you think it is, Barleric Letterfield? Cang Xu looked at the Karayan with wings on his back and looked a bit like a bat, and slowly said a word. Although I don't know what happened, I seem to recall part of the memory, and shouldn't I be dead? Killian, who was like a bat, slowly began to speak, but there was still some confusion in his eyes. In the words, there seemed to be some doubts. This is exactly the result of Cang Xu's research during this period. Cang Xu always felt that Killian was created by hollow skills. It seems a little different from Karayan in the Shinigami world. For this reason, in the past few days, Cang Xu has been studying this matter. After repeated attempts, Cang Xu successfully recalled part of the memory of a Killian, and this Killian was transformed by the soul of the Lonely Red Barleric Letterfield. To be precise, it should be the soul of Barleric Letterfield. Hollow formed the void, and then swallowed other voids, and evolved Killian. Let's call it Red Earl Killian for the time being. However, what Cang Xu recalled was only partial memories, not all memories. Who am I? What should I do? What should I do? Red Earl Killian's eyes were red, his voice was very hoarse, and he asked his soul 3 times. However, it seems that because of recalling part of the memory, the change began to appear. Red Earl Killian's soul fluctuated, and it began to become very intense, and there seemed to be some kind of change. No need to worry, soothe your emotions. Cang Xu's voice was calm, comforting the Red Earl Killian. He could see that the Red Earl Killian at this time seemed to have reached the threshold of a certain change, and his soul fluctuated drastically. Obviously, it needs more soul energy. After a little hesitation, Cang Xu summoned another Killian. There are 11 Killians brought out by Cang Xu, but among these 11, there are also high and low points. Among them, the breath of 3 Killians is obviously higher than that of the other Killians, and even very close to the Ajicha's level. This is inevitable. After all, these Killians swallowed most of the prisoners' souls in Impel down. Spiritual power has long accumulated to a very terrifying point, and it is not far from the Ajicha's level. Killian, the Red Earl, is one of the 3 special Killians. For this reason, Cang Xu will use it to verify his ideas. And now, Red Earl Killian, because he awakened part of his memory, seemed to be on the verge of some change. So, after a little hesitation, Cang Xu called a weaker Karayan, hoping to help the Red Earl Karayan. I hope I don't disappoint. Let's get started. Cang Xu murmured. Let Red Earl Killian take action and devour the weaker Killian. Tear? Without any hesitation, under the order of Cang Xu, the Lonely Red Killian directly rushed to that Killian and swallowed it to death. Boom! In an instant, the powerful riot broke out from the Lonely Red Killian. At the same time, the Lonely Red Killian's body began to show dazzling light. An astonishing breath gradually spread from the light group. When all the movement disappeared, a brand new figure appeared in front of Cang Xu. This is the lofty red, Barleric Letterfield. Baroque Letterfield is resurrected. The figure that came out of the light was a tall and thin old man. But the old man's beard and hair were all white, and his white hair was woven into 2 braids and hung over his shoulders, with an umbrella-shaped sword hanging from his waist. The look is indifferent, the temperament is arrogant, and he looks very aloof. This is exactly one of the last 4 prisoners in the prison that Cang Xu saw in Eternal Hell. Barleric Letterfield with the title of Lonely Red. The Lonely Red who was bombarded by Cang Xu was resurrected again. And, appear in front of Cang Xu? Compared with before, Letterfield's appearance has also changed a little. Although his appearance was the same as before, there was an extra bat-like white bone above his head. The white bone is like a bat mask, hanging diagonally above his head. Promoted to the Ajicha's level, and also self-Arankar, become the new Arankar. Cang Xu thoughtfully looked at Barleric Letterfield in front of him. Cang Xu can easily guess the status of Barleric Letterfield. It should be to restore memory, coupled with spiritual power to reach the threshold of breakthrough. Under the dual role, the Red Earl Killian was promoted to the Minos Grande of the Ajicha's class and proceeded with independent Arankar. This is simply a miracle. In the depths of Cang Xu's eyes, there is a hint of joy. In this way, his subordinates will have one more Admiral. But before that, Cang Xu still has one thing to make sure. Remember who I am, Barleric Letterfield. Cang Xu spoke lightly, looking at the Lonely Red in front of him. Of course I remember. Barleric Letterfield nodded slightly, then knelt on one knee and saluted Cang Xu. Thank you for giving me a new life, Master Cang Xu. Barleric Letterfield's voice was very sincere, as if facing his own father. Until then, a smile appeared at the corner of Cang Xu's mouth. Yes, he is testing the loyalty of Baroque Letterfield. To be honest, after previous experiments, Cang Xu has understood clearly. As long as the Minos Grande created by hollow skills, they will follow Cang Xu's orders. He is 100% loyal to Cang Xu. Read more at hotuntelnovel.xyz. But after completing Arankar, Baroque Letterfield may have recovered his previous memories. So now, will he still be loyal to Cang Xu? Cang Xu is not sure about this. Therefore, Cang Xu will test it. If it's Baloric letter field, show a trace of hostility. Then Cang Xu will do it directly and kill Baloric letter field. Don't doubt whether Cang Xu has this ability. After mastering the hollow skill, Cang Xu discovered one thing. He can make the soul hollow, and can also reversely disintegrate the inner core of Minos Grande. It can be said that he controls the life and death keys of Minos Grande. If it is Baloric letter field, he is hostile to Cang Xu, even if it is a trace. Cang Xu will immediately disintegrate the Minos Grande core of Baroque letter field. Let him disappear into this world again. Although it is not easy to make an Arrancar, it is very rare. But Cang Xu would rather feel heartbroken than let an enemy grow up. I have to say that Cang Xu acted very decisively. However, it turns out that Cang Xu's worries are superfluous. Even if the Red Earl Killian has completed his own Arrancar, he has returned to his original Lonely Red. However, he is still full of loyalty to Cang Xu. Otherwise, how could the extremely arrogant and Lonely Red bend his knees to him? For this result, Cang Xu expressed his satisfaction. Welcome back, Letterfield. How does it feel to be born again? Cang Xu smiled lightly, looked at Letterfield and asked. Now that the loyalty of Baloric Letterfield is confirmed, it is time to continue studying the matter of Arrancar. Cang Xu has an instinct. The Baloric Letterfield incident is definitely not just a case. If Killian is left, he can complete his own Arrancar just like Baloric Letterfield. Then Cang Xu's Arrancar core will be born successfully. Espada may also appear in the pirate world. But before that, Cang Xu still has many things to know. It's a very strange feeling. I'm already dead, but I'm alive again, and I get a brand new power. This is simply a miracle. Baloric Letterfield replied respectfully, with a trace of emotion in his eyes. Resurrected from the dead, and became another existence. This kind of thing brought him a huge impact, and even now, he has not completely stabilized his emotions. Have your memory recovered, and your original strength? How much do you still have now? Cang Xu asked Baloric Letterfield and wanted to know more. As far as memory is concerned, I have recovered when I was in Arrancar. As for my strength, Baroque Letterfield said, taking off the umbrella-shaped long sword at his waist. Minos Grande Arrancarization will condense their own Zanpakuto. As an independent Arrancarized Baroque Letterfield, naturally, it is no exception. The umbrella-shaped long sword that accompanied him was his Zanpakuto. Baloric Letterfield swung Zanpakuto, and instantly swung a flying slash. P.S. Let the original big man perform Arrancar and become the new Espada. This is the original idea of the author. Of course, it won't be poisonous, because the protagonist has absolute control over these Arrancars. Boom! Flying and slashing flew out and landed on the sea, accompanied by a loud roar. The calm sea was cut in an instant. It can be seen how terrifying this slash is. The strength is about half of the peak period. It should be the reason why I haven't been fully familiar with this body. Give me some time, I should be able to regain the strength of the heyday. Baloric Letterfield was very pleased and summarized his situation and reported to Cang Xu. You know, when he was still a human, he had an idea. Once he escapes from Impel Down, then he must look for a devil fruit that can restore his youth. Because I stayed in Impel Down for too long. He is gradually aging, his body functions are constantly deteriorating, and his strength is gradually decreasing. This is the regret of Baloric Letterfield's life. But after becoming Arrancar, Baloric Letterfield was surprised to find out. His physical fitness has recovered, and even far surpasses him when he was young. This is inevitable. Arrancar's physical fitness is not comparable to that of a human body. It is normal to have such a performance. It can be said that Baloric Letterfield had fulfilled his wish before he knew it. Although his appearance has not changed, he is still very old. But his physical fitness has returned to its peak period, even far surpassing it before. In Baloric Letterfield's heart, he couldn't help but feel grateful to Cang Xu. This is not from the oppression of hollow skills, but from the gratitude emanating from the heart. Cang Xu helped him fulfill his wish. Half of the heyday, good result. Listening to Baloric Letterfield's summary, a smile appeared in Cang Xu's eyes. To be honest, Cang Xu is very satisfied with this data. As Baloric Letterfield said, he has not yet fully recovered his strength. In other words, Baloric Letterfield still has growth potential. Moreover, as Arrancar, Baloric Letterfield has the ability to return to the sword. Once the homing blade is used, Baloric Letterfield's strength will be even stronger. At that time, the strength of Baloric Letterfield will reach a very strong point. Read more at hotuntelnovel.xyz. This is definitely a good thing for Cang Xu. Cang Xu can't wait to complete the Arrancarization of other Killians. For a while, Cang Xu was immersed in research. When Cang Xu was immersed in the study of Arrancarization, a slight change appeared in the sea. In the early morning, a group of newsbirds set off from various newspaper offices, carrying printed newspapers and flying around the world. Hey, newsbird, here. On the sea, on the deck of a pirate ship, a pirate beckoned to the newsbird. Then, the pirate spent 100 baileys to buy a new newspaper from newsbird. The newspapers are getting more and more expensive now. Damn, it's big news. Morgans is a vampire. I hope there can be some great news. Don't let me waste 100 baileys. The pirate muttered, flipping through the newspaper in his hand. Suddenly, an unremarkable reward order, caught in the middle of the newspaper, fell out of it. The pirate picked it up and looked at it, and his face changed suddenly. The reward order is very simple. It is a photo of the reward object and a simple descriptive text below the photo. Impel down, Cang Xu, the big black wing demon, bounty 1 billion, life or death. 1, 2, 3, 9, 9 zeros, 1 billion Baileys. Billions of bounty? My god, Captain, something big happened. The pirate's face changed drastically, and he hurried to the captain's room, ready to report this shocking event to his captain. This situation has appeared on many pirate ships. On this day, there are destined to be many pirates, unable to sleep at ease. Billion Baileys? This is the result of negotiation between Sengoku and the lieutenants, and this is also an unprecedented initial reward. You know, even those famous big pirates in the sea, when offering a reward for the first time, the bounty is generally not too high. The first time I offered a reward was over 100 million, which is already very rare. But Cang Xu offered a reward for the first time, and the reward directly reached the billion-dollar class, bounty of 1 billion Baileys. What is this concept? 4 Emperors Big Mom Pirate Group, Charlotte Katakuri, the head of the 4 Emperors, and 4 Emperors Beasts Pirates, Jack the Drow, one of the 3 big boards? They all exist at this level? In other words, from the perspective of Sengoku and other marine executives, the threat of Cang Xu now is comparable to that of the senior cotters of 4 Emperors. This is a very high evaluation. Because of the senior cotters of the 4 Emperors, this is already a very strong pirate, just under the 4 Emperors. However, in the view of Sengoku et al., Cang Xu has to offer a reward for this price. You know, what Cang Xu did in Impel Down is simply a heinous crime. Impel Down, a major organization under the world government, was completely destroyed by Cang Xu. Such crimes are no less than the crimes accumulated by those great pirates over the years. It's simply exhausted. So, after some intense discussion, Sengoku finally decided on Cang Xu's bounty. Billion Baileys? This is the answer from Marine Headquarters, and this answer is destined to shake the sea. Let the heroes on the sea feel shocked. Big news? Shockingly high prices are offering a reward. 1 billion Baileys first reward? Who is this man? The sea makes waves again, and another big pirate is born. Cang Xu's reward order came out, which directly shocked the sea. Some tabloid reporters, after seeing the report of the World Economic News Service, also published this astonishing news one after another. After all, this kind of very explosive news can also make them earn a lot of attention. For a time, countless tabloids registered the bounty of Cang Xu, and this also led to the complete spread of the Cang Xu incident. For a while, the whole ocean was talking about this matter. Even, this matter quickly spread to the ears of 4 emperors. New World, a large pirate ship with a red dragon head, several figures sitting on the deck. The head was a man with broken red hair and 3 scars on his left eye. This is the 4 emperors, captain of Red Hair Pirates, Red Hair Shanks. Red Hair Pirates also knew about the reward order in the newspaper. At this time, Red-Haired Shanks is discussing this matter with the officials. The young people nowadays are really scary. The first time the reward was 1 billion Baileys. This is too exaggerated. I don't know what he committed, being so rewarded by Marine. Hong exaggerated and yelled, "Stupid captain, do you remember the news from all over New World 2 days ago?" The deputy captain Ben Beckman smoked, thoughtfully, looking at the newspaper in his hand and said. In this regard, the red-haired Shanks touched his head, as if he didn't quite understand what Ben Beckman meant. In the past few days, news of the death of some pirates imprisoned in Impel Down has spread from all over New World. In other words, there are a lot of pirate prisoners on the Impel Down side. As a result, today, Marine issued a reward, and directly offered a reward of 1 billion Baileys to an Impel Down prisoner. It doesn't matter if I say it, I don't believe it at all. If I'm not mistaken, the death of those prisoners has nothing to do with this black wing demon. It is very likely that it was his hand. Read more at hotuntilnovel.xyz. In other words, an Impel Down escaped prisoner who killed a large number of Impel Down prisoners. Even the director of Impel Down Magellan couldn't help this guy to get him out of Impel Down successfully. That's why the Marine headquarters issued such a message. Sky-high rewards. Ben Beckman slowly said, and said the thoughts in his heart one by one. I have to say, Ben Beckman deserves to have a super high IQ. From just a little bit of information, the truth of the matter can be inferred. If it's the same as you guessed, then this guy can be called the worst prison escape in history. The red-haired face gradually became serious. After Ben Beckman's analysis, the redhead understood the reason for this. Can't help being solemn, take this reward seriously. The red hair was silent, looking at the photo on the reward order, lost in thought, not knowing what he was thinking about. The discussion of red hair pirates is not the only situation. The rest of the 4 Emperors pirate group also became shocked because of Cang Xu's reward order. The person who ran out of Impel Down, ha ha ha, I didn't expect anyone else to run out of that place besides the Golden Lion. And with this pair of black wings, can it be Zoan's ability? Maybe it's a new demon's. I became interested in this guy. Jack, find out where this guy is. Laozi wants this guy to join Beast's Pirates. The country of harmony, the island of ghosts. Kaido, holding the wine gourd, looked drunk at the reward order in his hand, and laughed constantly. It seems that Impel Down is deflated, which makes Kaido very happy. Moreover, Kaido also moved to recruit Cang Xu, wanting Cang Xu to become a member of Beast's Pirates. The first time I offered a bounty, there was a bounty of 1 billion Baileys. This guy is not bad. It is comparable to my 4 stars. Katakuri, collect information about this guy for me. I have decided to marry my daughter to him, make him a family member of our Charlotte family, and make him a member of the Big Mom Pirate group. Ha ha ha, so troublesome, which daughter should I marry him? After all, I have so many daughters. IWC, on Cake Island. Charlotte Linlin, who keeps sending the cakes of Table Mountain into the Blood Bowl. Looking at Cang Xu's reward order, he ordered Katakuri below. It seems that there is another super newcomer in the sea. The super monster rookie who is stronger than Ace is really shocking. Marco, keep an eye on this newcomer's information, and if anything happens, please report to me at any time. I have a hunch, this guy who ran out of Impel Down might be more terrifying than that BD Shiki. On the Moby DK like a beluga, Whitebeard, sitting on the big seat, looked at the reward order that Marco brought back, with a dignified look in his eyes. He always had a hunch that this new monster might set off a huge storm, because of Cang Xu's reward order. The 4 emperors far away in New World, all shocked. Even 4 emperors made corresponding arrangements because of Cang Xu's affairs. Compared with the calm Whitebeard and the redhead, Kaido, and Charlotte Linlin, the 2 4 emperors, they are much more straightforward. From their eyes, it is natural to see how great the potential of Cang Xu is. Therefore, their first reaction was to recruit Cang Xu. Once Cang Xu can join their pirate group, then their power will also gain considerable growth. For a while, New World also began to become undercurrents. On the other hand, Ben Beckman's inference slowly appeared on the sea. In fact, there is no shortage of smart people in the sea. Although there are some people, the reaction is not as fast as Ben Beckman. But in Impel Down, 2 major events happened one after another in a short period of time. As long as you are not stupid, you will always combine the 2 things. Gradually, a comment from the sea. The mass deaths of Impel Down prisoners are likely to be related to Cang Xu, the black-winged great demon who escaped from Impel Down and offered a huge reward at the beginning. For a time, the title of the worst prison escape in history began to fall on Cang Xu. Cang Xu didn't know that within a short period of time, he had already become famous in the ocean. As for Cang Xu itself, at this time, the warship Cang Xu was on finally got out of the calm belt and was wandering in an unknown sea area. Yes, just wandering. Cang Xu naturally does not know how to sail. In addition, he has been studying Karayan's memory recovery and the research of Arancarization in the past few days. For this reason, Cang Xu did not specifically control the supply of warships. Instead, let the warship move along with the ocean currents. Fortunately, Barlaric Letterfield succeeded in Arrancar, and after recovering his memory, he also remembered his previous sailing skills. The 2 successfully walked out of the calm belt. As for the progress of the research, to be honest, after several days of research, Cang Xu's research on Kylian Arrancar has yielded certain results. Therefore, Cang Xu continued to try, intending to restore the memory of another Kylian. Read more at hotmailnovel.xyz. Therefore, Cang Xu repeated the previous operation to make the loneliness of the red Arrancar. Help him restore his memory as much as possible, and let him devour another weak Kylian, and, like the Lonely Red, Barlaric Letterfield, perform autonomous Arrancar. However, the experiment failed. 2 Kylians died one after another. For this reason, Cang Xu wasted 2 Kylians. Since then, Cang Xu has only 7 Kylians left in his hand. It seems that the success of Barlaric Letterfield, Arrancar, still has some secrets in it, which have not been successfully solved. Cang Xu felt distressed and decided to temporarily put down Kylian's Arrancarization experiment. After all, he didn't have much Karayan, and he couldn't stand such a toss. When the success rate of his experiment is higher and more certain, Cang Xu will restore the memory of the new Kylian and let it be Arrancarized. As for Cang Xu's next plan, he plans to go to the East China Sea. Yes, it is known as the weakest East China Sea. The reason for this idea is related to a discovery made by Cang Xu. Cang Xu found that the more special the history, the stronger the soul. After Hollow, evolve into Kylian, and the success rate of Arrancarization will be much higher than that of ordinary souls, just like the Lonely Red Baroque Letterfield. For this reason, Cang Xu focused on a special soul. Roger, the Pirate King, this should be the most special soul in the entire pirate world. He shouldn't let me down. Cang Xu murmured in his heart. A flash of light flashed in his eyes. What Cang Xu is staring at is the soul of One Piece Roger. What kind of soul can be compared to the soul of Shanghai Pirate King Roger? If you can hollow Roger's soul, then the success rate of his evolution to Kylian and even Arrancarization will exceed everyone's expectations. This is the idea of Cang Xu. Of course, it has been more than 20 years since Roger was executed. Cang Xu is not sure whether Roger's soul exists or not. However, the more special a person is during his lifetime, the stronger his soul will be, and the longer he will exist. Therefore, the soul of One Piece Roger still exists, and there is still a certain possibility. It can be said that this is a gamble, because Cang Xu didn't dare to be 100% sure. However, if Cang Xu guesses correctly, then he will get a huge report. Imagine the strength of an Arrancarized One Piece Roger. It's hard to imagine. This is definitely a top combat power. Therefore, even if Cang Xu is not sure whether the soul of One Piece Roger exists, he wants to take a trip to Logtown. Without him, if he guessed right, then he will get rich rewards. This is the current idea of Cang Xu. Of course, looting souls along the way, transforming them into soul points, enhance their strength. This is also a very necessary thing. Naturally, Cang Xu will not miss this. That's the case, so the next destination is Donghai Logtown. I know, I will take the helm. Barleric Letterfield nodded slightly, indicating that he already knew. But then, they still have a real problem. They have to determine their current location before they can head to the East China Sea. Do not know the current location. This is a very embarrassing question. Because they were drifting in the calm belt for a while. Now that they have just returned to the Grand Line, the ghosts know where they are now. However, this is not difficult. The detection loop is released and spread to the surroundings. Cang Xu's detection circuit skills have now been upgraded to LV25, covering a large area, covering a small area of the surrounding sea. Soon, Cang Xu felt it. To the east of the supply warship, there are more than 300 soul fires. It should be a ship. Letterfield, to the east. Following Cang Xu's order, Letterfield took control of the warship and moved quickly in the direction pointed by Cang Xu. Soon, Cang Xu and Earl Hong saw a large sailing ship with a black skull flag flying on the sea not far away. The pirate group? This is more convenient. Cang Xu smiled lightly. After all, compared to civilians, Cang Xu has no psychological burden on pirates. Under Cang Xu's order, Barleric Letterfield controlled the supply warship and quickly approached the pirate ship. Seeing a warship appear, the pirates on the pirate ship were naturally panicked. Quickly fired at the warship, seeming to want to sink the warship. In this regard, Cang Xu was a little impatient and directly released his own riot so, boom! In an instant, the pirate ship quieted down, and all the pirates were stunned. After there was no obstruction, the two Cang Xu quickly arrived on the pirate ship. Letterfield, wake them all up. Cang Xu's shot was a little heavier. The crew of the pirate ship was stunned, even the captain was no exception. This can also be seen. This pirate group is estimated to be the level of cannon fodder. Soon, Letterfield woke up all the pirates. Ah, you are that person. Although there are no black wings, there is absolutely nothing wrong with the emerald green tears. You are the most evil prisoner in history, Cang Xu, the Blackwing Demon. When the pirates were awakened by Letterfield, they panicked the moment they saw Cang Xu. Read more at hotuntelnovel.xyz. For this period of time, how can this group of pirates not know what is going on in the sea? In addition, Cang Xu's appearance is very obvious. Therefore, they immediately recognized Cang Xu's identity. Huh? Do you know who I am? Cang Xu flashed his eyes and looked at the pirates in front of him. But in a blink of an eye, Cang Xu guessed the truth. Marine Headquarters issued a reward order? Show me? There is only one way for the outside world to know his situation, and that is to issue a reward order from Marine Headquarters. After all, Cang Xu had no reputation before. If Cang Xu guessed correctly, this should be a masterpiece of Marine Headquarters. Therefore, Cang Xu is a little curious. In this regard, the pirates did not dare to hesitate, and quickly sent a brand new reward order to Cang Xu. At this time, Cang Xu saw the situation on the reward order. The photo of the reward order is a photo of Cang Xu after the liberation of the sword. The black wings spread out, looking down condescendingly. There was a trace of indifference in the cold turquoise eyes, like a fallen angel. Below the photo, there is a small line of text. Impel down, Cang Xu, the big black wing demon, bounty 1 billion, life or death. Cang Xu mumbled suddenly. He is not a narcissist, but this photographer does a good job of capturing. But having said that, is there a photographer in Impel down? It seems that it should be a picture taken by a surveillance phone bug. As for the 1 billion bounty, this also surprised Cang Xu, because he didn't expect that Marine Headquarters would give him such a high evaluation. You know, in the original book, Straw Hat Luffy made an Impel down, and even made a big battle on top of it. As a result, the reward for Straw Hat Luffy has only increased from 300 million Baileys to 400 million Baileys. However, Cang Xu directly offered a reward of 1 billion Baileys. The gap between the two is too big. Cang Xu can be sure that Marine Headquarters must have an idea to raise him. In this way, it will appear that Impel down is broken, and it will not be so embarrassed. However, Cang Xu would not say much. Since Marine Headquarters dared to give it, he dared to take it. Isn't it a billion Bailey? He took it. As for his name and title, to be honest, Cang Xu rarely mentions his name. The only time I mentioned it was before the death of Barleric Letterfield, Cang Xu said a little bit. It seems that there are still some phone worms in eternal hell. In fact, the same is true since Golden Lion escaped from prison. Impel down showed special attention to those legendary big sea pirates, and even monitored them with a special phone bug. For this reason, Marine Headquarters will know the name and title of Cang Xu, and put it on the reward order. However, Cang Xu didn't care about the leak of his name, because it doesn't matter to him. It was the title of the worst prison escape in history among the pirates, which surprised Cang Xu a little. In his impression, in the original book, this should be the title of Bullet after leaving Impel down. As a result, he did not expect that the title now fell on him. However, Cang Xu learned something from the pirates. For example, the matter of Impel down has begun to leak out, making a big wave on the sea. For this reason, the pirates will know his existence. That's it. In the few days I left Impel down, so many things happened. Cang Xu murmured thoughtfully. From the mouth of these pirates, Cang Xu had a general understanding of what happened in the past few days. To put it bluntly, the Marine Headquarters issued a reward order, which led to a series of influence and attention. However, Cang Xu doesn't care about these things anymore. Because for Cang Xu, he has his own plan and will not be influenced by the outside world. Master Cang Xu, they just came out of the City of Seven Waters. They should be going to bypass the Magic Triangle and head to the Xiongtibo Islands. Barleric Leatherfield turned his head and said respectfully to Cang Xu. While Cang Xu was thinking about the reward order, Barleric Leatherfield was not idle, and asked the current position from the pirates. This group of pirates just came out of the capital of the Seven Waters, ready to go to the Chambord Islands. In this way, the two of Cang Xu can determine their current location, and then head to the East China Sea. Cang Xu went to the East China Sea in two ways. The first method is to follow the path when the pirates came and go directly to the City of Seven Waters. Then go back all the way. You can return to the Terracotta Continent, reverse the mountain upside down, enter the East China Sea, and then head to Logtown. However, this method is too cumbersome. Cang Xu has a better way. That is Calm Belt. In the first half of the Grand Line, the seas between the two sides are the East China Sea and the South China Sea. The previous Impel down was in the Calm Belt between the Grand Line and the South China Sea. Therefore, as long as they cross another Calm Belt, they can directly enter the East China Sea. This was also the first thought of Cang Xu. Now that the location is determined, the next step is much easier. It's so decided. We pass the Calm Belt, enter the East China Sea, and then head to Logtown. Cang Xu made the decision directly. But before that, I have one more place to go, and that is the City of Seven Waters. In the City of Seven Waters, there is a special thing. It's better to get it first. Cang Xu said to Barleric Leatherfield. I didn't know where they were before. Read more at hotmentalnovel.xyz. Now that they are not far from the Seven Waters, then Cang Xu plans to take a trip to the Seven Waters. Because there is something in the City of Seven Waters, Cang Xu is ready to get it. Yes, Master Cang Xu. Barleric Leatherfield did not have any doubts or inquiries, and directly followed Cang Xu's orders. As for how to deal with this group of pirates, to be honest, Cang Xu does not intend to let them go. Because of them, I heard about the next trip of Cang Xu. If it is leaked out, it may cause Cang Xu unnecessary trouble. Cang Xu has a hunch that Marine headquarters will not be so easy to expose Impel down. Think about it and know that the entire Impel down was destroyed in the hands of Cang Xu. How could it be possible for the Marine headquarters to issue a reward order and then leave it alone? According to Cang Xu's guess, perhaps Marine headquarters has made any deployments now. At this point, Cang Xu needs to beware. Do it, Leatherfield. Cang Xu waved his hand and said to Barleric Leatherfield. Now that he has a subordinate, this kind of trivial matter naturally does not need to be done. Barleric Leatherfield naturally will not violate Cang Xu's orders. In the desperate gaze of the pirates, Barleric Leatherfield waved the umbrella-shaped sword in his hand. Soon, everything settled down. Only Cang Xu and Barleric Leatherfield were left on the pirate ship. Hollow. Cang Xu moved his fingers slightly, facing the pirate soul of the entire pirate ship, using the hollow skill. Suddenly, a hideous imaginary appeared in front of Cang Xu and Cang Xu. Killians, swallow all these emptiness. Cang Xu turned his head and ordered the 7 Killians on the supply warship. The emptiness created by the hollow of the pirate's soul is really too weak. To Cang Xu and Barleric Leatherfield, it's like mosquito meat. It's not worth it to let the two swallow it, and it's not as good as the Killians swallow it. After all, for Cang Xu, if Kirayan under his command swallowed him, he could also get some soul points, which was regarded as killing 2 birds with 1 stone. All of a sudden, the Killians started to take action. Coming to the pirate ship, rushed to the void made by the soul of the pirate at a very fast speed. One of them was Killian, who looked particularly cruel. Not only occupied about half of the pirate void, but even robbed other voids. This makes Cang Xu a little surprised, because this Killian's desire for the power of the soul far exceeds that of other Killians. Is it impossible? Cang Xu had an idea in his mind to directly stop the other Killians. Leave all the pirate void to this domineering Killian? For a time, this domineering Killian swallowed all the pirate void into his body. See? After swallowing all the pirate void, this Killian seemed to have changed, and his soul aura fluctuated in waves. Why am I here? Eternal hell, Captain Roger. A hoarse and confused voice came from this Kirayan. Sure enough, this Killian is very likely to evolve. A gleam of light flashed in Cang Xu's blue eyes. This Killian's situation is a bit like the previous Red Earl Killian. In other words, this Killian is very likely to evolve too. There is another Killian, which seems to be evolving. This is definitely a good thing for Cang Xu, because it was not an evolutionary experiment deliberately arranged by Cang Xu, the probability of success would be higher. Moreover, Cang Xu also discovered one thing. This Killian is one of the 3 most special Killians, just like the Red Earl Killian at the beginning, and now, after devouring the pirate void, it has also begun to change. Don't worry, take your time, and remember your past. Cang Xu controlled Killian and calmed his emotions. With previous experience, Cang Xu's control of Killian this time also appeared to be easy. Under the guidance of Cang Xu, this Killian began to evolve. Boom! At a certain moment, a powerful riot burst out of this domineering Killian. At the same time, Killian's body began to show dazzling light. In the light group, an astonishing breath began to gradually condense. After a while, the light gradually dissipated. After all the movement disappeared, a brand new figure appeared in front of Cang Xu. This is a tall and sturdy middle-aged man with long golden hair and a long sword across his waist. There are red bloodshot eyes in the man's eyes. His eyes are very fierce, he looks very cruel, and he seems to destroy everything. This is one of the last 4 prisoners in Eternal Hell. Douglas Bullet, a hero with the title of Heir of the Devil and known as the successor of the Ghost. Douglas Bullet, which was bombarded by Cang Xu, was resurrected again. And as Aaron Carr, appeared in front of Cang Xu. Yes, this time I was successfully promoted to Ajichas and successfully Aaron Carrized Kylian. It is the soul of Bullet, the Minos Grande made by Hollow. Compared with the original Douglas Bullet, read more at hotuntelnovel.xyz. The Aaron Carrized Bullet has a long sword at the waist, and there is a white bone between the ears, just like a white earmuff. This is the Aaron Carr image of Bullet. However, the breath from Bullet is telling Cang Xu that this is also a top powerhouse. Remember who I am, Bullet. Cang Xu spoke lightly, looked at the Bullet in front of him and said. A trace of confusion flashed in Bullet's eyes, but it quickly stabilized, with a fierce light in his eyes. Obviously, the Bullet, which was successfully Aaron Carrized, successfully retrieved the memory of the past. So, Bullet remembered? The tear-stained man in front of him was the one who killed him in Eternal Hell. All of a sudden, Bullet's breath began to fluctuate, as if his emotions were fluctuating. But after a while, Bullet's eyes calmed down. Then, Bullet knelt on one knee and saluted Cang Xu. I know that you are the one who killed me back then, but you are also the one who gave me a new life. Bullet's tone is very calm, without the slightest resentment. Since then, a smile appeared on Cang Xu's face. Because the reborn Bullet passed the test of Cang Xu? Yes, although I was lonely and red before, I would like to express my loyalty to Cang Xu. However, Gu Gao's Haihong is an old fox, and there is also a possibility of pretending. But for a brutal and reckless guy like Bullet, it's different. He won't hide his thoughts at all. When seeing Cang Xu, the enemy who killed him, Bullet's response should be to find Cang Xu desperately. For the sake of stability, Cang Xu tested Bullet a little bit. If even Bullet is loyal, it proves that his idea is correct. Facts have proved that there is no doubt about the power of Hollow skills. Even Bullet surrendered to him, so there is no need to doubt. So, the test of Cang Xu ends here. Familiarize yourself with your memory. If you don't know anything about Aaron Carr, you can directly ask Barleric Letterfield. Cang Xu nodded slightly and said. During this period of time, Barleric Letterfield consulted Cang Xu many times. Basically, all I asked for were related to Aaron Carr and Lingzi. After all, this is a brand new cultivation system, and they also need time to adapt. Now that Bullet is reborn as Aaron Carr, there should be such confusion too. So Cang Xu handed over the task of teaching Bullet directly to Letterfield. Moreover, both of them are strong in the old age, and there must be a lot of words to talk between the two. Thinking of this, the 3 Cang Xu directly returned to the supply warship. After all, the warships made by Marine are much better than pirate ships, and they can even cross the calm belt. This is the ship suitable for Cang Xu and others. In the next time, under the helm of Letterfield, the supply warship slowly headed towards the city of 7 waters. 1 day passed. An island of water slowly appeared in front of the 3 Cang Xu. The city of 7 waters has finally arrived. It's finally the city of 7 waters. You should have not seen the prosperous islands for a long time. Give you half a day, and we will return here after half a day, and we will set sail again and head directly to the East China Sea. By the way, find a mask for each to wear. Don't reveal your identities for the time being. Looking at the city of 7 waters not far away, Cang Xu turned his head and looked at Letterfield and Bullet. The previous 2 have been imprisoned in Eternal Hell, even more than 20 years. It's rare to see the outside world. There should be many things I want to accomplish. For these trivial matters, Cang Xu will not bother. However, Cang Xu will explain some things that need to be explained. For example, let them hide their identities temporarily. On the pirate ship before, Cang Xu looked at his reward order, and always felt that something was wrong. 1 billion bounty. It seems a bit inflated. Marine headquarters deliberately raised his worth to such a high position. Then Marine headquarters, there can be no movement at all. Let's assume a bit. When his worth was so high, if it is the Marine headquarters, Cang Xu can be quickly won, but it will bring out the power of the Marine headquarters. Therefore, Cang Xu guessed in his mind. Marine headquarters may have begun to target him. What arrangements have been made? Maybe somewhere, there are already traps waiting for Cang Xu to get the bait. I have to say that Cang Xu's intuition is correct. At this time, the Marine headquarters has indeed made corresponding arrangements for him. A team with 2 admirals' combat power is searching for his whereabouts. I want to take down Cang Xu in the shortest time and give 5 elders and world government an explanation. For this reason, Cang Xu asked Letterfield and Bullet to temporarily hide their identities. With these 2 aces in hand, even if there is an accident, Cang Xu can deal with it calmly. If the time comes, conflicts really break out with Marine headquarters. Then Cang Xu will definitely bring a huge surprise to Marine headquarters. This is the idea of Cang Xu. Simple and straightforward, but extremely easy to use. Read more at hotuntelnovel.xyz. Understand? We will hide our identities. The 2 nodded, indicating that they would obey Cang Xu's orders. In fact, the 2 do not need to hide. After all, both of them are on the death list of Impel down prisoners, and they are considered dead characters. On the other hand, the 2 were imprisoned for about 20 years. They disappeared for more than 20 years, and it is estimated that they have long been forgotten in the world. Except for their peers back then, it is estimated that few people can recognize them. However, in this city of 7 waters, there are a few special mice, and their distinguishing ability is stronger. Yes, what Cang Xu is referring to is the members of CP9. If Cang Xu remembers correctly, several members of CP9 are undercover in the City of Seven Waters. Although in Cang Xu's opinion, those little mice are not enough. But one thing I have to admit is that the intelligence collection capabilities of the CP organization are indeed very powerful. Others may not recognize the appearance of Red Earl and Bullet, but if they were seen by them, they would definitely recognize the identities of the two. Just in case, Cang Xu let the two of them hide. So, it's foolproof. Cang Xu nodded slightly. In the following time, the warship slowly docked. Looking for a coast anywhere, after dropping the anchor, the three of them swaggered to the island and dispersed. As for the safety of warships, they don't care about it at all. You know, the remaining 6 Kylians are all on the warship. If there is anything short of eyes, I want to looting Cang Xu's ship. The only result is to become a ration for the Kylians. Next, just relax a little bit. Walking into the City of Seven Waters, Cang Xu walked casually on the streets, experiencing this exotic water island. However, it didn't take long for Cang Xu to feel that there were a few strange lines of sight around him. It seems that the group of little mice already know that I'm coming, so what will you do? At the corner of Cang Xu's mouth, a wistful smile appeared. Although he doesn't care, members of the CP organization. However, if they dare to provoke, Cang Xu doesn't mind giving them some warnings. At the same time, in an alley away from Cang Xu, several figures gathered together. I'm sure, that should be the worst prison escape in history. Cang Xu, the black-winged demon who offered 1 billion Bailey's bounty? Hi, 1 billion bounty, this is a big shot. Why would such a big man come to the City of Seven Waters? Because of what reason, it doesn't matter anymore. The key is that he has already come. Do you want to do it, Lucci? The world government hates this one. Several figures looked at a burly man in the center, wanting to obey his plan. Don't look for death, such a character is not something we can handle. As long as he doesn't interfere with our mission, then ignore it. The man named Lucci stopped his companions from thinking for the first time. To act on such an existence is just asking for hardship. This is not the enemy they have encountered in the past, and it is not something they can deal with. Such an enemy can only be dealt with the top combat power of Marine Headquarters. In response, everyone nodded and dispersed. When they returned to their original hidden work, it was as if they did not know the arrival of Cang Xu. It seems that the little mice are still very smart. Feeling the disappearing sight, Cang Xu smiled. I have to say that the members of the CP9 organization are still very cautious. In fact, this is also true. For CP9 members, they are lurking in the capital of Seven Waters, and they still have a very important task. What's more, CP9 members are also very clear in their hearts. Even if they stand up, it is estimated that there is no way to win Cang Xu. The bounty has reached the level of 1 billion, and they are no longer able to deal with it. It can be said that even if they show up to Cang Xu, they will only expose their identity in vain, and it will not do any good. Therefore, after a little hesitation, the members of the CP9 organization quietly retreated. Throughout the process, they did not reveal any traces. However, this incident is just a small episode for Cang Xu and it is not worth mentioning. Seeing the CP9 members retreat obediently, Cang Xu ignored the incident and continued his own play. Of course, when playing, Cang Xu also used the soul suction by the way to absorb the soul of the entire City of Seven Waters. After all, in an urban island, it is normal for residents to live, old, sick, and die. What's more, sometimes, the City of Seven Waters will be attacked by pirates. For this reason, Cang Xu's soul points, but a few hundred points are credited. Of course, the soul points harvested by the City of Seven Waters are naturally far less than Impel down, but it is also better than boring. Time slowly passed, and a short period of time passed. After traveling through the City of Seven Waters, Cang Xu moved and disappeared suddenly. When Cang Xu appeared again, he had already appeared in a strangely shaped building. This building is called Frankie Disintegration House. This is the residence of the Frank family and the base for the disintegration of ships. And here is why Cang Xu came to the City of Seven Waters. According to Cang Xu's memory, Frankie has the design of Pluto in his hands. As one of the legendary ancient weapons, Pluto has amazing power. Although the Pluto design drawings are of little use to Cang Xu, however, Cang Xu would rather be in his own hands than let the Pluto design drawings fall into the hands of the world government. After all, Cang Xu can't do things that grow the enemy's power. Read more at hotuntilnovel.xyz. For this reason, Cang Xu came to the City of Seven Waters. Boom! The amazing riot broke out from Cang Xu and enveloped the entire Frankie disintegration room. At the next moment, Cang Xu's figure moved. After a turn, Cang Xu went directly to the inside of Frankie's disintegration room. The members of the Frankie family are all sloppy and dizzy on the ground. Even Frankie himself is no exception, falling directly on the ground. This is also the result of Cang Xu's release of water. After all, Cang Xu's Ryotsu is the suppression of the soul, not comparable to Conqueror's Haki. If Cang Xu urges Ryotsu with all his strength, it may directly shatter their souls. However, Cang Xu didn't want to make a big noise. Now this is enough, just enough to stun them. Open Frankie's modified chest directly and take out a stack of paper from inside. The Pluto design drawings are now available. The next moment, Cang Xu stepped on the ring and disappeared into the same place instantly. The whole process takes less than 2 seconds. Even if the Pluto design is lost, Frankie doesn't even know it. As for when Frankie will find out about it after waking up, and what reaction he will do, it doesn't matter to Cang Xu. At this time, Cang Xu has returned to the vicinity of the warship. At this time, Leatherfield and Bullet had returned to the warship, waiting for Cang Xu's return. It seems that you have gained a lot. Cang Xu smiled lightly and said to the two of them. However, since the two have returned, it is time to leave the City of Seven Waters and head to the East China Sea. Thinking of this, the three of Cang Xu set off directly, left the City of Seven Waters, and headed in the direction of Calm Belt. Finally left. Yeah, you really deserve to be a big pirate offering 1 billion rewards. That kind of oppression is really terrible. Send a message to Chief Spondam, and let him pass the news that the black-winged demon Cang Xu appeared in the City of Seven Waters to the Marine headquarters. In the forest on the coast, 2 figures walked out of it. This is the member of CP9. The warship Cang Xu was riding on stopped here in an upright manner, without any concealment. They naturally found it too. Therefore, after knowing this matter, CP9 sent 2 members to guard here. In order to monitor the situation of the warships, you can know the movements of Cang Xu and others at any time. It wasn't until Cang Xu and others left that CP9 members breathed a sigh of relief. However, in the end, they communicated to Marine headquarters in the name of CP9 that Cang Xu had appeared in the City of Seven Waters. After all, this kind of news should be needed by Marine headquarters. In fact, the members of CP9 really got it right. Marine headquarters received the message from CP9 and sent it to the Marshal's office as soon as possible. Cang Xu, the big black-winged demon, appeared in the capital of Seven Waters. Where did he go? Marshal Sengoku was a little puzzled. I don't know how Cang Xu got to the City of Seven Waters. However, it doesn't matter how Cang Xu gets to the capital of Seven Waters. Knowing the trace of Cang Xu, this is good news for them. The next stop in the City of Seven Waters should be the Chambord Islands. Kizaru and others can go to the Chambord Islands to ambush Cang Xu. Sengoku's mood is floating, and he plans quickly in his heart. On the route where the City of Seven Waters is located, the next destination is the Shangdaibo Islands. In the original work, the Straw Hat Pirates group entered the Magic Triangle after leaving the capital of Seven Waters. However, the Magic Triangle has no magnetism. Gecko Moria's terrifying 3-mast sailboat is not an island, but a huge and special pirate ship. Therefore, under normal circumstances, after ordinary ships leave the capital of the Seven Waters, they will go to the Champagne Islands next. So Sengoku guessed that the Kangtibo Islands might be Cang Xu's next location. Kizaru, Cang Xu, the black-winged demon, should be the Champs Islands. You can go directly to the Champs Islands to ambush. Marshal Sengoku took out a phone worm and directly contacted Kizaru and others. In Marshal Sengoku's thinking, Cang Xu's next destination should be the Xiangtibo Islands. In this way, just ask Kizaru and others to go directly to the Champagne Islands to ambush. So Sengoku Yuanshan directly contacted Kizaru and asked Kizaru and others to go to the Champagne Islands. It's just that Marshal Sengoku didn't know, his idea was completely wrong. Because Cang Xu's next goal is not the Shangdaibo Islands at all, but the Logtown in the East China Sea, it can only be said that the two people's ideas are not on the same channel at all, and they are even different. His habitual thinking is destined to make Kizaru and others miss Cang Xu and his party. However, Cang Xu did not know about this. At this time, Cang Xu is already on his way to the East China Sea. According to our itinerary, we will almost reach Calm Belt. Above the supply warship, the Lonely Red Leatherfield is at the helm, controlling the direction of the warship. Leatherfield's sailing skills are still okay, although he detours a little bit midway. A few days after coming out of the City of Seven Waters, the warship came near the Calm Belt. But this is also normal. The former Lonely Red was just a lone ranger. All aspects of abilities are naturally relatively average, and it is normal to have a certain level of sailing skills. Soon, the warship where Cang Xu and others were located successfully entered the Calm Belt. The warships manufactured by Marine have the technology to sail in the Calm Belt. So sailing in the Calm Belt, there is no sea kings close to the warship, and the sailing process has become very calm and leisurely. At this time, Bullet can't sit still. Leatherfield, how long will it take to enter the East China Sea? Speed up. Bullet couldn't help but looked at Leatherfield at the helm. It can be said that among the three, Bullet is the most anxious. As for the reason why Bullet is so anxious, it is naturally because of Roger. Read more at hotmailnovel.xyz. Since Bullet knew that Cang Xu wanted to find Roger's soul and let Roger's soul hollow, Bullet simply don't get too excited. You know, Bullet's life is closely related to Roger. Roger is also the object that Bullet wants to challenge most. Later, even after Roger's death, Bullet fell into a runaway state. It can be said that challenging Roger has become Bullet's lifelong wish. If it is Roger's soul hollow, maybe Arrancar may also be possible. In other words, Roger has the possibility of resurrection. In this way, Bullet may also challenge Roger again. After learning about this, Bullet suddenly became very excited. For this reason, Bullet can't wait to rush to Logtown right away. In this regard, Cang Xu was a little bit dumbfounded. He never thought that Bullet, who was crazy about fighting, had such a side. However, Cang Xu didn't say anything. As long as Bullet is loyal to him, everything else is trivial. Therefore, Cang Xu only glanced at it for a while, and then ignored this trivial matter, but continued to study Kylian's situation. Cang Xu always feels that there are still many secrets in Kylian, which are worth his time to study. Maybe he can get more from Kylian? In this way, time is slowly passing by. After a few days, under the thought of Bullet, Cang Xu and others finally entered the East China Sea. Master Cang Xu, you have reached the East China Sea now. Letterfield came to Cang Xu and reported the current situation to Cang Xu. They have successfully entered the East China Sea. However, they also have a problem. That is not knowing the current location. To put it bluntly, it is still an old problem, the same as when I left the calm belt of Impel down. However, it is easy to solve this problem. Just follow the old rules and find people in the nearby waters to understand. Leadfield and Bullet, who had just been Aaron-carized, have not yet awakened to explore the circuit, so Cang Xu had to do it. For a while, Cang Xu launched his detection circuit skills. Perception spreads out to the surrounding waters, searching for the surrounding waters. Soon, Cang Xu discovered that there were nearly 100 soul fires on the sea in the distance, which should be a ship. Go in that direction. Cang Xu pointed in the direction of soul fire and told Letterfield the direction. Letterfield took control of the warship and headed towards the soul fire. Soon, Cang Xu and others saw that there was a strange sailing boat on the sea far away. This is a strange pirate ship. The appearance is like a circus. Moreover, the logo on the pirate banner, like a clown, has a very conspicuous red nose, so it was him. Cang Xu's eyes rolled slightly, and a smile appeared in his eyes. He has guessed the origin of that pirate ship. If he guessed correctly, this should be the pirate ship of the Buggy pirate group. In other words, the pirate group in front is the Buggy pirate group. Bullet, your acquaintance is here, come closer. Cang Xu smiled lightly and said to the two of them. For a time, the supply warship quickly approached the Buggy pirates. Cang Xu and others will naturally go there when they discover Buggy's pirate group. After all, Buggy is a local snake in the East China Sea. If you want to go to Logtown, maybe Buggy can bring them a lot of help. However, the warship of Cang Xu and others has no pirate ship close to Buggy. Buggy's pirate group immediately moved and approached in the direction of Cang Xu and others. So ambitious, want to go head-to-head with a warship. Cang Xu was a little surprised. Because in his memory, this is not like what Buggy would do. Seeing a warship approaching, instead of fleeing, he went head-on, trying to head-on with the warship. With Buggy's character, how could such a thing be done? This is a bit beyond Cang Xu's expectations, and there are some doubts in his mind. With doubts in his mind, Cang Xu felt it a little. Soon, Cang Xu's face became weird. Quickly chase that little thief cat, don't let her run away. The damn it guy, dare to come to Master Buggy's site and steal Master Buggy's treasure map. Use a cannon for me to smash the mast of that little thief cat, don't let her escape. Be careful, don't break the treasure map. After you catch this little thief cat, you must make her look good. On the sea, like the Buggy pirate ship of the circus, it is sailing fast. On the sea in front of the Buggy pirate ship, there is a small single-pole sailboat. On the small sailing boat, a young woman with short orange hair, flexibly controlling the sailing boat, easily avoided the shells of the Buggy pirate ship, and quickly moved closer to the warship. Interesting, it turned out that it was this little thief cat who provoked Buggy. Now I see a warship here. I thought it was marine. Do you want to seek shelter from the warship? Cang Xu's eyes turned slightly, and a faint smile appeared in his turquoise eyes. He already knows what happened. If he guessed correctly, the young woman on the small sailing boat should be the little thief cat Nami. Coupled with the actions of the Buggy pirates, things became clear all at once. Cang Xu guessed in his mind. It should be the little thief cat Nami, who got the idea of stealing the Buggy pirates and successfully stole Buggy's treasure map. However, the little thief cat Nami was out of luck and was spotted by the Buggy pirates. Therefore, the Buggy pirates will chase after the little thief cat Nami, trying to regain the treasure map. Read more at hotuntilnovel.xyz. On the other hand, the ship that Cang Xu and others took was a warship. From the point of view of Nami, this warship should have marine. In order to save his life, the little thief cat Nami approached the warship and wanted to seek shelter from marine. For this reason, the little thief cat Nami rushed to the warship. This is Cang Xu's guess. Moreover, between the truth and the guesswork, it's basically 8 or 9 inseparable. This is very interesting. If it is known by the little thief cat Nami, the person she seeks for help is not marine. On the contrary, he is a big villain with a super high bounty. I don't know what kind of expression she will have. Things seem to get interesting. Help, marine, there is a pirate who wants to chase me down. Master Marine, save me. While Cang Xu was thinking about it, Nami's boat had already arrived near the warship, calling for help from the warship loudly. Master Cang Xu, what should we do? Letterfield looked at Cang Xu and asked Cang Xu whether to intervene in this matter. Put down the ladder and let her come up. Cang Xu smiled lightly and said to Letterfield. It just so happened that during this period of research, Cang Xu had an unexpected harvest. The little thief cat Nami came to the door himself. Maybe he can experiment with the little thief cat Nami. Yes. Letterfield nodded slightly, then put down the ladder and let Nami the thief cat climb up. Soon, the little thief cat Nami finally boarded the warship, with a bag on his back, and some golden light was faintly visible, as if it contained some treasure. I have to say that he is indeed a little thief cat, and he still does not give up the treasure at this time. Master Marine, thank you for taking me in. Little thief cat Nami said happily. However, her words came to an abrupt end, because she found that there seemed to be something wrong with the situation on this warship. It was obviously a warship, but she didn't even see a soldier in marine costume. Instead, there were only 3 strange people. The face of the little thief cat Nami gradually became stiff, vaguely feeling a little bad. What's the matter? Didn't you ask us for help? Why didn't you speak anymore? Cang Xu smiled but looked at the little thief cat in front of him. Which branch of Marine are you from? Why don't you wear Marine costumes? The little thief cat Nami looked at Cang Xu and asked cautiously. Marine? I don't remember saying that we are Marine. When Cang Xu said these words, the face of the little thief cat Nami froze completely. It's not Marine, but it appears on a warship? Then there is only one possibility. That is these weird guys in front of them, directly holding a warship. This is much more brutal than Buggy? Big brother, I said I just went the wrong way, do you believe it? At this moment, Nami even had the idea of crying, and he couldn't wait to turn around and leave immediately. What do you mean? Cang Xu smiled lightly. A joke, since boarding a warship, how can it be so easy to leave? Cang Xu will not let her leave easily for the little thief cat delivered to her door. At the same time, Buggy's pirate ship has come near the warship. P.S. I want to find a picture of Nami, good guy, almost all can't be released, the author almost lost himself Captain Buggy, there is a warship ahead. Little thief cat has boarded the warship, shall we give up? On the Buggy pirate ship, the trainer riding a lion quickly came to the clown Buggy and reported to the clown Buggy. The trainer found that in front of them, a warship appeared, and the little thieves had boarded the warship. In this way, things become troublesome. You know, if you get involved with Marine, things will become very troublesome. After all, as pirates, the last thing they want to run into is Marine. Even if there is Marine, the treasure map stolen by the little thief cat is suspected to be related to Captain John, so I must get it back. Buggy, the clown with a big red nose, furiously opposes his hands and yells. You know, his pursuit is the treasure of Captain John. Some time ago, he finally found a treasure map that was suspected to be related to Captain John. As a result, the little thief cat of Dammit stole this treasure map. If he were to give up, it would be more uncomfortable than killing him. Therefore, even if the Marine is ahead, he has to smash the warship and snatch the treasure map back. It can be said that the ordinary Buggy does not go against Marine. But when he came across something related to Captain John's treasure, he would never give up. Don't use shelling, lest you destroy the treasure map. Rush into the warship, defeat Marine, and get back the treasure map. Led by Buggy, the Buggy pirate ship quickly approached the warship. Then, Buggy led his subordinates and rushed directly onto the warship. However, when Buggy and others rushed onto the warship, they couldn't help but feel dumbfounded when they looked at the scene in front of them, in their imagination. At this time, the warships should have a line of Marines waiting. When they rushed up, they fought a fierce battle with Marine. However, when they boarded the warship, they found that the situation on the warship was completely different from their imagination. On the warship, there was not a single Marine soldier, and it looked very deserted. There are only 3 figures on the deck. A thin man with 2 tears on his face sat on a large chair. Read more at hotmailnovel.xyz. 2 tall figures stood on both sides of the tear-stained man. One is a tall and thin old man with white hair and a proud face. The other is a burly man with long blonde hair and a fierce look. As for the little thief cat they want to find. At this moment, he was standing by the wall with a wry smile, not daring to make any trouble. Ha ha ha, there is no Marine, there are only 3 people, so lucky. The nervous Buggy, looking at the lineup in front of him, burst out laughing. He thought he had Marine, but he didn't expect that there were only 3 people, and it was much easier to deal with now. It was these 3 people. Buggy always felt a little familiar. Especially the burly man with long blonde hair and fierce eyes. Buggy feels familiar to him inexplicably. Wait, blonde hair, you are Bullet. Suddenly, Buggy's eyes widened, as if thinking of something. He turned his head and looked at Bullet with horror. No wonder he feels familiar, isn't this heir of the devil Douglas Bullet? In an instant, Buggy's face suddenly became very pale. Damn it, why does Bullet appear here? You know, he is most afraid of Bullet. At the beginning of the Roger Pirates, Bullet was a fighting madman, often challenging the members of the ship. Although Buggy was young at the time, he had suffered a few bad hands. After coming down several times, Buggy has a shadow. Moreover, hasn't Bullet disappeared for more than 20 years? According to the rumors of the sea, Bullet should have been caught Impel down. Why does it still appear here? Buggy's little head couldn't figure out the reason for it. Captain Buggy, what's the matter with you? Aren't they just 3 people? We can clean up each other easily. Yes, let's take care of the 3 of them. Gathering people in groups, Buggy has big nerves, and his men are similar. Seeing Buggy panic so much, they felt very strange in their hearts. They have nearly 100 people, and the other party is only 3 people. It is very easy to clean up the other party. A bunch of idiots, all kneel to me. This is Douglas Bullet, known as the heir of the devil, Master Bullet. My best friend, my best brother, my life and death friend, have been on the boat together, have prostituted together, have carried a gun. If you don't give him face, you just don't give me face, and you all apologize to Uncle Bullet. Seeing that his men were going to die, Buggy jumped up immediately and gave everyone a horror. Hell, facing this uncle, these guys actually want to do it? This is no longer the word death, it's just asking for a dead end. How could he not know before, how stupid his group of subordinates are? It seems that he has to find time to replace this group of subordinates, so as not to attract enemies that he can't afford. I thought it was who it was. It turned out to be Buggy. I didn't expect that after decades, you would become the captain too. But, why are you still so weak after decades? Bullet frowned slightly, apparently remembering the identity of Buggy. But he didn't understand. Why is Buggy still so weak after decades, without the breath of a strong person? For Bullet, the creed of respect for the strong has been implemented in his life. So, seeing Buggy again, Bullet didn't feel much joy, because in his opinion, Buggy's strength is too weak. In response to this, the corners of Buggy's mouth twitched slightly, but he was a little speechless. Can he tell Bullet that he has been searching for Captain John's treasure for more than 20 years, so that he has forgotten to exercise? Can't. If Buggy tells Bullet this way, it is estimated that Bullet will give him a severe lesson. I remember, isn't this the one with the big red nose on Roger's ship, among those trainee crew members? Standing on the other side, Leatherfield suddenly realized that he also seemed to think of Buggy's identity. At the beginning, Leatherfield had also fought Roger, and had some intersections with the Roger pirates. For this reason, Leatherfield has some impressions of Buggy. No way, the big red nose of Buggy is probably rarely forgotten by people who have seen it. Even Whitebeard remembers the look of Buggy. So during the war at the top, the identity of Buggy was immediately recognized. Who BD, dare to say that I am a big red nose, you BD. The big red nose is a taboo for Buggy, and I hate being mentioned. So, when Leatherfield talked about this, Buggy suddenly became furious and wanted to do something to Leatherfield. However, when he saw Leadfield, Buggy was dumbfounded again and looked at Leadfield in disbelief. You are, the Lonely Red Barleric Leadfield. Buggy finally thought of Leatherfield's identity, and was shocked. Damn it, how come this one is here? This is the same era as their Captain Roger, the Lonely Red Barleric Leatherfield known as the legendary Great Pirate? My god, what is going on today? How come two legendary big pirates appear one after another? Buggy was stupid, standing on the spot dumbly, completely speechless. As for Buggy's men, at this time, everyone looked horrified, one by one was shocked to speak. Read more at hotandtlenovel.xyz. Although they are a little stupid, they are not stupid. From Captain Buggy, they clearly caught a few words. Heir of the Devil Douglas Bullet, Lonely Red Barleric Leatherfield. I'm going, isn't this a name that only appears in the legend? Even some books contain their legends. Why would such a legendary pirate appear in the East China Sea? The most terrible thing is that even if he appeared in the East China Sea, he still appeared in front of them now, and they even wanted to fight each other just now. When I thought of this, Buggy's men all had soft feet and couldn't stand up. As for the little thief cat standing in the corner, his performance at this time was not as good as there, and he looked at the three people in front of him in horror. Originally, she thought that these three were ordinary robbers who hijacked a warship. But now it seems, where is the robber? This is clearly the real monster. People of legendary level have appeared here one after another. This shocked everyone. Everyone was speechless. Ha 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 ha, Bullet, your former crew member, it's so interesting. At this time, a laugh came. Cang Xu, sitting in the big seat, looked at Buggy with great interest. I have to say that after Buggy set foot on the warship, a series of operations really made Cang Xu feel very interesting. Even the words have been on the boat together, have prostituted together, are all spoken out. It's really Buggy. Excuse me, this lord, you are, which legend? Buggy looked at Cang Xu cautiously, and asked Cang Xu a question, very respectful. The appearance of Bullet and Gu Gao's Hai Hong directly scared Buggy. Buggy felt that this might be another legendary existence. It's just that he didn't think of it for a while. But let's not talk about it. Buggy always feels where he has met Cang Xu, and feels very familiar. Captain Buggy, that one is the worst prison escape in history. Before, there was a lot of noise in the ocean, the one who ran out of Impel down. The big man with a bounty of 1 billion Baileys, the Blackwing demon Cang Xu. Buggy's subordinates seemed to be the first to recognize Cang Xu's identity and quickly said to Buggy. In an instant, Buggy's face changed drastically again. To be honest, compared with the other two, Cang Xu's identity seems to be slightly worse. But Buggy knows very well that this is also an existence comparable to the legendary level. You know, the bounty reaches 100 million, which is a level. But the bounty reaches 1 billion, which is a whole new level. Only the top pirates, the bounty can reach the level of 1 billion. This shows that Marine Headquarters has recognized Cang Xu's threat. I think Cang Xu is as dangerous as the top pirates. As a former crew member of the Roger Pirates, Buggy still knows a little bit about the twists and turns inside. It can be said that this one is also a top powerhouse, and also a young top powerhouse. For this reason, Buggy's attitude is very respectful, and he dare not be disrespectful at all. The heir of the Devil Douglas Bullet, the Lonely Red Barleric Leatherfield, and the newly promoted Blackwing demon Cang Xu. Why would such a big pirate appear in the weakest sea in the East China Sea? Buggy looked shocked and looked at the three in front of him in shock. Buggy feels that today is definitely his most magical day in the past 20 years. This kind of legendary big sea pirates, unexpectedly all appeared in front of him. It's almost like dreaming. The last time I saw such a lineup, it was probably the Roger Pirates. It's time to disband. However, if you are really dreaming, Buggy hopes that the dream will wake up soon. Because this dream is so terrifying. However, Buggy's idea is destined to become a bubble. Because this is not a dream, but a real situation. The three of Cang Xu really appeared in front of him, so Buggy was a little trembling. What should I do with them, Master Cang Xu? Leatherfield looked at Cang Xu and asked Cang Xu for instructions. Cang Xu did not answer directly, but looked at Bullet with interest. He wanted to see if Bullet had any thoughts about this former crew member. Don't worry about me, Master Cang Xu, just deal with them as you want. Bullet said respectfully, without even looking at Buggy. The conversation between Bullet and Buggy before has shown his attitude. Bullet advocates strength. In Bullet's heart, only the real strong can enter his eyes and get his respect. Over the past 2 decades, Buggy has made no progress at all, but Bullet is a little annoyed. To be honest, if Cang Xu were not here, he would have to teach Buggy a meal. It's just that Buggy at this time has already been in shock. The pupils contracted and looked at the 3 Cang Xu in shock. Especially Bullet. What did he hear just now? Buggy heard that Bullet actually called Cang Xu an adult? How is this possible? Is this the Bullet he knows? Read more at hotmailnovel.xyz. In Buggy's eyes, Bullet is a humanoid Tyrannosaurus, just wanting to fight constantly. Even Captain Roger had defeated Bullet. That's why the original Bullet stayed in the Roger Pirates. But even so, Bullet has never had much respect for his captain, Roger, the Pirate King, and some are just fighting spirits. It can be said that in Buggy's heart, Bullet is the endorsement of rebellious. As a result, the rebellious Bullet actually called a young man an adult? Yes, although I know it, Cang Xu's identity is not ordinary, but Cang Xu's appearance is indeed quite deceptive. That's why the shock in Buggy's heart seems so amazing. Wait, it seems that the Lonely Red just now also calls Cang Xu an adult. Buggy originally thought that the 3 should be a cooperative relationship. After all, the 3 of them are top pirates, all of them are arrogant, and there is absolutely no possibility of obedience. But now it seems that the existence of the 2 legendary levels is actually Cang Xu's subordinates. This amazing news, even more than 3 legendary pirates, appeared in front of him, and it shocked Buggy. For this reason, Buggy hasn't even recovered from it. But after a while, Buggy's face changed suddenly. It seems that these 3 are discussing how to handle their affairs. When I thought of this, Buggy's face changed drastically, and he came to Cang Xu respectfully, constantly complimenting Cang Xu. Master Cang Xu, I didn't expect you to appear in front of me. This is really amazing. You are my most admired object. In my heart, your position is even higher than Captain Roger. At this time, Buggy completely turned into a licking dog Buggy, speaking crazy about Cang Xu's good things. Because Buggy had already seen clearly, the principal on this warship was precisely the boy in front of him. Even the legendary Bullet and Lonely Red are under the command of the boy in front of him. Therefore, if he wants to survive, it depends on his attitude. For this reason, Buggy became more respectful to Cang Xu than ever, and even made Cang Xu a little uncomfortable. Get away, stay away from me. Seeing Buggy licking the dog, Cang Xu had a chill, let Buggy stay away. After a while, Cang Xu looked at Buggy and talked about business. Want to survive, Buggy? In response to this, Buggy nodded repeatedly, behaving respectfully. In that case, you should leave the ship at the helm for the time being. As for whether you will be left behind, it depends on your performance. Cang Xu's expression was plain, and he told Buggy's decision. At present, Letterfield is at the helm of this warship. But letting Letterfield do such a small thing is a waste of time. Letterfield's time should be spent on researching his own abilities and improving his own strength. This is what Letterfield should do, not on trivial things like steering. Therefore, Cang Xu intends to keep Buggy and let Buggy take charge of the helm. It's barely a coolie. Of course, Cang Xu actually thinks that Buggy still has a lot of potential. Chop Chop fruit, once developed well, can also form a good combat power. Moreover, Cang Xu is also curious about Buggy's mysterious luck. If he has free time, he can do some research. So, now that there is such an opportunity, let Buggy stay on the boat temporarily. As for whether Buggy will agree, Cang Xu doesn't care about it. Because in front of Cang Xu, Buggy has no choice. I know, I will take the helm. Hearing Cang Xu's words, Buggy was about to cry. The ghost wants to be at the helm. He is a captain who has done a good job. What kind of helmsman is he here? Of course, Buggy dare not say such complaints in front of Cang Xu. Even Buggy has to be very happy, as if it is his honor. As for the rest, tidy up, Bullet. For Buggy's subordinates, Cang Xu didn't even look at it, and said directly to Bullet. To be honest, he doesn't care about Buggy's men at all. It didn't hurt to let them leave by themselves. However, Buggy broke the identities of Bullet and Letterfield, letting them know their origins. In this way, Cang Xu can't let them go easily. After all, the identities of Bullet and Letterfield are not yet revealed. Therefore, Cang Xu can only kill himself as before. Bullet smiled grimly, disappeared into the same place instantly, killing the pirates. It just so happened that he had been holding back for a long time, just enough to relieve his fatigue. For a time, blood enveloped the warship. But after a while, all the movement disappeared, and all the little pirates also disappeared. Only the trembling Buggy and the thief cat were left. Next, Hollow. Cang Xu resumed his old career and hollowed out all the pirate souls. All of a sudden, one by one appeared in front of everyone. Then, Cang Xu summoned the remaining 6 Kylians from the cabin. Let the 6 Kylians swallow all the emptiness that these ordinary pirate souls have transformed. After a while, all the movement disappeared. Cang Xu's soul point is also slightly more. At this time, Cang Xu looked at Buggy and Little Thief Cat. At this time, the 2 of them were all trembling and looking at Cang Xu with trepidation. Their worldview has simply been subverted. That kind of black monster, and the 6 Kylians that appeared behind him, read more at hotmailnovel.xyz. They are all creatures they have never seen before. How can they not be afraid? Buggy, if you work obediently, I won't do anything to you. Cang Xu glanced at Buggy, then spoke lightly. Yes, Master Cang Xu, even if Buggy lays down his life, he will definitely carry out Master Cang Xu's order. Because of fear, Buggy became more submissive instead. Thinking of this, Buggy quickly went down to take the helm, controlling the movement of the warship. Okay, the matter has basically been resolved, and the rest is you, little thief cat. Cang Xu turned his head and looked at the little thief cat Nami. At this time, Nami looked scared, completely speechless. What's wrong? You boarded the warship, didn't you just want us to help you deal with the Buggy pirates? Now that the Buggy pirate group has disappeared, why are you even more scared? Cang Xu asked knowingly, but looked at Nami, the thief cat, with a smile. Nami was about to cry. This was scared by Cang Xu. You, Lord Pirate, I will give you all the treasure I stolen, can you let me go? The little thief cat Nami shivered and looked terrified. Ha ha ha, I won't tease you anymore. Cang Xu laughed loudly. Before regaining his calm, he looked at Nami again. I have never paid for nothing, since I helped you solve the trouble, should you give it back to me, little thief cat? Cang Xu said calmly. In this regard, Nami dared to say anything, he can only nod his head obediently, and dare not say anything. If that's the case, you can take the post of navigator temporarily. Our destination is Logtown. Your task is to ensure that this warship arrives at Logtown smoothly. This is your reward for me. Cang Xu finally said his plan. There is no one who is proficient in navigation on this ship. Letterfield was okay. He was a lone ranger before, but he knew a little about sailing. However, there is only one point. After all, his chief role is a warrior, a great swordsman, just like my Hawkeye. Otherwise, they would not have stayed in the calm belt for several days before. Therefore, if you want to get to Logtown as soon as possible, you still need a better navigator. There is no doubt about Nami's navigation skills. It can be said that she is also the best navigator. So Cang Xu let her become a navigator on a warship temporarily. In this regard, the little thief cat Nami did not dare to refuse. So it's good, remember my words, there is no free lunch in the world, what you want to get, you have to give something, remember it well, go on. Cang Xu smiled lightly and waved his hand to Nami, letting her control the direction of the warship. Nami then hurried to the observation room, afraid to stay in front of Cang Xu. I hope you can understand what I mean. I have high expectations for you. Cang Xu murmured in his heart as he watched Nami, the little thief cat, go away. He has high expectations of her, hoping that she can realize it by herself. To shake off the distracting thoughts in his happiness, Cang Xu continued the previous things, exercised his strength, and continued to study Kylian. Since then, 2 people have been added to the warship temporarily. A Buggy at the helm, a Nami navigating. Although the 2 have their own thoughts, Cang Xu doesn't care. As long as the 2 are still under his control, the 2 can't make waves. However, due to the temporary joining of the 2, the speed of the warship is even faster. At a very fast speed, head towards the direction of Logtown. Because of encountering Buggy and Nami, they temporarily became the helmsman and navigator on the Cang Xu ship. This will liberate Leadfield, no need to be busy with trivial matters. This is good news for Leadfield, because he can have time to get familiar with the power of Arrancar. As for Buggy and Nami, to be honest, in the past few days, the 2 of them are very nervous, worried about following the footsteps of the pirates. However, after a few days on the warship, the 2 found out that Cang Xu didn't seem to be either, that kind of moody, extremely brutal evil person. Because in the past few days, Cang Xu has been studying his own strength and the condition of the Kylians, and he rarely leaves the room. The situation of Bullet and Letterfield is almost the same as that of Cang Xu. It can be said that practicing Ryotsu is to be familiar with and improve one's own power. This is the main task of the 3 of them. For other trivial matters, they don't have much interest. For this reason, the 2 of them relaxed a little bit, so that they were not afraid of being destroyed by Cang Xu at any time. Master Cang Xu, we have now entered the sea area where Logtown is located. In half a day, we will be able to reach Logtown. Little thief cat Nami came to Cang Xu's room and reported their progress to Cang Xu. Well done, little thief cat, I want to keep you by my side more and more. Cang Xu walked out of the room and nodded slightly to Nami. Sure enough, he made the right decision to leave this little thief cat. With Nami's sailing skills, their sailing speed really accelerated. In the past few days, they have come to the sea where Logtown is located. If it had been before, it would take them several times longer before they could come to Logtown. This is the benefit of having a good navigator on a ship. In response to this, Nami's face was slightly stiff, because she still has many things to do, especially the things in her hometown. Therefore, Cang Xu appreciates her more. For her, the worse it is. It can be said that at this time, Nami just wants to complete Cang Xu's task quickly. Send Cang Xu and others to Logtown, and then leave here quickly. Because she still has very important things to do. Read more at hotmatilnovel.xyz. Cang Xu smiled rather than smile, looking at Nami, who had a stiff face. He naturally knew what was in her mind. However, Cang Xu didn't say much. He wanted this little thief cat to take the initiative. After all, this is related to his next experiment. Oh, Lord Cang Xu, in front of us, there is a large fleet. At this time, Buggy's panicked voice came, attracting Cang Xu's attention. Cang Xu walked out of the room and came to the deck. Cang Xu can see that there are pirate boats on the sea in the distance. Roughly estimated, there must be at least 40 or 50 ships. The same flag is flying on these pirate ships. This is a large fleet of pirates, both belong to a pirate group. To be honest, such a scale is rare in the entire East China Sea. It's interesting, it should have taken a lot of thought to build up such a fleet. Cang Xu smiled lightly, a smile appeared in his eyes. He already knew the origin of this fleet. If he guessed correctly, this should be the Click Pirates. In the original book, the large fleet pirates who were destroyed by Hawkeye My Hawk just after entering the Grand Line. As for their leader, it should be Admiral Click, who is known as the Overlord of the East China Sea. Under Click's command, there are 50 pirate ships with more than 5,000 crew members. Naive, for a real battle, the number of people has never had any effect. Yes, Bullet said that it is the most stupid idea to think that you can ride the Grand Line by relying on the number of people. Two voices came. Bullet and Letterfield also walked out of their room and came to the deck. The first sentence is what Bullet said. He advocates respect for the strong and only recognizes the strong. Therefore, seeing the huge number of pirate fleets, Bullet just sneered. As for Letterfield, he really supports Bullet's idea, because they are all the same kind of people, advocating strong power. Cang Xu nodded slightly to the words of the two, which was obviously also recognized. Because Cang Xu is also such a person. Only by mastering a powerful force is the real strength. For this reason, although Cang Xu insisted on Hollow the Soul, he increased the number of Killian and Arankar. However, Cang Xu has never put aside his exercise. In his free time, Cang Xu is familiar with his various abilities, because Cang Xu knows that no matter how many Arankars around him, no matter how powerful he is, but in the final analysis, you still need to have enough strength. This is the most real and powerful. Boom! There was a bombardment. A black cannonball landed on the sea in front of the warship, blowing up a splash of water. The Click Pirates found the warship and opened fire on them. I am so courageous, I dare to wait for me to do something. Master Cang Xu, please allow the old man to do it. Letterfield's expression sank, and a trace of anger flashed in his eyes. Because for Letterfield, this is a provocation to Master Cang Xu. Little ones, we will enter the Grand Line today and dominate the Grand Line. On the deck of the large fleet, Click was armed, speaking to more than 5,000 subordinates. After preparing for many years, he finally assembled a fleet of 50 pirate ships and more than 5,000 people. Now, it is time to enter the Grand Line and realize his ambition to dominate the Grand Line. Captain, there is a warship ahead. The navigator came to Click and reported their findings to Click. GGG, is this to stop me from entering the Grand Line? Little ones, shatter that warship for me, and let Marine be my firework for entering the Grand Line. Click grinned and ordered directly to the crew. It just so happens that he can use this opportunity to fire his first shot into the Grand Line. For this reason, the Click Pirates directly fired on the warship. This incident made Letterfield furious, and he couldn't wait to shred the 5,000-man fleet directly. Therefore, Letterfield asked Cang Xu for instructions, hoping to take action and shred the Click fleet. Letterfield, don't make a move, I'll come. Cang Xu smiled lightly and said to Letterfield. He hasn't done it for a long time, and he wants to have fun. He will let these innocent guys see what is the real power. In response, Letterfield bowed, stepped aside, and said no more. After all, Cang Xu has already ordered, so he will not violate it. An aquamarine group of light quickly converged among Cang Xu. Zero. In the next moment, Cang Xu flicked his fingertips, and instantly shot out a green light ball. Boom! The dazzling aquamarine light beam appeared, directly blasting towards the Click fleet. There was a huge roar, set off a huge wave. The waves spreading around seemed to overturn the sea. When all sounds returned to calm, the great fleet of Click has disappeared. There are only countless shipwrecks floating on the surface of the sea. One move, read more at hotmailnovel.xyz. Cang Xu directly destroyed 50 pirate ships and killed a fleet of more than 5,000 people. As expected, Master Cang Xu, Click is already a top pirate group in the East China Sea, but in front of Master Cang Xu, like an ant, he can't resist the adult's tricks at all. As usual, Buggy came to Cang Xu for the first time and kept complimenting Cang Xu, although there was still a hint of shock in Buggy's eyes. However, his lips are very numb, and he keeps boasting Cang Xu with unrepeated words. Okay, Buggy, go back to work. Cang Xu said helplessly, how he didn't know before that Buggy has this talent for licking dogs. Isn't it just a Click Pirates group? You need to lick him. To this point, it feels like he defeated Admiral. Really are. Cang Xu is a bit speechless about Buggy. To be honest, he really doesn't care much about the pirates in the East China Sea, because it is too weak. As for the little thief cat Nami, she was still at the same place, looking at Cang Xu in shock. Although she knows that Cang Xu has a special background, the bounty is amazing. However, this was the first time she saw Cang Xu doing it. For this reason, Nami was so shocked. With one move, the Click Pirate group, known as the Overlord of the East China Sea, was directly destroyed. Even, this move directly destroyed 50 pirate ships. More than 5,000 people didn't even have the chance to show their faces, so they were directly wiped out. Is this still a power that humans can achieve? The existence of this level, the pirates of the entire East China Sea, it is estimated that no one can resist it. Wait, since even the Click Pirates can't resist Cang Xu's power, what about the Aaron Pirates? For a while, the little thief cat Nami fell into deep thought. Cang Xu glanced over Nami's position slightly. he can naturally say that Nami's state at this time is a little bit special. However, Cang Xu wouldn't say much, it depends on her own choice. Soul sucks. Cang Xu ignored Nami, but continued his actions. Although he didn't care about the click pirates at all. However, it was a large fleet of more than 5,000 people. Their soul is also a considerable income, and Cang Xu will naturally not waste it. Therefore, Cang Xu activated the soul suck skill. Suck all the pirate souls of the click pirate group. However, Cang Xu did not directly swallow the souls of more than 5,000 pirates. These 5,000 pirate souls had just been sucked by the soul-sucking skill, and Cang Xu stopped before entering Cang Xu's mouth. Keep it here, it might be useful in Logtown. Cang Xu murmured in his heart. He went to Logtown for Roger's soul? If Roger's soul still exists, then after he hollow, he also needs to swallow a lot of soul and emptiness before he can evolve into Kylian. It just so happened that the souls of the pirates of the click pirate group could just be used for him to devour. This is Cang Xu's plan? To this end, Cang Xu also specifically ordered, let Bullet and Letterfield, as well as the few Kylians in the cabin, not eat the soul of these pirates. On the other hand, the matter of the click pirates is like an episode, without making any waves. After destroying the click pirates, the warship continued on the road, heading towards Logtown. This time, they never encountered any waves again. After half a day, the outline of Logtown finally appeared in front of Cang Xu and others. Logtown is here. Logtown is here. Looking at Logtown not far away, Cang Xu has a glimmer of expectation in his eyes. I hope Roger's soul, don't let him down. As a person who has climbed to the top, Cang Xu very much hopes that Roger's soul will survive. Roger, I must fight you again, Bullet said excitedly. He is different, even in the past 2 decades, he still believes Roger's soul must still exist, and Bullet didn't have the slightest doubt. He felt that after Roger's soul was hollow, Arrancar would surely be able to succeed Arrancar and become the same existence as him. At that time, he can fight Roger again. Excuse me, Master Bullet, hasn't Captain Roger passed away? How can you fight Captain Roger again? Buggy looked blank and didn't quite understand Bullet's words. Captain Roger passed away long ago, and he was in this Logtown. How could Bullet fight Captain Roger? Ha ha ha, we are here to resurrect Roger. Bullet, overjoyed, tells the secret of their visit to Logtown this time. Because of these words, Buggy was stunned, so shocked that he couldn't speak. Revive Captain Roger? How can that be? Buggy made a huge wave in his heart, and he was a little speechless. How is this possible? How can people be resurrected? Although there are various devil fruits on the sea, he has never heard of them. There is also devil fruit that can bring people back to life, and it is still a person who has died more than 20 years ago. For this reason, Buggy was so shocked that he couldn't speak. Nami, who was standing on the side, was also somewhat speechless. Obviously, she was also shocked by the news. Okay, log into Logtown. Cang Xu glanced at everyone, but didn't say much. Anyway, they have come to Logtown. In a while, Buggy and Nami will also know that Cang Xu wants to resurrect Roger. Therefore, Cang Xu didn't blame Bullet for telling the story. Read more at hotmailnovel.xyz. What's more, he didn't intend to hide it. After all, Buggy and Nami are now on his boat, so naturally Cang Xu will not let them leave. Let your own people know about this, and that is also what should be done. So Cang Xu didn't say much, just let the warship dock. Soon, the warship came to the shore of Logtown and docked directly on the shore. Master Cang Xu, do we need to hide the warship before landing? There is a marine branch in Logtown, and there is a powerful colonel in it. He is called the White Hunter Smoker. He is a Logia smoke fruit capable person. He is quite capable. If he knew we were here, he would definitely come to trouble us, Buggy said suddenly, suggesting to Cang Xu. In response, Cang Xu smiled indifferently, without answering Buggy's question, and directly boarded the ground of Logtown. Hide? Do they need to hide? No need. In other words, Cang Xu has never hidden ideas. The only thing he can hide is to let Letterfield and Bullet don't reveal their identity for the time being. Of course, asking them not to divulge their identities for the time being is just to prevent an ambush at Marine headquarters. However, this is only temporary. If the time comes, Marine headquarters will not do anything to ambush. Then Cang Xu wouldn't let them do anything to hide their identities, because it is not necessary. With the Ulquiorra template and hollow ability, there is no need to hide anything at all. Because regardless of his own strength and subordinates, Cang Xu will condense a powerful force, and eventually ascend to the pinnacle of this world. There is no need to hide it. This is the idea of Cang Xu. Thinking about this, Cang Xu and the three directly boarded Logtown. As for Buggy and Nami, they froze for a while, and couldn't help but follow Cang Xu behind them. To be honest, both Buggy and Nami have the idea of running away. They want to find a chance to escape after landing in Logtown. However, after hearing Bullet's words, the two did not choose to escape, but a ghost followed. Because they really want to know whether the resurrection mentioned by Bullet just now is true or not. This is a very shocking thing for them, and they want to see the answer directly with their own eyes. At the same time, when Cang Xu and others boarded Logtown, the marine branch of Logtown also quickly got news. Colonel Smoker, there is news from the port that an unknown warship has landed in Logtown. A soldier quickly came to the colonel's office and reported to a white-haired man with a cigar in his mouth. This white-haired man with a cigar in his mouth is the chief of Logtown. Ability of Logia Smoke Fruit, White Hunter Smoker? I didn't receive a notice, saying that there was a warship coming, so please explain the specific situation clearly. Smoker frowned slightly, it seemed that something was wrong? Yes, according to the report from the port, a few people got off the warship and headed for the execution stand. The leader is a young man with green tears and a horned helmet on his head. The soldiers quickly reported, telling Smoker one by one the news from the port. When the soldier talked about it, Smoker's face changed drastically, as if he was thinking of something. The unknown warship, that is to say, it may be the warship that was hijacked, as well as the tear-stained man. Could it be that the guy who came out of Impel down? How is this possible? Shouldn't that guy be in the Grand Line? Why did he come to the East China Sea? Smoker looked stern, and slowly said a word. Obviously, Smoker has guessed that the person who came to Logtown this time is probably Cang Xu. Smoker's origin is a bit special, and it also has some connections at Marine headquarters. For this reason, Smoker also has a deeper understanding of the Impel Down event. So Smoker knew that when Cang Xu left Impel Down, he hijacked a warship. In addition, Cang Xu's image characteristics are also very obvious. So Smoker quickly guessed that it was most likely Cang Xu and his party who landed in Logtown this time. If it is Cang Xu, the Blackwing Demon, then Logtown is really bad. No, you have to contact Marine headquarters immediately and ask for help from Marine headquarters. Smoker looked solemn, took out a phone bug, and directly contacted Marine headquarters. To be honest, until now, Smoker has only received some news from the port. It is not entirely certain that the person who landed in Logtown is Cang Xu, the Great Blackwing Demon. However, just suspected it is Cang Xu is enough to make Smoker stand ready. Therefore, Smoker immediately reported the news that Cang Xu might land in Logtown directly to the Marine headquarters. Smoker knows very well. An existence like Cang Xu is no longer able to deal with him, so he can only ask for help from Marine headquarters. I have to say that Smoker is still very close, knowing where his strength is the limit. Marine headquarters, Marshal's office. What? Cang Xu, the Black-Winged Demon, appeared in the East China Sea, and it was still Logtown. How could this be? When Marshal Sengoku heard the news, he was dumbfounded. Because he didn't expect that Cang Xu would actually appear in the East China Sea? This shouldn't be it. How did Cang Xu go to the East China Sea? Shouldn't he go to the Xiongtibo Islands? Marshal Sengoku didn't understand the reason for this. However, although he did not understand why Cang Xu did this, but Logtown at this time is obviously very dangerous. Tell Smoker and let him arrange the evacuation of the residents. Also, Smoker is forbidden to provoke the Blackwing Demon. Smoker is not his opponent. Check, who is the senior officer closest to Donghai Logtown? Go to Logtown quickly. Contact Admiral Kizaru and immediately go to the East China Sea for rescue. Marshal Sengoku quickly issued orders. For a time, the entire Marine organization began to take action. Read more at hotuntelnovel.xyz. As for Logtown, I got a reply from Marine headquarters soon. Marine headquarters will support Logtown, that's okay. Smoker breathed a sigh of relief, and then followed Marshal Sengoku's instructions to let the soldiers evacuate the crowd. Order by order, Smoker delivered them one by one. And every one of his orders is mainly to protect the safety of the residents. After finishing the arrangement, Smoker picked up his 10 hands and started to head towards the execution table. It is his responsibility to let the soldiers and residents evacuate. However, he is the person in charge of Logtown. In the face of an enemy attack, even if it is a powerful enemy, he can't shrink back. This is Smoker's responsibility. Marshal Sengoku obviously knew Smoker's character, so he specifically explained that Smoker was not allowed to provoke Cang Xu. But obviously, Smoker does not intend to comply with this order. Otherwise, Smoker would not have the title of Mad Dog in Marine. For a while, the atmosphere in the entire Logtown also began to become serious. It seems that Marine has discovered our arrival and has started to arrange it. On the street, Cang Xu and his group walked slowly to the execution stand. Their pace is not fast, they can even be said to be leisurely, just like tourists. However, the atmosphere of the entire Logtown has changed, and Cang Xu can still feel it. In response, Cang Xu just smiled indifferently, and didn't take it to heart. Soon, Cang Xu and his party went directly to the square where the execution platform was located. In the past, the lively and noisy square became very deserted at this time, and no one can see it. This should be Marine's handwriting to evacuate the residents here. However, this is exactly in line with Cang Xu's idea. He didn't want to be disturbed by others when he resurrected Roger. After all, Roger's reputation is too big, and it is easy to be recognized. No one is here, it's more convenient. How about it, Lord Cang Xu, does Roger's soul still exist? Bullet looked expectant and looked at Cang Xu. Although he is also Arrancar, but Bullet Arrancar is not long, and he is not very familiar with the power of Arrancar. On the other hand, I don't know if it's because Roger's breath is too weak. Therefore, Bullet cannot sense Roger's soul. Cang Xu closed his eyes slightly, using the ability to detect loops to sense the entire execution platform square. After a while, Cang Xu opened his eyes, and a smile appeared at the corner of his eyes. We are lucky. Cang Xu smiled lightly and seemed to be in a good mood, because he really found Roger's soul. However, I don't know if it was because Roger died too long. Roger's soul at this time was very weak. If the fire of the soul of ordinary people is described as a burning torch, Then Roger's soul fire was like a small flame. Shaky, there is the possibility of extinguishing at any time. If you ignore it, it is estimated that in some time, Roger's soul will completely disappear in this world. Therefore, Cang Xu said that their luck is indeed very good. Because no matter how weak the soul fire is, as long as the soul still exists, Cang Xu will be able to hollow it and make him virtual. At that time, only need to grow up step by step, then there is the possibility of Arrancar. Great, Master Cang Xu, please hurry up and bring Roger back to life. I can't wait to fight Roger right away. Bullet was very excited and looked at Cang Xu and said, he wished that Roger would be resurrected now and then have a hearty battle with him. Don't worry, there is one more thing to do before hollow Roger's soul. We need to clear the field. Cang Xu smiled lightly and looked at the street in the other direction. When using the probe circuit just now, Cang Xu perceives one thing. A very bright soul fire is coming in this direction. The fire of this soul is far above the other residents of Logtown. If he guessed correctly, it should be Smoker. After all, the entire Logtown, probably only the soul of Smoker, will be so strong. I'll go to clear the field immediately. Bullet said very anxiously, wishing to destroy the opponent immediately. In response, Cang Xu shook his head slightly, not letting Bullet take a shot, but turned his head to look at Leatherfield. Leatherfield, you go and deal with it. Cang Xu said to Leatherfield. The current Bullet, because of Roger's affairs, has become very anxious, his mood fluctuates a lot, and his handling of things will become a lot more reckless. What's more, Bullet's personal style is very strong. Although wearing a mask, it is easy to reveal his identity. Therefore, only when Cang Xu handed over this kind of more prudent things to Leatherfield, he would feel more at ease. Yes, Master Cang Xu. Leatherfield nodded, bowed slightly, disappeared into the spot instantly, and headed directly in Smoker's direction. Okay, we can start now. Cang Xu nodded slightly, waved slightly, and called Roger's soul over. Then, Cang Xu activated the hollow ability, an invisible light enveloped Roger's soul. Roger's soul changed rapidly. Roar! Along with this roar, a black void appeared in front of everyone. This is Kylian? No, this is the imaginary. How could the imaginary appear here? Isn't it on the warship? Read more at hotuntilnovel.xyz. Buggy and Nami both looked a little surprised and looked at Roger Su who appeared in front of them. Kylian was also on the warship, and in the few days of sailing, they had naturally seen the Kylians too. Of course, with the constraints of Cang Xu, the Kylians will not attack the two. However, for this reason, the two of them have a certain understanding of the existence of virtual. However, Cang Xu ignored the fussing two people, but continued his actions. With a big wave of his hand, groups of souls appeared in front of Cang Xu. This is the Click Pirates group encountered before, the souls of the group of pirates. This time I was also brought here by Cang Xu, and this will also be the emptiness of Roger's soul, the nutrient that will be swallowed. Under Cang Xu's hollow, the pirate souls of the Click Pirates group gradually became empty. However, these pirates are all constrained by Cang Xu, and they are not allowed to act at will. No way, because the time is too long. The hollow of Roger's soul is actually weaker than the usual. If they were allowed to devour it by themselves, maybe the void that Roger's soul had transformed would be swallowed up in the first place. Swallow them all, grow up to your heart's content. Cang Xu looked at the void made by Roger's soul and ordered it. For a moment, Roger Su began to act, feasting, and constantly devouring the surrounding pirate Su. Along with Roger Su's devouring, Roger Su's soul aura continued to be enriched. Soon, Roger's imaginary breath began to change. Roar. With a roar, Roger's virtual aura soared, but his size began to shrink, becoming Kylian who was more than 3 meters tall. As Cang Xu had expected, the emptiness formed by Roger's soul could easily evolve into Kylian. The current Roger Su should be called Roger Kylian. However, the soul power consumed is too much, and it actually consumes about half of the pirate void. Cang Xu looked at the pirate Su around him, slightly helpless. Half of the pirate void he brought was swallowed by Roger's void, and it evolved into Kylian. If you want to go further, this amount of virtual reality may be a little insufficient. After all, the higher the level of Minos Grande, the more soul power needs to be devoured. However, this is not difficult, because Cang Xu discovered that there are also many souls in Logtown. Moreover, the number of souls in Logtown far exceeds that of the City of Seven Waters. At this point, Cang Xu was a little unexpected. However, it is normal that this happens. Logtown is the transportation hub of the East China Sea. Anyone who wants to enter the Grand Line Pirate Group must pass through Logtown. In addition, Logtown is Roger's hometown and the end of his death. The town of beginning and end is not so famous, so pirates often come on pilgrimage. For this reason, most of the pirate groups in the East China Sea have been to Logtown. This has also spawned a lot of fights, resulting in a lot of souls in Logtown. And now, all these souls belong to Cang Xu? Thinking about this up to this point, Cang Xu used the soul-sucking skill to attract all the souls in the entire Logtown to the execution platform square. Then, Cang Xu used the hollow skill to transform all these souls into emptiness. For a while, there were a lot of black figures on the square of the execution platform. Roger Killian's rations have become sufficient again. Roger Killian feasted, constantly devouring these voids and growing rapidly. At the same time, when Kylian, who was transformed by Roger's soul, was feasting. At Leatherfield, I also met Smoker. Young man, this is nowhere. Letterfield, wearing a bat mask and a robe, appeared in front of Smoker and said to Smoker, "Who are you? You dare to block my way in Logtown? Wait, are you under the Blackwing demon Cang Xu?" Smoker's face darkened slightly, as if he had guessed something. He wants to go to the execution stand to find trouble with Cang Xu. At this time, a mysterious figure that had never been seen before suddenly appeared in front of him, not allowing him to pass. In this case, there should be only one possibility. If he didn't guess wrong, the masked man in front of him is probably Cang Xu's subordinate. It's smart, you guessed it, but unfortunately there is no reward. Letterfield spread his hands and said to Smoker with regret. Cang Xu said before that they temporarily conceal their true identities, so there is no need to hide anything else. Therefore, he was under Cang Xu's command, and Letterfield did not hide it. Anyway, as long as you don't reveal that he is the Lonely Red Barleric Letterfield, that's fine. After all, as Cang Xu, it is quite normal to have a few people following him. If that's the case, then you can stay with me. White Blast. Smoker snorted coldly, and his body instantly turned into smoke, attacking Letterfield directly. This is Smoker's unique trick. It can turn the whole body into smoke and capture the enemy instantly. Since the mysterious person in front of me is the subordinate of Cang Xu, the Great Blackwing Demon. If he can win the opponent, maybe he can get Cang Xu's intelligence from the opponent? For this reason, Smoker went straight to it. Sure enough, it was Logia, but it didn't help much. The corners of Letterfield's mouth curled slightly, motionless, looking at Smoker with interest. In the first half of the Four Seas and Grand Line, Logia is indeed a heaven-defying existence. But in front of Letterfield, Smoker is like a child, there is no room for resistance at all. When the white smoke melted by Smoker came to Letterfield, Letterfield moved. The umbrella-shaped Zanpakuto appeared in Letterfield's hands instantly, and swept down in front of him. Read more at hotmailnovel.xyz. Tear. In an instant, Smoker fell to the ground. Transformed back to the human body, there was a long blood mark on his chest, and blood flowed out of the blood mark. With one move, Letterfield directly injured Smoker. Ahem, you actually know armament haki. Who are you? Smoker looked at Letterfield with difficulty, with an unconcealable shock in his eyes. The feature of Logia is that it can be elementalized and immune to physical damage. This is the reason why Logia looked at it in the first half of the Four Seas and Grand Line. However, Logia is not unsolvable. As long as you master armament haki, you can naturally capture the entities of Logia-capable people. For this reason, Letterfield hit Smoker with a single move. Hehe, young man, armament haki is on the Grand Line, it's nothing unusual. Letterfield smiled indifferently. Naturally, he would not tell his true identity, but what he said was also the truth. Although two-color haki is very popular in New World, in the first half of the Grand Line, two-color haki is rarely seen. However, seeing it rarely does not mean it does not. There is still part of the two-color haki heritage, appearing in the first half of the Grand Line. Moreover, his apparent identity is the person who follows Cang Xu in the Grand Line. It's not a strange thing to run back from the first half of the Grand Line and master armament haki. Okay, it's time to solve you next. Letterfield raised the sword in his hand, preparing to end the Smoker. Because he didn't want to waste too much time on Smoker, he has no idea of playing slowly with Smoker. Because the longer time wasted, the easier it is to cause changes. The bad guys die from talking too much, which makes a lot of sense. Moreover, he wants to return to Cang Xu as soon as possible, because Letterfield, like Bullet, also wanted to meet his old rival Roger. Tear. Letterfield swung his sword and pierced Smoker's heart directly. Smoker's face changed drastically, and his heart was desperate. It seems that his life is coming to an end today. Ha ha ha, why bother with the juniors? At this time, a hearty voice came. At the same time, accompanied by a strong wind, a pair of black fists instantly appeared in front of Smoker. The pitch-black fist, like indestructible fine iron, blocked the tip of Letterfield's sword. Is the Marine headquarters moving so fast? I didn't expect it to be you. Letterfield's expression condensed, looking at the figure standing in front of Smoker, slightly surprised in his heart. This is a tall, muscular, white-haired old man. There is a scar on the left eye of the old man, with short gray hair, wearing the uniform of the Lieutenant General, and wearing a dog head hat. Although it seems that the old man is not young, but he is full of energy and spirit. This is the famous Marine hero, Naval Headquarters, Monkey D. Garp. The person who appeared in front of Smoker and helped him block the fatal blow of Letterfield was Lieutenant General Garp. When there was a crisis in Logtown, Lieutenant General Garp was the first senior officer to rush to Logtown. As for the reason why Garp will appear in Logtown, it is also related to Smoker. Before, Smoker reported to Marine Headquarters that Cang Xu, the Blackwing Demon, appeared on Logtown. For this matter, Marshal Sengoku attached great importance to it. Directly check with the senior generals at Marine Headquarters to see who is near the East China Sea. This query, Marshal Sengoku suddenly found out. Garp's warship is actually in the East China Sea. Lieutenant General Garp returned to the East China Sea. The nominal reason was to go home to visit relatives. In fact, only Garp himself knows that his grandson, Luffy, actually took advantage of his carelessness and sneaked out to sea, wanting to become a pirate. 3 years ago, Ace went to sea secretly. He didn't notice the news that Ace went to sea. When he noticed, Ace had already made a big name on the Grand Line. At that time, he wanted to stop it, but it was too late. This time, Luffy wants to go to sea, he naturally wants to come back and stop. As a result, not long after he returned to the East China Sea, he received a message from Sengoku. Therefore, Lieutenant General Garp rushed to Logtown without saying a word. Because of Garp's location, it's not very far from Logtown. Therefore, he can come quickly and save Smoker's life before Letterfield takes action. Of course, Letterfield and Garp are also old opponents. So, as soon as Garp appeared, Letterfield immediately recognized Garp's identity. Really, the people in the Grand Line, why run back to the East China Sea? Isn't this causing trouble? I don't know that the old man will go back and teach me that lovely grandson. Garp talks about it, but the movement of his hands is not slow. Quickly send Smoker out of the battle circle, and then return to Letterfield again. Really, since I have a grandson, I should have retired long ago. The sea is bumpy, and the elderly wandering on the sea don't seem to be very good. Letterfield said indifferently, without stopping Garp from transferring Smoker. Because Letterfield also knew that Garp was here, it was not easy for him to kill Smoker. It might as well have some strength left. Ha ha ha, if you pirates let Marine worry a little, it's not bad for you to retire. But having said that, are you planning to fight the old man, or do you take the initiative to catch it by yourself? Garp looked at Letterfield, loosened his muscles and bones, and seemed to be ready to do it. Read more at hotmailnovel.xyz. Neither, you are a Marine hero, terrible. I'd better deal with those young Marine soldiers. Letterfield smiled indifferently, suddenly his figure flashed, and he rushed directly in the direction of the Marine branch. To be honest, the arrival of Garp is not a good thing for Letterfield, because Cang Xu explained, let him not reveal his identity. However, he and Garp are also old opponents. Once fighting breaks out, Garp will definitely recognize him. However, Letterfield knew that Cang Xu was still helping Roger to resurrect. If he returns to the execution stand at this time, he will definitely lead Garp over. This is not a good thing for him, he doesn't want to ruin Cang Xu's plan. So, after a little thought, Letterfield chose another method. Try to lead Garp away as much as possible without doing anything with Garp. Of course, if you want to lure Garp away, you naturally need a good reason. For example, attack the Marine branch. I believe Garp won't just sit back and watch. In fact, Letterfield's idea is correct. Hearing Letterfield's words, Garp's face changed drastically, and he chased Letterfield directly. Damn it guy, dare to bully the small, I want you to taste my iron fist. Garp yelled and chased Letterfield. For a while, the two gradually moved away from the execution platform and ran away. At the same time, when Letterfield led Garp away and took Garp farther and farther, at the execution platform, a very critical moment has come. Because Cang Xu attracted all the souls of the entire Logtown, and then the hollow became empty, as Roger Killian's ration, Roger Killian can finally devour the void and increase his strength. But now, in the entire execution platform square, there is not much falsehood. Because basically it was swallowed by Roger Killian and transformed into Roger Killian's power. Roger Killian at this time has reached the peak of Killian's level. Moreover, Roger Killian's state has also become very strange. A very strong breath emanated from Roger Killian. Roger Killian's soul fluctuates, and there are drastic changes in appearance, high for a while and low for a while. It seems to be undergoing a special change. Cang Xu is very familiar with this situation. Because Roger Killian at this time is very similar to the state of the two before the Arrancarization of Lonely Red and Bullet. Sure enough, Roger Killian is about to evolve. There is a touch of joy in Cang Xu's eyes. His idea is really correct. Roger's soul is really unique. It didn't take long for him to evolve into Killian, and now there is an evolutionary trend. It seems that the Arrancarization of Roger Killian, the probability of rebirth of Roger is really much greater than that of ordinary Killian. Boom! A powerful breath erupted from Roger Killian. At the same time, Roger Killian's body exudes a dazzling light. Roger Killian, start Arrancarization. A strong light and breath enveloped the entire execution platform square. However, Cang Xu never blinked, looking at the light ball in front of him. As for Bullet, he was more nervous than Cang Xu, staring at the light group, wishing to see Roger walking out of it right away. As for Buggy and Nami, the two of them were still uncertain at this time, hiding behind Cang Xu, looking at the light ball in front of them hesitantly. After a while, when all the movement disappeared, a burly figure walked out of the light group. This is a burly figure, with a mustache and black hair, but his eyes are very bright, exuding an amazing breath. This is One Piece, Gold Roger. Gold Roger is resurrected, in the form of Arrancar, appear in this world again. Captain Roger, you are really resurrected, great, I miss you so much. Buggy, who was overjoyed, suddenly burst into tears and pounced directly on Roger. As for the Bullet on one side, the whole body trembled, and the fighting spirit was awe-inspiring. It was very exciting. I can't wait to fight Roger right away. As for the little thief cat Nami, at this time Nami looked at the resurrected Roger with a shocked face, completely speechless. Although she already knew that Cang Xu and others were planning to resurrect Roger, the One Piece King. However, hearing and real seeing, these are two completely different concepts. When you really see Roger, the big sea pirate, fully resurrected, Nami was also shocked, completely speechless. Resurrecting from the dead, is this the power of God? However, if Roger, the One Piece King who has been dead for more than 20 years, can be resurrected, then can her mother Bermel, who died 8 years ago, be resurrected. Nami was lost in thought again. As for Cang Xu at this time is naturally very happy. One Piece Roger's strength is naturally beyond doubt, because Roger was successfully resurrected and reborn in the form of Arrancar. In other words, Cang Xu's subordinates will have one more top combat power. This is why Cang Xu is happy. He specifically ran back to the East China Sea Logtown from the Grand Line, and finally did not waste his efforts. Read more at hotuntilnovel.xyz. He won the bet this time. Ale, isn't this Buggy? And Bullet, why are you here? No, am I dead? I was executed on the execution bench. How could I reappear? Could it be that you are all dead? At this time, Roger looked at the few people in front of him blankly, as if he didn't quite understand the current situation. What happened? Obviously he was executed. How could he still see Buggy and others? It's hard to say that Buggy has all died and came to heaven to accompany him. Bah, it's not that we are dead. In fact, it's okay to say that. We did die. It's a little messy. In short, you are indeed resurrected and reappear in this world. So, fight me, Roger. Bullet trembled all over, looking at Roger with awe-inspiring fighting spirit. This is an exciting tremor. Seeing Roger's resurrection, Bullet couldn't wait to fight Roger right away. I'm resurrected, how is this possible? Roger ignored Bullet, but was confused. Feeling his body? He could feel that his body seemed to have changed a lot. That sickness-ridden feeling seemed to have disappeared, and power kept pouring out of the body, and everything seemed to be different. Roger didn't know why this happened. Well, now is not the time to talk more. Leave Logtown first, and then there will be time to take your time. Cang Xu spoke, and said to several people, Yes, Master Cang Xu. Bullet suppressed his fighting spirit and said respectfully to Cang Xu. Roger's pupils contracted and he glanced at Bullet in surprise, and finally his gaze slowly fell on Cang Xu. For Bullet, Roger naturally understands it. With Bullet's character, how could it be possible to say such respectful words? Moreover, the tear-stained young man in front of him may not even be 20 years old. It seems that all the problems should appear on the tear-stained man in front of him. Even the matter of his resurrection should have something to do with this tear-stained young man. Roger is very smart and guessed the key to the problem at once. But he didn't say it directly. Because Roger can tell, Cang Xu is not malicious towards him. If this is the case, then he left with them just to understand the truth of the matter. Thinking about this, the group slowly set out in the direction of the port. By the way, Roger, hide your identity for a while, lest it be recognized by your old acquaintances. Cang Xu said to Roger, asking him to put on a mask and robe to temporarily hide his identity. Obviously, Cang Xu already knew about Garp's arrival. After all, Cang Xu's detection loop covers a lot of scope. The whole situation in Logtown can't escape Cang Xu's eyes. Moreover, Garp's vicissitudes of life and powerful soul fire are also very rare, and it is difficult not to guess his identity. In this regard, although Roger had some doubts in his mind, he did not refuse. He has a lot of doubts and needs to ask Cang Xu for verification, so naturally he will not refute Cang Xu's words. And for some reason, he always felt that he should follow Cang Xu's words. So Roger obediently put on a mask and a robe to hide his identity. Afterwards, a group of talents went to the port, when Cang Xu and others began to leave the execution platform and head towards the port. On Letterfield's side, it's almost done too, because Letterfield said, we must do something to the soldiers of the Marine branch. In order to stop Letterfield, Garp chased him directly. At this time, Letterfield and Lieutenant General Garp were circling around the Marine branch. Because of Letterfield, I don't want to fight Garp, I just want to hold Garp. Therefore, Letterfield has never been facing Garp's attack head-on. Every time Garp approached, Letterfield would step on the ring and disappear, appearing in another position. This makes Garp very angry. The guy at damn it is as cunning as a loach, dare to be a little bit energetic, and fight me head-on. Garp said angrily, waving the iron fist in his hand. Hehe, you are the Marine hero Garp. How dare I fight you head-on, or you will get out of the way and let me enter the Marine branch and let me find some soldiers to play with. Letterfield smiled indifferently, ignoring Garp's provocation. This makes Garp depressed. It was the first time that he had encountered such a cunning enemy, and he couldn't touch it, leaving him helpless. Suddenly, Letterfield stopped and looked in the direction of the harbor. Although he is not particularly familiar with Arrancar's abilities, but the aura of the souls of Cang Xu's people is so conspicuous, like a beacon in the dark. So, Letterfield can feel it. Cang Xu and others have begun to move to the port. What does this show? It shows that the matter of Hollow Roger's soul should be over. If this is the case, then he can't continue to drag on here. It's boring, you have been stopping here all the time. I can't even enter the Marine branch, it's really boring. In that case, goodbye. Letterfield said boredly, ready to evacuate here. Don't want to run away, stay with me. Upon seeing this, Garp stepped on the 6-style shave instantly, wanting to keep Letterfield. However, with Letterfield's speed, how could Garp keep him? Read more at hotuntilnovel.xyz. With a bang, Letterfield disappeared directly on the spot and set off in the direction of the port. Only Garp with a helpless face left. The damn it guy, under the command of Cang Xu, the great black wing demon, how can there be a guy with this kind of strength? Garp said helplessly, but did not continue to catch up, because he knows that the opponent has the ability to move, and if he doesn't go all out, it is difficult for him to keep the opponent. However, this is Logtown, there are many residents and soldiers, and it is not at sea. How can he let go of his hands and fight? Moreover, he had to avoid the opponent killing a carbine and hurting the soldiers here. In desperation, Garp didn't chase after him. Can only watch the other side leave. But why do I always think, where did I see that guy? Garp murmured. Although the other party was wearing a robe and a bat mask, he did not show his face at all. But in Garp's heart, there is always an inexplicable sense of familiarity, a sense of déjà vu. It's like, in his many years of Marine career, where did he seem to have met or played against each other? This strange sense of familiarity makes Garp feel uneasy. It seems that something terrible is about to happen. I have to say that Garp's instinct is very strong. Even Leatherfield didn't show anything from beginning to end. I just kept using the ring, entangled with Garp. Garp still feels something? Of course, Leatherfield, who is on the bright side, has already died in the incident of Cang Xu's Impel down. It can be said that Leatherfield is a figure on the death list. No matter how puzzled Garp was, he couldn't think of Leatherfield going up. He is doomed to guess the truth. Only when the truth is revealed, Marine will understand everything. It's just that at that time, everything is too late. Logtown port. Cang Xu and others came here slowly, and suddenly saw some Marine soldiers surrounding their warship, seeming to want to retake the warship. However, the Kylians on the warship made them feel helpless. Tisk tisk, this should be Garp's commander, it's really unnerving. Cang Xu murmured in his heart, and instantly guessed the truth. Garp's warship came to Logtown to support. Garp himself went to rescue Smoker and deal with Leadfield. The soldiers under his command came near Cang Xu's warship, trying to recapture the warship that Cang Xu had stolen. That person is. It seems that the Straw Hat Boy has already gone to sea. Cang Xu turned his eyes slightly, and landed not far behind the soldiers, a young man with short stature, round glasses, and short pink hair. If he guessed correctly, this should be when Luffy in the Straw Hat met the boy named Kirby when he first went to sea. Now that Kirby is on Garp's warship, it seems that Luffy in the Straw Hat has gone to sea. This is a good message, so that he can know the progress of the plot. However, Cang Xu will not pay too much attention to it, because in his opinion, this is just a small person. Nice soldier, it's a pity, I don't have time to play with you slowly. Cang Xu looked at the soldiers under Garp and said lightly. In the next moment, Riot burst out and directly enveloped all the soldiers. In an instant, everyone was dizzy. The amazing Riot instantly enveloped the soldiers, making them all dizzy. Some soldiers with weaker spirits and even their souls have a tendency to collapse. After all, Cang Xu's Riot is not Conqueror's haki. There are not many ordinary soldiers that can withstand it. However, Cang Xu ignored the situation of the soldiers, but took Bullet and Roger and slowly boarded the warship. Buggy, go get ready, we should leave Logtown. Cang Xu said to Buggy and Nami to prepare them. It's almost time for them to leave Logtown. Which, Master Cang Xu, don't we need to wait for Leatherfield? Buggy asked cautiously. Gu Gao's Haihong hasn't come back yet, is it going to set sail? He has returned. Cang Xu smiled lightly. Sure enough, Cang Xu's words just fell. A tall and thin figure appeared directly on the deck. This is Leatherfield returning to the warship? Master Cang Xu, I'm back. Leatherfield came to Cang Xu and bowed slightly to Cang Xu. Good job, Leatherfield. Cang Xu nodded slightly, with a trace of satisfaction in his eyes. Although he has been in the execution platform square, busy with Roger Hollow. However, Cang Xu has always been paying attention to the situation in Leatherfield. For this reason, Cang Xu knows everything about what happened in Leatherfield. Including Garp's appearance and then being led away by Leatherfield, Cang Xu knows everything that has been delayed until now. To be honest, Cang Xu is very satisfied with Leatherfield's performance. After all, with Garp's character and strength, once he comes near the execution platform, it will definitely interfere with Roger's soul hollow. Although in Cang Xu's view, as long as Roger's soul survives, he can definitely hollow Roger's soul. But if Garp wants to make trouble, it will also cause him some unnecessary trouble. It can be said that Leatherfield's treatment is almost perfect. Complete the task completely without revealing the identity. From start to finish, Garp didn't get any closer to the execution platform. This guarantees the smooth characterization of Roger and the successful resurrection in this world. For this reason, Cang Xu praised Leatherfield. This is what I should do. Read more at hotuntelnovel.xyz. Leatherfield smiled indifferently. Leatherfield was also a little happy to receive Cang Xu's award. Leatherfield, isn't this Leatherfield, why are you here? Roger's surprised voice came. Until now, Roger did not realize that Lonely Red was also on this ship. Roger was a little surprised. Unexpectedly, besides Bullet, he met an acquaintance again. And it's still lonely, Barleric Leatherfield? This famous and aloof Lone Ranger actually appeared here. This really shocked him. However, it was Cang Xu himself that really shocked Roger. He could see that the situation in Leatherfield seemed to be somewhat similar to Bullet. Both of them seemed to have extremely high respect for this tear-scarred boy. From Roger's point of view, this is a very incredible thing. Because, whether it is Bullet or Leatherfield, they are all arrogant people. How can they surrender to others? There seem to be many problems and stories behind these things. Roger was itching, wishing to understand these things right away. It's been a long time, Roger, it looks like you are in good condition after your resurrection. Leatherfield turned his head and looked at Roger with some emotion. For their old opponents, Roger, who became One Piece, is a special existence after all. So, seeing Roger again, Leatherfield also felt a little emotional. Well, this is not a place to talk, leave here first before speaking. Cang Xu interrupted their conversation and ordered Buggy, Garp is still in Logtown, if Garp catches up, there will be some trouble. The most important point is that it is not yet time for Roger and others to be exposed. So in a short time, Cang Xu didn't want to conflict with Garp. Thinking of this, Buggy, who was ordered by Cang Xu, immediately returned to the control room and controlled the warship. The warship set sail slowly and left Logtown. After leaving the waters of Logtown, Cang Xu returned to the deck. Roger at this time has long been here waiting for Cang Xu. He has many questions and wants to know Cang Xu clearly. Why, didn't you talk to Roger about the current situation? Cang Xu looked at Bullet and Leadfield. He thought that during the time the warship left Logtown, Roger had already understood the situation with the two of them. Looking at this situation, it seemed that Roger still didn't know anything, with a blank expression on his face. Master Cang Xu didn't explain, how can we go beyond it? Leadfield spread his hands and said, Leadfield will not go beyond what Cang Xu has not explained. The same is true for Bullet, although he is impulsive and reckless, and belongs to a war addict. But their loyalty to Cang Xu has been carved in the depths of their souls. Before Bullet was resurrected, Leadfield helped Bullet to understand and be familiar with the power of Arrancar, because of the reasons Cang Xu explained. Otherwise, he would not intervene at will. In this regard, Cang Xu was a little helpless. He didn't expect the two of them to have such a stubborn aspect. But this is a good thing for Cang Xu. After all, loyalty under his command is always more important than anything. So Cang Xu didn't care about that much, but directly exposed the topic and looked directly at Roger. Okay, if you have anything you want to ask, just ask directly. Cang Xu looked at Roger and said to Roger, why am I resurrected? Didn't I die before? Who are you? Why do you want to resurrect me? What is the world now? Questions came out of Roger. Since his resurrection, Roger has had many questions. Now you can ask Cang Xu. Roger will directly throw out all the questions. I want to get the answer he wants from Cang Xu. You did die before. You have been dead for more than 20 years. Now you rely on my hollow ability to make you come alive again. But the current you is no longer the previous you, but with a kind of existence called Arrancar, you return to this world again. Cang Xu said roughly and said about Arrancar's ability. However, until now, Cang Xu has no time to look at Roger's situation. Like Leadfield and Bullet, Roger was resurrected in the form of Arrancar, which naturally has the characteristics of Arrancar. There is a Western-style long sword hanging from Roger's waist. This is Roger's Zanpakuto. As for Roger's Arrancar feature, it is a crown of bones. On Roger's head, there is a crown made of white bones. This is Roger's change. I have to say that as one piece, he fits well, and even the condensed Arrancar features are a bone crown. Cang Xu couldn't help but think of a person, the second Espada in the Shinigami world, the skeleton emperor Baragan Luzenbairn. His Arrancar image also has a crown-like white headdress on top of his head. In this regard, Roger is somewhat similar to him, and perhaps has something to do with their original identities. After all, one is the king of the original Hueco Mundo and the other is the former One Piece. That's it, it turns out I was resurrected like this. Roger was a little emotional. Although he still has some doubts, he probably already understands what his resurrection is all about. However, Roger was still shocked by Cang Xu's methods. You know, although he already knows what this resurrection is all about, but knowing that the shock in his heart has not diminished in the slightest, even more intense. You know, according to Cang Xu's words, he has been dead for more than 20 years, read more at hotmailnovel.xyz. But after so long, Cang Xu can actually bring him back to life. So, what about the famous powerhouses in history? Can Cang Xu bring them back to life? If this is the case, then Cang Xu's subordinates will condense an unprecedented and terribly powerful team. At that time, it is estimated that the entire world will usher in tremendous changes. I have to say, it is worthy of Roger, and soon thinks of something. Wait, if you follow your words, then Bullet and Leadfield. Roger was startled suddenly, as if thinking of something. He reappeared in this world in the form of resurrection from the dead. So how about Bullet and Leadfield? Roger can see that the two of them at this time, no matter their state and breath, are very similar to him, seeming to share the same origin. It's hardly possible that both of them died and were resurrected by the boy in front of them. You thought, well, I killed them and brought them back to life. Cang Xu said calmly, telling the truth about the matter. The very plain words shocked Roger. He knew the strength of the two, but was actually killed by Cang Xu. Cang Xu in front of him, what level of strength has he reached? This is too amazing. You know, Cang Xu in front of you looks so young, he has not yet reached the peak of his life. At this age, he has the strength to kill Leadfield and Bullet. So, when Cang Xu has fully grown up, how far will it grow? Don't look at me like this. At that time, my strength was not so exaggerated, it was just taking advantage of the time and place. Cang Xu seemed to see Roger's thoughts and waved his hand slightly, not willing to discuss this topic. At the beginning of the eternal hell of Impel Down, he could kill Leadfield and Bullet and others, but only with the advantage of Impel Down. There is nothing to say about this matter. However, the shock in Roger's heart still couldn't be erased, and it took a while to calm down. In the next time, Roger learned about Arrancar again. Cang Xu answered one by one to help Roger solve his doubts. By the way, I have another very important question. Has there been any change in the sea more than 20 years after my death? Roger suddenly asked about another thing. Before he died of illness, he specifically asked Marine to surrender, and on the execution stage, he opened a new era. He wanted to know how the sea had become now. This point, I will answer that it is not suitable, let another person tell you. Buggy. Cang Xu turned his head and called Buggy, who was at the helm. Although he knows some things, Cang Xu also has a lot of things he doesn't know. As for Leatherfield and Bullet, the two are even more needless to say. Squatting in jail for decades, how do you know the changes in the sea? I believe Buggy will know more about this kind of thing. Okay, Master Cang Xu, let me explain to Captain Roger. Over the past 2 decades, great changes have indeed taken place in the sea. For example, the era of the great pirates, 4 emperors, and Shishibukais appear. Let Nami temporarily revealed the position of the helm. Buggy came to Cang Xu and Roger and introduced them to the current situation of the sea. Although Buggy has stayed in the East China Sea for more than 20 years. However, Buggy still knows a lot about the situation of the Grand Line. For this reason, Buggy quickly explained all the major events that have occurred in the ocean over the past 2 decades. At this time, it was not only Roger who was understanding. Even Bullet and Leatherfield are also learning about this period of time. Because they also need to know what has happened in the sea since these hours. Of course, Cang Xu is no exception. Although he came through, there are some things that even the old thief Oda didn't explain clearly, he naturally needs to understand. Following Buggy's description, they have some understanding of the major events that have occurred over the past 2 decades. Unexpectedly, after so many years, so many changes have taken place on the sea. After understanding what happened during this period, Roger was a little emotional. Shanks, the child on the ship, became the emperor of the sea just like Whitebeard and others, and was called the 4 emperors. There is also Shishibukai by Marine, all of which make Roger feel novel. It seems that even if he is not there, the sea is still wonderful, and this kind of legend is staged. Is the sea very exciting? If you have this opportunity, if you want to see it, you should have some regrets that you haven't finished it. Roger. Cang Xu looked at Roger and said something inexplicable. Indeed, such a wonderful sea really makes me a little bit reluctant. It would be a shame if I returned to the underworld like this. Roger said regretfully. He was born to belong to this sea, and it is rare to return to the sea. It would be a pity to return to the underworld like this. As for the regrets that Cang Xu said, this is of course there, and who would have no regrets? In Roger's mind, the appearance of many previous partners flashed through. Finally, Roger's memory is fixed on a woman with long pink hair, that is his wife. Before he was executed, his wife was pregnant. I don't know if the child born is a boy or a girl. He still remembers the words he had said with his wife before. If you give birth to a boy, you will be named Ace. If you give birth to a girl, you will be named Anne. These things caused Roger to fall into silence. Roger fell silent, but what Roger said made Bullet a little startled. Listening to Roger's meaning, it seemed that he had planned to give up his life. It's rare to be resurrected, he actually wants to give up? Why do you have such an idea? Is Roger crazy? Read more at hotuntelnovel.xyz. In fact, Roger did think so. From the resurrection to the present, Roger has recovered part of his power, and he has also discovered one thing. His life seems to have been affected by Cang Xu, and he is controlled by Cang Xu. This is not good news for Roger. He yearns for freedom. Naturally he does not want to be controlled by others, and he does not want to be a sharp sword in the hands of others. If Cang Xu intends to let him deal with his former friends or relatives, what should he do? Due to this reason, deep down in Roger's heart, he even gave up this rare opportunity to resurrect and wanted to return to the underworld again. This point was naturally seen by Cang Xu. Therefore, Cang Xu said such words. It was rare for him to bring Roger back to life, but he didn't want to waste it in vain. Roger, what do you want to do? Don't miss it. Bullet said quickly, persuading Roger. He really hopes to fight Roger one more time, but he doesn't want Roger to give up. Do you know why I want to resurrect you? Because I want to have absolute power so that absolute freedom can be achieved. Cang Xu said slowly, expressing his thoughts. He summoned Roger, not that he wanted him to do it with his own feet, in line with Roger's principles. He did so much, nothing more than to control his life. Pirate world respects the strong, and the weak will only be bullied. He doesn't want to be bullied, he can only become stronger. This is the motivation of Cang Xu. It's a little far away, but having said that, he rarely resurrected Roger, so naturally he didn't want Roger to seek death. This is a pity too. For this reason, Cang Xu would persuade Roger. I have to say that Roger, Bullet, and Leatherfield are still somewhat different. Of course, if it is really that far, if Roger really can't think about it, he insists on committing suicide. Then, Cang Xu will not be polite. He will directly control Roger. You know, although the current Cang Xu hasn't worked out a way to erase his memory for the time being. But the soul is the most wonderful thing. Moreover, his hollow skills have not yet been fully improved. Maybe he can work out a way to make him lose his past memories from Kylian? You know, Arankar in the Shinigami world has no memories of previous lives. Cang Xu believes that he can also do this in the future. For this reason, he is not worried about Roger doing stupid things. If Roger really can't think about it, then Cang Xu will use Hollow's reverse ability to temporarily suppress Roger. Wait until the research is clear in the future, then wash away Roger's memory and make him a real Arankar? This is Cang Xu's whole card. It's rare for him to resurrect Roger, but he doesn't want such top combat power to die in vain. It's a bit too wasteful. Of course, if it is possible, Cang Xu still doesn't want to do it. After all, a Roger with a memory, the power that can be exerted is definitely more than a puppet Arrancar who has lost his memory. Therefore, Cang Xu gave Roger the right to choose. It depends on how he chooses. I know, since I'm resurrected from the dead, I will naturally enjoy the rare life. I will eat and drink by your side in the future. Roger was silent for a while, and finally waved his hand helplessly, looked at Cang Xu and said. Cang Xu's words are already very clear. Therefore, Roger will not say much. As long as Cang Xu doesn't touch his bottom line, he will follow Cang Xu and look at the sea now. What's the problem? Cang Xu's words finally made Roger feel relieved, because he can see that Cang Xu shouldn't force him to do anything that touches the bottom line. Since then, Roger has been back home, and he won't think about it anymore. This matter ends here. As a result, Cang Xu's power also ushered in a surge. Roger, Letterfield, Bullet, all three of them were top masters of the old age, and now they all gather under Cang Xu's account. In this way, Cang Xu is confident enough to deal with any danger. Master Cang Xu, where should we go next? Buggy smiled, came to Cang Xu and asked Cang Xu. Now, the resurrection of Roger has been completed. Buggy doesn't know. What should I do next? We return to the East China Sea just to resurrect Roger. Now that Roger has been resurrected, he will naturally return to the Grand Line. Cang Xu said calmly, telling them their next destination. He returned to the East China Sea this time just for Roger's soul. Now, Roger has been successfully resurrected, reborn in the form of Arrancar, and his subordinate has an extra top combat power. Next, they should naturally return to the Grand Line. After all, the 4 seas are too weak. Grand Line is the real stage. It is impossible for him to waste too much time in the East China Sea. In fact, it has not been a few days since they returned to the East China Sea. Because they just came to the East China Sea, they met Buggy, Nami, and others. After taking the 2 as subordinates, they rushed directly to Logtown. Calculating the time, they may not have 10 days since they entered the East China Sea. Now, he intends to leave directly, so naturally the time to stay in the East China Sea will not be very long. This is the idea of Cang Xu. Of course, before leaving the East China Sea, Cang Xu will give a little thief cat a chance to see if she can catch it. Cang Xu glanced over Nami not far away, and found that Nami's face seemed a little strange. At this time, Nami seemed to be a little tangled, and he stopped talking. Master Cang Xu, please let me fight Roger, I can't wait. Read more at hotmailnovel.xyz. Suddenly, Bullet's voice sounded. For Bullet, he is looking forward to this battle. He has been looking forward to it for a long time. He is really impatient and waits until he enters the Grand Line before fighting Roger. He wants to have a hearty battle with Roger. For this reason, Bullet said to Cang Xu, hoping that Cang Xu could agree to his request. Hey, I just came back to life, can you let me rest for a few days? Roger looked at Bullet helplessly with a headache on his face. Bullet is good there, but there is a little bad, but he likes to fight with him. At the beginning, didn't he just win Bullet once, so he has to challenge him all the time. He has just come back from life, and he is not even familiar with his own power. Now he is going to challenge him. Isn't this making him uncomfortable? However, Bullet doesn't care about other things at all, it just wants to fight him once. Alright, I'll give you 3 days, Buggy, find a deserted island. We will take a 3-day rest temporarily. Cang Xu thought a little, then nodded slowly. They are indeed in a hurry for this trip, and they need to take a break. That being the case, let them vent. Cang Xu could tell that Letterfield seemed to be eager to try, and wanted to fight Roger. It seems that Roger will be very busy in the next few days. In this regard, Cang Xu just smiled, did not say much, and let them make arrangements by themselves. In response, Nami, who was standing not far away, breathed a sigh of relief. At least, she had more time to think about it. Next, Buggy controlled the warship, looking for the surrounding desert islands. Soon, Cang Xu and others found a deserted island and temporarily rested on the deserted island. As for the battle between Bullet and Roger, Cang Xu gave them 3 days. Within 3 days, they can make trouble whatever they want. But 3 days later, they will set off again. On the other hand, when the 3 of Cang Xu were temporarily resting on the deserted island, Marine of Logtown basically got results for the follow-up various aftermath and disposal. At this time, Garp also contacted Marshal Sengoku and told Marshal Sengoku about the situation in Logtown. You said that Cang Xu left Logtown, and nothing happened in Logtown. After listening to Garp's description, Sengoku was a little surprised. According to the news reported by Garp, Cang Xu seemed to just go to Logtown, but did nothing. Because in the entire Logtown, there were almost no casualties, no people died, and no buildings were destroyed. The few wounded were Smoker and the soldiers on the Garp ship. However, the 2 situations are somewhat special. Smoker wanted to find Cang Xu and was injured by Cang Xu's men. The soldiers on the Garp ship wanted to encircle Cang Xu's warship, so they were brought down by Cang Xu with riotsu, which resulted in some casualties. Therefore, Marshal Sengoku was a little bit puzzled. He didn't know why Cang Xu's gourd was selling. In fact, Marshal Sengoku has always felt that Cang Xu's style is very weird, and his style of behavior is simply unimaginable. Cang Xu appeared in the City of 7 Waters. He thought that Cang Xu was going to Xiongdaibo Islands, but Cang Xu went directly to the East China Sea. He thought that Cang Xu was going to take action on Logtown, but Cang Xu just came to Logtown for a walk, and then left directly. Sengoku, known as the Wise General, felt a little confused for the first time, unable to figure out Cang Xu's thoughts at all. What does this Blackwing demon want to do? Garp, what do you think this Cang Xu is doing? Marshal Sengoku, who had doubts in his heart, asked Garp in turn, wanting to see what Garp thought. After all, Garp is also someone who doesn't play cards according to the routine. Sometimes, he can get some inspiration from Garp. I don't know, but that guy has a subordinate, which is a little strange. Garp said slowly, talking about another thing. What Garp said is naturally Letterfield's business. After Letterfield left, Garp always felt a little strange. So, when Sengoku asked about Cang Xu, Garp said it by the way. How to say? Marshal Sengoku wondered why Garp mentioned Cang Xu's men. After leaving Impel down, Cang Xu became famous. He will have several subordinates, which are normal things. Is there anything wrong? His subordinate knows armament haki, and a movement technique similar to the 6 style shaved. Garp said quickly, telling everything he knew. It turns out that it should be a swordsman who has practiced similar physical skills, or a person with the ability to move, then a reward order should be issued to him. The voice of Marshal Sengoku came from the phone bug. Obviously, Sengoku doesn't seem to care much about things under Cang Xu. Although the 6 types are very rare, skills like shaving are not particularly difficult to imitate. In fact, in the depths of the Grand Line, there are some pirates who also have similar moving body skills, or are those with corresponding abilities. Therefore, Sengoku can issue a reward at most, but he doesn't care too much. After all, Sengoku cares most about Cang Xu himself. This is his current focus. Garp, you will work harder next, stay some time in the East China Sea, and let me stare at the situation in the East China Sea. I don't know what Cang Xu, the great Blackwing demon, will do in the East China Sea. Sengoku is a little worried. As long as Cang Xu does not leave the East China Sea for a day, he will not be at ease for a day. Therefore, he can only temporarily leave Garp in the East China Sea. In this way, if the Blackwing demon did something, Garp would be able to rescue him as soon as possible. I know. Read more at hotuntelnovel.xyz. In this regard, Garp naturally has no reason to refuse. After all, when he returned to the East China Sea this time, he originally had his plans. Now I can leave some more time, just in line with his idea. Cang Xu does not know that Garp will stay in the East China Sea for some time to come. However, even if Garp stays in the East China Sea, Cang Xu will not care. As long as Garp didn't take the initiative to trouble him, he wouldn't specifically trouble Garp. After all, now, it's not time to go to war with Garp. At the same time, Cang Xu and others have boarded the deserted island and temporarily rested on the deserted island. And Bullet was the first time, pulling Roger with a headache, and ran directly to the middle of the island, wanting to fight Roger. Cang Xu ignored this, because at this time Cang Xu was dealing with another matter. Let's talk about it. Take the initiative to find me. What's the matter? Cang Xu's eyes turned slightly, thoughtfully, looking at Nami in front of him. Yes, what he has to deal with is Nami's business. Just now, Nami, the little thief cat, came to the door and seemed to want to do something. It seems that Nami, the little thief cat, has already made a choice. Master Cang Xu, I want to ask you one thing. My hometown, Kokoyasi Village, is occupied by a group of pirates called the Dragon Pirate Group. Please help me get rid of this group of pirates. Nami knelt down and knocked his head to Cang Xu. You know my rules. There is no free lunch in the world. You need to pay for whatever you want. I can help you solve this, but what can you give me back? Cang Xu spoke lightly and looked at Nami in front of him with a smile. Little Thief Cat finally has a choice, and it is worthwhile to give Nami so many opportunities. Yes, Cang Xu had anticipated this situation a long time ago. In fact, Nami knew in his heart that even if she made up 100 million Baileys, Eren would not be able to let go of Kokoyasi Village. It's just that she deceived herself and didn't want to believe this. The best way to solve the crisis in Kokoyasi Village is to use a stronger force to directly destroy them. Use violence to control violence. This is the real way to solve the evil Dragon Pirate Group. And right now, Cang Xu and others are the best shortcut. If Nami can invite Cang Xu to take action, then this problem will be solved. It can be said that the opportunity to solve the crisis lies in front of Nami, to see if she can catch it. Now it seems that Nami has finally made up his mind. I am willing to dedicate everything I have, including all my property, and even my life. Nami looked up, his eyes were very determined, his attitude was very firm, and he was obviously mentally prepared. The only thing she has is her life. This is also the only thing she can take out. If Cang Xu is regarded as the devil, then she is willing to deal with the devil, an irresistible deal. In that case, from now on, your life is mine. Cang Xu smiled lightly, showing a smile. The transaction is established. He will help Nami destroy the dragon pirates. In contrast, from now on, everything about Nami will be the property of Cang Xu. Buggy, wait for Bullet and Roger to get back on the boat and tell them that I will go out. Cang Xu and Nami came to the coast and said to Buggy, who was busy making a fire. Yes, after coming to the desert island, Buggy's career changed again. Buggy is now an honorable chef. No way, Buggy is the weakest here. Basically all the trivial things are done by Buggy. Buggy felt bitter, but he didn't dare to say anything, so he was so happy. As for the reason Cang Xu said so, it was naturally because he was leaving for a trip. He established a deal with Nami, and he will naturally help Nami solve the problem of the dragon pirates. However, this matter is just a small matter, there is no need to mobilize people. So, he can accompany Nami on a trip. The most important point is that Cang Xu does not want to waste too much time on this trivial matter. Therefore, he intends to resolve this matter as quickly as possible. Don't worry, Master Cang Xu, I will tell them when Captain Roger and the others come back. Buggy quickly said respectfully, not daring to be disrespectful. Block it, Blackwing Demon. Cang Xu pulls out of Zanpakuto, and goes straight to the liberation. Boom! The amazing riot so burst out from Cang Xu in an instant. The terrifying riot so, turned into black riot so raindrops, fell from the sky. This is the vision of Ulquiorra's return to the blade, and it is also the vision of Cang Xu's return to the blade, because his riot so is too deep. At the same time, a pair of big black wings that could cover the sky appeared behind Cang Xu. The clothes on Cang Xu's body directly turned into a set of white one-piece robe, with a double-horned helmet on his head, his hair became longer, and his tear marks became deeper and thicker. Cang Xu is incarnate as a Blackwing Demon? This is the truth about the great Blackwing Demon. Read more at hotuntelnovel.xyz. It turns out that the photos on the reward order came from this way. This is the ability of Master Cang Xu. Buggy and Nami are both dumbfounded. Because this was the first time they saw Cang Xu using the ability of returning to the blade, they were shocked. However, Cang Xu ignored the shock of the two. Cang Xu said that he wants to solve Nami's affairs as soon as possible in the shortest possible time. Incarnation of the Blackwing Demon is Cang Xu's method. Fly directly over the sea, head to Kokoyashi village, and solve the dragon pirates in the shortest time. Okay, tell me the direction of Kokoyashi village. Cang Xu came to Nami and hugged Nami directly in the form of a princess hug. Nami's face turned slightly red, but he still pointed out the direction of Kokoyashi village. Next, use the shortest possible time to handle your affairs well. Cang Xu vibrated the big black wings, and his body instantly disappeared on the ground. The two directly broke through the air, heading in the direction of Kokoyashi village. At the same time, when Cang Xu and Nami disappeared in place, the three figures also walked out from the depths of the island. Is this the ability of Gibeon? It is really special. Yes, although I haven't seen Master Cang Xu return to the sword, I have heard him talk about this ability. This should be it. I also want to master the power of Arrancar as soon as possible, and let myself be liberated. Walking out from the depths of the island, it was naturally Roger and Letterfield. Originally, the three were fighting on the island. However, because of the anomaly caused by Cang Xu's home blade, the three of them involuntarily stopped fighting and returned to the coast one after another, wanting to watch Cang Xu's home blade. After all, the three of Arrancar didn't have a long time, and hadn't mastered the power of returning to the blade for the time being, so naturally they wanted to know more. However, they came a little late, only to see a fleeting figure. Captain Roger, you are back. Master Cang Xu confessed that he is going out. Seeing the three of them return, Buggy hurriedly came to the three of them and conveyed Cang Xu's words to the three of them. Hey, it seems that the little girl has already made a decision. Roger chuckled. He who listened to the sound of all things had already discovered what Nami was up to. It's just that Cang Xu didn't speak, he didn't go over. Okay, let's go back to the center of the island. Bullet was fighting with you just now it's my turn. Letterfield held an umbrella-shaped long sword, threw an arc of light, and said to Roger. That won't work, Letterfield, my battle with Roger is not over yet. Bullet jumped out immediately and said to Letterfield. Their battle is not over yet, how could he intervene in it? I said, I just resurrected, I haven't fully recovered my strength yet. Regarding this, Roger looked pitifully at the two of them with a headache. He has just been resurrected, this group of beasts, can you give him a chance to rest? He hasn't fully recovered his strength yet, so he continues to challenge him. However, Roger's protest was destined to have no effect. Because Bullet and Letterfield ignored Roger's crying, they dragged Roger directly to the depths of the island. This island should be your hometown, Kokoyashi village, right? Above the sky, a figure with big black wings, holding a girl with short orange hair in his arms, looked down below. Below them, there is an ordinary island with many orange trees planted on it. This is Cang Xu and Nami who left the deserted island. Because the island where Kokoyashi village is located, it is not too far away from Logtown. In addition, Cang Xu, who is incarnation of the Blackwing Demon, is very fast. Therefore, in less than half a day, under the guidance of Nami, Cang Xu and the two came to the vicinity of the island. Yes, Master Cang Xu, the island below is the Kokoyashi village, my hometown. Nami looks complicated, looking at the island below. Then go down. Cang Xu nodded slightly, the black wings flapped, and the two slowly landed on Kokoyashi village. Then, Cang Xu exited the state of returning home. Let's go directly to your enemy. Cang Xu didn't want to waste time, and said to Nami, ready to directly trouble the Murloc Aaron? In this regard, Nami naturally couldn't ask for it and led the way for Cang Xu. Under the leadership of Nami, Cang Xu came to a building. This is a luxurious building with a huge swimming pool connected to the sea. In the swimming pool, there are many Murlocs playing. Isn't this Nami, Aaron boss, Nami is back. A Murloc found Nami back, and hurriedly shouted to a Murloc with the characteristics of a shark, purple-blue skin, and a sun logo imprinted on his chest. That is the captain of the Evil Dragon pirate group, the Murloc Aaron who has the name of Evil Dragon, belongs to the serrated shark. Scared ha ha ha? Isn't this my lovely navigator Nami? Why, have you collected 100 million Baileys? Eren raised his head slightly and looked at Nami at the door. However, when Eren saw that there was a tear-stained man in front of Nami, Along's face suddenly became gloomy. Nami, what do you mean? Why do you bring a human to my Eren domain? Is it possible that there is something good about this human being, that's why you brought him here and want to honor me? Eren laughed loudly, and even the murlocs in the swimming pool burst into laughter. Cang Xu looked at Along lightly, ignoring the laughter of the fish people. Sure enough, all creatures have their own right to grow, but this is the first time I have seen something as ugly as a murloc. When Cang Xu said this, the laughter of all the murlocs suddenly stopped. Along's face instantly became gloomy. Boy, I have decided, I want you to tear it to pieces. Eren is an extreme racist and can't listen to murlocs. Read more at hotmailnovel.xyz. Therefore, Cang Xu's words directly caused Along's anger, and he wished to tear Cang Xu into pieces. When you get to hell, don't forget, it was the noble murloc Eren who killed you. With a big wave of his hand, Along drew out the big saw blade under the seat to cut the peak, rushed directly to Cang Xu, and swung the sword to Cang Xu's neck. Along seems to have seen the picture of Cang Xu's neck being sawn off and blood splashing. In response, Cang Xu responded. Tilt his head slightly, then, show his neck. This is simply sending the neck specifically to Eren, letting him chop it at will. Regarding this, Eren was overjoyed and swung down the big saw blade fiercely. Click. When Eren's big saw blade fell on Cang Xu's neck, there was a cracking sound. Cracks appeared on the big saw blade. The crack continued to extend, then completely shattered and fell to the ground. Cang Xu's neck directly shattered Along's big saw blade. Even, Cang Xu's skin didn't even have the slightest scars. Steel skin? Super defensive ability? With Eren's strength, it is impossible to break through Steelhide's defense at all. How is this possible? Who are you? Eren's face changed drastically. How is this possible? He is a murloc warrior, and his power is far above humans. However, in front of this thin human being, his power is just like fake. Along felt a little panicked. He knew that he kicked on the iron plate. He clamored for so long, but in the end he couldn't do anything. The clown was actually himself. Not only is it ugly, but it's still so weak, so don't waste food in this world. Cang Xu looked indifferent, spoke faintly, and a flash of emerald green light appeared on his fingertips. Boom! In an instant, a hole was blasted out of Along's head. Virtual bullet? Along's breath slowly spread, and finally fell to the ground. One trick, Cang Xu directly solves Eren. However, what Cang Xu used was just a virtual bullet. With such a weak enemy, Cang Xu didn't even have the idea of using Zero, because it is not necessary. Boss Eren? You dare to kill our boss? Destroy the opponent. Even Boss Eren is not the opponent of that demon. We are not even the opponent anymore. Run away. The fish people at this time staged a variety of lifestyles. Some wanted to avenge Along and rush to Cang Xu. Some are timid, feel that they are not Cang Xu's opponents, and want to leave through the sea. However, Cang Xu will not give them a chance to leave. Boom! Riot So was released instantly, covering the entire Eren domain. In an instant, all the murlocs fainted, and the weaker died suddenly, and their souls shattered. But one thing is certain, no murloc can escape. After all, Cang Xu has promised to Nami, and he will do it well. The next thing is much easier. One by one virtual bullets erupted from Cang Xu's fingertips, destroying all the murlocs in Eren's domain. Soon, everything came to an end. Cang Xu moves quickly. In other words, he doesn't want to waste too much time. Therefore, all the murlocs in Along's realm were wiped out by Cang Xu at an extremely fast speed. Because of the Riot So coverage, many murlocs were fainted. This is a good thing for them, and they don't need to feel the pain of death. Soon, the entire Eren domain was completely quiet, leaving only Cang Xu and Nami. Congratulations, the dragon pirate group has completely disappeared. Cang Xu turned his head, looked at Nami and said. Nami seemed to be collapsed, sitting on the ground paralyzed, seeming to lose all strength. Only a faint sob came. Cang Xu didn't bother Nami, let her vent quietly. After a while, Nami recovered and stood up again. Nami's eyes were red, and he paid a big gift to Cang Xu seriously, with gratitude in his eyes. Thank you, Master Cang Xu. For Nami, the dragon pirates is already her heart disease. Cang Xu helped her get rid of the Eren pirates. How could Nami not be grateful? It doesn't need to be so. This is a deal between you and me. I am fulfilling my promise. Cang Xu said lightly. This is his deal with Nami. He is just completing the deal. However, despite what Cang Xu said, Nami is still very grateful to Cang Xu. Master Cang Xu, can you give me some more time? I want to go back and tell the villagers the good news. Nami prayed to Cang Xu. Now that the dragon pirates group is destroyed, she can't wait to return to the village immediately and tell the villagers the good news. Go, I'll give you half a day, just to say goodbye to your family, because we are about to enter the Grand Line. I'm afraid we won't be back. Cang Xu said to Nami. He helped Nami to solve the dragon pirates, and Nami gave her life to Cang Xu. In this way, Cang Xu will naturally take Nami away. Nami can take this opportunity to bid farewell to the villagers and family. Nami was overjoyed and thanked Cang Xu constantly before ran to Kokoyasi village. Read more at hotmailnovel.xyz. Of course, Nami also invited Cang Xu to go to Kokoyasi village. However, Cang Xu didn't have any interest, so he didn't bother to go, waiting for Nami in Eren's realm. It just so happens that he can be here to deal with the souls of these murlocs a little bit. Well, is that the marine who betrayed the fish people? Cang Xu raised his head slightly and looked towards the sea. He could feel that a warship was approaching in this direction. The aura on the warship is only a few dozen, and the power of the soul is not too strong. Those Marines who should be cooperating with Eren, who are embarrassed together, seem to be called Colonel Mouse or something. However, Cang Xu is not interested in knowing what the group of Marines are called. Since you have traded with Nami, let's help her clean up her hands. Cang Xu whispered, his fingers stretched slightly, pointing in the direction of the sea. The turquoise light cluster quickly condensed at Cang Xu's fingertips. Zero, a roar, an aquamarine beam of light blasted directly towards the direction of the sea. Finally, the beam of light fell on the warship. When all the sounds disappeared, the warship had disappeared. The marine on the warship was also completely reduced to ashes. However, Cang Xu didn't even look at it and dealt with the souls of fish people again. On the other hand, when Nami told the villagers about the destruction of the dragon pirates, all the villagers cheered. Of course, they wanted to come and thank Cang Xu, but they were all blocked by Nami. Because Cang Xu just said that he didn't want to be disturbed by others, Nami naturally didn't dare to violate Cang Xu's meaning. The villagers have some regrets about this, but they cheered in a blink of an eye. Because the dragon and pirate group was destroyed and they were finally liberated, Kokoyaksi village suddenly burst into laughter. Cang Xu ignored these things. Because the current Cang Xu is dealing with the soul of this evil dragon and pirate group. Under Cang Xu's hollow, all the Murloc souls have all metamorphosed into void. Moreover, there are more voids in the human soul. Over the years, the dragon pirate group has done a lot of detrimental things in the vicinity of Kokoyashi village, and many humans have been killed by them. This part of the soul was also collected by Cang Xu. After all, these are soul points, and Cang Xu will naturally not miss it. Then, Cang Xu directly started to swallow all the void created by Hollow. For a time, Cang Xu's soul point is rapidly increasing. Host, Cang Xu. System, Template System. The first template, Ulquiorra Cifer, Unlocked Degree, 46%. Ryutsu, Minos Grande Ajich's level, 25%. Home Blade, Black Wing Demon, Awakening. Skills, Soul Suction, LV25, Void Bullet, LV25, Steel Leather, LV25, Zero, LV25, Sound Turn, LV25, High Speed Regeneration, LV25, Exploration Circuit, LV25, Hollow, LV30, Moonlight Sword, Homing Blade Skill, LV25. Subordinates, Lonely Red Barleric Letter Field, Heir of the Devil Douglas Bullet, One Piece Gol D Roger, 6 Kylians. Soul Point, 8602. Cang Xu opened the template page for a long time and checked his own situati more than 8,000 soul points, a good number. Looking at the soul point data on the template, Cang Xu nodded slightly. During this period of time, although on the surface, Cang Xu didn't seem to devour the soul, he gained a lot of soul points. After all, Letterfield and Bullet, as well as Roger's Evolution and Aaron Carr, all need to consume a lot of soul power. Some of the voids they swallowed were transformed into Cang Xu's soul points. On the other hand, when I came to the East China Sea this time, Cang Xu and others had also made several shots along the way, not just the Buggy pirates. Some of the pirates who encountered Cang Xu were all buried in the hands of Cang Xu and others. After all, at that time, Cang Xu and others did not want to reveal their identities. For this reason, Cang Xu has gained a lot of soul points after accumulated many times. The number of soul points directly came to the number of 8,000. It can be said that Cang Xu's soul point has ushered in a period of skyrocketing. It's rare to have these soul points. It seems that I have to improve my strength. Cang Xu murmured, preparing to improve his strength. After all, his strength has not been improved for several days. Now that he has enough soul points, he naturally needs to increase his strength. Thinking of this, with Cang Xu's promotion, the soul points are quickly consumed. After a while, Cang Xu stopped improving his skills. At this time, Cang Xu's template has been completely new. Host, Cang Xu. System, Template System. The first template, Ulquiorra Cifer, Unlocking Degree, 55%. Ryutsu, Minos Grande Ajich's level, 50%. Home Blade, Black Wing Demon, Awakening. Skills, Soul Suction, LV30, Void Bullet, LV30, Steel Leather, LV30, Zero, LV30, Sound Turn, LV30, High Speed Regeneration, LV30, Exploring Circuit, LV30, Hollow, LV30, Moonlight Sword, Homing Blade Skill, LV30, Common Vision, LV30. Subordinates, Lonely Red Barleric Letter Field, Heir of the Devil Douglas Bullet, One Piece Gol D Roger, 6 Kylians. Soul Point. After spending more than 7,000 soul points, I finally improved all my skills. Looking at the renewed template page, Cang Xu is very satisfied. This time, his soul point is very full. Read more at hotuntelnovel.xyz. Therefore, Cang Xu upgraded all his skills to LV30. After all, the higher the skill level, the stronger the power that can be exerted. Of course, when the skills are improved, Ryutsu naturally needs to be improved. Therefore, Cang Xu directly raised 25% of Ryutsu to 50%. Although this improvement, compared with the improvement of the skill level, it seems a little bit less. But there is no way, Ryutsu's improvement, the soul points needed are simply massive. 1% of Ryutsu is directly equivalent to the first level of skill. Therefore, Cang Xu can only temporarily increase Ryutsu to 50%. Moreover, in this promotion, Cang Xu has unlocked a new skill, that is, Shared Vision. Common Vision is a unique ability of Ulquiorra, a skill that can take out one's eyeballs from the eye sockets and crush them, and then share the image of oneself with his companions. To be honest, in Cang Xu's opinion, this ability is a bit tasteless. This ability is more suitable for scouts. For Cang Xu, it didn't help much. However, Cang Xu still raised the level of this skill. No way, if he wants to improve the unlocking degree of Ulquiorra template, then he can't ignore any skill. For this reason, after a little thought, Cang Xu still raised the level of the Common Vision skill to the same level as other skills. However, the Shared Vision after the increase in level gave Cang Xu a surprise. Because after the improvement of the Common Vision skills, the ability of the Common Vision also has some changes. Common Vision, the ability to take out the eyeballs of others from the eye sockets and crush them, and then share the images seen by others with oneself. A very simple introduction is to reverse the previous Common Vision, but it has a very amazing effect. What does it mean to share the vision of others? In other words, Cang Xu can have other people's vision? For example, if Marine conspires, he wants to set up a conspiracy against him. Then Cang Xu can deprive a Marine general of the eyes to see the scenes he once saw and understand Marine's various conspiracies against him. He shared his vision with other people, and it became that he forcibly shared the vision of others. The passive party becomes the active party. This ability change directly puts everyone in front of Cang Xu without any secrets. Although a little overbearing, this ability seems a bit abnormal. It's better than boring. Cang Xu nodded slightly, still satisfied with this ability. Although he was not so cruel, he would deprive others of their eyes at every turn. But when necessary, this ability may have a significant effect. In the next time, Cang Xu will study this ability a little bit. After a short while, Cang Xu temporarily put the matter aside and continued to look at the template page. The unlock level is 55%. It seems that I am not far from the next stage. Cang Xu looked at the degree of unlocking of the template. At this time, Cang Xu's unlocking degree of the Ulquiorra template has also reached 55%. According to the previous habit, every 20%, it will usher in a transformation. It is estimated that when the unlocking degree of Ulquiorra template reaches 60%, there will be a new transformation. Cang Xu is very much looking forward to this. In the following time, Cang Xu continued to study his abilities. After half a day, Nami returned to Cang Xu again. Master Cang Xu, I'm back. Nami came to Aaron's domain again, came to Cang Xu, and said respectfully to Cang Xu. After she fulfilled her promise and passed the news of the destruction of the dragon and pirates to the villagers, Nami returned to Cang Xu again. This is her promise to Cang Xu. I'm back, everything is done. Cang Xu glanced at Nami. He can see that Nami wears a circle of gauze on his arm, which should be the tattoo of the evil dragon symbol. Yes, Nami's life will belong to Master Cang Xu in the future. Nami looked at Cang Xu seriously and said, she has made various arrangements and even bid farewell to her sister. Master Cang Xu, I have an unrelenting invitation. Please revive my current Burmal. Nami said cautiously, hoping that Cang Xu could resurrect her mother Burmal. However, Cang Xu did not agree in the end. This is not because Cang Xu refuses, but because there is no way to do it. Because of her mother's soul, it has long since disappeared. I have to say that the souls of ordinary people and the souls of strong people are still somewhat different after all. Although her mother died only 7 or 8 years ago, her mother's soul has long since disappeared. Roger died more than 20 years ago, but Roger's soul still exists. This is the difference between souls. Nami was a little sad about this, but didn't say much. Because she had guessed the result a long time ago, but she had a hope in her heart. Of course, Nami can't blame Cang Xu. After all, Cang Xu helped her liberate Kokoyasi village. It can be said that Nami's heart is full of gratitude to Cang Xu. In that case, let's go. Cang Xu didn't waste time. He pulled out Zanpakuto directly, and liberated him. Block it, Blackwing Demon. For a while, Cang Xu once again transformed into the form of the Blackwing Great Demon. Picking up Nami again, Cang Xu's black wings flapped and flew directly to the direction of the deserted island. With the experience from the past, the journey back to the deserted island has become more familiar. Therefore, Cang Xu only spent a little about half of his time before returning directly to the deserted island. Read more at hotmatilnovel.xyz. At this time, it was about a day after Cang Xu and Nami left the deserted island. Welcome back, Master Cang Xu. Standing on the shore, Leatherfield saluted Cang Xu. Bullet was sitting on a boulder not far away, seeing Cang Xu returning, and quickly completing Cang Xu's direction. As for Roger, although Roger also remembered to say hello to Cang Xu, but at this time Roger, with a tired face, like a dead dog, lying on the coast to rest, unable to even stand up. Obviously, he was tossed by Leadfield and Bullet, as if being drained. Your battle with Roger is over? What was the result? Cang Xu looked at the three of them curiously, wanting to know their situation. Before leaving, the three were competing in the island, and they didn't know the result. Moreover, with the power of 3 people, only 1 day has passed. Can the 3 of them end the battle? You know, the original Fire Fist Ace and Haixiajinbei fought for 5 days and 5 nights, and they didn't have a victory or defeat. With the strength of Roger and others, at least it would take many days. This is why Cang Xu gave Bullet and others 3 days. If there is no set time, they will definitely fight endlessly, and they don't know when they will be delayed. Back to Master Cang Xu, the battle was in vain. We thought about it and decided to stop the battle temporarily, Letterfield said slowly, reporting to Cang Xu. The result of this battle is no result. The reason is also very simple, because it is not fun. You know, Roger has just been resurrected, and the new body is not yet fully familiar. It can be said that even the original power, Roger has not fully recovered, let alone Arrancar's power. Of course, the situation of Letterfield and Bullet is a bit similar. Although the two Arrancar's time was earlier than Roger, their strength has not been fully restored. It is estimated that only Letterfield has recovered 70% to 80% of his strength. Moreover, for Arrancar's power, Letterfield has mastered the impact. This is another unfair point. It can be said that this difference in Arrancar's time has caused the three people to recover differently. So when the three of them fought, some of them were not very enjoyable. For this reason, the three agreed with each other. Wait until the strength of the three is fully restored and Arrancar's power is mastered, then fight again. Of course, although it is a temporary truce. But before that, Roger had been surrounded and beaten by the two in turn. This is the result of the battle between the three. Of course, Cang Xu can also be sure that the truce between the three will not last long. Especially Bullet, he will definitely challenge Roger from time to time. That's why Roger now lies on the ground with a look of lovelessness. Since you don't want to fight anymore, let's go directly to the Grand Line. Cang Xu smiled lightly and said to the three of them. According to his previous thoughts, after returning to the desert island, he may need to stay 2 more days. After all, the time he gave to Bullet 3 people was 3 days in total. But now, the three of them have decided to temporarily cease the war, and this battle is obviously not going to go on. That being the case, then there is no need for them to be here and waste too much time. It is better to enter the Grand Line directly. Where is the real stage? Yes, Master Cang Xu, I will go to prepare the warship immediately. Buggy said quickly, walking quickly to the warship, preparing to start the warship. Under Cang Xu's order, Buggy immediately started the warship and prepared to leave the deserted island. Strangely speaking, the previous Buggy always wanted to escape. But since his trip to Logtown, Buggy has no such thoughts. Because after the trip to Logtown, Buggy had already seen clearly. This ship is the real big drop, and there are many real bosses on board. It's like Lonely Red Leadfield, they are all top powerhouses. Although, he still has some shadows on Bullet. However, this can't hide the terrible prospects of this ship. A few top bosses gathered, and even his former captain, Roger, is here. The prospect of this ship is definitely the most terrifying. Buggy can be sure that Cang Xu's power will definitely be the strongest in Grand Line in the future. No, the strongest power in the world? No way, Cang Xu has too many top powers. Following on this ship, Buggy can definitely get great benefits. On the other hand, since I saw that the One Piece King Roger had come back from the dead, Buggy has an inexplicable admiration for Cang Xu. Resurrection from the dead is beyond the scope of Devil Fruit's ability. This is the power that gods can master. If you follow Cang Xu, if something happens to him, there may be a chance of resurrection. For the timid Buggy, this is simply the biggest temptation. For many reasons, Buggy at this time can be said to be devoted to Cang Xu, even more loyal than Roger. As for his group of subordinates, Buggy has long forgotten. But this is true. Although Buggy looks funny, it can't hide the fact that he is a pirate. What is a pirate? Selfish, greedy, and live for oneself? In the original book, when Wong, Luffy and Nami just met Buggy, they used Buggy's cannon to bomb Buggy and others in turn. As a result, Buggy directly took 2 hands down to resist the shelling. You can see what Buggy's temperament is. It can be said that Buggy doesn't care too much about the mobs under him. Read more at hotuntelnovel.xyz. Of course, Cang Xu also knows these things and understands Buggy's temperament, but he doesn't really care. As long as he is stronger than Buggy and far superior to Buggy, Buggy will not have the slightest dissatisfaction. To put it bluntly, this is the mainstream of pirate world. Whether it is the future Blackbeard pirates, or the 4 emperors such as Kaido and Charlotte Linlin, after all, the strong will be respected. Such as the Straw Hat Pirates, Red Hair Pirates and Whitebeard Pirates, there are only a few pirates who pay attention to emotions. This is the rule of the pirate world and the rule of the sea. For these reasons, Buggy at this time can be regarded as desperate and follows Cang Xu. This is Buggy's careful thinking. Cang Xu didn't know about this. However, he didn't bother to guess Buggy's careful thoughts. Because he had let Buggy get on the boat before, just taking advantage of the trend, nothing special. But having said that, it's a good thing for Buggy to be more obedient. Next, Cang Xu and others slowly returned to the warship. Under Buggy's control, the warship slowly started, moving forward in the direction of the Terracotta Continent. This time, Cang Xu and others did not plan to pass through the Calm Belt and return to the Grand Line, but were going to pass the Upside Down Mountain. After all, Cang Xu would be interested in seeing the ocean currents that he would climb. For Roger and others, they are also a little nostalgic. Soon, the warship came to the front of the Upside Down Mountain. Under the gaze of Cang Xu and others, the warship followed the rising current, directly caught up with the rising current, rushed directly over the top of the mountain and rushed into the Grand Line. It's really interesting, but the ocean current can climb mountains. It seems that this Upside Down Mountain also has a lot of secrets. Cang Xu smiled lightly, as if thinking of something, and looked at Roger on the side. Upside Down Mountain does have some secrets, but it's not a big deal. If Master Cang Xu wants to know, I can tell you. Roger nodded slightly. He sailed the whole world, knew the ultimate secret, and knew many things. If Cang Xu wants to know, he will not hide it, he will tell everything. No, I'm not interested. Cang Xu smiled indifferently, without asking this matter. To be honest, he has no interest in any big treasure, only strong power is Cang Xu's pursuit. He said before, in fact, he, Letterfield, and Bullet are the same kind of person, advocating powerful power. Pursue stronger power, this is Cang Xu's goal? However, in Roger's words just now, there was a sentence that made Cang Xu a little concerned, because Roger just called Cang Xu adult. This is very rare. After all, when it comes to arrogance, Roger is always smiling. But his arrogance is absolutely above the solitary red of Letterfield. Therefore, Roger would call Cang Xu that, but Cang Xu was a little surprised. I don't know if this is the effect of Hollow's skill or because of Roger's own wishes. However, whatever the reason, this is a good thing for Cang Xu. Because Roger respectfully praised him, it means that Roger has truly returned to his heart. Therefore, Cang Xu didn't say much, but he was still very happy. Afterwards, the warship descended the ocean current, really entered the Grand Line, and came to Twin Capes. Hey, it's been a long time, Dr. Crocus. Captain Roger, aren't you dead? How could you appear in front of me? Am I too old to have hallucinations? Entering the Grand Line through the upside-down mountain, you will naturally pass by Twin Capes. Therefore, Roger, Buggy and others, naturally want to visit their former ship Dr. Crocus. Naturally, Cang Xu would not stop it. After Roger and Buggy asked for instructions, Cang Xu directly agreed. And seeing Roger and others, this can make Dr. Crocus feel very shocked. After all, Roger was dead more than 20 years ago. Now more than 2 decades later, Roger actually appeared in front of him again. This is not too shocking for Crocus. It's a long story at this time, you can understand that I am resurrected. Ah, by the way, remember not to disclose the news of my resurrection. Roger and Buggy reminisce with Crocus on Gemini Point. However, Cang Xu didn't have any interest. He stayed on the warship and discussed some things with Letterfield. As for Bullet, he didn't get off the ship, he just took a long look, and then went straight back to the cabin. Obviously, he didn't seem to have any feelings for the crew of the year, just like Buggy used to be. Only a strong and powerful crew would make Bullet interested. For the entire Roger Pirates group, it is estimated that only Roger and Rayleigh will make Bullet pay attention to it. However, the little thief cat Nami has landed on Cape Gemini, because she wanted to ask Dr. Crocus for some guidance on Grand Line navigation. After all, the situation of the Grand Line is somewhat different from the Four Seas. It does not rely on a map to navigate, but instead relies on another thing called a permanent pointer to guide the direction. Letterfield, what special feeling do you have when you use Haki now? On the deck of the warship, Cang Xu and Letterfield were discussing a problem. Cang Xu has always paid great attention to Arrancar, because the Arrancar made by these hollows is very different from the Arrancar in the ordinary sense. It can be said that Cang Xu has been studying the situation of Arrancar. A few days ago, Letterfield said that after Arrancar, he can still use Conqueror's Haki. This makes Cang Xu a little interested. To be honest, Cang Xu doesn't think he needs to learn Haki. Read more at hotuntelnovel.xyz. Because he has Ulquiorra's ability, his ability is already very comprehensive. The function of Conqueror's Haki, for Cang Xu, his own ability can also be achieved. Ryotsu is more amazing than Conqueror's Haki, detect loops more accurately than Observation Haki. As for Armament Haki, Cang Xu can also rely on Lingza to capture Logia's entity. On this point, Cang Xu has confirmed with Letterfield. When he was in Logtown before, Letterfield used Lingza to try to capture the entity of Smoker. Yes, when Letterfield and Smoker were fighting, it was not Armament Haki that hurt Smoker, but the spirit he condensed. It turns out that this is a feasible thing. In other words, Arrancar's ability can replace Conqueror's Haki's ability. However, Conqueror's Haki in One Piece world is still very special, with amazing abilities. Just like Observation Haki, Charlotte Katakuri's Observation Haki can even capture the picture of the future. Letterfield's Observation Haki can directly see through people's hearts. Not to mention Roger's listening to the sound of everything. These are things that Arrancar's detection circuit cannot do, unless it is Arrancar's own special ability. For this reason, Cang Xu is still curious about Conqueror's Haki. Even Cang Xu still has an idea in his mind. If it is Arrancar's ability, and the pirate's Conqueror's Haki, what will be the effect? This is a very interesting subject. Maybe it will bring different discoveries to Cang Xu. For this reason, Cang Xu has some interest in Conqueror's Haki. In his free time, Cang Xu also researches Conqueror's Haki a little bit. Just like now, Roger, Buggy and others reminisce with their former crew members. Cang Xu and Letterfield stayed on board, studying the situation of Conqueror's Haki, and with Cang Xu's research, he also has some understanding of Conqueror's Haki. Master Cang Xu, we are back. After a while, Roger and Buggy returned to the warship again. Although they are reminiscing with their former crew members, they have not forgotten their current identities. After chatting for a while, Roger and Buggy went straight back to the warship. As for Dr. Crocus, he naturally continued to stay in Cape Gemini. Of course, before leaving, Roger also asked Crocus not to reveal the news that he had been resurrected. Of this, Crocus will naturally not refuse. Master Cang Xu, I got a message that Marine Headquarters seems to want to deal with you. Roger spoke suddenly. Returning from Cape Gemini this time, Roger brought back 2 pieces of news. The first news is a piece of information related to Marine Headquarters. Roger got a message that the Marine Headquarters seemed to be doing some small actions against Cang Xu, and seemed to want to encircle Cang Xu. For this reason, as soon as Roger returned to the warship, he directly told Cang Xu the news without concealing it. Interestingly, is the Marine Headquarters really going to do something? Cang Xu raised his head slightly, and a gleam of light appeared in his aquamarine eyes. In fact, when Marine Headquarters issued a high-priced bounty before, Cang Xu was speculating whether the Marine Headquarters was going to do something. It now appears that his guess should be correct. There is indeed some action at Marine Headquarters. As for why Roger knew about this, he had just returned from Cape Gemini. The news was naturally told by Dr. Colokas. Although Dr. Colokas has always stayed at Gemini Point. But here is the entrance of the Grand Line. There are always many travelers, and sometimes you can get a lot of news. By chance, Dr. Colokas learned of the news. But now, knowing that Roger, Cang Xu, and others are in the same group, Dr. Colokas would naturally not hide anything, and directly told Roger about this matter. For this reason, the present scene has emerged. I see. I am looking forward to the actions of Marine Headquarters. Cang Xu smiled lightly, and after nodding slightly, he ignored the matter. Cang Xu already knew what the Marine Headquarters wanted to do, but he didn't worry about it. Looking at the lineup on his ship, what else does Cang Xu need to worry about? The former One Piece Roger, the heir of the Devil Bullet, the Lonely Red letter field. This is the top combat power of Cang Xu, although their strength has not yet recovered to their peak period. But it also has a very strong strength. Even if multiple admirals come in person, Cang Xu has no worries. As for the second news that Roger brought back, it was a reward order. There is a hand-painted image of a masked person on the reward order, and a line of small characters below. Under the command of Cang Xu, the unnamed swordsman with a mask, bounty of 200 million, regardless of life or death. This is Letterfield's reward order. To be precise, it should be a reward after he hid his identity. Before in Logtown, Letterfield and Garp fought, which left a big impression on Garp. Therefore, Marshal Sengoku also issued a reward order with a reward of 200 million Baileys. To be honest, the initial reward is 200 million Baileys. Although it is not as good as Cang Xu's initial reward, this is already an exaggeration. However, it can also be seen that the Marine Headquarters attaches great importance to Cang Xu, and even one of his subordinates has a reward of 200 million Baileys. Of course, Letterfield is a little bit dissatisfied. Ha ha ha, I didn't expect that. Letterfield, you still have another day to be rewarded. Cang Xu laughed and said, teasing Letterfield, making Letterfield a little helpless. If Roger dared to laugh at him that way, he would have to find Roger PK, read more at hotmailnovel.xyz. But Cang Xu teased him. What else could he say? He could only endure it silently. Okay, let's talk about the next business matter. At the Marine Headquarters, no matter what they do, we will come to cover the water and earth. However, there is one thing we must do, and that is to collect more souls. Cang Xu opened his mouth and said to several people in Letterfield. They are all errand cars, and they have already gone another way. For them, the soul is the best tonic. So, to collect a lot of souls, this is what they must do. However, Cang Xu did not say one more thing. He has another plan. He is going to cultivate more special virtuals and let them be Arrancarized. Just like Letterfield, because of Arrancar's virtuality, it has a very powerful combat power, which can bring powerful subordinates to Cang Xu. This is another plan of Cang Xu. There is no need for Cang Xu to say this, because he already has some candidates in his mind. So, what they need to do now is to find a place with a lot of souls and collect the souls there. If you talk about a lot of souls, there really is a place near here, that is Whiskey Peak. The next stop at Gemini Point is a small island called Whiskey Peak. There are a lot of tombstones on it. It is a cemetery on the Grand Line. There should be a lot of souls. Roger seemed to think of something and said to Cang Xu. Along with Roger's words, Cang Xu also thought of the Whiskey Mountain. However, Roger's description is somewhat different from Cang Xu's memory. According to Roger's words, there should be a burial ground for pirates, with many years of tradition. Many pirates will be buried there after they die. But Cang Xu remembered that the Whiskey Peak seemed to be 7 warlords of the sea, under the command of the Sand Crocodile Crocodile. The secret criminal organization, a subsidiary of the Baroque Working Society, is a gathering place for bounty hunters. It seems that the Baroque Work Agency, which should be a latecomer, took over the island of the pirate graveyard and used it as its own stronghold. So that's the case. Let's go to the Baroque workshop. Cang Xu directly ordered the warship to set off. Although Whiskey Peak also has some secrets, it makes no difference to Cang Xu, because he is only going to harvest the soul. If it encounters any obstacles, it will all be wiped out. The result will still not change. This is Cang Xu's idea, simple and straightforward. Thinking of this, the warship set off again, heading towards the Whiskey Peak. I have to say, Nami is really a natural navigator. After learning some navigational knowledge of the Grand Line from Dr. Crocus, Nami can perfectly guide the advance of the warship. Soon, Cang Xu and others came to a cactus-like island. This is the Whiskey Peak. As for the thorns on the cactus, it is a piece of tombstone. As Roger said, this is a burial ground for pirates. Many pirates are buried here. Cang Xu can already feel a large number of souls gathering here. It seems that this time they came to Whiskey Peak, they really made a right decision. The Whiskey Mountain is ahead. Who wants to go play it? Cang Xu looked at the Whiskey Mountain ahead, and said to the people behind him. The current Whiskey Peak is the colony of a group of bounty hunters? What is a bounty hunter? It is a group of people who are regarded as jackal hyenas by the outside world. They dare to do anything for money. It can be said that in some respects, bounty hunters are worse than pirates because they have no bottom line. Therefore, Cang Xu is not going to leave these bounty hunters, so he can turn them into soul points and transform them into his power. Master Cang Xu, please let me do this. Bullet said loudly, a trace of violence flashed in his eyes. He likes doing this kind of thing the most. Also please let me take the shot. I am trying to practice the ability of virtual bombs, and I should be about to make a breakthrough. Letterfield rarely spoke and asked for a shot, because he was learning the power of Arrancar. Especially for virtual bullets, he seemed to have already touched that line, and he was about to gain some results and needed some test subjects. Both of them have their own reasons and quarrel with each other endlessly. Also please let me go, I also want to move my muscles and bones. At this time, an unexpected voice came. This is Roger's voice. Roger took the initiative to petition and wanted to go to the Whiskey Peak, which was unexpected to everyone. Cang Xu looked at Roger thoughtfully. He could probably guess Roger's thoughts, maybe he was to supervise Bullet. Because Bullet acts very crazy, if you don't pay more attention, there may be some violent things. It seems that Roger still has a trace of kindness in his heart. In this regard, Cang Xu is not very concerned. He said before that he has absolute control over the Arrancarized Roger, therefore, he is not worried about any rebellion, because there is no such situation. Moreover, I don't know if the influence of Hollow's skills has begun to exert force, and Roger has also begun to show a trace of loyalty. It's just like Roger's address to Cang Xu, now it is called adult, just like Bullet and others. This is a good trend, read more at hotmailnovel.xyz. Actually speaking, Cang Xu is more like Blackbeard. The personalities of his subordinates are different, and all of them are extremely bad. However, this is not a very important thing for Cang Xu. The important thing is that his subordinates are strong enough, and loyal to him, can be used by him. Other things are just trivial matters. This can be done with hollow skills. Although Roger seems to have some entanglements at times, this is also due to his character. For example, Roger, who was just born before, had thoughts of suicide, but he didn't even think of Cang Xu. This is also the reason. Arrancar, born out of the hollow skill, will be loyal to Cang Xu, and it is impossible to betray Cang Xu. As long as Roger survives, he is destined to gradually turn to Cang Xu's side, that's enough. Therefore, Cang Xu did not pay too much attention to it, and directly let the three of them go together. Of course, Cang Xu only asked the three of them to eliminate the bounty hunters, but did not let them devour the soul on the Whiskey Mountain. Because for those souls, Cang Xu still has some arrangements? Thinking of this, the three of them disappeared directly on the warship and rushed directly to the Whiskey Peak. For a time, blood enveloped the entire Whiskey Mountain. As for Cang Xu, they were sitting slowly on the warship, slowly approaching the Whiskey Peak. When the warship came to the port of Whiskey Peak, all bounty hunters on this island had disappeared. However, there is also an unexpected situation here, with two strange figures. These are two women. One has long blue hair and looks 16 or 17 years old. The other is a very mature woman with short hair in her 20s wearing a purple jacket. So, what's the matter? Cang Xu looked at the three bullets, wanting to know what was going on. To be honest, Cang Xu can vaguely guess the true identity of the two. However, there seems to be something different from what Cang Xu has learned. I wanted to kill the bounty hunters on this island, but he was stopped by him, leaving two women behind. Bullet spoke, and pointed to Roger on one side. Obviously, this is Roger's masterpiece. Master Cang Xu, my listening to all things tells me that their origins are a bit special and they are not bounty hunters here. Roger said helplessly. To deal with bounty hunters, this is Cang Xu's order, and he will naturally not violate it. But he listened to the voice of all things, and heard that these two women were not ordinary bounty hunters. That's why Roger blocked Bullet and brought the two to Cang Xu. Letterfield, check the history of the two. Cang Xu looked at Letterfield and spoke. Although he already had some guesses in his mind, he still needs to understand. At this time, Letterfield's haki is very useful. His observation haki is very powerful and can see through people's hearts. It is a very special observation haki, just like the observation haki of Katakuri. Master Cang Xu, their names are Nefeltari Vivi, and Nico Robin. Letterfield observation haki launched and gave the answer quickly. As soon as this sentence came out, the expression of the second woman instantly became panic. Because of their identities, they were directly exposed. Sure enough, Letterfield's words verified Cang Xu's ideas. These two women are indeed Princess Vivi and Nico Robin. To be honest, Princess Vivi is on Whiskey Peak, which is inevitable, because she is lurking in the Bucklow Studio branch of Whiskey Peak. However, Nico Robin came to the Whiskey Peak so quickly, which was a little bit beyond Cang Xu's expectations. In his memory, shouldn't Nico Robin come to Whiskey Peak when the Straw Hat Pirates arrived? How could he come so soon? It seems that Nico Robin has long been around here, perhaps following the situation of Princess Vivi. However, regardless of the reason, the two have indeed become Cang Xu prisoners. There is nothing wrong with this. Nami, take the two back to the warship, and deal with it later. Cang Xu said to Nami, preparing to detain the two for the time being. The appearance of the two is not in Cang Xu's plan, so Cang Xu is going to take the two away temporarily, and then consider how to deal with the two people's affairs. In this regard, they naturally dare not have any objections. Because both of them have recognized Cang Xu's identity, this is inevitable. Although the two are not serious bounty hunters, their work is related to bounty hunters. A princess who lurked in Buklow's studio, an archaeologist who helped Baklow's studio. It would be really strange if the two of them couldn't recognize Cang Xu. After all, Cang Xu's current reputation is also amazing. For this reason, neither of them dared to violate the slightest. Next, it's time for you to improve further. Cang Xu whispered and looked at the 6 Kylians he brought back behind him. These 6 Kylians are the batch of Kylians that Cang Xu brought out from Impel down. With the passage of time, Arrancar became Arrancar, and the devoured were swallowed. Now there are only 6 of the 11 Kylians left. To be honest, Cang Xu's expectations for them are still high. After all, these Kylians are on the 6th floor of Impel down, the souls of prisoners in the eternal hell, and they are all powerful big pirates themselves. However, they have always been at Killian's level, which disappoints Cang Xu. Therefore, Cang Xu is ready to make a big move to see if they can be Arrancarized and grow to the Ajich's level. For this reason, this trip to the Whiskey Peak was made. Hollow. Thinking of this, Cang Xu used the hollow ability to hollow out the soul of the entire Whiskey Peak. For a time, a hideous black monster appeared in various locations on the Whiskey Mountain Peak. Go ahead and devour it as much as you want. Following Cang Xu's command, the 6 Kylians instantly disappeared in place, rushing directly to the imaginary scattered in various positions. For a time, darkness and blood covered the entire Whiskey Peak. At the same time, when Cang Xu was on the Whiskey Peak, directing the Kylians to devour the void, the news has also been received in another place on the Grand Line, Alabasta, Rainy Place. In the middle of the rain, is a magnificent building. This is a casino called Rain Banquet, and here is also the home base of 7 warlords of the sea, Sir Crocodile. In the basement of Yuan, Sir Crocodile was holding a cigar in his mouth, watching the facts sent back by his men. Sir Crocodile's men have a strange pair of partners. It was a sea otter and a bald eagle. It was an intelligence agent in Buklow's studio. They can instantly draw what they see and transmit information to the sand crocodile at any time. This time, they were near the Whiskey Peak. After discovering the abnormality of the Whiskey Peak, they directly drew the situation of the Whiskey Peak. Then, by fax, the message was passed back to Yuan and passed to Sand Crocodile. The Whiskey Peak was destroyed, and the people inside were killed. Even Nico Robin was arrested. Damn, who the hell is it? After seeing the picture message on the fax, Sir Crocodile was instantly angry, because he didn't expect to find such a thing unexpectedly, and it was so sudden. Read more at hotmailnovel.xyz. Click. The fax continued. This is a picture of a character with the appearance of Cang Xu and others. Wait, this is the worst prison escape in history, Cang Xu. When seeing the characters in the picture, Sand Crocodile instantly recognized Cang Xu's identity. In this way, things are clear. Cang Xu went to the Whiskey Peak and destroyed the Whiskey Peak. He even caught Nico Robin. Of course, Leatherfield, Bullet, and others were wearing masks and robes, and Sand Crocodile did not recognize them. However, Cang Xu's logo is very obvious, and Sand Crocodile recognizes Cang Xu's identity instantly. Damn, it's Blackwinged Demon, I didn't provoke you, you provoke me. Sir Crocodile's face was uncertain and seemed very annoyed, thinking about how to deal with this matter. To be honest, although Sir Crocodile was very angry, but there is one thing, he doesn't admit it. With his strength, he may not be able to beat Cang Xu. He is also an old man on the sea, and he naturally knows that the bounty reaches 1 billion Baileys. What kind of concept is this? Moreover, I heard that there is a special crusade team established at the Marine headquarters to deal with Cang Xu. It is said that in that crusade squad, there is still Admiral level combat power. This shows the danger of Cang Xu. So, Sir Crocodile is having a headache now. If this incident were to be exposed in this way, he would be unwilling. After all, Nico Robin is the most important part of his plan. Losing Nico Robin, his hard work for so many years was wasted. But if he fights with Cang Xu head-on, his chances of winning will not be great. For this reason, Sir Crocodile is in entanglement. Wait, now Marine headquarters is also looking for trouble with that guy. Is it possible to use it? Crocodile's inspiration flashed, as if thinking of something. Although there is little news from the Marine headquarters, but as 7 warlords of the sea, Sir Crocodile still knows a lot. According to the news he knew, Marine specifically targeted Cang Xu and formed a crusade team. The most important point is that there seems to be Admiral level combat power in the crusade squad. If he can, let the crusade team at Marine headquarters confront Cang Xu and his party. In this way, he may profit from it. Feasible, there is a certain degree of feasibility. In Sir Crocodile's eyes, there was a trace of bloodshot eyes, which vaguely leaked a trace of madness. To be honest, this idea is crazy, because Sir Crocodile himself is planning the country of Alabasta. If Marine headquarters knew about this, his situation would also be very dangerous. But then again, the real target of the Sand Crocodile is the ancient weapon Pluto of Alabasta. If he loses Nico Robin, he will not be able to decipher the ancient text. This also means that he cannot find the ancient weapon Pluto. In this way, he still tried his best to plan Alabasta. It can be said that without Nico Robin, all his plans will be in vain. So, to take back Nico Robin, this is an absolute must. On the other hand, even if Admiral from Marine Headquarters is attracted, he still has a certain chance. If he can take Nico Robin back in advance without Admiral noticing. Then, he drove away the tigers and devoured the wolves, letting Cang Xu and Marine Admiral go to war. Perhaps, he can take advantage of the fisherman's profit. This is the madness of Sand Crocodile. Whether it is Cang Xu or Marine Admiral, it is not an enemy he can easily provoke. However, for his goal, he had to go crazy at night. In this way, maybe he will still have a chance. Done? You forced me, Cang Xu. Sand Crocodile snorted coldly, and had a decision in his heart. After thinking about this, Sand Crocodile took out a special phone bug. Blue blue blue. Accompanied by the ringing of a phone worm, the call was dialed. Hello, this is Marine Headquarters, Marshal's office. Yes, as 7 warlords of the sea, Sir Crocodile has the ability to talk directly with Marine Headquarters. I'm Sir Crocodile. Tell the Marshal Sengoku that I know the news about the Blackwing Demon Cang Xu. Sir Crocodile spoke directly and said to the phone bug. After a short while, Marshal Sengoku's voice appeared in the phone worm. Sir Crocodile, what you said is true. Do you really know the news about Cang Xu? For Sengoku, winning Cang Xu is what he wants to accomplish most at the moment. However, since the Logtown incident, Cang Xu has lost the news, just like the world has evaporated. There is a rare piece of information now, and it was from Wuhai, the 7th king. Marshal Sengoku is naturally very concerned. I can be sure, but I want to know, if Marine Headquarters knows the whereabouts of the Blackwing Great Demon, how will Marine Headquarters respond? Sir Crocodile did not directly tell the whereabouts of Cang Xu, but asked about Marine Headquarters' plans. After all, the things he knew before were just unconfirmed news. He needs to wait for an accurate answer from Marshal Sengoku. If it is, Marine Headquarters did not send Admiral combat power, then his plan will fall to no avail. At that time, he would consider switching to other methods. It can be said that Sir Crocodile needs to make sure that Marine Headquarters will really dispatch Marine Admiral. Marshal Sengoku was slightly silent, vaguely guessing what was going on. The Marine Headquarters formed a crusade team, led by Kizaru Admiral, and carried a warship to crusade against the Black-Winged Great Demon. Sengoku pondered for a while and said the answer directly. He vaguely guessed that Sand Crocodile knew something and might even have some contact with Cang Xu. At this time, open and honest discussions may have unexpected results. Marshal Sengoku hesitated a little, but chose to tell the Marine Headquarters plan. Because the whereabouts of Kizaru and others are not a secret in the sea. After all, their movements are not small, it is difficult to hide this matter. There are some people on the sea who already know the actions of Kizaru and others, so there is no need to hide. Of course, Marshal Sengoku didn't say anything about Lieutenant General Jun also participating in this mission. Because a little bit of hiding, there may be unexpected gains. Kizaru Admiral? I know. Cang Xu, the Black-Winged Demon, appeared at the Whiskey Peak at the entrance of the Grand Line. Next, he should come to Alabasta. As 7 warlords of the sea, maybe I can help Admiral and eliminate the Black-Winged Demon Cang Xu. Hearing Sengoku's words, Sand Crocodile's eyes lit up. Admiral is really dispatched, so that his plan may be successful. Thinking of this, Sand Crocodile stopped hesitating and informed Marshal Sengoku of Cang Xu's whereabouts. Even Sand Crocodile also said that he can assist Marine Headquarters and take down Cang Xu, the great Black-Winged Demon together. In this regard, Marshal Sengoku was naturally very pleased. Yes, according to your plan, Kizaru Admiral will go to Alabasta to ambush Cang Xu. Marshal Sengoku agreed directly. To be honest, he vaguely realized that Sand Crocodile might have some thoughts. However, these are all trivial matters, and winning Cang Xu is the most important thing. For a while, Marshal Sengoku and Sand Crocodile reached a consensus and prepared to cooperate. Thinking of this, 21 after hanging up the phone worm, Marshal Sengoku directly contacted Kizaru and asked Kizaru to take the warship directly to Alabasta. It can be said that the current Alabasta has become a big net, waiting for Cang Xu to throw himself into the net. However, the result of this hunt is destined to not let Marine Headquarters and Sand Crocodile succeed, because Cang Xu will give them a big surprise. Crazy Sir Crocodile directly contacted Marshal Sengoku, ready to join forces with Marine Headquarters to deal with Cang Xu. Cang Xu is not clear about this matter. However, even if he knew this, Cang Xu would not care. Because his current subordinates already have many top combat capabilities, Cang Xu is not worried about the threat of Marine Headquarters at all. Even if they join forces with Shishabukai's Sand Crocodile, nothing will change in the end. It can be said that Cang Xu has full confidence. On the other hand, Cang Xu at this time is still busy with another thing, Whiskey Peak. The entire Whiskey Peak at this time has fallen into complete chaos. Countless souls hollowed out, roaring in the sky. And in the middle of these emptiness, there are 6 breathtaking Kylians, who are constantly harvesting these imaginary soul powers. With the raging of the Kylians, this night banquet is gradually coming to an end. Roar. Suddenly, a strong breath of Kylian let out a roar. The next moment, this Kylian rushed directly to the surrounding Kylian, as if he wanted to attack other Kylian. The abnormality begins to appear. Is it possible to evolve? Seeing this changing Kylian, Cang Xu's eyes were filled with joy. He surrendered the soul of the entire Whiskey Peak to these Kylians. The purpose is to hope that these Kylians can reach the point of evolution and create a new Aaron car. Now it seems that he has some gains. When he thought of this, Cang Xu was overjoyed in his heart. He immediately controlled the abnormal Kylian and began to guide it to evolve. With previous experience, Cang Xu is now very experienced in helping Kylian evolve. Therefore, the subsequent evolutionary process is very smooth. As for the other Kylians, they were pushed aside by Cang Xu so as not to disturb the evolution of this Kylian. As time went by, the breath of this Kyrian quickly changed. Finally, a dazzling light emerged, completely covering this Kylian. It seems that another Arrancar is about to be born. I don't know who it is. Read more at hotmatilnovel.xyz. Looking at Kylian who was constantly changing, Letterfield was a little bit emotional. Several times before, Arrancar has succeeded in being famous in the sea. Therefore, the Arrancar that was born this time is very likely to exist at this level, so Letterfield is so emotional. Maybe, the Arrancarized Kylian will be an old person he once knew. Don't worry, it's definitely someone you know. Cang Xu spoke lightly, and said a little. To be honest, Letterfield was right. These Kylians are the ones brought out from Impel down at the beginning. Therefore, the existence that can successfully transform is basically a legendary figure with a famous reputation in the sea. What's more, Cang Xu has vaguely guessed which one of Arrancar's Kylian is this time. At the beginning, Cang Xu brought out 11 Kylians from Impel down. Among them are 3 Kylians with a very special aura. The first 2 Kylians have transformed into the Lonely Red Redfield and heirs of the Devil Bullet. The remaining Kylian is most likely the remaining legendary character. 2 figures flashed in Cang Xu's mind. The giant battleship San Juan Evil Wolf, World Destroyer Bondi Waldo. This is Impel down, the deepest part of Eternal Hell, the only 4 prisons. This last Kylian should be transformed by the soul of one of the 2. Just as Cang Xu was thinking about the origin of this Kylian, in the dazzling light group, changes began to occur. The light group slowly dispersed, revealing a burly figure. This is a sturdy man, with green hair and a green beard in the shape of AW. He wears a white helmet with horns on his head and a long sword hanging from his waist. He looks very gloomy. Sure enough, my guess is not wrong. Kylian who has awakened this time is the World Destroyer Bondi Waldo. Cang Xu murmured in his heart, and a bright light appeared in his eyes. His guess is really correct. Kylian, who was successfully Arrancarized, is one of the last 4 prisoners in Eternal Hell. Bondi Waldo with the title of World Destroyer. As for Bondi Vardo's Arrancar feature, it is the white helmet with horns on his head. It is not a real helmet, but an Arrancar feature of white bones, just like Bondi Vardo's original helmet. Why betray me? Why? Bondi Vardo roared loudly, as if still immersed in memory. His expression was very excited. When he was at war with Marine, he was conspired by members of the World Government Spy Organization, the CP organization. As a result, the crew rebelled and attacked him, making him think that the Cotters he had always believed in had also rebelled, and he was finally arrested and imprisoned. This is Waldo's previous experience. For this reason, Bondi Vardo, who recovered his memory, was very emotional. The excited Waldo just wanted to destroy the things around him, even the warship under his feet. Come down for me, Bondi Waldo, this is not your place to go wild. Cang Xu's body was cold, and the astonishing riot so burst out instantly, covering Bondi Waldo directly. Boom! Bondi Waldo's body was directly suppressed. On the ground, he is not used to Bondi Waldo. If he wants to run wild on his boat, then Cang Xu will give Bondi Waldo a lesson. Bondi Waldo looked angry and wanted to struggle. However, he just turned into Arrancar. Ryotsu was not Cang Xu's opponent at all, he was directly suppressed. Come down for me, and talk when you come down. Letterfield, tell him the rules here. Cang Xu snorted coldly and ignored Bondi Waldo. However, in order to let him understand the current situation, Cang Xu asked Letterfield to tell Bondi Waldo and let him know the rules of this ship. Yes, Master Cang Xu. Letterfield bowed and said that he would take care of this matter. Afterwards, Cang Xu ignored Bondi Vardo and looked up his own template page. Whiskey Peak is the cemetery of pirates. Many pirates are buried. Therefore, even these pirates' souls were swallowed by the Kyrians. 800 however, Cang Xu still gained some soul points. Soul point, 3010. More than 3,000 soul points, that is to say, there are almost 2,000 soul points gained this time, a good harvest. Looking at the soul point on the template page, Cang Xu murmured in his heart. After destroying the dragon pirates in Kokoyasi village before, Cang Xu once upgraded his skills, raising all skills to LV 30. After that promotion, Cang Xu's soul points were only more than 900. And now, after the harvest of the Whiskey Peak, Cang Xu's soul point has come directly to 3,000. In other words, the undead of Whiskey Peak provided him with more than 2,000 soul points. This is a good harvest for Cang Xu. After all, the soul points he obtained were through Kyrian's mouth, not harvested by himself. It is a good result to have such a harvest. Ryotsu has only increased to 50%, so let's increase Ryotsu first. The soul point comes to 3,000 again. Cang Xu will not let it go for nothing. After all, the so-called soul points are all false, and only when they are transformed into real power can they be real. Thinking of this, Cang Xu directly put his soul point into Ryotsu. Cang Xu's Ryotsu is improving rapidly. Host, Cang Xu. System, template system. The first template, Ulquiorra Cifer, unlocking degree, 57%. Ryotsu, Minos Grande Ajich's level, 70%. Home Blade, Black Wing Demon, awakening. Skills, Soul Suction, LV30, Void Bullet, LV30, Steel Leather, LV30, Zero, LV30, Sound Turn, LV30, High Speed Regeneration, LV30, Exploring Circuit, LV30, Hollow, LV30, Moonlight Sword, Homing Blade Skill, LV30, Common Vision, LV30. Subordinates, Lonely Red Barleric Letterfield, Heir of the Devil Douglas Bullet, One Piece Gol D Roger, World Destroyer Bondi Waldo, 5 Kylians. Soul Point, 1010. After some improvement, Cang Xu's data has changed again. Riot Su has increased to 70%. Cang Xu can feel that Riot Su in his body has become more powerful, just like a spiritual Sun Wang Yang. This is definitely good news for Cang Xu, because Riot Su is the foundation of Arrancar's power. It's like the physical strength of Pirate World, or Chakra in Naruto World. Only if his own Riot Su is strong can he release a stronger Arrancar power. And 70% of Riot Su is enough to make Cang Xu unscrupulous and release his power without worrying about running out of Riot Su. This is the benefit of this upgrade. As for the unlocking degree of the Ulquiorra template, it also came to 57%. The 60% level is getting closer and closer. Cang Xu felt that he was not far from the next transformation. Master Cang Xu, Bondi Waldo has calmed down. Letterfield came to Cang Xu, saluted Cang Xu, and reported Bondi Waldo's situation to Cang Xu. Although at the beginning, Bondi Waldo was quite excited. But now, he has calmed down. Cang Xu looked up at Bondi Waldo. Be more sober, then tell me the answer. What is your choice? Cang Xu said lightly, his voice was very calm. Although he didn't say what choice, but Bondi Waldo knew very well. Cang Xu let him choose whether to surrender to him. As for the answer to this question, it will determine how Cang Xu handles Bondi Waldo. I have seen Master Cang Xu. Bondi Waldo was silent for a while, finally let out a sigh, knelt on one knee, and saluted Cang Xu. Obviously, Bondi Waldo made the choice. In fact, just now, Bondi Waldo had the answer in his mind. After he calmed down, he already knew the current situation from Letterfield. Therefore, Bondi Waldo chose to surrender Cang Xu. As for his choice to surrender, there are several reasons. The first reason is that Cang Xu controls his life. He died, but was resurrected, reborn in a form called Arrancar, and the one who resurrected him is Cang Xu in front of you. This, when Letterfield told him, he directly believed it. Because of the strong feeling from the heart, Bondi Waldo understands that Cang Xu can dominate his life. This feeling is exactly the same as what Letterfield said. This shocked Bondi Waldo. Although he himself is also demon fruit power, he has never heard of the ability to come back from the dead on the sea. Bondi Waldo can be sure that this is beyond Devil Fruit's ability, but a more mysterious and powerful force. Cang Xu's wealth and life are in the hands of Cang Xu. This is the first reason for his surrender. The second reason is related to Roger and others. When Waldo was completely awake, he saw several familiar faces. Lonely Red Redfield, the Gold Roger of the Roger Pirates. These are all the famous existence on the sea decades ago, and their strength is not inferior to him. However, the existence of these legendary levels all surrendered to Cang Xu. This is enough to shock Bondi Waldo. In fact, Bondi Waldo was imprisoned early, frozen for 30 years. So he didn't know that in his freezing years, Roger had become the One Piece. If he knew about this, it would be even more shocking. Even the One Piece who conquered the sea has become a member of Cang Xu's Admiral. Such an existence, how can he resist it? This is Bondi Waldo, the second reason for surrendering to Cang Xu. Read more at hotmailnovel.xyz. As for the third reason, he wants revenge. At the beginning, if it weren't for the design of the world government and marine headquarters, which led to the betrayal of his men, he would not end in a dilapidated situation. Bondi Waldo has hatred in his heart, hatred against the marine headquarters and the world government. He didn't want to die again before revenge. In other words, he didn't want to waste this hard-won opportunity. In order to take revenge, he is willing to pay any price. For many reasons, Bondi Waldo's thoughts are already very clear. So, after a little thought, Bondi Waldo chose to surrender directly. Congratulations, Waldo, you made the most correct decision. Cang Xu nodded slightly, then a smile appeared. Bondi Waldo chooses to surrender. In this way, his subordinate will have one more member, Admiral. You know, as one of the legends on the sea, Bondi Waldo's bounty, although it does not seem to be much, his power is still very powerful. Otherwise, he will not be targeted by the world government, and even a lot of effort has been used to use the CP organization, and he will be taken down. Even after the marine headquarters took Waldo, he was frozen for 30 years in a state of suspended animation. Only Bondi Waldo has this kind of treatment. This shows how powerful Bondi Waldo has great potential. Now that Bondi Waldo has become his subordinate, Cang Xu's power will usher in a period of skyrocketing. Think about it carefully. Now Cang Xu has 4 top masters: Lonely Red, Barleric Letterfield, Heir of the Devil, Douglas Bullet, One Piece, Gol D Roger, World Destroyer, Bondi Waldo. The 4 of them are legends on the sea, and they have very powerful power, although the strength of the 4 of them has not yet returned to their peak period. But with the strength of 4 people, they are enough to challenge Admiral alone. With such top combat power, does Cang Xu need to worry about anything else? He can walk sideways for the entire Grand Line. There are already 4 people, and a few more. I can form the Espada Legion. Cang Xu murmured in his heart, telling his ambition. It is Cang Xu's goal to form the Espada Legion in Pirate World. To be honest, at the beginning, the Espada army that Cang Xu was preparing to form had no lineup in sight. At that time, Cang Xu's goal was Shishibukai level existence. In other words, Cang Xu's original Espada member templates are all at Shishibukai's level. But now, his subordinates have gathered 4 legendary existences. With the pearls and jade in front, how can you look at the tiles? It can be said that the current Cang Xu can no longer look down on the ordinary Shishibukai. His subordinates have gathered 4 legendary level existences, and the remaining members naturally have to look for top powerhouses. In other words, since he wants to form a new Espada, he naturally looks for the 10 strongest people. There are still 6 people left. It seems that we have to find those people. Cang Xu looked for a whisper, thinking about Espada. To be honest, Cang Xu already has some ideas in his mind, and there are some candidates for Espada. But it is not easy to realize his idea. After all, the characters that Cang Xu fancies are some very special existence. However, Cang Xu is not worried about not being able to form Espada. Because he has this confidence, he can complete the ideas in his heart. This extraordinary Espada Legion will be formed one day. And when Cang Xu's Espada Corps really appeared in the world is destined to be shocked, even recorded in history. Master Cang Xu, what do we need to do now? Letterfield came to Cang Xu and asked Cang Xu for advice. Bondi Waldo has been successfully Aaroncarized and surrendered to Cang Xu, so what should they do next? Let's go ahead and head to Alabasta. Cang Xu's eyes turned slightly, and he had plans in his heart. According to Cang Xu's memory, the route he was on should be the route of the Straw Hat Pirates in the future. In other words, under normal circumstances, Cang Xu and others need to go to the small garden before they can go to Alabasta. Of course, Dongdao Magnetic Drum Island is not in the normal course. In the original work, the Straw Hat Pirates went to Drum Island to seek medical treatment because of Nami's illness. However, this kind of journey is a little bit delayed. Cang Xu didn't plan to sail like this, he planned to cross the small garden and head directly to Alabasta. Because in Cang Xu's opinion, the small garden has no need to set foot. When he was in the Calm Belt before, Cang Xu experimented to see if he could get some soul points from sea kings. After all, Pirate World is an ocean world, with a lot of marine life. If you can get some soul, money, points from various marine creatures, maybe, he can have one more way to get soul points. It turns out that Cang Xu's ideas are a bit naive. The soul points he obtained from sea kings are very few, far less than human souls. At this point, Cang Xu doesn't know why. Maybe there is something special about the human soul. Later, Cang Xu, who was unwilling to give up, experimented with beasts on land, and the result was the same. Facts have proved that only the human soul is the most valuable thing. The soul points transformed from human souls are also the most valuable. This is why Cang Xu has been working on humans. What's on the little garden? It's an island of beasts, with a lot of primitive beasts on it, which is not of much value. The only thing that has an effect on Cang Xu may be the 2 giants named Dongli and Brokey. However, the number of giants is too small, there are only 2, and there is not much regulation. If Cang Xu really wants to get a lot of giant souls, then he enters the new world and can go to Albuff, the country of giants. There is the giants' territory. It can be said that going to the small garden is not worth the gain, and it is a waste of time. Therefore, Cang Xu plans to bypass the small garden and head directly to Alabasta. In Cang Xu's view, the value of Alabasta is much higher, far more than the small garden. Alabasta, which has a history of many years, occupies a large land area and has a large population. It is a superpower in the first half of the Grand Line. It is not comparable to an ordinary island. In the original work, there are 300,000 kings in Alabasta and 600,000 standing army. As for the number of the rebel army, there are about 700,000 people. During the decisive battle, 2 million people gathered. This is still the case of the army. The total population of the entire country is even more than 10 million people. It's not a fiction. Oda said in SBS that the total population of Alabasta is 10 million. With a large population, it represents a large number of souls. Cang Xu can get a lot of soul points without having to do anything. You know, the soul points brought by birth, old age, sickness, and death are a very impressive number. On the other hand, because of the conspiracy of the Sand Crocodile, in the past few years, there have been constant wars in Alabasta, and there are even rebels dedicated to fighting against the royal family. Where there is war, there is death, and a lot of souls will be produced. It can be said that Alabasta is definitely a good treasure place for Cang Xu, so, Cang Xu is going to Alabasta directly. As for the way to get around the little garden and go to Alabasta, I believe the 2 girls who were just caught by him will give him away. In Cang Xu's heart, the appearance of Princess Vivi and Nico Robin flashed. Thinking about this, Cang Xu and his team went straight back to the warship. At this time, on the warship, Princess Vivi and Nico Robin were not imprisoned, but Nami was watching them on the deck. However, even though only Nami was watching, they did not dare to run around at will. After all, the 800 incident on the Whiskey Peak just now did not hide them from them. The terrible black monsters and the cruelty of swallowing each other far exceeded their expectations, and they were probably frightened. In addition, Cang Xu's identity was not covered up. They naturally knew Kang's identity, so they didn't dare to mess around. After all, the bounty of 1 billion Baileys is far beyond their cognition. You know, Sir Crocodile, the sand crocodile they regarded as the big boss, has a bounty of only 81 million Baileys. Of course, Sand Crocodile's bounty of tens of millions, that is because he became Shishibukai, the bounty did not continue to increase. However, even if the Sand Crocodile does not become Shishibukai, the bounty continues to increase, at most hundreds of millions of Baileys. There is still a big gap between this and Cang Xu's bounty. It can be said that for Princess Vivi and Nico Robin, Cang Xu's own prestige even surpasses those black monsters. Therefore, the two talented people stayed on the warship obediently and did not dare to escape at will. Two lovely ladies, we are now going to Alabasta. Who is willing to give a permanent pointer to Alabasta? Cang Xu looked at Princess Vivi and Nico Robin and spoke lightly. Impossible, I will not take out the permanent pointer of Alabasta. Princess Vivi said excitedly, rejecting Cang Xu's request. She knows the identity of Cang Xu. This is a monster that is more terrifying than Sir Crocodile. If such a person is allowed to go to Alabasta, then the fate of Alabasta will be unimaginable. In response, Cang Xu smiled lightly, ignored Vivi, and looked directly at Nico Robin. I have the permanent pointer of Alabasta, and I am willing to take out the permanent pointer and dedicate it to Master Cang Xu. However, Robin has a trivial request. He also invites Master Cang Xu to let me stay with Master Cang Xu. I can serve the adults with tea. Nico Robin was silent for a while, then looked at Cang Xu seriously, and took out a permanent pointer. Ha ha ha, you are a smart person and you have made a smart choice. I agree to your request. Cang Xu smiled lightly, took the permanent pointer in Robin's hand, and threw it directly to Nami. Come on, squeeze my shoulders. Cang Xu looked at Nico Robin and waved to her. Robin's face was slightly stiff, as if he didn't expect that Cang Xu would say such words. After all, before, all those who took her in either valued her bounty or her ability to understand the text of history. Read more at hotuntilnovel.xyz. It can be said that the value she possesses far exceeds her body. As a result, Cang Xu doesn't seem to be the case, and doesn't seem to care much about her value. Why, didn't you say that you can serve tea and pour water? It just so happens, I lack a little maid who serves tea and water, or are you kidding me? Cang Xu looked at Nico Robin with a smile. The adults are joking, Robin is very willing to serve the adults. Robin's face was stiff and he was silent for a while, but he still came behind Cang Xu and slowly squeezed Cang Xu's shoulders. Yes, I like you more and more, Nico Robin. Cang Xu spoke lightly, then stopped talking, but there was a faint smile in the corner of his eyes. To be honest, Cang Xu had already anticipated this result. The current Nico Robin is still the weak woman who survives. Ishain wants to protect herself. She is not the future, the archaeologist who opened up to the Straw Hat Pirates. The person who knows the current affairs is Junja. This is the portrayal of Robin. Therefore, she will naturally make the best choice. For this reason, as soon as Cang Xu spoke, Robin directly offered the permanent pointer of Alabasta. Even if Cang Xu asked her to serve tea and pour water, she would not refuse Cang Xu's request. The reason is simple, as I just said. Now she is just attached to the strong, hoping to fulfill her wish. Undoubtedly, Cang Xu is the strongest person in the first half of the Grand Line. The astronomical 1 billion bounty made Cang Xu have no rivals in the first half of the Great Route. If she can take refuge under Cang Xu, she will definitely get a good shelter. For this reason, Nico Robin is so obedient. In this regard, Cang Xu will naturally not refuse. Although he is not interested in the historical text, the history 800 years ago. However, Nico Robin can understand the text of history, which determines her particularity. In this way, wait until he enters the new world. Maybe Nico Robin has made a lot of articles. Therefore, accepting Nico Robin is definitely a good choice for Cang Xu. As for whether Nico Robin will betray, Cang Xu naturally does not need to worry. Because as long as Cang Xu's ship is on board, Cang Xu will not give her this opportunity. Moreover, Nico Robin will understand sooner or later that relying on him is the best choice. Cang Xu still has this confidence. Devil, I won't let you go to Alabasta. At this time, an angry voice came. This is the voice of Princess Vivi. Seeing Robin directly took out the permanent pointer, Princess Vivi's expression changed drastically, her face became very pale, and even her head became a little blank. Yes, she forgot one thing. Nico Robin also came from Alabasta, and he naturally has the permanent pointer of Alabasta in his hand. After a while, Princess Vivi reacted and seemed to make some decision. Princess Vivi gritted her teeth and suddenly violently rushed towards Nami, trying to destroy the permanent pointer in Nami's hand. Because she didn't want to see, Cang Xu went to Alabasta. A Sir Crocodile has turned Alabasta into what it is now. If Cang Xu, the more terrifying demon, will also go to Alabasta, the fate of Alabasta is simply unimaginable. Therefore, even if she knows that she is weak and is not an opponent of Cang Xu and others at all, she has to do something for Alabasta. For this reason, Princess Vivi rushed directly to Nami, wanting to take the opportunity to destroy the permanent pointer. However, her idea is very naive, and she is destined to be unable to succeed. Cang Xu hasn't done it yet, Robin will do it directly. Second wheel flower. Robin folded his hands and directly used the ability of flower fruit. In an instant, two arms grew from Vivi's back, which bound Princess Vivi's backhand and prevented her from approaching Nami for half a step. I have to say that Robin is very sober in this regard. Now that I have decided to take refuge in Cang Xu, I will naturally do something. Moreover, this is also for the benefit of Princess Vivi. Acting in front of Cang Xu, the big black wing demon, is simply looking for a dead end. Besides, if she shot Princess Vivi, she might be able to save her life. Good job. Cang Xu smiled, but looked at Nico Robin, and naturally saw through her careful thoughts. However, Cang Xu did not say anything, but came to Princess Vivi. Originally, I thought you were a little clever, but now it seems that you are also a stupid woman. Nami, take her to prison. Cang Xu shook his head slightly and said, this is a warship, or a warship of Impel down. Naturally, there is a seastone jail for prisoners in the cabin. The originally useless seastone prison was used to imprison Princess Vivi. To be honest, Cang Xu is speechless to Princess Vivi. You know, even if he doesn't have a permanent pointer, he can still go to Alabasta. Follow the magnetic sail to the small garden and then to Alabasta. The result will still not change. Cang Xu just didn't want to waste too much time, so he asked for permanent pointers. Princess Vivi's actions were utterly stupid, meaningless. However, Vivi's caring is messy, because he cares too much about Alabasta, instead of paying attention to it. However, Cang Xu wouldn't say much, and asked Nami to imprison Princess Vivi temporarily. The next warship finally calmed down. Well, continue to Alabasta. Cang Xu ordered. With the permanent pointer of Alabasta, they will be able to go directly to Alabasta in the shortest time. So, Buggy immediately went down to control the warship. Under Nami's guidance, the warship quickly headed towards Alabasta. Cang Xu and others continue to exercise their strength. Letterfield, Bullet, and others continue to regain their strength and are familiar with Arrancar's abilities. As for the newly born Bondi Waldo, Cang Xu is just like before. Throw Bondi Vardo directly to Letterfield and let them help Vardo and become familiar with Arrancar's abilities. As for Robin, he is now under the command of Cang Xu and naturally stays on the warship. Robin usually helps Nami sail. After all, she came from Alabasta and knew the route very well, so she could help Nami a little bit. As for what Cang Xu said before, the words of pouring tea and water are just Cang Xu teasing Robin. He won't let Robin really become his little maid. However, what Cang Xu didn't expect was, after boarding the warship, Robin really helped him serve tea and water, and waited on Cang Xu's daily life every day, doing his job like a real maid. It can be said that if Robin wears a maid outfit, it is estimated that he is really a maid. In this regard, Cang Xu is a little uncomfortable, and even once said that she does not need to be like this. After all, the previous words were just the words he made fun of Robin, who asked her to say that she should pour tea for Cang Xu, but Cang Xu couldn't make sense without teasing her. However, Robin didn't pay any attention to it, and was always taking care of Cang Xu's daily life. As for Robin doing this, it has something to do with Cang Xu, because she recognized the identities of Letterfield, Roger, and others. This is inevitable. When leaving the warship, Roger and others always wear masks and robes in order to avoid being recognized by the Marine headquarters. But on the boat, they don't have so much scruples. What's more, the current Robin can be regarded as Cang Xu's subordinate. Naturally, Robin would not be concealed from the situation on board. So, on the second day, Robin saw the true colors of Roger and others. She is so knowledgeable, she naturally knows what kind of existence Letterfield and others are like. So Robin was completely shocked. She did not expect that Cang Xu's subordinates would actually have these legendary big sea pirates. Lonely Red, Barleric Letterfield, Heir of the Devil, Douglas Bullet, World Destroyer, Bondi Waldo. These characters are all legends on the sea, and she has even read books that record them. But now, all these legendary characters appeared in front of her. The most important thing is that these legendary powerhouses are all surrendered to Cang Xu. This gave Robin a huge shock. However, this is not the most shocking thing for Robin. What shocked Robin most was the resurrection of One Piece Roger. It can be said that as long as one walks on the sea, there is no one who does not know Roger One Piece. However, Roger One Piece, this legend that should have been dead for more than 20 years, he appeared in front of her now, and even worshipped Cang Xu like other legendary pirates. At this point, Robin was completely shocked. It is possible to take the One Piece King Roger as his subordinates. Who is Cang Xu? He has his hands and eyes open to the sky. It took 2 or 3 days for Robin to accept this fact. For this reason, Robin will completely submit to Cang Xu, because she sees it so thoroughly. Even top legends like Roger, the One Piece King, have become Cang Xu's subordinates. Read more at hotmailnovel.xyz. Cang Xu's power and methods are definitely the world's top existence. Such an existence can truly protect her and prevent her from being threatened by Marine headquarters. So Robin is really home, and wants to stay with Cang Xu, because this is the only possibility in the entire world, capable of sheltering her forces. This is Robin's idea, so Robin will be so attentive, and even take the initiative to please Cang Xu. Of course, Cang Xu has naturally seen this through. In this regard, Cang Xu was a little bit dumbfounded. However, this is obviously not a bad thing for him. So under Robin's insistence, Cang Xu really made Robin his little maid, and he can enjoy Robin's care at ease. In this way, under the weight of Robin, the warship hurried to Alabasta. At the same time, there has been a lot of change in Alabasta. Crocodile, the sand crocodile who was dormant in the rain, left the base camp rain directly in the past few days and came directly to the port city of Our Blossoms. Canola City is the port city of Alabasta, responsible for communication with the outside world. This is also the first place where the Straw Hat Pirates landed in Alabasta in the original book. It can be said that outsiders who want to enter Alabasta must pass through this city. If Cang Xu and others will come to Alabasta, they will definitely land from here. Therefore, if you want to target Cang Xu, the best place is Canola City. For this reason, the Sand Crocodile came here directly. This is also where the Sand Crocodile and Marine meet. On the other hand, because of the loss of Nico Robin, his plan lost the most critical piece. Therefore, Sir Crocodile also lost a lot of patience, too lazy to conceal anything, and appeared here swaggeringly. However, in Alabasta, many people have been staring at the Sand Crocodiles. As soon as the Sand Crocodile moved, many forces immediately received news. King Cobra, Crocodile has left the rain and headed to Canola City. I don't know what to do. In the palace of Alabasta, Jaka, the adjutant of the Kingdom Guard, came to King Cobra and reported the situation of the Sand Crocodile to Cobra. Obviously, the royal family also knows that the Sand Crocodile is not good at intentions and has been staring at the Sand Crocodile. When the Sand Crocodile moved, the adjutant of the Kingdom Guard, Guka, immediately learned the news and immediately reported to the king. Sir Crocodile, what exactly does he want to do? King Cobra was a little confused and didn't know what the Sand Crocodile meant. The king, although he doesn't know what he has plans, it is definitely not a good thing. We should keep an eye on it. In that case, Jaka, you take part of the king's army and go to our flower city to see what he wants to do. After King Cobra hesitated, he dispatched some troops, led by Guka, to the Canola city to see what the Sand Crocodile wanted to do. Leader Kosho, our people have returned news from the rain, and the Sand Crocodile has been dispatched to the Canola city. The king's army can get news, and the rebel army is no exception. Look for flowers. Soon, Koza, the leader of the rebel army, received news from the rain. This vicious crocodile must have some conspiracy. We can't wait and let the brothers of the rebel army prepare. No, I will personally lead some of my brothers to Camellia City to see what he wants to do. Koza quickly ordered and prepared to personally lead part of the rebel army to lurk to the R city to see what the Sand Crocodile was going to do. I have to say that Crocodile's identity is so special that it affects his whole body. He had just moved, and the entire Alabasta reacted quickly. Both the king's army and the rebel army began to react. Of course, these reactions are naturally difficult to escape Crocodile's eyes. Do you really think I dare not do anything to you? Well, take this opportunity to make the whole of Alabasta completely messed up. Crocodile looked gloomy, and a trace of irritation flashed in his eyes. His current attention is all on Cang Xu, and he has no time to play with these ants in Alabasta. 0-0. However, big elephants can never be provoked by ants. Since these guys are looking for death, Crocodile doesn't mind giving them a tragic lesson. It just so happens to take this opportunity to make the whole Alabasta mess up. If it succeeds, maybe I can get the final victory. In the depths of Crocodile's eyes, there was a crazy light shining. Planning another thing? To drive away tigers and devour wolves, let Marine Admiral deal with the black-winged demon Cang Xu. This is Crocodile's plan. However, he also needs to carry a huge risk. To be honest, Sand Crocodile has no doubts about Admiral's power. Marine Admiral is the highest combat power of Marine headquarters, with the strength of a single enemy country. In addition, in this battle, he will also help Marine. The combination of Marine Admiral and 7 Warlords of the Sea is a rare event. In Crocodile's view, there is no suspense about the outcome of this battle. Cang Xu, the Black-Winged Demon, will definitely be defeated by him and Admiral. However, if Marine Admiral wins, it is not a good thing for him. The current King's army and rebel army have gathered in the R city. If they make a fuss, maybe his conspiracy against Alabasta will be exposed under Admiral's eyes. If it was that time, Admiral might settle the bill after the fall, so he would directly trouble him, for the sake of safety, but also to prepare a way for myself. Crocodile made a decision in his heart. Taking advantage of this opportunity, he directly started his plan and completely disrupted this country. In the face of the chaos in Alabasta, Admiral may not have the mind to estimate his affairs. In this way, he might be able to fish in troubled waters, and after retrieving Nico Robin, he would directly hold the King Cobra and go directly to find the whereabouts of the ancient weapon Pluto. As long as the ancient weapons are in hand, he can leave Alabasta at any time and go to New World. Crocodile's eyes flickered, thinking quickly. Soon, Crocodile made a decision. If this is the case, then summon all the high-level agents to start the ideal township combat plan. Crocodile, who was determined, took out a special phone worm and started to lay out his plan, Ideal Township Battle Plan. This plan is Sir Crocodile, a battle plan established in order to capture the secret inherited by the Nefiroda royal family in Alabasta, which is the ancient weapon Giant Prudon. The giant ship Prudon is not only the name of the ancient weapon Pluto, this is the most vicious ancient weapon in the world with the name of God. It is said that one shot can wipe out an island, and his location is recorded in the historical text of the royal tomb under Alabasta. The ancient weapon Pluto, the great sword Prudon, this is the ultimate goal of the Sand Crocodile. The Sand Crocodile's plan has 2 very important steps. One is to let his subordinates disguise as a transport team and transport a large amount of dancing fans into the royal city to hide, creating the illusion that the king uses prohibited materials. The second is to let Mr. 2 Bentham use the clone fruit ability to pretend to be a king to attack civilians and alienate the people's hatred of the royal family. Produce national turmoil? This plan is very simple, but it takes a certain amount of time to accumulate contradictions. After all, the outbreak of contradictions requires a process of accumulation after all. Only when contradictions accumulate to a certain stage will it usher in a time of outbreak. Now, this condition has long been fulfilled. Under the arrangement of the Sand Crocodile, except for the national capital of Albina, the days of no rain at all in Alabasta lasted for 3 years. Most of the people thought that the drought was caused by the king's private use of the rain-inducing agent and dancing powder. It can be said that the contradictions in Alabasta have accumulated to a certain extent. Like a wooden barrel full of explosives, it will explode at any time. It only takes a little ignition to completely ignite the civil war in Alabasta. Originally, Sand Crocodile planned to wait until Robin was recovered before starting his plan. However, because of Cang Xu, Sand Crocodile has no patience. Coupled with the small movements of the king's army and the rebel army, it has never stopped. So, the Sand Crocodile, who was angry, started this plan directly. All of a sudden, the senior agents of Bucklow's studio started to take action. The whole of Alabasta began to agitate, and the conflict between the rebel army and the king's army also began to become violent. At the same time, a warship slowly approached the port of Canola City. A group of soldiers in marine costumes stepped down from the warship. The headed marine is a man dressed in a yellow striped suit and a white justice cloak. He looks anxious and looks a little lazy. This is one of Naval Headquarters' highest combat power, Kizaru Admiral Polisalino. Kizaru Admiral led the crusade team and arrived in Alabasta. Welcome to Kizaru Admiral. Sir Crocodile came to the port in person, welcoming the arrival of Kizaru and others. Unexpectedly, Sir Crocodile, this time you told the Marine Headquarters the news of the Blackwing Great Demon. It was actually you. Do you have any plans? Kizaru Admiral was a little surprised, as he saw Sir Crocodile. He seemed to be a little confused about the idea of Sand Crocodile. Although from the outside, 7 warlords of the sea is considered to be on Marine's side, but they all know that Marine and Shishibukai are actually using each other. Therefore, Sand Crocodile was so kind to tell the Marine Headquarters the news of the Black-Winged Great Demon. He even said that he is willing to help Marine Headquarters and arrest the Black-Winged Great Demon together. This matter, no matter how you look at it, is a bit wrong. Kizaru has some doubts whether the Sand Crocodile has any abacus. Kizaru Admiral laughed. The root of the Black-Winged Demon is destined to come to Alabasta. The Black-Winged Demon is famous for his brutality, and will surely wreak havoc in Alabasta. In order to prevent him from destroying the peace in Alabasta, I naturally want to solve him. The Sand Crocodile replied at will, holding the banner of Alabasta, handling Kizaru Admiral's questions at will. In fact, they all know that they do not trust each other. Marine probably didn't believe his words either. Therefore, the Sand Crocodile will not bother to say good things and lie blatantly. Read more at hotuntelnovel.xyz. Anyway, as long as the people at Marine have not noticed the disturbances in Alabasta for the time being, it is fine. When this matter is over, everything will come to an end. At that time, it doesn't matter how Marine does it. Moreover, the Sand Crocodile also emphatically talked about it. The top priority now should be Cang Xu, the Blackwing Demon, and not other things. Yes, you are right. You really need to ensure the safety of the citizens of this country. Kizaru glanced at Sand Crocodile thoughtfully, and understood the meaning of Sand Crocodile's words. The current focus should be the arrest of Cang Xu. Other things are not important and there is no need to bother about it for now. Therefore, Kizaru didn't ask any more, and began to arrange the soldiers to be stationed. Crocodile, is your message correct? Cang Xu, the Blackwing Demon, will really come to Alabasta. Suddenly, a cold voice came from behind Kizaru Admiral. This is a female general holding a famous sword with a spider tattoo on her leg, which looks very enchanting. This is Lieutenant General Jun. After Kizaru Admiral finished his questioning, Lieutenant General Jun couldn't help but walk out and ask Sand Crocodile to confirm whether Cang Xu's information was correct. After all, before, Cang Xu actually ran to the East China Sea, which caused them to make a big circle. Admiral Jun wants to fully confirm Cang Xu's whereabouts. She once swore that she must personally arrest Cang Xu. Admiral Alternate. Peach Rabbit. Sir Crocodile's pupils contracted, his expression was a bit stiff, and his heart was shocked. Obviously, he has recognized the identity of Lieutenant General Jun. He didn't expect that the Marines Crusade Squad would actually have a fellow like Dao Tu. This is an Admiral candidate. The Jun Lieutenant with the title of Peach Rabbit has the strength to approach Admiral infinitely. In other words, this is also an Admiral-level combat power. For a while, Sand Crocodile's mood sank slightly. Damn, Sengoku actually cheated him. Obviously sent 2 Admiral combat power, but did not tell him directly, only mentioned Kizaru. Sengoku's move was clearly to prevent him. This is not good news for Sir Crocodile. But having said that, Marine actually values Cang Xu so much. Originally, he thought Marine sent an Admiral, which was enough. Unexpectedly, the coming Crusade team actually has 2 Admiral combat powers. This is not a good thing for him. You know, facing an Admiral, he may still be able to do things. If there are 2 Admiral combat powers, he also needs to face a lot of pressure, because the power of 2 Admiral is enough to deal with the Blackwing Great Demon at the same time. Come to deal with him again? If this matter is not handled well, it might be more troublesome than the Blackwing Demon. Sand Crocodile's head turned quickly, thinking about the current solution. Crocodile, didn't you hear me? Seeing Sand Crocodile stunned, Lieutenant General Jun frowned slightly and spoke again. Since I dare to tell the Marine headquarters, it proves that my words are not false, and my men are ruined in the hands of the Blackwing Great Demon. The Sand Crocodile came back to his senses, snorted coldly, and then turned and left. Now that the two Admiral forces are coming, things have changed a lot, and he has to prepare early. So, after pretending to be angry, Sand Crocodile moved away from the Marine team to make some layout changes. Kizaru Admiral, Sir Crocodile, this guy seems a little weird. Lieutenant General Jun flickered, came to Kizaru Admiral and reported to Kizaru Admiral. Obviously, Lieutenant General Jun had already seen something. This cunning Sand Crocodile seems to have some strange actions. I know, but don't care about it for the time being. Our current task is to arrest the Blackwing Demon Cang Xu. For other things, we will wait until the arrest of the Blackwing Demon Cang Xu is completed. Kizaru Admiral waved his hand and said, there was a hint of clarity in his eyes. Just now, he had already noticed something wrong. However, as Sand Crocodile said, this time they came to Alabasta. The most important thing was to arrest Cang Xu. All other matters can be postponed. This is the priority. I understand that I will arrest Cang Xu, the great Blackwing Demon. Lieutenant General Jun's eyes became firm. Regarding Impel down, she always believed that it was her fault, so she must personally arrest Cang Xu. This is the purpose of her joining the Crusade team. So next, she will concentrate and prepare for the next battle. Yes, this is our task. Kizaru Admiral nodded slightly. Next, the Marine Crusade team began to station in the R-port. With the cooperation of Sir Crocodile, a huge trap slowly opened, waiting quietly for Cang Xu's arrival. Time slowly goes by. 2 days passed. When the first ray of sunlight fell in the port in the early morning, an unnamed warship slowly appeared on the sea and sailed towards the port of the R-city. Everyone knows that Cang Xu is finally here. With the permanent pointer presented by Nico Robin, the warship that Cang Xu is on does not need to detour, and can go directly to Alabasta. This saves Cang Xu a lot of time. After several days of sailing, Cang Xu and his team finally came to the sea where Alabasta is located. And now, Cang Xu and others can already see the land of Alabasta not far away. Master Cang Xu, we have arrived in Alabasta. The port city in front of Alabasta is called Canola. Robin stood behind Cang Xu and introduced Cang Xu to the situation in Alabasta. It's really good, and there are already some people in the port city ahead, ready to welcome us. Cang Xu nodded slightly, and a cold glow flashed through his aquamarine eyes. When the exploration circuit is activated, Cang Xu can feel that there is some amazing breath of soul fire near the R-Flower port. There are 2 soul fires, very hot. It is even hotter than Magellan that Cang Xu met in Impel down at the beginning. This level of soul fire can only be possessed by a powerful person. The strength is stronger than Magellan, Admiral of Headquarters. Sengoku really looks up to me, actually sent 2 Admiral combat power. Cang Xu smiled lightly, with a cold light in his eyes. Magellan's strength, naturally needless to say, belongs to the existence close to the Admiral level. There are now 2 soul breaths, more powerful than Magellan, and there should be only Marine Admiral. In other words, in the port ahead, there are at least 2 Admiral level combat power, waiting for his arrival. Moreover, Cang Xu can also feel that there is still a good soul, close to Magellan's existence. If Cang Xu didn't guess wrong, this is probably a top lieutenant general, or a 7 warlords of the sea. Think about the power of Alabasta and the Whiskey Peak. Cang Xu still doesn't understand it. That powerful breath should be 7 warlords of the sea, Sir Crocodile. In other words, 7 warlords of the sea and Marine Admiral have joined forces. Interesting, really interesting. Cang Xu laughed out loud, more sure in his heart. In this way, things are straightened out. It should be his work on the Whiskey Peak that caught Sir Crocodile's attention. However, Sir Crocodile was worried that he would not be able to beat Cang Xu, so he directly contacted Marine Headquarters and found Marine Admiral. I have to say that although Cang Xu has not yet landed on land, Cang Xu has already guessed the truth of the matter. If you let Sand Crocodile and others know about it, you will probably be shocked. Master Cang Xu, what should we do? Letterfield came behind Cang Xu. May I ask Cang Xu's arrangement? Obviously, they have also noticed the conspiracy of Marine and Shichibukai. Although Letterfield and Roger have not fully awakened to explore the circuit, their own observation haki is also very top-notch existence. They were obviously aware of the situation in the port, so they came to ask Cang Xu to know what they should do next. Ha ha ha, Marine and Shichibukai prepared a great gift. If we didn't respond at all, wouldn't it be impolite? Cang Xu smiled calmly, and slowly said a word. Although it has been guessed, there is an extraordinary trap above the port, waiting for him. However, Cang Xu is not afraid of it. Isn't it just 2 Admiral and 1 Shichibukai? Does he need to worry? His combat power is even more exaggerated. Moreover, if he left like this, it would not be his style. Marine Headquarters and Shichibukai, since they have prepared a big gift for him, he has to respond to what he says. Give them a great gift. Cang Xu opened his mouth and said to the people behind him. In an instant, the amazing riot Su burst out from Cang Xu and headed towards the R-Flower port ahead. Boom, read more at hotentalnovel.xyz. In an instant, countless residents of the entire R-Blossom city fell to the ground and passed away directly. The souls of the weaker people were even directly crushed. As for the marine that Kizaru brought, most of the soldiers fell on the ground one after another, unable to withstand Cang Xu's riot. So, no, the other party has discovered our existence. Kizaru's face sank. He still didn't understand their ambush has been seen through by Cang Xu and others. Thinking about this, Kizaru brought the sober soldiers directly to the port. Boom! Suddenly, a huge black artillery shell with a diameter of tens of meters, like a huge meteorite, appeared over the R-port and bombed the R-port. It is foreseeable that if it is blasted down by this astonishingly large bomb, it is estimated that the entire R-flower port will be directly blasted to pieces. This is the ability of Bondi Waldo, Momo Fruit 100 times cannon. After sending out Riotsu and stunned many soldiers, Cang Xu directly asked Bondiver to do more. The reason why Bondival is allowed to do more is because his Devil Fruit ability has recovered. Yes, it is clear that Waldo is the latest Arrancar to awaken, but his own Devil Fruit ability is indeed the first to recover. And Bondi Valdo's Momo Fruit ability, right now, can come in handy. Therefore, Bondi Valdo used Momo Fruit's ability to act on the cannon of the warship, directly blasting 100 times as many shells. Under the effect of 100 times, the size and speed of the shells fired by the warship are all 100 times higher. The warship's shells are already very powerful, and coupled with the increase in the ability of the Momo Fruit, it is enough to directly destroy the entire R-flower port. Damn it! Where did the huge meteorite come from? Kizaru's pupils shrank and his heart was shocked. I don't know where this meteorite-like shell came from. However, he has no time to think. Seeing, the huge black cannonball is about to fall down. Therefore, Kizaru directly moved his hands, turned into a flash, and instantly came to the huge cannonball. Bakukshinguyu. Kizaru crossed his hands and made a flower shape, and the dazzling light burst from his hands in an instant. This dazzling light instantly turned into countless dazzling light bullets, directly blasting at the huge cannonballs. Boom boom boom. Accompanied by a roar, the entire huge shell was directly blasted into tiny pieces by Kizaru's 8-foot Kangu. Countless fragments fell directly on the ground, blasting holes in the buildings on the ground. However, there is no way, this is already the way to minimize the loss. If the huge shell is allowed to fall, it is estimated that the entire R-Blossom port will be destroyed. Kizaru Admiral, what happened? Crocodile's voice sounded and came to Kizaru Admiral's side. Obviously, Crocodile also noticed the movement here, and quickly came to Kizaru Admiral and joined Kizaru. The great black wing demon has started. He already knows our arrival. It seems that there is a tough battle to be fought. Kizaru looked solemn and slowly said a word. As soon as the expert makes a move, there is nothing. Although there was such a big battle just now, Kizaru knew very well that it was just a greeting from Cang Xu, not a real decisive battle. However, just greetings, there is a big move. It seems that the next battle will be a tough battle. In response, Kizaru smiled bitterly. It seems that he has really taken on a drudgery. Originally, Kizaru thought that with the addition of Lieutenant General Jun and the assistance of Sir Crocodile, this battle should be very easy. But now it seems that this battle is not as simple as he thought. If it is a carelessness, I am afraid there will be a huge trouble. Snapped, snapped. It really is Kizaru Admiral. The dazzling light is almost blinding people's eyes. A burst of applause came, accompanied by an indifferent voice, attracting everyone's eyes. Not far away, on the top of a building, there are 4 special figures. Looking at them condescendingly, the leader among them was a young man wearing a white horned helmet with 2 green tears on his face. This is exactly what Cang Xu et al. Cang Xu came, boarded the rapeseed port directly, and came in front of Kizaru Admiral and others. Cang Xu, the black wing demon, is really a terrible guy. He will give a big gift as soon as he comes. Kizaru Admiral said, looking at Cang Xu and others not far away. Although he was speaking lightly, Kizaru's face was very solemn. Obviously, he already felt the threat from Cang Xu and others. Such a guy is not easy to solve. As for Sir Crocodile next to Kizaru, his face is also very solemn. Before, although he also knew that Cang Xu was very powerful, however, if you haven't really met, it will always be fake. When I really met Cang Xu, Sir Crocodile realized the power of Cang Xu. That amazing pressure is like a monster. Sir Crocodile was suddenly rejoiced, but fortunately he had found Admiral. Otherwise, he will be in serious trouble. I gave a big gift as soon as I came. The young people nowadays are really terrifying. Cang Xu, the black wing demon. Kizaru looked up and looked at Cang Xu on the roof. From the beginning of Impel down, he then dealt with Cang Xu's orders, and then he wandered on the sea for a while. After a lot of hard work, Kizaru finally found Cang Xu. However, the current situation is definitely not what Kizaru wants to see. They should have set the trap and waited quietly for Cang Xu to fall into their trap. But judging from the attack just now, Cang Xu, the great black wing demon, apparently already knew their existence. But even if he knew they were here, Cang Xu still came to them. Go ahead to dangers. What does this show? It shows that Cang Xu has great confidence and absolute confidence. Because of this, Kizaru is so solemn. Kizaru realized in his heart that this is not a guy who can be easily dealt with. Black wing demon Cang Xu, I want to arrest you. At this time, an angry voice came. This is Lieutenant General Jun. Lieutenant General Jun, who had placed the stunned soldiers, finally came to Cang Xu. Lieutenant General Jun, holding the famous sword Jinpira, shouted to Cang Xu. Isn't this Lieutenant General Jun? I didn't expect you to come here. Cang Xu moved his eyes slightly, looking at Lieutenant General Jun, and instantly recognized the identity of Lieutenant General Jun. Although the original Cang Xu, because of the integration of the Ulquiorra template, caused the dizziness to pass. However, it is not that he has no memory at all. So Cang Xu remembered that he was sent to Impel down by the Jun Lieutenant General. By the way, I have to thank you, Lieutenant General Jun. If you hadn't sent me into Impel down, there wouldn't be who I am now. Cang Xu looked at Lieutenant General Jun faintly. To be honest, although it was a Lieutenant General in Jun, he sent him to Impel down. However, Cang Xu did not remember his hatred of Lieutenant General Jun. You know, at the beginning, the reason why he could grow up quickly was because he relied on the soul of Impel down. If it weren't for Impel down, Cang Xu would not have been able to grow up from the beginning by accumulating a large number of souls over the years. Moreover, Cang Xu also obtained a large number of legendary souls from Impel down Eternal Hell, and made them Aaroncarized. Look at Admiral under Cang Xu. Whether it is the Lonely Red Letterfield, the Heir of the Devil Bullet, or the World Destroyer Waldo, these are all brought from Eternal Hell. If it weren't for the Lieutenant General of Jun, Cang Xu wouldn't know how long it would take to grow to where it is now. Of course, although he doesn't hate Lieutenant General Jun, it is impossible to show her a good face. If Lieutenant General Jun really wants to play with him, then Cang Xu will not keep any hands. After all, Lieutenant General Jun didn't hold any kindness when he was sent to Impel down. Cang Xu knows this very well. Guy of damn it, I shouldn't have sent you into Impel down at the beginning, but directly rectify you on the spot. Lieutenant General Jun was very angry and regretted his original determination, but having said that, in the pirate lair, Cang Xu directly wiped out the life of an island. If she only wiped out the pirates on the island, she might not be so. After all, pirates are all villains with blood on their hands, so it's not a pity to die. However, on an island, how could there be only pirates, and a large number of ordinary people who were taken away by pirates? But Cang Xu's fusion of the Ulquiorra template caused a great riot, which directly wiped out the life of the entire island. The lives of ordinary people are naturally no exception. For this reason, the former Lieutenant General in Jun arrested Cang Xu and sent it to Impel down. As a result, she did not expect that because of her decision, Impel down suffered a terrible disaster. So, she came here this time just to end this matter. Give me a catch, Cang Xu, the great black wing demon. Embracing a complex mood of anger and guilt, Lieutenant General Jun, holding the famous sword Jinpira, rushed directly to Cang Xu. Boom! Lieutenant General Jun wields the famous sword Jinpira. An astonishing slash broke out from the famous sword Jinpiluo instantly, slashing in the direction of Cang Xu. Lieutenant General Jun has started. Moreover, she knew as soon as she shot that she was also a powerful swordsman. The slash from the slash exudes amazing power. Read more at hotmailnovel.xyz. It is foreseeable that once hit by this slash, he will definitely suffer great trauma. At this time, Lieutenant General Jun's slash had come not far in front of Cang Xu. Seeing this amazing slash is about to fall on Cang Xu, however, Cang Xu's expression was indifferent, and he didn't even look at it. Just when Lieutenant General Jun's slash was about to come in front of Cang Xu, a figure behind Cang Xu, holding an umbrella-shaped long sword, rushed out directly. This is Letterfield. Their leader was attacked. How could Letterfield? Nothing happened. Charge directly behind Cang Xu and stand in front of Cang Xu. How can you hurt our boss? Letterfield, holding an umbrella-shaped long sword, directly slashed. Letterfield's slash and Jun's slash collided with each other, and there was an astonishing shock in an instant. The rumbling blast sound spread throughout the port in an instant. The aftermath of the slashing collision directly tore the ground, bringing cracks to the ground. But in the end, all the movement was calm. But Cang Xu has no effect at all. Who are you with such strength? Seeing the figure in front of Cang Xu, Lieutenant General Jun looked solemn, with some doubts in his heart. Cang Xu, the Black Wing Demon, is there such a powerful subordinate? Obviously, Lieutenant General Jun hadn't noticed the identity of Letterfield. This is also normal. After all, Letterfield was still wearing a mask and robe at this time. Lieutenant General Jun did not recognize the identity of Letterfield, which is also normal. Lieutenant General Jun, that guy is under the command of the Great Black Wing Demon. He once appeared in Logtown and worked with Lieutenant General Garp. I don't know the specific name. He is offering a bounty of 200 million Baileys. On the ground, there was a soldier's voice, repeating the information on Letterfield's face. I see, it turned out to be you, but something is wrong. Lieutenant General Jun suddenly realized that he seemed to think of Letterfield's identity. She has been paying attention to the affairs of Cang Xu and others, and naturally knows the affairs of Letterfield. But there is something wrong with this? Experts will know if there is any. Although Letterfield, just in front of Lieutenant General Jun, swung a slash to block her attack. However, Lieutenant General Jun can be sure. With the strength shown by Letterfield just now, there is definitely more than just a 200 million bounty. A bounty of 1 or 2 billion is generally the level of a supernova. However, with the strength displayed by this guy, it is not an ordinary supernova at all, it can be comparable. For this reason, Lieutenant General Jun didn't recognize Letterfield's identity from the beginning. On the other hand, this guy fought with Lieutenant General Garp. With the vision of Lieutenant General Garp, he should not be able to evaluate the wrong thing. For this reason, Lieutenant General Jun was a little confused. The only possibility is that this guy in front of him had hidden his true strength when he was playing against Lieutenant General Garp before. Who are you? An existence like yours will definitely not be an unknown person. Lieutenant General Jun scolded, wanting to know the identity of Letterfield. Without the permission of Master Cang Xu, I would not easily reveal my identity. Letterfield smiled indifferently, but did not reveal his identity. It's okay, since she wants to know, let her know. You should also appear in front of the world. Cang Xu's indifferent voice came from behind Letterfield. Cang Xu said it before. He asked Letterfield to hide their identities temporarily. The purpose is to deal with the conspiracy of Marine Headquarters. Now, the Crusade squad dispatched from Marine Headquarters has appeared in front of them. Then Letterfield and others, naturally there is no need to continue to hide their identities. As Cang Xu said, he will give Marine Headquarters a big surprise. Since Master Cang Xu said so, the old man will naturally obey. Letterfield nodded slightly, and slowly took off his robe and mask. An old man with white hair and beard and 2 braids with white hair appeared in front of everyone. Letterfield showed his identity. You are, the Lonely Red, Varleric Letterfield. Lieutenant General Jun hadn't spoken yet. Kizaru's shocked voice had been heard from the ground. At this time, Kizaru's pupils contracted, and he looked at Letterfield in shock, not at all lazy before. Although more than 20 years ago, Kizaru's position was not high, but at that time, he had already followed Sengoku, and he was also a person who had experienced that era. So, Kizaru recognized it all at once. This aloof old man, this is the legendary powerhouse of the old age? Lonely Red, Varleric Letterfield? What? It's a lofty red, how is this possible? Didn't it mean that all the prisoners of Impel Down died under the hands of the Blackwing demon Cang Xu? Lieutenant General Jun was shocked, his expression was shocking, and some were speechless. When Kizaru Admiral revealed the identity of Letterfield, Lieutenant General Jun also remembered the identity of the other party, Lonely Red Redfield. The big pirates in Roger's period are called Lonely Red, Red Earl, and Lonely Rider. His strength is extremely powerful, and he is on par with Roger and Whitebeard by himself. Good money. He hates to form alliances with others, and his creed is to implement loneliness. This level of existence is already a legend, but why does this kind of existence appear here, even calling Cang Xu an adult? This incident had a huge impact on Kizaru, Lieutenant General Jun and others. It can be said that when Letterfield revealed his identity, everyone was shocked. P.S. 3007 chapters, First Order, Support. P.S. 8 chapters were updated on the first day, a chapter of 3 or 4,000 words, a total of about 27,000 words, replaced by a chapter of 2,000 words, about 13 or 4 chapters. However, some people say that there are not many updated chapters, and it seems that there are few updates, so the author is considering a question about the subsequent updates. The following updates will start with the 4D update every day, which is certain. But how to update the method depends on everyone. Do you think it is better to have 3,000 words in one chapter, or 2,000 words in one chapter? There are 3,000 words in one chapter, and 4,000 words are about 3 chapters. There are fewer updated chapters, but the plot is more coherent. One chapter is 2,000 words, and 10,000 words are about 5 chapters. There are more updated chapters, but the plot may be more trivial, which is considered to have its own advantages and disadvantages. So, please help me make a choice. I think it's good to post a chapter with 3,000 words 1, and I think it's good to post a chapter with 2,000 words 2. Thank you. Letterfield's identity was exposed, which shocked everyone. Kizaru Admiral and Lieutenant General Jun were already a bit speechless at this time. As for Crocodile, the sand crocodile who has never spoken, his face is constantly changing. Next to Cang Xu, the great Blackwing demon, there is actually a legendary existence of the Lonely Red. This is not good news for him, because things are getting out of his control more and more. First, Marine Headquarters dispatched 2 Admiral combat forces. As a result, there is a legendary figure on the side of Cang Xu, the great Blackwing demon. The lineups of both sides far exceeded his expectations. In this way, the situation of this battle is beyond his control. But having said that, this battle is becoming more and more uncontrollable for Sand Crocodile. Although it's not a good thing, it doesn't seem to be a bad thing either. Because of the previous Sand Crocodile, because of the increase in Admiral's combat power, I feel a headache. But now, Cang Xu, the Blackwing demon, has one more top combat power. In this way, the strength of the 2 sides is once again balanced, and he also has the possibility of fishing in troubled waters. This does not seem to be a bad thing for Sir Crocodile. The outcome of the battle became blurred again. His chance to fish in troubled waters is also one more point. For this reason, Sir Crocodile's mood is so subtle. But at this moment, Kizaru Admiral spoke again. Unexpectedly, the black-robed man next to you is actually the Lonely Red Leadfield, and the remaining 2 should not be ordinary people, right? Kizaru raised his head and looked at the 2 figures standing behind Cang Xu. Cang Xu came this time, and one brought 3 men in black robes. One of the people in black robes is Redfield, the Lonely Red. Then the remaining 2 people should not be simple characters either. In Kizaru's heart, there is a very bad premonition. So curious, then play with them. If you have the ability, then take off their masks. Cang Xu smiled indifferently, a joke flashed in his eyes. This time, Cang Xu didn't let the 2 people behind him take off their masks. He changed his mind. If he said it directly, it would be a bit boring. He plans to play a game. If Marine is capable, let the 2 behind him take off their masks. If you don't have the skills, then forget it. Thinking about this, Cang Xu waved his hand slightly, and the two figures behind him rushed directly to the battlefield. One of the burly figures rushed directly to Kizaru. The other tall figure rushed directly to Crocodile. Hugh is presumptuous, stay with me. Lieutenant General Jun saw this situation and rushed directly to the two black-robed men, trying to stop them. Boom! An umbrella-shaped long sword, wrapped around the mighty armament Haki, directly blocked the attack of Lieutenant General Jun. You dare to be distracted in front of me, girl, don't you look down on the old. Letterfield said lightly, swinging the long sword in his hand and attacking Lieutenant General Jun directly. Lieutenant General Jun's opponent was him, not anyone else. The actions of Lieutenant General Jun made Letterfield feel humiliated. Read more at hotuntilnovel.xyz. If you dare to be distracted in front of him, do you really think that his loneliness is a vegetarian? For this reason, Letterfield used more powerful strength and constantly attacked Lieutenant General Jun. Lieutenant General Jun sank and understood the current situation. Now she doesn't have much thoughts and cares about other things. Even if you are a legend on the sea, I will arrest you. Lieutenant General Jun snorted coldly, concentrated, and fought Letterfield with all his strength. On the other hand, the other two men in black robes brought by Cang Xu also found Kizaru and Sand Crocodile. One of the burly black-robed men came directly to Kizaru and blasted Kizaru with his fist. It's terrible, but the old man is really curious. I'll reveal this mask. Kizaru hummed softly, but did not hesitate to move. As soon as his body moved, Kizaru instantly turned into a flash and came to the black-robed man. Have you been kicked by the light? Kizaru's right foot turned into light and kicked directly into the face of the black-robed man. This step, not to mention it is a mask, even if Sea Kings will be shattered. Because this is one of Kizaru's tricks. Kick at the speed of light? As a sparkling fruit-capable person, Kizaru can accumulate photons on a small retreat, kick his leg out at the speed of light, and also shoot a laser. Its power is so great that it can destroy a huge mangrove in the Champs Islands. A supernova with 1 foot, this is no joke. However, the black-robed man who was fighting against Kizaru did not seem to be afraid of Kizaru's power. The amazing Haki and Ghost Spirit burst out from the black-robed man in an instant, covering the entire body. Then, the black-robed man directly blasted a punch, and Kizaru's light-speed kick was blasted against him. Boom! A huge roar burst out instantly, the air was shattered, and there was a whine. The ground is constantly broken, like a spider web, spreading to the surroundings. Boom! The next moment, Kizaru's body was blasted down on the building next to him, and he smashed through the buildings in an instant. Kizaru's body didn't stop until he was blasted out of a street nearly 100 meters away. The next moment, Kizaru turned into a flash and came to the battlefield again. It's just that Kizaru's situation looks a little embarrassed at this time, with a trace of blood on the corner of his mouth, and it seems that he has suffered a lot of damage. The combination of ghost and Haki is like a devil from hell. In my memory, only one person can do this. Kizaru looked solemn and looked at the black-robed man in front of him. Although he didn't remove the other party's mask, he already guessed the other party's identity. The power of the combination of ghost spirit and Haki is possessed by only one person in the entire ocean. Oh, have you been found out? A hoarse voice came from under the black robe. Since his identity has been seen through by Kizaru, there is no need to continue hiding. The black-robed man slowly took off his robe and mask. A burly man with long blonde hair and fierce eyes appeared in front of Kizaru and others. It really is you, heir of the devil, Douglas Bullet. Kizaru looked solemn and slowly said the name of Bullet. Yes, what Kizaru guessed just now is Bullet. You know, apart from the powerful ability of Bullet Fruit, there is also a very obvious feature, that is, its own ghost. Bullet can merge its ghost energy with Haki, so that its speed and strength have been greatly improved. This form is called the devil form. Because of the use of the devil form, the image of Bullet is like a devil from hell. This is one of the reasons why he is called heir of the devil. How could Kizaru not know this? Therefore, after Bullet used the devil form, Kizaru instantly recognized the identity of Bullet. Heir of the devil, Douglas Bullet. How is this possible? It's another legendary existence. The shocked voice of Lieutenant General Jun came from the battlefield not far away, although she concentrated, fighting Letterfield. However, the battlefield between Kizaru and Bullet has made a lot of noise. She wondered if the movement here is difficult. However, Lieutenant General Jun really didn't expect it. The other black-robed man next to Cang Xu is also a legendary figure. He was even a former crew member of the Roger Pirates, a hero called the successor of the Ghost, and heir of the devil called the Monster. Douglas Bullet? This is simply disastrous news for them. You know, although the heir of the devil, Bullet, is only a crew member of the Roger Pirates, but compared with the Lonely Red Leadfield, Bullet doesn't think about it at all. You know, after the execution of the Pirate King Roger, Bullet turned the sea upside down, and Marine headquarters abolished a great price before taking it down. This is also a terrifying villain, very powerful, and a top combat power, not inferior to the Lonely Red. It can be said that this is simply a legend of the whole staff. Do they really have a way to win such a terrifying lineup? Lieutenant General Jun was shaken. Because the identity of Bullet was leaked, it caused a huge shock. Even the determined Lieutenant General of Jun was shaken in his heart at this time. Without him, such a lineup is really terrible. Cang Xu, the black-winged demon who destroyed Impel down, and two legendary powerhouses, Lonely Red and Bullet. This lineup puts great pressure on Marine. Many soldiers who were not stunned by Cang Xu Ryotsu also had a trace of panic on their faces at this time, and the guns in their hands were a little unstable. No way, the existence of legendary level is already a great trouble for marine soldiers. There are 3 people at this level now, appearing directly here. This is a disaster for them. The fighting spirit of marine soldiers has been seriously hit. It seems that I really shouldn't expose Barrett's identity. Kizaru gave a wry smile. Looking at the soldiers around him, how could he not know their thoughts? But Kizaru also knows that the situation is not the worst. You know, Cang Xu also has an enemy who doesn't know his identity? What Kizaru was referring to was the man in black who was fighting Sir Crocodile? That is also the person Cang Xu brought? The first 2 men in black robes are the Lonely Red Leadfield, and the heir of the devil, Bullet. According to the law of the first 2 black-robed men, this black-robed man is very likely to be a legendary existence. Wait, the huge black cannonball is a bit like a warship's cannonball, but it has been magnified many times. Is it impossible? Looking at the black-robed man who was fighting Sir Crocodile, Kizaru's inspiration flashed, thinking of the huge cannonball before the battle, as if thinking of something. Kizaru, do you know his identity? Who is he? Tell me. Sir Crocodile spoke and shouted to Kizaru Admiral. He desperately needs to know the identity of the enemy, because the opponent's strength is very strong. Not only is he familiar with the application of 2-color haki, but he also has a very good combat experience, and even uses some strange weapons from time to time. A piece of gravel can be like a bullet, and he will be caught off guard from time to time. Such a battle is very unfavorable for Sir Crocodile. Therefore, he urgently needs to know the identity and ability of the other party. In this way, he can figure out a way to deal with the other party's ability. This is the real battle. Only by knowing the weakness of the opponent can you have the chance to defeat the opponent. In other words, he needs to know the other party's intelligence. For this reason, seeing Kizaru seems to have discovered something, Sir Crocodile immediately ignored the others and shouted directly to Kizaru. Well, if I'm not mistaken, the guy fighting you should be the world destroyer, Bondi Waldo. Kizaru gave a wry smile and slowly said his guess. To be honest, Kizaru didn't intend to reveal the identity of Bondivardo at the beginning. Leatherfield and Bullet, these 2 legendary big sea pirates, appeared in front of the soldiers, and both gave them a huge shock. Now, if the identity of the last black-robed man were to be revealed, the soldiers would lose their fighting spirit completely. Read more at hotuntilnovel.xyz. However, Kizaru can also see that the situation on Sir Crocodile's side is not very good. If you continue to stay like this, it is estimated that Sir Crocodile will be in big trouble. After all, intelligence often plays a big role in battle. As a veteran on the battlefield, how could Kizaru not know? And now Sir Crocodile is on their side again. Kizaru naturally does not want Sir Crocodile to lose. Therefore, after weighing the pros and cons, Kizaru still revealed the identity of Bondivaldo. What? World Destroyer Bondivardo, it's this guy. Sure enough, this is also a legendary big sea pirate. I didn't expect that after disappearing for decades, he would actually appear in the sea. Lonely Red Leatherfield, heir of the Devil Bullet, and World Destroyer Bondivaldo, all are legendary sea pirates. The existence of 3 legendary levels, damn it, how can this fight? It's over? Everything is over. Sure enough, when Kizaru revealed the identity of Bondivaldo, the remaining marine soldiers completely lost their fighting spirit. The existence of this level actually appeared in front of them. What is their chance of winning there? Of course, not only the soldiers were shocked, but even Lieutenant General Jun and Sir Crocodile were also shocked. Among them, Sir Crocodile's face is the most ugly, because Bondivaldo is his opponent. This legendary opponent puts tremendous pressure on Sir Crocodile. The identity has been exposed, so there is no need to hide it. Bondivaldo's voice came from under the black robe. Waldo directly tore his robe with his hands, revealing his identity. Marine, wait for Laozi to squash this little crocodile, and then go to trouble you. Waldo looked at Kizaru Admiral and Lieutenant General Jun, with a murderous intent in his eyes. You know, what he hates most is the world government and marine headquarters. Now, a marine admiral and an admiral alternate appeared in front of him. How could Waldo have no idea at all? Had it not been for Cang Xu to hand over the sand crocodile to him before the war, he would have gone to trouble Kizaru long ago. Look for flowers. Yes, although Cang Xu seems to have made no arrangements, but in fact, Cang Xu had made various arrangements long before the war started. Although at that time, Cang Xu didn't know who the 2 admiral fighters sent from marine headquarters were, the sand crocodile must be there. For this reason, Cang Xu handed sand crocodile to Bondi Waldo. Because Bondivaldo has just been Aaron-Karized, his strength has not yet fully recovered. It can be said that compared with Leadfield and Bullet, his strength is still a bit weaker. For this reason, Cang Xu handed the weakest Sir Crocodile to Bondivaldo. To be honest, for this matter, Waldo is naturally unwilling. After all, he hates Marine headquarters very much. He just wants to get revenge from Marine. But this is Cang Xu's order, and Waldo cannot violate it. 0. The only thing he can do is to solve the sand crocodile as soon as possible, and then go to Marine's trouble. This is Waldo's thinking, which is the current situation. Damn it, it's Bondivaldo, the world destroyer. This is a very tricky guy. I hope Mr. 1 can succeed as soon as possible. Sir Crocodile murmured in his heart, constantly responding to the attacks from Bondivaldo. Yes, Sand Crocodile also has some arrangements. When Cang Xu and others arrived, it was also when Sand Crocodile's ideal land combat plan began. Therefore, the current Alabastan has long been messed up. However, all these things were handed over to the agents of Mr. 2 Bentham and below. As for his most trusted subordinate, Mr. 1 Da's bonus, Sand Crocodile didn't let him join the battle plan of Ideal Township, because Mr. 1 Da's Boni has a more important task. That is to snatch Nico Robin back. According to time calculations, Mr. 1 Da's bonus should have been near Cang Xu's warship. In fact, Sand Crocodile's idea is very good. At this time, Mr. 1 Da's bonus had indeed gone to Cang Xu's warship. However, when Mr. 1 Da's bonus boarded the warship, a problem was immediately discovered. At this time, there were no figures on the warship. Whether it's Roger, Buggy, Nami, etc., or even those Kylian, none of them are on the warship. This is because, long before the war, Cang Xu gave them an important task. Before boarding the Canola port, Cang Xu gave Roger, Buggy, and others an important task. Roger, you take Kylian's, Buggy, and others, to the cities of Alabastan. I want you to collect all the souls of Alabastan by me. This is the task Cang Xu gave to Roger before he left. The reason why Roger is given such a task is because Cang Xu has his consideration. You know, Cang Xu came to Alabastan. The main purpose is to address the huge population of Alabastan, and the huge amount of souls it brings. This is the main reason Cang Xu came to Alabastan. However, Cang Xu had already found out before boarding the Canola flower port. Marine headquarters set the trap here in Alabastan. In this way, after they land, a big battle will surely break out. At that time, Cang Xu definitely didn't have time to collect the soul of Alabastan. On the other hand, Roger's identity is a bit special after all. 87 moved the whole body. However, it is not yet time for him to reveal his identity. Cang Xu planned it a long time ago. Since he has resurrected Roger, he naturally wants to make the most of Roger's value. If it is at this time, let Roger reveal his identity, then the next Marine headquarters, and even the entire world government, will definitely target Cang Xu and others in all aspects. No way, this is the prestige of One Piece. If this is the case, the next big event will probably usher in no small changes. Yes, what Cang Xu said is the war on top. On top of the war, this is an extremely magnificent war that can be recorded in the annals of history. It includes the entire Whitebeard pirate group, 7 warlords of the sea, and even the entire Marine headquarters 100,000 elites. For such a top-notch event, many heroes are bound to fall. And this is exactly one of Cang Xu's goals, because the more heroes that fall, the greater Cang Xu's harvest. Among them, especially Whitebeard with the strongest name. This is Cang Xu's goal in the next phase. Yes, Cang Xu is eyeing Whitebeard's soul. Now he has 4 legendary big pirates under his command. These are all candidates for the Cang Xu Espada Corps, and they are all top powerhouses. In this way, the remaining Espada members, Cang Xu, will naturally also choose the top powerhouses. Therefore, Whitebeard, who has the strongest name, has naturally become Cang Xu's target. It can be said that the war on the top is a great event not to be missed. And the fuse at the top of the war is the Fire Fist Ace. The reason for the Marine headquarters to provoke this top war was to execute the blood of One Piece. If it is known by Marine headquarters that Roger One Piece is still alive, will they still execute Ace? This is impossible. Marine headquarters and world government are the only things they will do. It is to mobilize the gunhead, turn your head directly, and directly act on Cang Xu and others. After all, the One Piece was resurrected, and it didn't make any sense to target his bloodline. It's better to think of a way to get rid of the One Piece Roger as soon as possible. For Marine headquarters, this is the most important thing. Although, Cang Xu doesn't care about the targeting of Marine headquarters, read more at hotuntilnovel.xyz. But if it is because of this incident that the war at the top disappears, then Cang Xu will feel distressed to death. This is a huge loss for him. For these reasons, after some consideration, Cang Xu made a decision. Let Roger take Buggy and others to various places in Alabastan to collect the soul of Alabastan. By the way, temporarily hide Roger's identity. Of course, Cang Xu also has a good understanding of Roger's character. If nothing is restricted, Roger is likely to intervene in the chaos of Alabastan. Therefore, before Roger and the others left, Cang Xu left a few orders for Roger and the others. For example, they are not allowed to intervene in the civil war in Alabastan. After all, the civil war in Alabastan can also bring a lot of soul to Cang Xu. If Roger's intervention led to the disappearance of the civil war in Alabastan, Cang Xu would have suffered a lot. At this point, Cang Xu would naturally not allow it. Or in other words, Roger and Kylian are not allowed to swallow the soul of Alabastan without permission. After all, if you swallow your soul hollow, you can maximize your benefits. It can be said that Cang Xu has seen Roger's character a long time ago, so naturally he won't let him mess around. Of course, the Minos Grande made by Hollow will be loyal to the characteristics of Cang Xu, so Roger can't violate Kang's orders at all, and can only execute them according to Cang Xu's orders. At this point, Cang Xu still believes in the ability of Hollow skills. For this reason, after landing in our Flower City, Cang Xu asked Roger, with Buggy, Nami, and others, to go to the hinterland of Alabastan and start their mission. This is also the reason why Cang Xu has only 4 people here to face Kizaru and others. However, even if there are only 4 people, Cang Xu and Letterfield, facing Kizaru and others here, there will be no change in the result. because Cang Xu and others have an absolute chance of winning. Boom! There was a roar. Cang Xu thought about his plan, but the battle between Leatherfield and others, as well as Kizaru and others, never stopped. Bullet vs Kizaru Admiral. Leatherfield vs Lieutenant General Injun. Bondi Waldo vs Sir Crocodile. This battle directly covered all the enemy's high-level combat power. Moreover, the three Leatherfields who played against Kizaru even had an advantage. It's like Bullet. Although Kizaru's laser ability is very powerful and has amazing destructive power, but in front of Bullet, Kizaru's laser has no effect. You know, Bullet's physical fitness is already very powerful. In the original book, facing the 4th stage Snake Man of Luffy in the Straw Hat, Bullet can easily take it up. The 4th gear of Straw Hat Luffy directly solved Doflamingo's big move. This shows how high Bullet's physical fitness is. What's more, Bullet also has a powerful armament haki, even Arrancar steel skin. Multiple effects are superimposed, giving Bullet an amazing defense. If Kizaru doesn't work hard, he can't break the defense of Bullet at all. For this reason, in the battle with Kizaru, Bullet always has the upper hand. Of course, the situation between Leatherfield and Bondi Waldo is not much different. Although Lieutenant Admiral Jun is a candidate for Admiral, he has an infinitely close combat power to Admiral. However, most of the power of Lieutenant General Jun lies in her powerful swordsmanship. However, before the great sword tyrant of Gu Gao's Hai Hong, Lieutenant General Jun didn't have much advantage at all. You know, the Lonely Red now is not the old Lonely Red before. But with the body of Arrancar, the physical fitness has returned to the Lonely Red of the peak period. The Lonely Red of the peak period, but the real great swordsman? It's not a Lieutenant General at Jun, he can deal with it. Therefore, Lieutenant General Jun was suppressed in all aspects. As for Sir Crocodile's situation, it goes without saying. Although Bondi Waldo Arrancar's time is very late, the strength of Sir Crocodile is too serious, although he has the ability of Logia Sand Fruit. But Bondi Waldo, who holds the 2-color haki, is restraining Sir Crocodile. It can be said that Marine Admiral and 7 Warlords of the Sea have joined forces to directly win Cang Xu's plan. In front of the 3 legendary ranks under Cang Xu's command, they were directly destroyed. Kizaru and others were even suppressed to death. As for Cang Xu, he doesn't even need to shoot. Of course, among the soldiers brought by Kizaru Admiral, there are also several major generals. However, these major generals are not even close to Cang Xu. Once there is Major General Marine, I want to get close to Cang Xu. Leatherfield, who is playing against the Jun Lieutenant General, will brazenly shoot and directly behead the opponent. It can be said that there is no suspense about the result of this war. The 3 legendary classes under Cang Xu directly suppressed Kizaru Admiral, Jun Lieutenant General and Sir Crocodile. It can be said that there is no suspense about the result of this war. As long as the battle continues, the defeat of Kizaru and others is almost inevitable. However, Cang Xu did not have much patience. It's too slow. If this goes on, I don't know when to wait for the battle to end. Cang Xu frowned slightly. Although the result of this battle, there will not be much suspense. However, Kizaru Admiral and Lieutenant General Jun are both real Admiral combat power. Bullet and Leatherfield, etc., want to take down Kizaru and Jun. It will take a certain amount of time. You know, the top battle in Pirate World basically takes a long time. Just like later, Aokiji and Akaino fought for 10 days and 10 nights on Punk Acid Island in New World in order to compete for the position of Marshal. This is enough to explain how long the top combat power and combat ability of Pirate World lasts. However, Cang Xu didn't have the patience and waited for them to decide the outcome. After all, he still has a lot of things to do, and there is no time to wait here slowly. So, Cang Xu is ready to do it. Block it, Blackwing Demon. Cang Xu waved his big hand and directly pulled out Zanpakuto from his waist. Accompanied by a low groan from Cang Xu, an astonishing breath broke out from Cang Xu in an instant. The spilled Ryotsu turned into black Ryotsu raindrops, scattered from the sky and landed on the dry ground. At the same time, the image of Cang Xu has changed dramatically. The huge black wings appeared behind Cang Xu. The emerald green tears on his face have also become deeper. 807. Cang Xu is back to the sword, and he will be liberated by the sword directly, and he will become a black-winged demon. What is this? The black wings are exactly the same as the reward order. Is this the ability of Cang Xu, the great black-winged demon? It is really amazing. No, Cang Xu, the black-winged demon, is ready to do it. Everyone who was fighting was instantly attracted by Cang Xu's return. Regardless of Kizaru and others, or Leatherfield, they involuntarily stopped the fight and looked in the direction of Cang Xu. Everyone knows that Cang Xu is ready to do it. ZZ. Along with Cang Xu's actions, countless souls gathered in Cang Xu's hands, and condensed into a soul gun that exudes aquamarine light. Moonlight sword? Cang Xu directly condenses the moonlight sword. Get out of the way, Bullet. A hoarse voice came from Cang Xu's mouth. Yes. Bullet heard the words and stayed away from Kizaru. To be honest, Bullet was still a little reluctant to stop, because he wanted to continue fighting. But for Cang Xu's order, Bullet will not violate it. The moment Cang Xu spoke, Bullet backed away without any hesitation. At the same time, Cang Xu threw it abruptly and directly blasted the moonlight sword at Kizaru. In the whole process, there is not even an interval of seconds. At the moment Cang Xu issued an order to Bullet, the moonlight sword in Cang Xu's hand was released directly. If Bullet does not hesitate at all, he will definitely be affected by the moonlight sword. However, Arrancar was created as a hollow skill. Bullet will not hesitate at all about Cang Xu's orders, and will only follow through to the end. It can be said that the cooperation between the two is even better than that of the twins with telepathy. This is the benefit of absolute loyalty. Although Bullet itself still has the memory and character of the past, he is still very addicted to war. Read more at hotuntilnovel.xyz. But for Cang Xu's order, Bullet will not hesitate. Even if Cang Xu lets Bullet die, Bullet will not hesitate at all. For this reason, when Kizaru reacted, the spirit gun Moonlight sword that exudes an astonishing aura has come to Kizaru. Not good. Kizaru's face changed drastically. He could feel a sense of deadly threat from this turquoise light gun. Without any hesitation, Kizaru instantly became elemental, trying to avoid Cang Xu's spirit gun. However, the characteristic of the Moonlight sword is its extreme speed and amazing penetrating ability. Its terrifying speed is not even under the flash of Kizaru. Therefore, even if Kizaru's speed is extremely fast, he can't completely avoid the Moonlight sword's attack, and can only try to avoid the vitals of his body. Boom! Like a dazzling beam of light, the Moonlight sword blasted directly to the building behind through the photon that Kizaru turned into. The rumbling roar sounded constantly in my ears. The buildings behind Kizaru were blasted with a circular hole in an instant. Finally, the Moonlight sword, like a beam of light, rushed directly out of the R-flower port and landed on the desert in the distance. Boom! In the desert in the distance, there was a huge boom. The Moonlight sword with amazing penetrating power directly penetrated the entire R-blossom port, bombed in the desert in the distance, and turned into a mushroom cloud. The yellow sand billowed, like a sea wave, and finally dissipated invisible. At this time, Kizaru's figure appeared in front of everyone. At this time, Kizaru looked very embarrassed. The clothes on the upper body have become fragmented, and Kizaru's left arm, weakly vertical to the ground. Drops of blood dripped from Kizaru's left arm and landed on the dry ground. Kizaru got it. His left arm was almost scrapped. This is injured by the Moonlight sword. Although Kizaru is elementized in time, however, Arrancar's soul attack can hurt Logia-capable people. This, Letterfield had already verified this on Smoker back in Logtown. Therefore, even if Kizaru was elementalized in advance, he was still injured by the spirit gun Moonlight sword. However, Kizaru is also a ruthless person. The moment the Lingzi gun pierced into his body, Kizaru shifted his vitals and faced Cang Xu's attack with his left hand. The price for this is that Kizaru's left arm is almost scrapped. As expected of Marine Admiral, he really has some abilities. Cang Xu said calmly. Under the Moonlight sword, only Kizaru can do this if only one arm is scrapped. If it were an ordinary person, it would have been completely blown by the Moonlight sword. Sure enough, I knew that you are not an easy guy to deal with. If you continue to fight, maybe we will all die in your hands. Why don't we stop the war? Kizaru looked solemn and stared at Cang Xu closely. After a long time, Kizaru slowly said a word. As soon as this sentence came out, everyone was stunned. Because Kizaru actually wants a truce. Are you kidding me? In fact, Kizaru is really not kidding. After the trick just now, Kizaru has understood one thing. Cang Xu's strength is not inferior to that of Bullet and others. In this way, in this battle, they have no chance of winning at all. You know, originally there were only 3 legendary levels of Bullet, which already caused them a headache. And now, Kizaru's left hand is scrapped, and his strength is greatly reduced. If they continue to fight, their odds of winning will drop indefinitely. The most important point is that Kizaru's personality is like this. When he finds that something cannot be done, he will not continue to stick to it. If Akainu were here, even if he died in front of Cang Xu and others, he would not have the idea of a truce. But Kizaru's spirit is the concept of ambiguous justice. Knowing that his side has no chance of winning, and may even be compromised here, Kizaru will naturally not wait to die here stupidly. For this reason, Kizaru has the idea of a truce. Of course, Kizaru knows it too. The possibility of an armistice is too low. There is almost no such possibility. Are you kidding? Truce? Fight as you want, stop as you want. How easy is it? Cang Xu sneered. Here in Alabasta, the people who set up an ambush are the Marine headquarters. Now that I can't beat it, I want a truce. There are such good things in the world. This time, he had to lose an admiral here. Suddenly, upon hearing Cang Xu's order, Bullet and others were all eager to try, and wanted to keep Kizaru and others here completely. It's terrible. If that's the case, there is no way. Kizaru was muttering, but his right hand was directly raised. Endless shine. In an instant, the extremely dazzling light, like the sun shining for an instant, instantly enveloped the entire R-blossom port, causing Cang Xu and others to instinctively close their eyes. But after a moment, all the light had disappeared. At this time, the figures of Lieutenant General Kizaru and Jun had disappeared in the port. This is... Kizaru escaped. Cang Xu's face was weird, and it took a long time to realize. As Admiral's Kizaru, he chose to escape. Marine Admiral Kizaru escaped. Before discovering that he could not beat Cang Xu and others, Kizaru chose to flee the battlefield. This directly made Cang Xu a little unexpected, but if you think about it carefully, it fits Kizaru's temperament very well. Although Kizaru looks very lazy but really speaking, Kizaru is extremely calm. Knowing that he couldn't defeat Cang Xu and others, he didn't have the least nostalgia, and left the battlefield directly. Even Lieutenant General Jun was taken away directly by Kizaru. This is the choice to maximize the benefits. I have to say that although Kizaru escaped, Cang Xu didn't look down on Kizaru, but looked up at Kizaru. This is a calm opponent, not so easy to deal with. Master Cang Xu, are we going to chase? Letterfield came to Cang Xu and asked Cang Xu for instructions. Now Kizaru is fleeing, do they want to chase it down? No, at Kizaru's speed, if he really wants to escape, few people can keep him, there is no need to waste energy. Cang Xu said lightly. Now Kizaru has escaped. With Kizaru's amazing speed, the possibility of trying to catch up with Kizaru is almost low. So, there is no need for them to chase Kizaru, it's just a waste of time. However, Kizaru fled, taking the Lieutenant General of Jun away, but there is another guy here? Cang Xu turned his head slightly and saw Sir Crocodile fighting Bondi Waldo. At this time, Sir Crocodile's face was gloomy as ink, and his face was filled with uncontrollable anger. Damn Kizaru, as Marine Admiral, he left the soldiers and escaped. Damn it guy, are you still Marine Admiral? Do you still have justice in your heart? Sir Crocodile is really going to scold his mother? Originally, he took the initiative to contact Marine headquarters and was willing to join forces with Marine Admiral to deal with Cang Xu. This is already a very good thing, it can be regarded as a very low attitude. As a result, I didn't expect that Kizaru actually escaped. Moreover, Kizaru escaped very simply, without any muddle-headedness. This is not a good thing for Sir Crocodile. You know, as soon as Kizaru leaves, all the people on Cang Xu's side become his enemies? Ask him to face Cang Xu and others alone, how can he fight this? A Bondi Waldo makes Sir Crocodile very tricky. Now, there are 3 more powerful enemies. This is killing him? Sir Crocodile is about to vomit blood. It is estimated that in the heart of Sand Crocodile, all of Kizaru's 18th generation ancestors have been greeted. Heavyweight Shurun. Sir Crocodile's hand condensed a huge Shellan, and then slapped it directly to the ground. Rumble. For a time, endless yellow sand flew, directly rolling up layers of sandstorms, blocking everyone's eyes. Boom. Letterfield swung his sword and slashed directly, cutting away the storm that blocked his sight. At this time, Sir Crocodile's figure has disappeared in front of Cang Xu and others. Obviously, Sir Crocodile also ran away. Sir Crocodile is not a fool. Even Kizaru ran away, he stayed here, just looking for death. Therefore, Sir Crocodile didn't even hesitate, used Shellan to disturb his sight, and then just ran away. Read more at hotmailnovel.xyz. Let Kizaru run away, and let your little crocodile run away. Cang Xu snorted coldly. Let Kizaru run away because of Kizaru's special ability and extraordinary speed. Cang Xu didn't want to waste time, so he didn't chase Kizaru. However, Sir Crocodile, the sand crocodile, also wanted to escape in front of Cang Xu. How could this be possible? Although Sir Crocodile disappeared, but under Arrancar's detection circuit, Sir Crocodile has nowhere to escape. Cang Xu can even perceive the location of Sir Crocodile at this time. Bullet, give you a chance to show, bring that sand crocodile back. Cang Xu said lightly, handing this matter to Bullet. Because the battle between Bullet and Kizaru just now was interrupted by Cang Xu. Presumably, the current Bullet should still be very depressed, so Cang Xu gave the Bullet a chance. As for Bondi Waldo, in fact, he didn't care about Sir Crocodile. He cares more about the marine soldiers brought by Kizaru, or, his attention has always been on marine. I will handle it. Bullet's fighting spirit was awe-inspiring, with a smirk at the corner of his mouth, and then disappeared on the ground in an instant, chasing directly in the direction where Sir Crocodile had left. After the matter was resolved, Cang Xu turned his head and looked at the marine soldiers around the port. Kizaru is very sensible and very cruel, because he knew that with his own ability, it was not a big problem to escape the battlefield. However, if he took too many marine soldiers, he would not be able to leave here. Therefore, Kizaru was very decisive, and left all the marine soldiers directly, leaving only with Lieutenant General Jun. Even a few major generals ignored it. After all, other forces can still be supplemented. However, Lieutenant Admiral in Jun is a candidate for Admiral, who is considered a high-level reserve force for Marine headquarters. If the loss is here, it is the loss of Marine headquarters. Master Cang Xu, can you give me all the marine soldiers here? Bondi Waldo came to Cang Xu and asked Cang Xu. Because of the hatred in his heart, Waldo attaches great importance to Marine. Well, I'll leave it to you, but remember to leave a part and let them return to Marine headquarters to report. Cang Xu looked calm and didn't stop Bondi Waldo. However, after a little thought, Cang Xu let Bondi Waldo leave some soldiers. You know, Marine Admiral Kizaru escaped. If such a thing is not publicized, it will be boring. Therefore, Cang Xu decided to leave some trouble for Marine headquarters. Some soldiers were left behind and Kizaru escaped and taken out of Alabasta. At that time, Kizaru's face, even the face of Marine headquarters, should look good. Look for flowers. Yes, Master Cang Xu. Bondi Waldo nodded and saluted Cang Xu. Then, Waldo got up and looked at the surrounding marine soldiers and the remaining 5 major generals, slowly showing a smirk. It is foreseeable that the end of these marines may not be too good. For a time, the blood hung over the entire rapeseed port. At the same time, in another direction from Alabasta, Kizaru took Lieutenant General Jun to another coast. Here, a warship is docking on the shore. This is the warship of Kizaru and others. Before, Kizaru, Sir Crocodile and others set up an ambush at the R port. In order to avoid being seen through their trap by Cang Xu, Kizaru's warship did not dock at the Canola port, but on the coast here. At this point, it's convenient for Kizaru. Kizaru Admiral, how could you take me away? The battle is not over yet, and we haven't arrested the Black Wing Great Demon yet. 0. Lieutenant General Jun was very angry and questioned Kizaru Admiral, because in the opinion of Lieutenant General Jun, Kizaru Admiral's approach is no longer what Marine should do. This battle is far beyond our control. The Black Wing Demon Cang Xu is far beyond our imagination, and there are several legendary existences like Lonely Red. The opponent's situation is far beyond our expectations. With the disparity in military strength, if we continue to fight, our result will only be defeat. In order to avoid losses, my approach is the best. Kizaru looked solemn, holding his left arm, and said to Lieutenant General Jun. He is very sane, so he knows what is the most important thing right now. However, our soldiers are still at the rapeseed port. Lieutenant General Jun was a little uncomfortable, talking about this. The matter of leaving the soldiers behind is the most unacceptable for Lieutenant General Jun. I know what you are thinking, but this matter is beyond your control. Moreover, the most urgent task now is to pass the information of the Black Wing Demon Cang Xu and others to the Marine headquarters. As for that group of soldiers, just treat them as dead. Jun, remember your duty. If we sacrifice in vain, then we are truly ashamed of justice. Following Kizaru's words, Lieutenant General Jun slowly fell silent. In fact, there are a lot of truths. It's not that Jun will not know, but she has a lot of unwillingness in her heart, which is contrary to her justice. I will take full responsibility for this matter. Now, we need to return to Marine headquarters immediately and report this matter to the Marshal. Kizaru stepped directly on the warship. Without saying anything, let the soldiers stationed on the warship set sail and return to the Marine headquarters, Canola port, near the warship of Cang Xu et al. A Shellan appeared, condensed into a figure with a golden hook in his left hand and a crosscut scar on his face. This is Sir Crocodile who fled the battlefield. After leaving the battlefield, Sir Crocodile did not return to the base camp rain banquet. Instead, they walked in the opposite direction, heading towards the port, and came to the vicinity of Kang and the others' warships. Because he still holds the last hope and wants to find Nico Robin? If he finds Nico Robin, he still has the hope of finding the ancient weapon Pluto? For this reason, Sir Crocodile came here. Boss, why are you here? Mr. Wanda's bonus noticed the arrival of the sand crocodile, and he quickly walked out of Cang Xu's warship and came to Sir Crocodile, his face a little confused. How could the sand crocodile come here? Mr. Wan, have you found Nico Robin? Sir Crocodile did not return to Mr. Wanda's bonus question, but hurriedly asked the whereabouts of Nico Robin. This is what he is most concerned about. I'm planning to report this to you. Nico Robin disappeared, and even the others, all disappeared, seem to have left here. Listening to Mr. Wanda's bonus report, Sir Crocodile's face suddenly became very gloomy. Damn, the previous battle didn't go well, so forget it. As a result, I didn't expect that Mr. Wanda's bonus had no gain. Damn it, what happened to him today? There is no smooth thing? Also, where did Nico Robin go? Sir Crocodile's mood is a bit irritable. Thinking about the next action, soon, Sir Crocodile had a decision in his heart. Mr. One, we need to leave Alabasta. Sir Crocodile looked decisive and said to Mr. Wanda's bonus. He has made a decision to snatch Cang Xu's warship, leave Alabasta directly, and enter the sea again. To be honest, if there is a slight possibility, Sir Crocodile still wants to get Nico Robin back, because it took so many years of thinking. How could he be willing to give up the ancient weapon Pluto? However, thinking of Cang Xu's exaggerated lineup makes Sir Crocodile a headache. A legendary big pirate is enough to give him a headache. But on Cang Xu's side, there are actually 3 legendary levels of existence. Even Cang Xu himself is no less than a legendary powerhouse. With this lineup, there is no possibility of winning at all. Damn it, how did this lineup of all legends come together? How can those legendary powerhouses surrender under Cang Xu's command? This, Sir Crocodile has never wanted to understand until now, but one thing is certain, if Cang Xu and others chase after him, he has no chance of winning at all. For this reason, Sir Crocodile really didn't plan to stay in Alabasta when he couldn't find Nico Robin, because even if he stayed here, there would be no results. It is better to go back to the sea again and look for opportunities for revenge in the future. Sir Crocodile can be sure that once the lineup of Cang Xu is exposed, Marine headquarters will definitely not be able to accommodate Cang Xu. Maybe, the Marine headquarters will assemble a large army and directly fight Cang Xu and others. At that time, that was his opportunity. It can be said that Sir Crocodile has a thorough view of the current situation. Read more at hotmailnovel.xyz. The idea is very good, but unfortunately, you have no chance to leave here. At this time, a hoarse voice came. A burly figure with long golden hair and a fierce look appeared behind Sir Crocodile. Bullet is here. Heir of the devil, Douglas Bullet. Sir Crocodile looked at Bullet, his face suddenly gloomy. He didn't expect that Bullet would chase it so quickly. As a result, his idea of leaving Alabasta seemed to become very difficult. Wait, it seems that only Bullet is here this time, and the rest of Bondi, Waldo and others do not seem to be here. You don't need to look at it. To deal with you ants, you don't need other people. I am enough. As if seeing Sir Crocodile's thoughts, Bullet gave a scornful smile and slowly said a word. When you come alone, you look down on people too much. Be careful to be buried in the desert by me. Mr. One, let's do it together. Sir Crocodile sneered. Bullet's words gave him a glimmer of hope. Cang Xu and others did not come, only one Bullet. In this way, his pressure will not be too great. If they join forces with Mr. One Day's bonus, they might still have a glimmer of hope. If that's the case, try it, Ant. Bullet sneered and rushed directly to Sir Crocodile. For a time, a big battle broke out again. This is the protagonist of this battle, and it has changed. Bullet is alone, playing against Sir Crocodile and Mr. One Day's bonus. The rumbling sound came from the port. The endless yellow sand was lifted up and spread out to the surroundings. However, the result of this battle will still not change. Soon, all the movement disappeared. At this time, only Bullet was left in the port. As for Sir Crocodile, he had fallen under Bullet's feet at this time, bleeding from his chest. Obviously, Sir Crocodile has been hit hard. This is the inevitable result. Sir Crocodile, who has always relied on sand fruit, is far inferior to Bullet in all other abilities, except for the well-developed fruit abilities. Bullet doesn't even need to use the ability of the conjoined fruit. Directly using the self-body technique, you can easily suppress Sir Crocodile. It can be said that Sir Crocodile's partial discipline ability was completely restrained by a physicist like Bullet. After a few tricks, Bullet punched Sir Crocodile's chest. Sir Crocodile's internal organs were directly shattered. Bullet directly hit Sir Crocodile, causing him to lose his combat effectiveness. As for Sir Crocodile's Mr. One Day's bonus, needless to say, even Bullet's move did not resist, and he lay on the ground early. It's boring, too weak. Bullet murmured and grabbed Sir Crocodile and Mr. One Day's bonus directly. It's like holding two little chickens, holding each of them with two hands, and then go straight to the direction where Cang Xu is. Soon, Bullet took the two of them back to the center of Canola Flower City and came to the location of Cang Xu. Master Cang Xu, I caught these two guys back. Bullet came to Cang Xu and replies to Cang Xu. Then he threw Sir Crocodile and Mr. One Day's bonus on the ground. Little Crocodile, are you still running now? Cang Xu lowered his head slightly and looked at the sand crocodile lying on the ground. As for Mr. One Day's bonus next to sand crocodile, Cang Xu didn't even look at it. He was just a trivial person. To be honest, I regret it a bit. Sir Crocodile's expression was dim, his breath was frivolous, and he said a word with difficulty. To be honest, Sir Crocodile has some regrets in his heart. This guy Cang Xu is like a monster, he can't beat it at all. If he did not unite with Admiral, would the current result be changed? Since you united with Admiral, your results have been doomed. Cang Xu said lightly, not too lazy to talk to Sir Crocodile. Fingertips moved slightly, and a bright green light emerged from Cang Xu's fingertips. Virtual bullet? Boom! An emerald green light beam penetrates directly through Sir Crocodile's heart. Cang Xu worked directly to solve Sir Crocodile. As for Sir Crocodile's subordinate Mr. One Day's bonus, Cang Xu will naturally not stay, and he will solve it with a single move. Since then, Sir Crocodile, one of the 7 warlords of the sea, has disappeared directly into the sea. Sir Crocodile, death. This battle has also come to an end. With the death of Sir Crocodile, this ambush has come to an end. The combination of 7 warlords of the sea and Marine Admiral was a complete failure. Cang Xu's side won the final victory. On the other hand, after Cang Xu finished dealing with Sir Crocodile's affairs, Bondi Waldo's affairs were also over. Master Cang Xu, this is the remaining Marine. Bondi Waldo came to Cang Xu and brought 7 or 8 Marines. This is the Marine that survived after Waldo vented his hatred. Go away, go back, and tell Kizaru that next time you see him, he won't have a chance to run away. Cang Xu said lightly, let these Marine soldiers leave. These Marine soldiers left in a hurry. At the same time, Letterfield's figure also appeared in front of Cang Xu. Master Cang Xu, it has been ascertained that there are not many residents at the Flower port. It should have been evacuated by Kizaru before we arrived. When Bullet and Bondi Waldo were busy, Letterfield did not stop either. Cang Xu issued a mission to Letterfield to investigate the situation in this port city. Cang Xu always feels that the population of this port seems a bit sparse, which shouldn't be. And now, after Letterfield's investigation, the mystery has finally been solved. It should be that before they arrive, Kizaru or Jun, fearing that the fighting will affect ordinary residents, ask them to temporarily withdraw from the Flower port. For this reason, the Rapeseed port appears to be sparsely populated. It's interesting, but there are some clever things. Cang Xu smiled lightly. After understanding what was going on, Cang Xu ignored it. After all, he was just a little confused, but Cang Xu didn't care about the situation of the residents and other things. In the next time, Cang Xu and others will be stationed directly at the Canola Flower port, waiting for Roger and others to return. The next night, Roger, Buggy, and others finally returned to the Canola port. Master Cang Xu, we live up to our mission and are finally back. Roger came to Cang Xu and returned to Cang Xu. This time, they traveled all over Alabasta and collected all the souls of all the cities. Yes, I completed the task in less than 2 days. I thought you would need more time. Cang Xu nodded slightly. To be honest, the land of Alabasta is very large, and it can be regarded as a super island in the first half of the Grand Line. Without a certain amount of time, it is estimated that it will be difficult to complete Alabasta. Cang Xu thought that it would take them several days to complete the task of collecting souls. It's all due to the Kylians. Their speed is beyond imagination. Roger grinned and said, telling the truth about the matter. The reason why they are so fast is because of the Kylians. The Kylians are fast, and they have strong resilience, and hardly need to rest. Using Kylians as mounts, their driving speed will be greatly increased. As for the method of collecting souls, it is even simpler. Directly use the soul suction skills to draw the souls of the entire city. It can be said that the process of collecting souls does not take much time. Most of the time they spend is on the road. But with Kylians, there are no shortcomings in this regard. Read more at hotuntelnovel.xyz. For this reason, it only took more than a day and a half before Roger and others walked through Alabasta. Master Cang Xu, have all the battles on your side been resolved? Has Marine really dispatched Admiral? Roger spoke suddenly and asked Cang Xu with some curiosity. Looking at the shattered environment around, Roger could probably see something. But more specifically, Roger also wants to know. It's natural. With us here, Marine can't make any waves. But Marine is too picky, just sent Kizaru and Dao to Admiral combat power. However, that Kizaru was so useless and escaped. It's so boring. It's better to have a fight with Roger. Cang Xu did not speak, but Bullet answered on his behalf. In a few words, Bullet gave a little bit of what happened. It's just that Bullet's words are a bit impatient. Because of Kizaru's escape, Bullet feels very angry. As Marine Admiral, that guy chose to escape. To be honest, this incident made Bullet very angry. Hi, 2 Admiral powers, and they were defeated, and even escaped. Master Cang Xu is really powerful. Buggy, Nami, and others suddenly exclaimed again and again. Admiral of Headquarters, for them, is still an unattainable existence. But such a top powerhouse, in front of Cang Xu and others, fled straight away. It can be seen how powerful the strength of Cang Xu and others are. For this reason, they were so shocked. Where is Sir Crocodile? How is Sir Crocodile? At this time, Princess Vivi, who was imprisoned by Killian, suddenly mustered up the courage and shouted to Cang Xu. Roger and others went to perform a mission to collect the soul of this country, and Princess Vivi would naturally not stay on the warship. For this reason, Cang Xu asked Roger and others to bring Princess Vivi. Anyway, with Killian carrying it, she couldn't run away. And now, when Roger and others returned, Princess Vivi naturally returned. The one next to you is not the sand crocodile you were looking for. Cang Xu spoke lightly and glanced at Princess Vivi. Vivi's pupils contracted, and he looked at a corpse not far away in shock. This is Sir Crocodile? Sir Crocodile, a sand crocodile in 7 warlords of the sea, whom she regarded as a serious concern, had become a corpse at this time. This was a huge shock to Princess Vivi. Princess Vivi slumped on the ground, her expression constantly changing, and a tear was dripping from the corner of her eyes. She didn't know whether it was sadness or joy. It can only be said that she needs some time to digest this amazing news. All right, Roger, release all the collected souls. Cang Xu ignored Vivi, but looked at Roger and asked Roger to release the collected souls. For Cang Xu, this is the most important thing. Roger naturally would not defy Cang Xu's orders. With Roger's release, a large number of souls appeared, flooding the airport. There are so many souls, some are beyond my expectations. Looking at these countless souls, a smile finally appeared in Cang Xu's eyes. This huge amount far exceeds any previous harvest. Even the pirate graveyard at Whiskey Peak has far less harvest than this time. Sure enough, they came to Alabasta. It was a correct decision. Of course, these souls brought by Roger are just the souls of ordinary residents of Alabasta, and may be weaker in quality than the souls of pirates. After all, pirates wandering in the sea have experienced more things, and their soul quality will be better. However, the advantage in quantity is enough to offset the difference in quality. Quantitative changes cause qualitative changes. This sentence is still very reasonable. Looking at this huge amount of souls, Cang Xu is naturally very satisfied. The civil war in Alabasta brought many souls. Roger looked at Princess Vivi next to Killian, and said a word slowly. There are not so many souls in Alabasta, but the civil war in Alabasta has led to the birth of many new souls. Death is always the theme song of war. Cang Xu nodded slightly and said lightly. As for Princess Vivi, after seeing the civil war in Alabasta, Princess Vivi was completely silent. She still couldn't stop the chaos of Alabasta. However, now that Sir Crocodile is dead in the hands of Cang Xu, the main source of confusion has disappeared. This civil war in Alabasta is probably coming to an end. When I thought of this, Princess Vivi felt a little better. But having said that, although Sir Crocodile is dead, Alabasta has also ushered in an even more terrifying monster. Cang Xu, the Black-Winged Demon. This is a more terrifying guy than Sir Crocodile. If Cang Xu continues to stay in Alabasta, the entire Alabasta, maybe it will really come to the end. At the thought of this, Princess Vivi's face turned pale again, falling into wild thoughts. Next, it's time for hollow these souls. Cang Xu ignored the cranky Vivi and looked at the souls in front of him again. Now, all of Alabasta's soul is in his hands. Next, it is natural to hollow these souls to maximize their interests. Hollow. Thinking about this, Cang Xu directly used the hollow skill to hollow all the souls. Ho ho ho. All of a sudden, a roar of roar appeared on the Flower port. A ferocious black monster appeared in front of everyone. These are all made of hollow. Come here, this is the birth of the virtual. Every time I see the appearance of the virtual, there is a feeling of shock. I want to rush in and devour it. Letterfield and others, with a gleam of light in their eyes, stared at these newly born imaginaries. For them, hollow is also a very special process, because they were all born like this. Of course, for them as Arankar, these deficiencies are good supplements, and they are also a little eager to try and want to swallow them. Since you want to swallow it, let you swallow it up. All the emptiness over there belongs to you. Cang Xu smiled lightly, pointed to the imaginary on the right, and said to Letterfield, Bullet and others, although they are Arancars, they can also increase their strength by devouring ordinary emptiness. Cang Xu naturally knows this. Therefore, Cang Xu will naturally not treat them badly. Thinking about this, Cang Xu waved his big hand, directly circled half of the emptiness, and gave them to these Arancars. Of course, Cang Xu only planned half of it. Cang Xu still has some uses for the remaining emptiness, so they can't let them swallow it at will. Really, great. Thank you Master Cang Xu, we can have a full meal. Letterfield, Bullet, and others all brightened up and saluted Cang Xu. Cang Xu waved his hand and let them swallow it. Suddenly, Letterfield, Bullet and others rushed towards those imaginary ones. As for Roger, although at the beginning, Roger did not intend to swallow the virtual, but out of Minos Grand's instinct, Roger finally joined their team and began to devour the void and strengthen his own strength. Next, give you a chance to devour each other. Cang Xu turned his head and looked at the remaining half-empty. In Cang Xu's heart, the Espada army he wants to form is naturally extremely demanding. To be a member of Espada, it must be a very powerful existence. Just like the 4 Leadfields under his command. However, Espada is a legion. In addition to the members of Espada, they also need some subordinate officers. For this reason, Cang Xu needs more Kylians to become a subordinate officer of Espada, and in these virtual reality, Cang Xu is more optimistic. That is the soul of Sir Crocodile. Although in the eyes of Cang Xu and others, the current Sir Crocodile is not that powerful. But one thing is beyond doubt, as one of 7 warlords of the sea, Sir Crocodile still has great potential. If Sir Crocodile's soul can evolve into Kylian, it should also be a lot of combat power. Read more at hotuntilnovel.xyz. For this reason, Cang Xu intends to give Sir Crocodile a chance. If his soul can seize this opportunity and evolve into Kylian, then Cang Xu can consider keeping him. This is one of the reasons why Cang Xu left half empty. Sir Crocodile's soul is in these voids left by Cang Xu. Roar! This group of virtual people, after receiving Cang Xu's order, began to swallow each other. For a time, chaos and disorder flooded the airport. Facts have proved that Cang Xu's idea is correct. When the remaining half was empty, they started to swallow each other. One of the emptiness began to emerge suddenly. The aura was far above the other emptiness, and it was swallowed very quickly. This imaginary is exactly the imaginary that Sir Crocodile's soul has transformed. Soon, Cang Xu left a full 1/3 of these voids, and they were all swallowed by this void. The imaginary aura of this one also quickly strengthened, and soon ushered in saturation. Roar! This imaginary has changed, and an astonishing aura radiates from this imaginary. Click! With a cracking sound, this imaginary began to evolve. Soon, a Kirian about 3 meters away, exuding an astonishing breath, appeared in front of Cang Xu. Yes, I'm ashamed of how important I am to you. Cang Xu nodded slightly, with a trace of satisfaction in his heart. The void that Sir Crocodile's soul has transformed into Kylian. As a result, Cang Xu has one more Kylian, Sand Crocodile Kylian. Now, Cang Xu's Kirian has reached 6 again. At this point, Cang Xu did not continue to let Sand Crocodile Kylian continue to devour the remaining emptiness, because there is no need for this. Even if the Sand Crocodile Kylian continues to devour it, it is estimated that it will not be able to Arankar. You know, those Kylians under Cang Xu's command are all brought out from eternal hell, and many of them are top pirates. Even Killian, transformed by the souls of those great pirates, could not succeed Arankar. Cang Xu estimates that the probability of the success of Arankar by Sand Crocodile Killian should not be great. In this case, there is no need to waste these imaginary things. Anyway, the idea of Cang Xu's subordinate officials has not yet come true. Therefore, there is no need to rush for the Arankarization of Sand Crocodile. Cang Xu has a hunch in his heart. If you want the remaining Kylian to be Arankarized forcibly, then his hollow skill should need to be upgraded to a higher level. If you can upgrade the hollow skills to a higher level, maybe Kylians who are unable to Arankar independently can forcibly become Arankar. At that time, the Kylians under his command didn't need to maintain Kylian's state all the time, but became stronger. And these Kylians, after forced Arankarization, will become Espada subordinates conceived by Cang Xu. This is the idea of Cang Xu. You can become Arankared by yourself, promote to Minos Grande in Agichas, and qualify to become a member of Espada. Those Kylian who cannot be Arankarized and need to be forced to Arankar will become Espada's subordinate officers. This is the idea of Cang Xu, and to realize this idea, it is destined to spend a lot of time. However, Cang Xu has a hunch that it should not be too far away from this day. Alabastan's soul accumulated for many years is basically here, and Sir Crocodile's soul has also successfully transformed into Kylian. Now Alabastan is basically worthless. When things here are over, I will leave Alabastan and set off for the next place. What's the next place? If I remember correctly, it seems to be Gaia Island. Sky Island, an interesting place. Cang Xu muttered in his heart, thinking about his next plan. Now the value of Alabastan has basically been squeezed out. So, wait until Letterfield and others have swallowed these virtual things. Cang Xu and others should leave Alabastan. As for the civil strife in Alabastan, Cang Xu has no interest at all. What he cares more about is to strengthen himself and build the Espada army. For this reason, Cang Xu is ready to leave Alabasta, ready to go to the next place of money. If Cang Xu remembers correctly, the next place should be an empty island. It just so happens that there is an interesting guy on the Sky Island. Yes, what Cang Xu is thinking about is Enel, who claims to be a god. To be honest, as a thunder fruit capable person, Enel has great potential. Cang Xu naturally does not intend to let this level of seeds go, although he does not think that Enel can become a member of Espada on his own. But controlling the power of thunder, such a guy, Cang Xu naturally doesn't want to miss the drag. It is also a good choice to accept it as a subordinate. It can be said that although Cang Xu has not left Alabasta, Cang Xu has already planned the next plan. Master Blackwing Demon, I want to make a deal with you. Please agree to my request. Just as Cang Xu fell into deep thought, thinking about the next action, a firm female voice came. Cang Xu came back to his senses and saw it immediately. Princess Vivi looked resolute and knelt in front of Cang Xu, seeming to ask Cang Xu for something. Princess Vivi suddenly came to Cang Xu and made a request to Cang Xu. Interesting, didn't you say that I am the demon? How did you make a request to the demon? Cang Xu thoughtfully looked at Princess Vivi, already guessing in his heart. He probably guessed what Princess Vivi wanted to say. It just so happened that maybe he could use this opportunity to try an experiment of his own. It was my fault before. Vivi is willing to apologize to Master Cang Xu, hoping to get Master Cang Xu's forgiveness. Vivi said seriously and bowed to Cang Xu. For this country, even if she loses her dignity, it is worth it. Forget it, I don't have such a bad taste, just tell me if you have anything. Cang Xu spoke calmly and told Vivi to say anything directly. Vivi wants to implore Master Cang Xu, I hope that the adults can let Alabasta go. Vivi is willing to pay any reward, even my life. Princess Vivi said seriously, telling her purpose. Sir Crocodile is dead, but now Alabasta has ushered in the great demon Cang Xu. In order to protect Alabasta, Princess Vivi hopes that Cang Xu can let Alabasta go. For this, Princess Vivi is willing to pay any price. This is what Princess Vivi asked for. I have to say that she is really a qualified princess, and everything she does is for the consideration of this country. This kind of responsibility is not something ordinary royal family members can do. So that's it, is that what you think? Cang Xu's voice is calm, as if she had guessed her thoughts a long time ago. In fact, before Princess Vivi spoke, Cang Xu had actually guessed it. To be honest, Princess Vivi does not need to specifically ask Cang Xu, because in Cang Xu's eyes, Alabasta at this time has no value, and he has already planned to leave. However, since Princess Vivi said so, he may be able to do some articles here. After all, if you don't take the benefits of the door-to-door delivery, it would be a pity. Cang Xu thought about it a little bit, and decided in his heart, as a princess, you show the responsibility that a princess should have, so I give you a chance. I have a death experiment. If you can sustain it and survive my experiment, I can let Alabasta go. Cang Xu said slowly, expressing his thoughts. To be honest, as early as in the East China Sea, Cang Xu wanted to try an experiment. Previously, Cang Xu discovered one thing through his research on Killian. The higher the strength during his lifetime, the greater the probability of Arrancar that the soul will become empty. But this statement is actually slightly wrong. The higher the strength during his lifetime is not the most important condition, because Hollow's success or failure, in the final analysis, has to do with the soul. It's just because the higher the strength during his lifetime, the more things he has experienced, the more extensive his knowledge, and the higher the quality of his soul. The higher the quality of the soul, the higher the probability of successful Arrancar. The hollow will become a virtual reality. In this way, there is an assumption. If one's own strength is not strong, but the quality of the soul is high, after the hollow becomes a virtual reality, will the probability of Arrancar's success be high? For example, as a princess of a country, Princess Vivi who bears the destiny of the country, from Cang Xu's eyes, it can actually be seen that Princess Vivi's soul quality is also very good. If it is Princess Vivi hollow, can Arrancar succeed? Read more at hotandilnovel.xyz. Cang Xu has been thinking about this issue for a long time. In fact, at the beginning, Cang Xu traded with Nami to save Kokoyaksi village, intending to try this experiment on Nami. After all, Nami's soul quality is also extremely high. When she was young, she suffered from the nightmare of the dragon pirates, and took the fate of the entire village on her back, wandering in the East China Sea for a long time. His own character and insight are no less than some great pirates, and his soul quality is also extremely high. It can be said that both Nami and Vivi have a quality called sacrifice. Such a character is very suitable for Cang Xu's experiment. However, Cang Xu never tried it on Nami in the end, because Nami's sailing skills are really superb. With Nami by their side, they are sailing on the sea and can have a lot of work left. If they lose Nami, it will also bring a lot of trouble to their voyage. In addition, after the destruction of the dragon and pirates, Nami is completely committed and completely loyal to him. It is a pity for Cang Xu to try an experiment without knowing the result with such a loyal subordinate. For this reason, this experiment was delayed. Until now, Cang Xu met Princess Vivi. To Cang Xu, Princess Vivi is like a passerby, neither his subordinates nor the slightest loyalty to him. Moreover, she still has a very strong obsession in her heart. Such an experimental subject could not be better. For this reason, Cang Xu planned to try this experiment on Princess Vivi. Vivi is willing. As long as Master Cang Xu agrees to Vivi's request, Vivi is willing to do anything. Princess Vivi took a deep breath, nodded seriously, and made her decision. She is willing to participate in this experiment, willing to give her life for Alabasta. In this case, then the deal is established. As long as you can survive successfully, I will leave Alabasta. Cang Xu nodded and said, giving Princess Vivi a promise. Until this time, Princess Vivi, who was promised by Cang Xu, was a sigh of relief. Vivi is determined in her heart that no matter how difficult the situation is, she must survive. Because only if she survives, she can protect this country. Then let's start. Cang Xu nodded slightly and moved his fingers slightly, ending Vivi's life directly. Princess Vivi's body slumped directly on the ground. Hollow. In the next moment, Cang Xu used the Hollow skill. The light of Hollow skills enveloped Vivi's soul. A special imaginary appeared in front of Cang Xu. This is a petite emptiness. Its size is completely different from the ordinary emptiness, but it is very solid, without the illusion of emptiness. This is what Cang Xu said, that the soul is of high quality. Because of the extremely high soul quality, it brings special effects to Vivi, with a very solid body. Go, swallow all these emptiness. Cang Xu waved his hand slightly, summoning the remaining virtual capital. Half of what Alabasta gained was given to Leatherfield and other Arrancar to devour it. Leaving aside this part, there are still a lot of ordinary voids left. Among them, another third of the remaining ordinary emptiness was swallowed by the sand crocodile emptiness and transformed into the sand crocodile Kirayan. Therefore, there are 2/3 of the remaining ordinary Sulai in the current R-Flower port. It just so happens that it can be devoured by Vivi's soul. For a time, under the order of Cang Xu, the special emptiness formed by Vivi's soul was quickly swallowing. I don't know if it's because of the high quality of the soul, or a special reason. The imaginary that Vivi's soul had swallowed part of the ordinary imaginary, it ushered in a metamorphosis. Click. With a broken sound, Vivi began to transform. When all the movement disappeared, a petite white Kylian appeared in front of Cang Xu. Vivi metamorphoses into Vivi Kylian. Yes, it's really easy to transform into Kylian. The next step is to swallow the rest of the ordinary emptiness. Cang Xu nodded slightly and continued to give orders. He could see that Vivi Kylian was very special, different from ordinary Kylian. Although the breath is slightly weaker than the other Kylians, it is very solid and has a special feeling. Cang Xu feels a little bit, maybe he will have a different harvest. For this reason, Cang Xu didn't call a stop, instead let Vivi Kylian continue to devour the remaining ordinary void. After all, there are still a lot of the remaining ordinary virtual ones, and they should be enough to bring Vivi Kylian to the limit. For a time, Vivi Kylian swallowed quickly, and his soul aura continued to improve. After the rest of the ordinary emptiness was swallowed by Vivi Kylian's breath also reached its limit. At this time, Vivi Kylian's body seemed to be experiencing abnormalities. Vivi Kylian's body, there were waves of abnormal soul fluctuations, and it seemed that there was a certain kind of transformation. Cang Xu knows that this is exactly the trend of evolution. After devouring enough ordinary voids, Vivi Kylian began to evolve. Sure enough, my idea is correct. A soul with a sufficiently high soul quality may also be able to carry out an autonomous Arrancar. There is a ray of light in Cang Xu's eyes. This is a brand new evolutionary route, which may be applied to special populations. If you use it well, you will get unexpected gains. However, this is the future. The most important thing now is to help Vivi Kylian to evolve. Come slowly and concentrate. Cang Xu started to guide Vivi Kylian dash. With previous experience, Cang Xu is very familiar. The evolution of Vivi Kylian has also begun to develop in a good direction. For a while, the pale white light group slowly enveloped Vivi Kylian's body. Click. Suddenly, there was a strange noise on Vivi Kylian's body. The light group covering Vivi Kylian was also slightly dim. Obviously, there is a problem with the evolution of Vivi. Although, because of the high quality of the soul, it is easier to touch the evolutionary steps. But strength is a hard condition after all. Without sufficient strength, Vivi Kylian's evolution does not seem to be particularly easy. The current sudden abnormal situation is the best proof. If you just sit back and watch, Vivi Kylian will most likely fail, turning into ashes between heaven and earth. For this situation, Cang Xu naturally does not allow it. After all, Vivi's hollow is considered to be a very important experiment for him. Naturally, he doesn't want to see Vivi Arrancar fail. Thinking of this, Cang Xu suddenly spoke, and said to the light group that Vivi Kylian had transformed. Remember, you are the princess of Alabasta, Nefeltari Vivi, and you bear the destiny of Alabasta on your back. Don't forget our agreement. If you don't survive, then I will not be polite to Alabasta and will directly destroy the entire Alabasta. Cang Xu is using words to stimulate Vivi Kylian. At this stage of evolution, Vivi Kylian has recovered a small part of his memory. At this time, the use of verbal stimulation may have unexpected results. After all, what Cang Xu values is Vivi's own temperament and quality. At this time, I hope her tenacity can help her. As if stimulated by Cang Xu, the light group formed by Vivi Kylian fluctuated violently. The dim light group becomes bright again. The fluctuating breath came from the light group. Time goes by a little bit. Finally, the light group slowly dispersed. A young woman with long blue hair in a white dress appeared in front of Cang Xu. Princess Vivi was born again, and appeared in front of Cang Xu as Arrancar. Princess Vivi at this time, compared with the original Vivi, seems to be a little different. She wears a long sword diagonally across her waist and a small white crown diagonally on her head. This is the characteristic of her Arrancar. Compared with the original Vivi princess, the current Vivi has a touch of heroism, like a real queen. Congratulations, you successfully completed the agreement, and in return, you saved the country of Alabasta. Cang Xu stared at Vivi, and after a long time, he slowly said a word. Thank you Master Cang Xu. Read more at hotmailnovel.xyz. Vivi stepped forward and saluted Cang Xu. Successfully transformed into Arrancar, she already understands a lot of things and also knows the changes in her body. So Vivi knew that she was no longer the same she was before. She is now an affiliate of Cang Xu and is no longer the princess of Alabasta. It is estimated that Cang Xu and others will leave, and she will leave with it. However, if you can save Alabasta and fulfill her long-cherished wish, Vivi is very satisfied. Yes, you will be my first subordinate officer in the future. I really hope your performance. Cang Xu nodded slightly, expressing his satisfaction with Vivi's situation. To be honest, at the beginning, Cang Xu didn't hold much hope for this special hollow experiment, because this is an experiment that Cang Xu has never tried. However, the success of this experiment will bring huge benefits to Cang Xu. In the future, Cang Xu will have an Arrancar-like idea, which may create a batch of special Arrancars. On the other hand, Vivi is also the first and only female Arrancar, which has a very special meaning. These things are destined to make Vivi special. In order to study this matter, Cang Xu decided to let Vivi serve as his subordinate officer to facilitate future research. This is Cang Xu's decision? Well, you have already succeeded Arrancar and fulfilled the agreement. As a reward, I can give you 3 days to deal with some things. Vivi's success, Arrancar, is an unexpected gain. Cang Xu is in a good mood. With joy, Cang Xu also tolerated once and gave her time to deal with some things. Presumably she still has some things that need to be handled properly. For example, the matter of Alabasta. Thank you Master Cang Xu, Vivi will be back in 3 days. Vivi was very grateful and saluted Cang Xu. After that, Vivi went directly to Albana, the capital of Alabasta. She wants to end the civil strife for Alabasta completely. Moreover, she also wanted to take advantage of this last period of time to bid farewell to her father Cobra. After all, she is already Cang Xu's subordinate officer, so naturally she will not stay in Alabasta. When Cang Xu and others leave, Vivi will also leave, so she will naturally say goodbye. Next, it's the end here. After Vivi left, Cang Xu turned around, thinking about the next thing. Look for flowers. The Arrancarization of Vivi is an accident. But because of this, the rest of the ordinary emptiness was swallowed by Vivi Kirayan, so the situation here is over. Cang Xu is now counting his gains. Cang Xu looked at Letterfield and waited for Arrancar. He can feel it. The aura of the souls of Letterfield and others has been greatly improved, and their strength has also been greatly improved. This is Cang Xu's first harvest. As for the second harvest, that is to transform into a sand crocodile of Killian, transform into Killian's sand crocodile and join Cang Xu's Killian team. Killian in Cang Xu's hand came to 6 again. In the future, Cang Xu is sure to let them force Arrancar. Under Cang Xu's command, there should be an extra strong team. The third harvest is the Arrancarized Vivi. To be honest, this harvest is the most special, with very special significance and research value. But now Cang Xu does not have much time to study the situation of Vivi's look. However, it is not anxious to study the Vivi Arrancarization. After all, he has time in the future and can study it slowly. The last harvest is the harvest of soul points. Cang Xu's eyes turned slightly, and he summoned the template page to check his own situation. Host, Cang Xu. System, template system. The first template, Ulquiorra Cifer, unlocking degree, 57%. Ryutsu, Minos Grande Ajich's level, 70%. Home Blade, Black Wing Demon, Awakening. Skills, Soul Suction, LV30, Void Bullet, LV30, Steel Leather, LV30, Zero, LV30, Sound Turn, LV30, High Speed Regeneration, LV30, Exploring Circuit, LV30, Hollow, LV30, Moonlight Sword, Homing Blade Skill, LV30, Common Vision, LV30. Subordinates, Lonely Red Barleric Letterfield, Heir of the Devil Douglas Bullet, One Piece Gold Roger, World Destroyer Bondi Waldo, 6 Kylians. Subordinate Officer, Nefeltari Vivi. Soul Point, 10,012. Soul Point. Broke 10,000. Cang Xu's eyes lit up, and he slowly said a word. The harvest of Alabasta directly made Cang Xu's soul point directly exceed 10,000. This is simply an unprecedented harvest. You know, Cang Xu had never had such a harvest before. Previously at Whiskey Peak, the island known as the burial ground of the pirates, only brought more than 2,000 soul points to Cang Xu. As a result, this time, Cang Xu's soul points gained, directly breaking through 10,000 points. Sure enough, he came to Alabasta. It was really an extremely correct decision. It's great, my soul will break through 10,000 points. Next, my Ryutsu will definitely be able to break through to Vasto Lord level. Looking at the soul point on the template, Cang Xu is delighted. You know, after several previous accumulations, his Ryutsu has risen to 70%. Ryutsu of the Ajich's class has reached 70%, not far from the Vasto Lord class. Cang Xu has a feeling that if he can break through to the Vasto Lord level, his strength will usher in a brand new improvement. In that case, let Ryutsu rise up. Cang Xu murmured in his heart and started using soul points to improve his Ryutsu. For a time, the soul points were quickly consumed, and Cang Xu's riot so also reached 99%. When the last click went down, Cang Xu's template page instantly changed. Host, Cang Xu. System, template system. The first template, Ulquiorra Cifer, unlocking degree, 60%. Ryotsu, Minos Grande Vasto Lord level, 1%. Return Blade, Blackwing Great Demon, second stage of Return Blade, Awakening. Skills, Soul Suction, LV30, Void Bullet, LV30, Steel Leather 83, LV30, Zero, LV30, Sound Turn, LV30, High Speed Regeneration, LV30, Exploring Circuit, LV30, Hollow, LV30, Moonlight Sword, Homing Blade Skill, LV30, Common Vision, LV30, Solving, LV1. Subordinates, Lonely Red Barleric Letterfield, Heir of the Devil Douglas Bullet, One Piece Gol D Roger, World Destroyer Bondi Waldo, 6 Kylians. Subordinate Officer, Nefeltari Vivi. Soul Point, 7012. Boom! The extremely powerful Ryotsu burst out of Cang Xu in an instant. The ground of the Flower Port is constantly trembling, even cracks appeared on the ground. From where Cang Xu is, the crack extends to the surroundings. Get out! This is amazing Ryotsu, far more than the Ryotsu I was waiting for. Ryotsu actually affects reality, it's like the domineering territory of Conqueror's Haki. Compared with us, this level of power is like one dimension higher. When the Ryotsu on Cang Xu broke out from his body, not far away, Leadfield, Roger and others couldn't help but look back. Each one looked shocked and looked in the direction of Cang Xu. Although they have always known that Cang Xu's Ryotsu is very powerful, even stronger than them, after all, in the field of Arrancar, Cang Xu has always been their pioneer and leader. However, this was the first time they felt an amazing sense of oppression from Cang Xu's Ryotsu. It seems that Cang Xu's Ryotsu, to them, is like a higher dimensional existence. But this is true, although Cang Xu's Ryotsu was terrifying before. However, the previous Cang Xu is far behind this time. You know, the Ryotsu shown by Cang Xu this time has even affected reality and crushed the ground. At this point, it is a bit like the ultimate of Conqueror's Haki, the domain of the Overlord. No, it is a bit wrong to say that. The effect caused by Cang Xu Ryotsu far exceeds the territory of the Overlord. For this reason, Roger and Letterfield, even Bullet and others, were shocked. As for the Kylians under Cang Xu's command, read more at hotentalnovel.xyz. As early as the moment Cang Xu's Ryotsu broke out, he retreated in fear until he exited the field covered by Cang Xu Ryotsu. Otherwise, they might be crushed by Cang Xu's Ryotsu. However, Cang Xu ignored these trivial matters, but silently felt his own power. Is this the Vasto Lord class Ryotsu? It really has a qualitative breakthrough. Cang Xu murmured in his heart, only he himself can truly feel the power of this kind of power. Cang Xu has a feeling in his heart that Vasto Lord level Ryotsu is much more than that. He still has huge room for improvement. Feeling a little bit of his own strength, Cang Xu put the matter aside for a while, looked at the template page, and wanted to see his own changes. There is nothing to say about the degree of unlocking of the Ulquiorra template and the changes in Ryotsu. As Cang Xu expected, Ulquiorra's template has reached 60% unlock level, entering a brand new stage. As for Cang Xu's Ryotsu, he was also promoted from the Ajich's level to the Vasto Lord level. What really surprised Cang Xu was the situation of Homecoming. Returning Blade, Blackwing Great Demon, second stage of Returning Blade, Awakening. Arduin Giddy has awakened, great. Cang Xu is overjoyed. Unexpectedly, after he was promoted to the Vasto Lord level, he actually awakened the Arduin Gui Edge. This should be regarded as the biggest gain for Cang Xu. Erden Gi is also known as the second stage of the liberation of the sword. In the original book, among all Espada members, only Ulquiorra has the ability to return to the sword. This is the true form of Ulquiorra, the power he gradually realized during the final battle with Kurosaki Ichigo. Moreover, Ulquiorra's appearance will change drastically after the second stage. After the second segment of the blade, Ulquiorra's upper body clothes disappeared, and black liquid dripped from his eyes. There were 2 tear marks on the lower part. The whites of the eyes turned green, and the pupils were similar to those of the mask hollow. The abdomen to the legs, arms and back are covered with black feathers. The lower and back part of the robe is divided into 2 halves. The wings are completely open, exposing bat-like claws. The horns on the helmet become longer and pointy upwards, and a long tail that can be manipulated freely grows. The tip of the tail has a bone-like object like a sword. The feet have sharp claws. The hole becomes larger, and a black pattern appears from the hole to the belly. This is the change of appearance after Erden Giddy. However, the appearance change is nothing. The most important point is the improvement of strength. The Arduin Guibian is based on the Wonduin Guibian, once again greatly increasing its strength. In the original work, it is said that the Ulquiorra of the second stage, the release of Ryotsu, even made Ishida Yulong feel that the sky is above the sky, as if there is an ocean heavy. And it is that any Ryotsu he has experienced so far is incomparably powerful and special. This shows how powerful Arduin Gui Blade is. It can be said that after the awakening of Arduin Guibian, Cang Xu's strength will usher in an earth-shaking evolution. Cang Xu has a hunch in his heart. Once the Arduin Gui Blade is used, he can easily defeat the 4 emperors in the heyday. This is the special feature of Arduin Guibian. Although Cang Xu has not tried the power of Arduin Gui Edge, he has such confidence in his heart. This is the confidence that Erdogan Guibian brought to Cang Xu. Afterwards, find a time to try the power of Erdogan Gui Edge, but now there are more important things. Cang Xu murmured, suppressing the joy in his heart, temporarily letting go of Erdogan guiding, and continue to look at the template page. You know, Cang Xu's upgrade this time is not only the second stage of the sword, but also awakened a brand new skill. Skills, Soul Inhalation, LV30, Total Horizons, LV30, Solve the Air, LV1. Cang Xu's eyes moved slightly, falling on the last skill in the skill column, Unempty. This is his new ability to awaken. The ability to emptiness is the ability to tear space apart so that Arrancar can move freely between the world and Hueco Mundo. However, there is no Hueco Mundo in the pirate world. Can this solution be used? If it can be used, where will it appear after the space is torn apart? Cang Xu frowned slightly, thinking about the freedom skill. To be honest, he has no small doubts about this skill. Because of this skill, Hueco Mundo has been involved. In the absence of Hueco Mundo, Cang Xu was very curious about how to use this so-called unempty skill if necessary. Unempty. With doubts in his mind, Cang Xu will not hide and pinch, just try it directly, and you will naturally get the result. Therefore, Cang Xu snapped his fingers and directly used the ability to solve the air. Suddenly, in the space beside Cang Xu, a black crack suddenly appeared, just like a black line. Then, the black line slowly extended, like a grid, splitting up and down. A black space with a width of about 1 meter is slowly revealed, like a black torn mouth. It looks very strange. Cang Xu Ryotsu was released, feeling the situation in the black space. Wait, could it be? Cang Xu's eyes lit up, as if thinking of something. If his guess is correct, the ability of this skill may bring him unexpected gains. Thinking of this, Cang Xu couldn't help but give it a try. Thinking of this, Cang Xu stepped forward and walked directly into the black space. Zikong space. After a while, Cang Xu's figure walked directly out of the black emptiness space. At this time, Cang Xu's face was filled with joy that was hard to hide. Sure enough, it's really as I guessed. The space torn apart by the emptiness skill belongs to an independent space, a space that belongs to me completely. Cang Xu murmured in his heart, feeling very happy. After his understanding, he finally knew the role of the black solution space. This is a pure space. The environment in the solution space is a bit similar to the Hueco Mundo in the Shinigami world, suitable for the survival of the imaginary. However, Cang Xu's deflation skills are different from those of Arrancar in the Shinigami world. Their solution is to connect directly to a Hueco Mundo, but Cang Xu's solution is to connect a brand new space, a different space similar to a Hueco Mundo, if it is more appropriate, Cang Xu thinks. His De-air ability is a bit like Uchiha Obito's Kamui ability in Naruto world, with a Kamui space. This is simply a portable space. In this way, the effect of the unempty skill 21 is far greater than the original unempty. You know, what effect a brand new different space can bring, naturally needless to say. Of course, Cang Xu's solution space is not too big, only about 1 or 2 cubic meters. However, this is just the solution of LV1. With the improvement of skill level, Cang Xu believes that his solution space will continue to expand. Perhaps, when the space of Zikong is fully grown, it will transform into a brand new Hueco Mundo. There is a certain possibility, maybe I can have my own Hueco Mundo world. Cang Xu muttered in his heart, his thinking changed rapidly. Of course, this is only his guess, and it is not completely certain for the time being. However, it is actually very simple to verify this matter, and you will know the result by increasing the level of the unempty skill. After thinking about this, Cang Xu's eyes moved slightly, and he started to improve the level of his freedom skill. After directly consuming 1,110 soul points, Cang Xu directly upgraded his emptiness skills to LV30. And Cang Xu's soul points have also directly become 5,902 points. Rumble? In the black emptiness space, there was a burst of loud noise. After all the noise disappeared, Cang Xu walked into the solution space again. At this time, Cang Xu suddenly discovered that the solution space has undergone tremendous changes. The desert-like ground, thin branches, and black and white boundaries, looks like a barren land. This scene is like the real Hueco Mundo. Moreover, with the increase in level, the size of the solution space has also changed dramatically. Before, LV1's empty space was only 1 or 2 cubic meters in size. However, the emptiness space raised to LV30 has become very huge, and the cross-section is like an island. Of course, the island mentioned by Cang Xu is an island of normal size, not a super island like Alabasta. If it is more specific, it is probably similar to the Logtown I have seen before. Read more at hotuntelnovel.xyz. This is already a large boundary, perhaps tens of square kilometers, or even about 100 square kilometers. Such a place is quite enough for Cang Xu. There is space for understanding, and many things are much more convenient. Those Kylians made by Hollow can also be sent into the emptiness space. In this way, you can also reduce the burden. Cang Xu muttered in his heart. To be honest, the emergence of the empty space has indeed brought Cang Xu a lot of help. Kylian's size is not small, now there are only 6 Kylians, which can fit in front of the warship. However, Cang Xu's Minos Grande will only increase. At that time, it is estimated that the warship will not be able to carry it. Moreover, if they have any actions, it will be very inconvenient to drag their family around. However, the emergence of the solution space can perfectly solve this problem. Hueco Mundo was originally the world in which Minos Grande lived. The environment is similar to that of Hueco Mundo and the space where Kylians can live in it. In this way, many things will become very convenient. Moreover, Cang Xu's next goal is an empty island 10,000 meters above the sky. Around Cang Xu, there are some underlings who can't fly. For example, Nami, Robin, or Buggy and others. But now, Cang Xu can let them temporarily enter the solution space, and then go directly to the empty island. It can be said that the emergence of the unempty skill has brought many benefits to Cang Xu. Therefore, Cang Xu is so happy. It seems that Master Cang Xu should have gained something, that's why he is so happy. Yes, the last time I saw Master Cang Xu smiled, I don't know when it happened. The voices of Letterfield, Roger, and others came from not far away. Obviously, they have also seen changes in Cang Xu. Of course, they don't know why Cang Xu is so happy. I did encounter some good things. Cang Xu nodded slightly. He was in a good mood, but he didn't mind talking to them. Of course, Cang Xu didn't say much about the ability to solve the empty space. Well, for the next 3 days, we will stay here temporarily. Just in time, I will give you a task. Cang Xu nodded slightly and said to a few people. He gave Vivi 3 days to solve his own affairs. So for the next 3 days, Cang Xu and others will temporarily be stationed in Canola City. However, Cang Xu wouldn't let them be idle, ready to give them a task. Lord Cang Xu, please confess. Letterfield, Roger, and others came to Cang Xu one after another. There is a special space inside. You can call it Hueco Mundo. I want you to use Lingzi to build a virtual night palace. Cang Xu said slowly, with a big wave of his hand. He used the diffuse skill. A black space like a mouth slowly appeared in front of Letterfield and others. Yes, Cang Xu is going to build a virtual night palace. For Cang Xu, it is a very good ability even though he has acquired the skill of knowing and emptying. But in the solution space, it is too monotonous, just like the real Hueco Mundo. This is not a place where people live at all. Cang Xu is not an ascetic monk, so naturally he doesn't plan to be active in the lonely and monotonous emptiness space. Why suffer when you can enjoy it? Therefore, he intends to create a brand new palace of the night, just like Aizen. Of course, Cang Xu would naturally not do it himself for the creation of the Sui Palace. After all, this matter is too troublesome. However, he does have a few good coolies. Yes, what Cang Xu said was Letterfield, Roger and others. To be honest, Sui Palace is not an ordinary building, and the buildings in Hueco Mundo need to be built with spirits. Otherwise, he would directly find a group of workers to complete the task. However, this is a good exercise opportunity for Letterfield and others. If they can create a virtual night palace, the application of Lingzi will surely rise to the next level. For this reason, Cang Xu waved his big hand and directly kicked Letterfield and Roger and others into the free space. Of course, his 6 Kylians, Cang Xu would naturally not let them look at them in vain, but also sent them directly into the emptiness space, asking them to help Letterfield and others. Since then, this matter has come to an end. And the people around Cang Xu suddenly lost a lot, only Nami, Robin and Buggy were left. Well, the next 3 days should not be wasted in vain. I still have 5 or 6,000 soul points, just to improve my strength. Cang Xu murmured and started the next stage of improvement. 3 days passed in a hurry. After acquiring the emptiness skills, Cang Xu asked Letterfield and others to enter the emptiness space and let them build the Void Night Palace inside. As for Nami and Robin, and Buggy, Cang Xu didn't let them idle, but gave them a task, which is to collect supplies. To be honest, Cang Xu, Letterfield and others are special existences, and they don't have high requirements for food. However, I don't know if it is because of the rules of the world. Cang Xu, Letterfield, and others are not pure Arankar. This can be seen when Impel is down. The souls of the prisoners of Cang Xu hollow eternal hell make hollow virtual, but Magellan can see it. This is the difference between them and Shinigami. In other words, they still have entities, which is the biggest difference from the virtual world of Shinigami. For this reason, they also need to consume food, although it is not important. On the other hand, there is now room for emptiness, which can store a large amount of materials. Therefore, Cang Xu asked the 3 of Nami to collect the supplies from the entire flower port. This is what the 3 of Nami did in 3 days. As for Cang Xu himself, he uses the remaining soul points to continue to improve his strength. Host, Cang Xu. System, Template System. The first template, Ulquiorra Cifer, Unlocked Degree, 62%. Ryutsu, Minos Grande Vasto Lord Level, 1%. Return Blade, Blackwing Great Demon, second stage of Return Blade, Awakening. Skills, Soul Suction, LV30, Void Bullet, LV30, Steel Leather, LV30, Zero, LV30, Sound Turn, LV32, High Speed Regeneration, LV30, Exploration Circuit, LV30, Hollow, LV30, Moonlight Sword, Homing Blade Skill, LV32, Common Vision, LV30, Solving the Air, LV30. Subordinates, Lonely Red Barleric Letterfield, Heir of the Devil Douglas Bullet, One Piece Gold Roger, World Destroyer Bondi Waldo, 6 Kylians. Subordinate Officer, Nefeltari Vivi. Soul Point, 1902. Promoted to the Vasto Lord level, the skill level is increased, and the soul points needed are really doubled again. Every 1,000 soul points can only be upgraded by 1 level. In this way, the consumption of soul points is far from enough. Looking at his template page, Cang Xu frowned slightly. 3 days later, Cang Xu's template page has been completely renewed. Cang Xu's ringing and moonlight sword skills have been upgraded to LV32. This is the promotion of Cang Xu this time? Although it seems that Cang Xu's improvement is not much, this is indeed Cang Xu's improvement. No way, Cang Xu discovered one thing during this promotion. Every time Cang Xu's skills reach a new stage, continue to improve the level of skills, the soul points required will also greatly increase. When Cang Xu was still a normal virtual, a skill was upgraded by 1 level, and only a little soul point was needed. However, with the evolution of Cang Xu Ryutsu, after each upgrade, the required soul points will continue to increase. Cang Xu of the Killian level requires 10 soul points for a skill to be upgraded by 1 level. Cang Xu of the Ajich's level requires 100 soul points for a skill to be upgraded by 1 level, and now, it has evolved into the Vasto Lord class. Every time Cang Xu upgrades a skill, a level requires 1000 soul points. Read more at hotuntelnovel.xyz. This is what Cang Xu discovered. For this reason, Cang Xu, who has only 5009 soul points left, can only be promoted 5 times. Of course, in order to leave some soul points, in case of emergency, Cang Xu only spent 4000 soul points, leaving 19 soul points for spare. That's why it is now. However, this is not an important matter. The important thing is that Cang Xu's soul point consumption in the future may far exceed the usual consumption. A skill level upgrade requires 1000 soul points. Such a cost is a bit too big. You have to think of other methods to collect more soul points. Cang Xu murmured in his heart. The consumption of soul points has become more, so Cang Xu has to think about other ways to get more soul points. After all, the improvement of strength is a must. It is impossible for Cang Xu to stop improving his strength. Of course, Cang Xu actually has an excellent method. Massacre a country directly. For example, Alabasta. If you can capture the soul of a country and all its citizens, then, Cang Xu's soul point will usher in an opportunity to skyrocket? Yes, but it's not necessary. Cang Xu shook his head slightly and dismissed the thought directly. Minos Grande is war-thirsty. At this point, even Cang Xu can't avoid it. However, being belligerent does not mean killing indiscriminately. Cang Xu will not do such a thing when it is not necessary. In this regard, Cang Xu and Ulquiorra are similar. The original Ulquiorra is a person who is militant and does not kill indiscriminately. Ulquiorra has a calm and cold personality. His actions emphasize rationality and show no mercy to the enemy, but he hates indiscriminate killing and does not like cannibalism. For this reason, Ulquiorra had several chances to kill Inu Orium, but he never did it. Of course, Cang Xu's personality is different from Ulquiorra, but on this point, the two are the same. For this reason, although Cang Xu needs a lot of soul points, he still doesn't want to deal with ordinary people. Of course, Cang Xu will not hesitate if it comes to the end of the mountains and rivers. I can only say that this is the last resort. Cang Xu now has some ways to get a lot of soul points. For example, do it yourself to devour the soul. In the past, in order to give Kylian and Arankar under his command a chance to grow, Cang Xu rarely took the initiative to devour the soul. But by letting the Kylians devour the soul, he obtained some soul points. But this method can only get about half of the soul points. If Cang Xu did it by himself and swallowed his soul or emptiness himself, the soul points he obtained would be doubled. This is a good idea. Moreover, Cang Xu still has an idea in his mind. The pirate world is a very interesting world, with their own unique abilities. Yes, what Cang Xu said is the ability of devil fruit. And among these weird devil fruits, there are also some devil fruit abilities, which have something to do with the soul. For example, in the future, the musician of the Straw Hat Pirates, Brook, who is capable of Huang Quan fruits. Or, 7 Warlords of the Sea, a cotter under Gecko Moria, Perona the Phantom Fruit ability. Even, Big Mom, one of the 4 Emperors, the Soul Fruit ability person, Charlotte Linlin. The abilities of these abilities are all related to the soul. Cang Xu can study their situation. Perhaps from them, a way to get a lot of souls can be studied. It seems that after the trip to Sky Island, I have to go to the Magic Triangle, which seems to be Gecko Moria's nest. Cang Xu murmured, thinking about this. Good money, because Perona, the Ghost Fruit ability, and Brook, the Yellow Spring Fruit ability, are in that place. He naturally has to take a trip. In Cang Xu's mind, he already had certain ideas for the next sailing plan. All in all, Cang Xu still has many ways to get a lot of soul points. He still has many choices. Therefore, he will not do anything to destroy the country when it is not necessary. This is the question Cang Xu has been thinking about for the past 3 days. It can be said that the current Cang Xu has already thought about many things. For the next sailing plan, Cang Xu also has certain ideas. Master Cang Xu, Vivi is back. At this time, a white figure came to Cang Xu. A woman with long blue hair and a white dress appeared in front of Cang Xu. This is the Princess Vivi who returned to Cang Xu. 084 Kizaru who returned to the headquarters. Sengoku's shock. Cang Xu gave Vivi 3 days to deal with all kinds of trivial matters and regrets. And now, Princess Vivi keeps her promise and returns to Cang Xu within 3 days. Yes, how are things going? Cang Xu nodded slightly, asked casually, and put down the template page. All things have been handled. Vivi will no longer be the Princess of Alabasta, but only the subordinate officer of Lord Cang Xu. Vivi saluted, looked at Cang Xu respectfully and said, In 3 days, she had handled everything. The civil war in Alabasta has ended in her hands. Moreover, she also accompanied her father Cobra for 3 days and said goodbye to him. It can be said that Vivi has no regrets and can always follow Cang Xu in the future. That's good, let's go and rest first. Cang Xu nodded slightly, and did not say much, but told Vivi to return to the warship to rest. After all, she was really tired after running around for 3 days. As for the successful characterization of Vivi, Cang Xu will have time to study in the future and is not in a hurry. Yes, Master Cang Xu. After Vivi nodded and saluted Cang Xu farewell, he returned to the warship. At the same time, Buggy also came to Cang Xu. Master Cang Xu, all the preparations have been completed and you can set off at any time. Buggy reported the situation of the warship to Cang Xu. He has been preparing for sailing, and now all preparations have been completed. So, let's go and head to the next island. Cang Xu nodded slightly, and followed Buggy and others, back to the warship. For a time, the warship set sail slowly, left Alabasta, and set off for the next island. At the same time, when Cang Xu's warship started to leave Alabasta, the warship of Kizaru Admiral has returned to Marine headquarters. I have seen Kizaru Admiral. Oh, Kizaru Admiral's arm is injured. Hurry up and arrange a military doctor. Kizaru stepped off the warship and was greeted by the soldiers immediately. However, when he saw Kizaru's left arm, he suffered a great deal of damage. The soldiers at the port of Malin Vander suddenly panicked. As one of Marine's highest combat power, Kizaru Admiral actually got it. What kind of opponent can Kizaru Admiral hold? The soldiers were shocked. In fact, while on the warship, Kizaru's left arm had already done some treatment. But a little helpless, the damage that the Moonlight sword brought to Kizaru was a little bit extraordinary. Until now, Kizaru's injury has not improved at all. Of course, Kizaru did not go to the medical department, but went directly to the direction of the marshal's office, because he has more urgent things to do. Soon, Kizaru Admiral and Lieutenant General Jun came directly to the marshal's office. Kizaru, what is going on? Did you really fail? What happened? Read more at hotuntelnovel.xyz. Kizaru Admiral and Lieutenant General Jun just walked into the marshal's office, and suddenly there was an anxious voice. This is the voice of Marshal Sengoku? Naturally, the warship also has equipment to communicate with the Marine headquarters. So, on the way back to Marine headquarters, Kizaru has already contacted Marine headquarters. Of course, because there are many eavesdropping devices on the sea, so Kizaru only mentioned the result of the battle. Tell Marshal Sengoku that they have failed this mission. Reporting in more detail, Kizaru didn't say much. However, even so, Marshal Sengoku was shocked. The mission of Kizaru and others failed? How can that be? You know, Kizaru and Jun have 2 admiral powers, and there is also Sir Crocodile of 7 warlords of the sea. Together, the strength of this level is enough to run New World. As a result, I did not expect that Kizaru and others would have failed. To be honest, Marshal Sengoku found it difficult to accept this result, and it could even be said to be incredible. For this reason, he was here a long time ago, waiting for Kizaru's return, desperate to know the specific situation. Marshal Sengoku, our intelligence has a serious error. It can even be said that it was wrong from the beginning. Kizaru gave a wry smile and slowly said a word. How to say? What happened? Sengoku was a little worried, his face was full of doubts. According to our information, Cang Xu, the Black Wing Demon, has only one person with strong strength, and there are not many under him, and the strength is average. But Marshal Sengoku, do you know who we met? Letterfield. He appeared next to Cang Xu, and he was with the Black Wing Great Demon. When Kizaru said these words, Sengoku instantly stood up from his seat. Letterfield? What you said is lofty, Baroque Letterfield. How is this possible? He is clearly on the death list of Impel down. Sengoku was shocked and looked at Kizaru with an incredible expression. This news was more shocking to him than Kizaru was defeated. How could this be possible? The Lonely Red was clearly dead in the hands of Cang Xu in the previous Impel down incident? Sengoku knows about this? In the list of dead prisoners reported by Magellan, there is indeed the name of Barlaric Letterfield. More than the Lonely Red Letterfield, there are 2 other characters that the Marshal can't even think of. Heir of the Devil Douglas Bullet, World Breaker Bondi Waldo. At this time, the silent Lieutenant General Jun, who had been standing next to him, suddenly spoke, and said the other 2 names. As soon as this sentence came out, Marshal Sengoku was shocked again. Because these 2 people are also famous legendary figures? However, these 2 are also on the Impel down list of dead prisoners? How could it be possible to appear next to Cang Xu? Sengoku felt a headache and his head was in a mess. He found that this matter was getting more and more complicated. There seemed to be intricate secrets, far beyond his expectations. What's going on? Kizaru, you tell me the whole process, don't miss the slightest. Marshal Sengoku took a deep breath. After a while, he forced himself to calm down. Then I looked at Kizaru and Jun again, wanting to understand the specific process. Sengoku understands that the current situation is completely beyond his control. The only thing he can do is to peel off the cocoon and analyze the secrets in it a little bit. But first, he needs to understand the details of this matter. I understand, it's like this. Kizaru nodded solemnly and began to tell a little bit. The process of this battle was explained in detail, without any omission. After a while, Marshal Sengoku fully understood what had happened. Unexpectedly, there will be such a thing happening. Cang Xu, the great Black Wing Demon, really exceeded our expectations. he would actually have this kind of hacking tactics. There was still a hint of shock in Sengoku's expression. After a long time, Sengoku said a word. After listening to Kizaru's description, Sengoku already had a guess. Marshal Sengoku, what is going on? Kizaru and Jun both looked at Marshal Sengoku with doubts. Marshal Sengoku seems to have guessed something. They want to know Marshal Sengoku's guess? After all, Marshal Sengoku, but with the title of wisdom, is a wise character, and he should have seen something through. If I didn't guess wrong, Gu Gao's Haihong and others did not die from the beginning, but Cang Xu used some tactics to bring out Impel down. Sengoku said slowly, exposing his guess. Marshal Sengoku was shocked when Marshal Sengoku learned that the Red and Bullet had come back from the dead and reappeared in this world. After all, the resurrection is too exaggerated. Even on the sea, there are all kinds of strange devil fruit. But the ability of life and death, Yang Yuan, is the most special. It's not something ordinary people can have, or it's unheard of. For this reason, Marshal Sengoku carefully analyzed the matter. Finally, Marshal Sengoku had a guess. Perhaps Lonely Red, Bullet, and others have not died from the beginning. In this way, the possibilities are greatly increased. Following this train of thought, Marshal Sengoku suddenly came up with a complete vision. If it was the beginning, Cang Xu, the black-winged demon, hadn't killed the Gu Gao's Haihong and others in Impel down at all. Perhaps Cang Xu has some special means to make Gu Gao's Haihong and others suspended animation. Or, Cang Xu can create illusions that can make Magellan illusion. Make Magellan think that Lonely Red and others are already dead, thus deceiving Magellan's eyes. Finally, Cang Xu successfully brought out the Impel down. Thinking about it this way, the possibility is very high. This is Marshal Sengoku's guess? To put it bluntly, the reason for this idea is because Sengoku can't believe that there is a resurrection. If Cang Xu really has the ability to resurrect, then the whole world will be messed up. What's more, in Sengoku's marine career for so many years, he has never seen a resurrection case. Because I can't believe it, and because I have never seen it before. Therefore, this crazy and bizarre conjecture was abandoned by Sengoku the first moment it emerged. I have to say, this is what Cang Xu is so brilliant. Although he asked Letterfield to expose his identity. But as long as Roger's identity is not revealed, everything will be fine. After all, Sengoku itself is not sure whether Letterfield and others really died in Impel down. In this way, as long as he didn't see it, Roger, who was truly confirmed to have died, Sengoku would not have guessed that the resurrection will go up. This is the magic of the sea. Because of the magic of the sea, there are various devil fruit abilities. This has caused many things to make accurate judgments impossible. In this regard, even if Sengoku is a wise general, sometimes it is the same. So that's it. This way, it's quite possible. Kizaru nodded slightly, as if thinking about the possibility of this matter. It was Lieutenant General Jun, frowning slightly. To be honest, Marshal Sengoku's guess is very likely. After all, the ability to create illusions and make people suspended animation, although relatively rare, still exists. For example, some special devil fruit and the like. Read more at hotmailnovel.xyz. But for some reason, Lieutenant General Jun always felt that there seemed to be something strange in this matter. There was a strange sense of anxiety in her heart. This uneasy feeling comes from Cang Xu and others. However, Lieutenant General Jun had no way to explain the strangeness inside. So after a little thought, Lieutenant General Jun still didn't say her doubts. As for Sengoku, he is already verifying whether his guess is correct. Yes, although Sengoku has guesses, he is also a cautious man. Before he really confirmed it, he wouldn't be able to come to a complete conclusion. As for the method of judgment, this is also very simple. Just communicate with Impel down. He wants to get accurate answers from Magellan. Magellan, this is Sengoku. I have one thing that I need to verify with you. It turned out to be Marshal Sengoku. Marshal, please tell me if there is any need. Magellan will try his best. Magellan's voice came from the phone worm. Magellan, you can be 100% sure that the Lonely Red Letterfield, the heir of the Devil Bullet, and the World Destroyer Bondi Waldo, really died in the hands of the Black-Winged Demon Cang Xu. Yes, Marshal Sengoku, I can be sure of that, because this is what I saw with my own eyes. Magellan's voice was very firm, without hesitation. In addition to seeing them, have you checked their bodies to make sure that they have completely lost their breath, and that their bodies are still there? Marshal Sengoku continued to ask, seeming to be 100% sure that those few people really died completely. But this time, Magellan hesitated. Marshal Sengoku, I can be sure that they are indeed dead. This is what I saw with my own eyes, but Eternal Hell has been completely destroyed by the Blackwing Demon Cang Xu. It can be said that there are no bones and no corpses. Magellan gave a wry smile, and then slowly said a word after a long time. To be honest, after the riot of Impel Down ended, Magellan did once again enter the danger, but at that time, the Eternal Hell had been completely emptied by the prisoners, completely destroyed, and there could be no debris left. It can be said that they have no bones left, there is no way to imprison their bodies. So that's it, I already know that I have worked hard for you. After speaking, Marshal Sengoku cut off the call worm. Look for flowers. At this time, Marshal Sengoku had already concluded. Magellan only saw the scene where Cang Xu killed them, but in the end there were no corpses, saying that there were no bones left. In this way, on the contrary, I can be sure that my guess is correct. Sengoku has been completely certain that his guess is correct. It can be said that Sengoku's idea has completely gone wrong. If it is known by Cang Xu, Sengoku will actually think of this. It is estimated that Cang Xu will be a little speechless. After all, he just wanted to mislead Sengoku a little bit. As a result, I didn't expect that Sengoku had already made up a conspiracy on his own. I have to say that sometimes too many ideas are not a good thing. As a wise general Sengoku, what he is good at is thinking. In this regard, it is also the difference between Sengoku and generals. After all, many of Marine's generals are powerful people. But the stronger you are, the easier it is sometimes to use your fists to solve problems. Therefore, smart generals like Sengoku are actually only a few. But sometimes, thinking too much makes it easy to turn in the wrong direction. Even, the current Sengoku has a vague tendency to Daihua. However, this is no harm to Cang Xu. Impel down, those legends in eternal hell are still alive. This is not good news. Those legendary level existences, all gathered together, are as threatening as the 4 emperors of New World. Marshal, I suggest launching a large army to completely annihilate Cang Xu's gang. Kizaru looked serious and said to Marshal Sengoku seriously. You can make Kizaru, who has always been lazy, say such words, and you can see how big the shadow of Kizaru is. But having said that, Kizaru, Cang Xu and others have really fought. Therefore, Kizaru knew exactly how threatening Cang Xu and others were. This kind of dangerous guy, it's best to get rid of it as soon as possible. This is Kizaru's idea. This matter is not so easy to solve. I need to contact 5 elders. Also, Kizaru, your injury can't be delayed for too long. Go to the medical department for treatment as soon as possible. I will leave the matter here. Sengoku said quickly. He didn't immediately agree to Kizaru's idea. This matter is too much involved. It is not as simple as Cang Xu, a Blackwing demon. Therefore, Marshal Sengoku prepared to contact 5 elders. Brew brew brew. Holy Land Mary Geoase, the sound of a telephone bug broke the silence of the Holy Land. Master 5 elders, this is Sengoku, I have something to report to you. After the phone worm was connected, Sengoku's voice came from the phone worm. After getting a guess from Kizaru's description and Magellan's verification, Marshal Sengoku directly contacted 5 elders. Is there anything important? Let's talk about it. It's like this. Previously, the Marine headquarters set up a crusade team in accordance with the instructions of 5 elders to pursue the Blackwing demon Cang Xu. Sengoku's voice came from the phone. Sengoku quickly told 5 elders about the Battle of Alabasta, without missing the slightest. By the time Sengoku finished speaking, 5 elders in Mary Geoase, a sacred place, was already shocked and a little speechless. Why does such a thing happen in August 17th? The Lonely Red Barlaric Letterfield, the heir of the Devil Douglas Bullet, the World Destroyer Bondi Waldo, these guys are not dead yet. Moreover, these legendary big sea pirates are all gathered together. This threat is far more than ordinary pirates, and even no less than the 4 Emperors pirate group. Sengoku, what do you do? This is a huge threat, no less than the 4 Emperors of New World. It must be eradicated as soon as possible. A loud scream came from the phone bug. Sengoku in Marine headquarters, Marshal's office, looked a little helpless. To be honest, this incident also exceeded their expectations. Although I know, Gu Gao's Hai Hong and others are not dead yet. To be honest, Bullet, Bondi Valdo and others are not dead, even more threatening than they are already dead. After all, if they die, their abilities may appear in the sea again. Although this may bring a lot of trouble to Marine headquarters. However, this is an uncertain thing after all. After all, the appearance of Devil Fruit has almost no regularity. In the original book, 2 years after the death of Fire Fist Ace, as an intermediary in the underground world, Doflamingo, who has an astonishing intelligence network, barely found Maramara fruit. It can be seen that Devil Fruit is rare. But having said that, although Bullet and others have special Devil Fruit abilities, they themselves are the real big trouble. These top combat powers appeared on the sea, enough to set off a bloody storm. The most important thing is that these horrible guys are all gathered beside Cang Xu, the great Blackwing demon. This has far exceeded their expectations. Both Sengoku and 5 elders can be sure. If Cang Xu and others enter the New World, they will definitely become another top power in New World, just like the current 4 emperors. For this reason, what 5 elders has in mind is to eradicate Cang Xu and others as soon as possible. Read more at hotuntelnovel.xyz. Master 5 elders, please listen to me. The threats of Cang Xu and others are indeed not small, no less than the ordinary 4 emperors pirate group. But this matter, for us, may not be a good thing. Sengoku spoke suddenly and said a word that puzzled 5 elders. The rise of a 4 emperors level power will definitely threaten the old emperor. When Cang Xu and others enter the New World, they will definitely collide with the 4 emperors. This is our opportunity. Maybe we can take advantage of this matter to regain New World. When Sengoku said this, 5 elders was silent. To be honest, this idea is crazy, and there is a certain possibility. The current New World has become a pirate's lair, and the Marine headquarters simply cannot intervene in New World's affairs. This is a very bad thing for the Marine headquarters and even the world government. As the leaders of the world, they naturally want to regain the New World. However, the existence of the 4 emperors has become their biggest obstacle. If Cang Xu and others enter the New World, it may bring huge changes to the New World landscape. In this way, they may benefit from it. For this reason, 5 elders is in entanglement. On the one hand, they feel that Cang Xu is too threatening and needs to be eradicated as soon as possible. On the other hand, they felt that Cang Xu and others could use it, and perhaps help them regain New World. For this reason, it was difficult for 5 elders to make a choice for a while. Sengoku, we need to discuss things about Cang Xu, the Black Wing Demon. However, Cang Xu's wanted strength for the Black Wing Demon must not be lowered. After a while, the voice of 5 elders finally came from the phone worm. This matter is not so easy to solve, they need to analyze the benefits and losses of this matter in detail. However, the danger of Cang Xu and others is naturally beyond doubt. Therefore, for Cang Xu and others wanted, this is a must, and you should not relax in the slightest. This is the attitude of 5 elders? I see, 5 elders. Sengoku nodded seriously, and then hung up the phone worm. I hope 5 elders can seriously consider my plan. Putting down the phone bug, Sengoku sighed slowly. Cang Xu and others have become a big threat. Even the combination of 2 Admiral powers and 7 Warlords of the Sea could not win Cang Xu and others. In this way, if you really want to join forces with Cang Xu and others, you must gather a lot of combat power, not as simple as the previous Crusade squad. Maybe they need to start a big war before they can win Cang Xu and others. It's like in the original book, the Marine headquarters launched a war against the Whitebeard pirates. However, the world government has existed for many years, and the organization has become very bloated. It is not easy to make a big decision. To put it bluntly, the courage of 5 elders has not yet reached that level. There are many trivial matters that involve them and prevent them from making decisions easily. Sengoku felt a little bit about the decision made by Cang Xu, the Black Wing Demon, and others, for a while. It can be said that the only thing he can do at present is to increase the bounty of Cang Xu and others. Yes, this may be the one thing Marshal Sengoku can do right now. For this, Marshal Sengoku felt a little tired. And this result is the same as Cang Xu's guess? After revealing the identities of Leatherfield and others, Marine headquarters will not invest too much force to pursue Cang Xu and others. Even the combination of the 2 Admiral forces can't win Cang Xu's and others. What else can they do? If the force invested is reduced, it is of no use. If you continue to invest in troops, it is the scale of the war to be launched. And once it reaches the level of launching a war, the world government will not sit idly by, there will be a lot of profit pull. Due to this reason, as long as the Marine headquarters and the world government do not really make up their minds to completely eradicate Cang Xu and others, they will not chase too closely. This is the current situation. Hey, let's call the generals now to discuss the bounty offered by Cang Xu and others. It's really an eventful time. Sengoku felt helpless and sighed. For the Black Wing Great Demon Kang's plan, it is estimated that there will be no results in a short time. And the only thing he can do now is to increase the bounty of Cang Xu and others. However, this point needs to be discussed carefully. For this reason, after Sengoku thought about it a little bit, all the lieutenants who remained at the Marine headquarters would be summoned. Because of the strength demonstrated by Cang Xu, 5 elders was unable to make a decision right away. However, 5 elders has already said that Cang Xu's wanted force cannot be reduced. In other words, the rewards of Cang Xu and others need to be improved. So Marshal Sengoku prepares to increase the bounty of Cang Xu and others. This point naturally needs to be discussed with the staff and lieutenants. For this reason, when Marshal Sengoku summoned the generals and the staff to talk about the battle between Kizaru and Cang Xu and others, it drew another exclamation. As for the bounty, after some intense discussion, I finally got a general idea. Cang Xu is not very clear about what happened at Marine headquarters, because the current Cang Xu has left Alabasta. After a period of sailing, Cang Xu and others finally arrived near Gaia Island. Master Cang Xu, are there really empty islands in this world? If there are really empty islands, how can we go up? Nami came to Cang Xu and asked Cang Xu curiously. When they came near Gaia Island, Nami naturally knew their next destination. To be honest, Nami was a little surprised, because it was the first time she heard that there were islands floating in the sky, which was too unimaginable. Yes, the Sky Island does exist, and there are people on our ship who have been to the Sky Island. Cang Xu nodded slightly and said a word. Others don't know, but the Roger pirates did reach the Sky Island, and even on the Sky Island, leaving some words. As for the way to board the Sky Island, for ordinary people, this is not easy. But for Cang Xu, there is no difficulty in this matter. In other words, Cang Xu has several ways to board the Sky Island. Of course, Cang Xu naturally chose the easiest method and flew directly. However, before boarding the Sky Island, Cang Xu is going to Gaia Island. Gaia Island is a colony of pirates, and there are many pirates on the island. Where there are pirates, fights and conflicts are always indispensable. Therefore, there should be some souls on Gaia Island. Of course, there should not be too many souls on Gaia Island. After all, Gaia Island is not a big island either. However, after being promoted to Vasto Lord level, Cang Xu's demand for soul points has greatly increased. Now Cang Xu, no matter how small the mosquito meat is, he will not let it go easily. For this reason, he plans to take a trip to Gaia Island. Thinking of this, under the order of Cang Xu, the warship slowly advanced to Gaia Island and soon came to Gaia Island. Hey, that's a warship. Why did the warship come here? Did Marine already know that our pirate ship has come here, so I want to come and arrest us? Then we can't just sit still and fight with them directly. Gaia Island is a colony of pirates. There are many pirates who come to Gaia Island to supply supplies. Read more at hotmailnovel.xyz. For this reason, when the pirates saw the warship appearing in the port of Gaia Island, they were panicked. Even some pirates with fierce temperament are already ready to attack Cang Xu and others. Noisy. Cang Xu snorted coldly, and the amazing riot Su burst out instantly, covering the entire Gaia Island directly. Boom! Under Cang Xu's riot Su, cracks appeared on the ground of Gaia Island port in an instant. Countless pirates, under Cang Xu's riot Su, were directly stunned. Of course, more pirates have completely lost their breath, because their souls have been shattered. Master Cang Xu's riot Su is getting more and more terrifying, even more terrifying than the territory of Overlord. The souls of the weak, even shattered. When will our riot Su rise to this level? Several surprised voices came from behind Cang Xu. This is exactly the voice of Letterfield and other Aaron Carr. Although before, Cang Xu asked Letterfield and others to enter the emptiness space and build the Palace of the Night. However, given the degree of control over Lingzi by a few people, it is still very easy to accomplish this. Now, in Cang Xu's Zikong space, there is already the embryonic form of a palace. For this reason, Cang Xu released a few people. Riot Su improved too fast, a little hard to control. What a pity. Cang Xu said helplessly. After being promoted to the Vasto Lord level, Cang Xu's riot Su became even more terrifying. Today's ordinary pirates, even Cang Xu's riot Su, couldn't bear it, and they were shaken to death. However, this is not a good thing for Cang Xu, because the soul is shattered. Although some soul points can also be generated, it is naturally far less than a complete soul. It can be said that he lost some soul points in vain, so Cang Xu would say it is a pity. However, because of Cang Xu's hand, almost no one can stand in the entire port of Gaia Island, which is convenient for Cang Xu's actions. Oh, there are still a few people who haven't fainted. As if to find something, Cang Xu slightly raised his head and looked at a tavern next to the port. At the entrance of the tavern, there is a burly middle-aged man with a rough appearance, thick body hair, some beard on his chin, and a few teeth missing in his mouth. The rough man knelt on the ground, sweating profusely, supporting his knees with his hands, so that he did not fall completely, looking shocked in the direction of Cang Xu and others. As for the rough man, there are 2 or 3 figures. Although they didn't faint, they looked very embarrassed. It turned out to be them. Interesting. It seems that matter is about to begin. Cang Xu turned his eyes slightly, and instantly guessed the identity of the rough middle-aged man. If he guessed correctly, this should be Blackbeard Teach. The current Teach has appeared on Gaia Island, which proves that the time for him to meet Ace Huoquan is approaching. In this way, the beginning of the war on the top should not be far away. What's wrong? Master Cang Xu. Several people in Letterfield looked at Cang Xu with some doubts. They didn't know why Cang Xu looked in the direction of the tavern. Is there anything special about the men over there? Nothing. Hurry up and collect the soul of Gaia Island, and then go directly to the Sky Island. Cang Xu said calmly, ignoring Blackbeard and others. Of course, Cang Xu will not do anything with Blackbeard Teach for the time being. After all, he is still counting on Blackbeard Teach to catch the Fire Fist Ace and become the fuse of the war. Therefore, he naturally wouldn't do anything to Blackbeard at this time. However, Cang Xu can also feel that the soul of Blackbeard Teach is also rare and extremely high-quality soul. It seems a bit special. It seems that when Blackbeard grows up, he may be able to harvest a wave. After silently writing down this matter, Cang Xu recovered his mind and began to collect the soul of Gaia Island. Soul Suck. With the use of the soul suction skills, the souls of the entire Gaia Island quickly gathered in the direction of Cang Xu. However, Cang Xu did not directly devour these souls, but directly opened the emptiness space, waiting to collect these souls into the emptiness space. His free space has an environment similar to a Hueco Mundo. Perhaps, Cang Xu can consider raising a group of deficiencies. Of course, these are all digressions, and I will consider them slowly later, and now I will collect these souls before talking. Soon, all the souls of Gaia Island were collected by Cang Xu. Okay, let's go to the Sky Island. All the souls of Gaia Island were collected by Cang Xu. They naturally do not need to stay on Gaia Island. Therefore, the warship slowly turned around and left Gaia Island, ready to go to the Sky Island. After collecting the souls, Cang Xu and others slowly left Gaia Island. However, the influence Cang Xu left on Gaia Island has not disappeared so easily. Call. Seeing Cang Xu and others leaving, Blackbeard Teach breathed a sigh of relief and lay directly on the ground, breathing air in a big mouth. Captain Teach, who is that guy? Is there such a terrible person in Marine? Blackbeard Teach, the champion Bashes wearing a wrestler mask, came to Blackbeard with lingering fears and asked Blackbeard Teach with a look of confusion. Thief, ha ha ha, that's not Marine, but a terrible guy. Cang Xu, the big black wing demon, I didn't expect that an existence of this level would actually come to Gaia Island. Teach smiled hard, but there was still a trace of horror in his eyes. To be honest, Teach did not expect to meet Cang Xu here. However, what Teach didn't expect was Cang Xu's terrifying strength. That terrifying aura is far more terrifying than the red-haired conqueror's haki. Teach has a hunch. If Cang Xu just wanted to do something, there would be no possibility for them to escape. It's really scary. It's like a monster. It seems that you can't provoke that guy before you become the 4 emperors. Teach said slowly, and a decision was made in his heart. Before becoming 4 emperors, he definitely didn't want to provoke Cang Xu. Cang Xu didn't know, because of the Gaia Island and his party just now, he left a lot of shadow on Blackbeard Teach. However, even if he knew this matter, Cang Xu would not pay much attention to it. because Cang Xu now has more important things to do. At this time, Cang Xu has come to the other side of Gaia Island, and above the warship, there are thick clouds, completely blocking the sun, like a barrier. It should be here. I can feel that there is some soul fire above the 10,000-meter high cloud layer. Cang Xu murmured and determined where they were. If the guess is correct, they are below the Sky Island. Master Cang Xu, what do we need to do next? Leatherfield and others came behind Cang Xu, wanting to know what many of them do. Simple. Cang Xu waved his hand, and a black portal slowly appeared beside Cang Xu. Free up the space, open. Cang Xu directly opened the empty space and sent the warship into the empty space. Since they are going to the Sky Island, naturally they will not leave the warship here. Cang Xu also sent Nami and Robin to the solution space by the way. As for Leatherfield and other errand cars, Cang Xu did not force them to return to the solution space. Because several people each have some whole cards, they still have some abilities if they want to board the Sky Island. However, in order to avoid causing trouble to Cang Xu, several people finally chose to enter the emptiness space. In this way, only Cang Xu is left, alone in the outside world. Well, it's more convenient for one person. Cang Xu murmured, standing out of thin air, standing on the sea. The sea under your feet is more than 1 meter away from Cang Xu. The ability to stay in the air is not too difficult for Aaron Carr. It is just an application of the spirit. Read more at hotuntelnovel.xyz. However, if you stay in the air for a long time, there will be a lot of consumption. Because of the lack of souls in the pirate world, unlike the Shinigami world. Therefore, Cang Xu rarely does such things. However, for the current Cang Xu, it is not difficult. Of course, if Cang Xu wants to use this ability, he can go to the Sky Island little by little. In fact, it is also possible. But in this way, he estimated that there will be a lot of consumption, and it is estimated to take a lot of time. Therefore, Cang Xu is going to use a simpler method. Block it, Blackwing Demon. Accompanied by Cang Xu's low groan, the amazing riot so burst out from Cang Xu in an instant. Huge black wings appeared behind Cang Xu. Cang Xu directly used the ability of a piece of the blade to become a Blackwing Demon. This is the most suitable method for him. Cang Xu, who has his own flying ability, even if he is the incarnation of the Blackwing Demon, as long as it is not fighting, it only uses its own wings to fly, and it does not consume too much spiritual power. Boom! Cang Xu fluttered his black wings lightly, and his body instantly disappeared on the ground, directly rushing into the sky. Soon, Cang Xu came under the clouds. Cang Xu rushed directly into the clouds and rushed up above the clouds. There are 2 seas of clouds in the Sky Island. One is the White Sea 7,000 meters from the sea, and the other is the White Sea 10,000 meters from the sea. The Bibi Sea, 10,000 meters above the sea, is the destination of Cang Xu. Therefore, after rushing directly into the White Sea, Cang Xu did not stop at all and continued to fly up. Finally, when he penetrated the clouds for the second time, Cang Xu finally came to the Bibi Sea above 10,000 meters. Unwind. Cang Xu opened the space to unlock and summoned the warship directly. Is this a Sky Island? There are clouds on the sea, it's so interesting. Nami, Vivi, and others, looking at the surrounding environment, suddenly exclaimed again and again. After all, they had never seen such a sight. Unexpectedly, there will be a chance to come to Sky Island again in this lifetime. Roger is a little bit emotional. After all, this is not the first time he has come to the Sky Island. Master Cang Xu, that direction should be where the Sky Island Angel Island is. We can go there directly. Roger recognized the direction and came to report to Cang Xu. After all, he had been here before and naturally knew the situation here. In response, Cang Xu nodded slightly. The warship set sail slowly, heading towards Angel Island. On the other hand, next door to Angel Island, in the deep palace of Apaiato, the Island of Gods, a young man with a thunder drum on his back and a golden stick seemed to sense something and glanced in the direction where Cang Xu and others were. This is the ruler of the Sky Island, known as the God of Thunder Anila, the Logia Thunder Fruit capable person. Oh, it's interesting. There are people from Qinghai who can come to Bibaihe, but there is no notice of entry. Are they intruders? Ainula raised his head slightly, with a touch of joking in his eyes. If he dared to trespass into his kingdom of God, then he would face his punishment. In response, Ainula waved his hand, and a thunder light instantly hit the sky. God's sanctions? At the same time, a thunder pillar suddenly appeared over the place where Cang Xu and the others were, and directly blasted down at Cang Xu and the others. Already know that we are coming. You deserve to be a thunder fruit capable person. Sitting on the deck, looking at the falling thunder pillars, Cang Xu smiled lightly, without any panic. Huh? I am so courageous, I dare to do something to Master Cang Xu. Letterfield's angry voice came. At the same time, Letterfield appeared directly behind Cang Xu, holding an umbrella-shaped long sword, directly slashing into the sky. Boom! There was a roar. Money. Letterfield's slash instantly slashed the thunder pillar. Throughout the process, Cang Xu's position did not move at all, but he looked at the sky indifferently. It seems that the owner of this island does not welcome our arrival, and has taken the initiative to take action against us. I'm very upset. Who is willing to go and bring the other person to me? Cang Xu spoke lightly, and said to the people behind him. To be honest, although Ainula's thunder ability is very powerful, Cang Xu has no idea of doing it. Without him, he is already a little bit down on opponents like Ainula. To be honest, Ainula has a big problem. Although he has a good understanding of Thunder Fruit's abilities. However, Enel's partial discipline situation is also very serious, just like Sir Crocodile at the beginning. For such an opponent, Cang Xu really has no idea of making a move. So this matter, Cang Xu is going to leave it to his hands to complete. For Enel, Cang Xu has no idea of doing it. Because for the current Cang Xu, Enel is no longer worth his hands. Therefore, Cang Xu is ready to hand this matter to his subordinates. Master Cang Xu, please let me handle this. When Cang Xu's words were just finished, Leatherfield spoke immediately and saluted Cang Xu, indicating that he wanted to deal with this matter. To be honest, Leatherfield is very angry now, because that rude guy actually dared to do something to Master Cang Xu. This is something that Leatherfield doesn't allow. For this reason, he must solve that guy. Go, Leatherfield, bring a seastone handcuffs over. I want to live. Cang Xu said lightly, saying that he agreed to Leatherfield's request. Of course, Cang Xu also wants to see what Enel is like. For this reason, Cang Xu doesn't want Enel to die directly, it would be too boring. As for the origin of seastone handcuffs, as the supply warship of Impel down, the warship naturally has seastone handcuffs, and even the seastone prison. Yes, Master Cang Xu. Leatherfield saluted. After returning to the cabin and taking out a seastone handcuff, Leatherfield set off directly to the direction of Apaiato, the island of gods. I'm so courageous, I dare to challenge the gods. The island of God, Apaiato, above the temple, Enel snorted coldly, his expression a little annoyed. With the heart net formed by the combination of observation haki and thunder fruit abilities, his perception can cover the entire sky island. Therefore, Enel heard all the conversation between Cang Xu and Leatherfield. For this reason, Enel was very angry. This is the first guy who dared to be so disrespectful to him since he became a god. Enel swears in his heart that he will teach the other side a cruel lesson. Let Cang Xu know how terrifying the power of God is. However, this thing is very fun. If the old man who cut off my thunder was killed and thrown in front of that young guy, he would be very scared. A cruel smile appeared on Enel's face. He thought of a fun idea. That guy named Cang Xu dares to be so rude and arrogant. Then he will completely destroy Cang Xu's arrogance. Wait until the guy named Leatherfield is killed by his men. Then throw it in front of Cang Xu. I must be scared to cry. Enel seemed to have imagined that Cang Xu looked terrified. Thinking of this, Enel directly summoned his 4 priests and asked them to win each other. As for the seastone handcuffs in Cang Xu's mouth, Enel was a little confused, not sure what it was. However, Enel didn't care. He is Thor, and he holds the power of thunder. Read more at hotuntelnovel.xyz. This is the power of God. He is an invincible existence. Does he need to worry about anything? For this reason, although Enel heard the conversation between Cang Xu and Cang Xu, he did not take it seriously. Cang Xu had anticipated this a long time ago. This is the benefit of having information. Any Road, who is watching the sky from a well, doesn't even know what seastone is. How can he care about their conversation? For this reason, Cang Xu didn't bother to hide it at all. In fact, Cang Xu's idea is correct, because Enel didn't care about this at all. Soon, Leatherfield came to Apaiato, the island of God where Any Road is located. Stop, we are the 4 god-tier officers under the command of the gods, on the order of the gods, come to take your life. The 4 are strangely shaped, with double-winged figures behind them. Came to Leatherfield quickly, trying to block Leatherfield's way. This is exactly the priest under the command of Enel, who has mastered the 4 major trials. They are the Empty Animal Husbandry House OM, the Sky Knight Shura, the Forest Daigo Shadley, and the Empty Guard Captain Gay Daz. A sword light flashed. Leatherfield's figure instantly came behind the 4. Puff, puff. 4 bloodstains burst out from the 4 god-tier officials in an instant. There are huge scars on the chest of the 4 god-tier officers, directly running through the whole body. The blood stained the ground, staining the mud under the feet blood red. Sorry, I don't have time to listen to your nonsense. Leatherfield slowly retracted the sword, and put the umbrella-shaped long sword into the scabbard. With one move, Leatherfield solved it directly, the 4 god-tier officers under Enel's command. Then, Leatherfield continued to move forward, in the direction of the temple. At the same time, in the temple, Enel, who was holding an apple in his hand, had a dark complexion, and directly crushed the apple in his hand. The damn it guy, dare to lose my face. Enel is very angry, but the reason for his anger was not the strength of Leatherfield. It was because the 4 priests under his command could not even resist a single move by Leatherfield. This is simply embarrassing him. Under the anger, Enel directly shot several thunders. God's sanctions. Several thunder pillars blasted down, directly blasting the 4 god-tier officials to pieces. At the same time, Enel's figure moved. When he appeared again, Enel had already come to Leatherfield. As for whether it's coming out, the guy who dared to attack Master Cang Xu. Leatherfield was holding an umbrella-shaped long sword and looked at Any Road indifferently. Damn ants, you can be thankful, because the opponent you face next is the true god. Enel said proudly, looking very arrogant. God? It's ridiculous and pitiful. If there is a god in this world, there is only one, and that is Master Cang Xu. Leatherfield showed a touch of sarcasm. A person of Logia dared to call himself a god, what a stupid idea. Leatherfield held a long sword and rushed directly to Any Road. He no longer wants to talk to this idiot who claims to be a god, and intends to destroy Enel directly. In this regard, looking at Leatherfield swinging his sword, Enel's face showed a touch of contempt, and he didn't even move at all. He is a god, and physical attacks do not make any sense to him. Therefore, Enel did not intend to dodge at all. Every time, his enemy took a weapon and pierced his chest. But it was discovered that when he didn't have the slightest injury, he would show a face of fear. That was the moment he enjoyed. Therefore, Enel didn't evade at all, seeing Letterfield's long sword pierced into his chest. Tear. The blood appeared in an instant, splashing out of Enel's body. Enel is injured. Facing Letterfield's attack, his elementalization lost its effect. The death of Enel, the despised Sky Island god. Subscribe for subscription. It hurts. How is this possible? I was actually hurt. I am the god of thunder, and I was injured by a sword? This is impossible. Enel, whose chest was pierced, fell to the ground and yelled. However, compared to the pain on his body, it brought him more fear of the unknown. Why is there such a thing? This is impossible. He was the thunder god Enel who mastered the power of thunder, and he was stabbed by an ordinary long sword? Enel's eyes are full of shock and doubt. It seems very difficult to accept this thing. He couldn't figure out why things would become like this, son. However, Letterfield didn't have any explanation at all, and rushed to Annie Road again. Damn it, guy, get out of me, don't come near me. God's sanction. Seeing Letterfield approaching, Enel's eyes rarely showed a trace of panic. Quickly use the power of thunder to block Letterfield. Huh? Letterfield swung his sword and directly cut off the thunder pillar of Annie Road. However, at this time, Enel seemed to calm down a bit, and quickly used the power of thunder to avoid it to the right. In an instant, Annie Road appeared on the right side. However, just as Enel moved, Letterfield's body also moved. Reverberate. For an instant, Letterfield appeared directly in front of Enel, grabbing Enel's arm directly, and preventing him from becoming elemental. The capable person of Logia can't let you escape. Letterfield snorted coldly, and the umbrella-shaped longsword in his hand pierced Enel's body again. Enel suddenly screamed again. However, Letterfield remembered Cang Xu's order and did not directly kill Enel. The attacked position also avoided the deadly position. For this reason, although Enel suffered considerable damage, he did not die directly. However, when things are here, there is basically no suspense. Being caught by Letterfield and staying in the entity, Enel couldn't make any waves at all. This battle has come to an end. Wait until Enel completely loses the ability to resist. Letterfield brought Enel into Seastone handcuffs to end the battle. Afterwards, Letterfield took Enelu directly, ready to return to Cang Xu's side. As for Cang Xu, the warship did not stop when Letterfield was going to trouble Annie Road. At this time, the warship has come to Angel Island. Cang Xu and others boarded this empty island? Who is this? It looks so strange. They don't have wings. Could it be that they are from Qinghai? Read more at hotuntelnovel.xyz. The arrival of Cang Xu and others attracted the attention of the residents of Angel Island. Soon, some residents of Angel Island slowly gathered to Cang Xu and others. However, Cang Xu ignored them and did his own thing. Soul suck? Cang Xu used his soul suction skills to suck all the souls of the sky. Unexpectedly, there are still many souls on the Sky Island. Cang Xu is a little surprised, because there are a certain number of souls collected from the empty island. It seems that Annie Road usually does not do much on the residents of Sky Island. Of course, this matter has nothing to do with Cang Xu. After all, he just collects souls. Subsequently, Cang Xu resumed his old career. Open the solution space directly and throw all the souls of the island into the solution space. Wait until everything is basically done. A cracking sound appeared, turning into an old man with white beard and hair, and appeared beside Cang Xu. This is the returning Letterfield? In fact, Letterfield's speed is still very fast. Before much time passed, Letterfield completed the task and returned to Cang Xu. Master Cang Xu, Letterfield is fortunately not insulting his life. This pseudo-god has been captured by me. Letterfield came to Cang Xu, saluted Cang Xu, and threw Annie Road on the ground. This is God, Lord Enel. How is this possible? God has been defeated. The god who can control thunder was defeated by these people from Qinghai. When seeing the embarrassing Annie Road, all the residents who saw it were shocked. The strength of Annie Road has long since entered the hearts of the residents of Sky Island. Therefore, the residents of Sky Island, seeing Annie Road become so embarrassed, their hearts will inevitably become very shocked. How powerful Enel was in the past, how shocking people are now. It can be said that the three views of the residents of the Sky Island are about to be subverted. However, Cang Xu ignored the shocked Sky Island residents, but looked at Annie Road in front of him. You are so courageous, you dare to do something to me, claiming to be the clown of God. Look for flowers. Cang Xu looked at Enel in front of him, and said a little lightly. At this time, Enel was already speechless. Looking at Cang Xu, his gaze was full of shock and confusion. Until now, he still couldn't understand why things would be like this. It's boring, I thought you could bring me some fun. Cang Xu said lightly, looking at Annie Road with a blank face. Cang Xu suddenly lost interest. He thought that Enel, as Thor, had more or less abilities. But now it seems that Enel is a frog at the bottom of the well, even worse than Sir Crocodile. Therefore, Cang Xu didn't bother to say anything to Aniludo. Fingertips moved slightly, and a bright green light appeared on Cang Xu's fingertips. 0. Cang Xu's fingertips condensed a virtual bullet directly. Boom! The virtual bullet popped out and turned into a turquoise light beam, directly piercing Enel's head. The breath of Enel slowly disappeared. Enel is dead, under Cang Xu's virtual bullet? Afterwards, Cang Xu smoothly threw the soul of Enel directly into the solution space. At this time, everything came to an end. Master New God, you have destroyed the old god Enel and become our new god. Please accept our respect. At this time, the residents of the Sky Island all crawled in front of Cang Xu and saluted Cang Xu. The god of the Sky Island? I have no such interest, but we should stay here for a few days. I hope you can do it for yourself. Cang Xu said lightly, ignoring the residents of the Sky Island creeping on the ground. He didn't care about the god position of this empty island. In other words, he simply looks down on it. Moreover, Cang Xu and others will not stay on the Sky Island for a long time. Stay for a few days, and after a few days, they should leave the empty island and return to the ground. Because there is the real stage. In response, the residents of Sky Island looked at each other, and some did not know what to do. In the next few days, Cang Xu and others stayed on the empty island temporarily and did some necessary sorting. Time passed in a hurry, and in a blink of an eye, 3 days passed. After eliminating Any Road, Cang Xu and others stayed on the empty island temporarily. On the one hand, Cang Xu has some things to do. On the other hand, Cang Xu intends to scrape the empty island. To be honest, although the Sky Island looks very barren, there are still many good things on the Sky Island. First of all, the first one is naturally gold. Golden City Mountain Dora. In addition to washing up part of the land of Gaia Island on the sky, the soaring ocean currents also washed up the golden city of Shandola on the sky, although Cang Xu himself does not value gold very much. However, if he wants to gradually become a big power in the future, he may also have a lot of consumption. Therefore, he naturally can't miss such an opportunity. For this reason, Cang Xu asked Roger and others to retrieve the gold on the Sky Island. Of course, if you want to say that the most exciting, it is naturally Nami. Although the evil dragon pirates' 20th regiment has been destroyed, her desire for treasure has long been deep in her heart. Naturally, she will not miss such an opportunity. It can be said that Nami has been full of energy these past few days, and it seems that he will never be tired. As for Robin, she followed Nami and others in search of gold. Because in the previous discussion, Robin heard Roger and Cang Xu say that there is a piece of historical text on the Sky Island. This is quite a temptation for her. This is the first thing Cang Xu and others have to accomplish when staying on the Sky Island temporarily. As for the second thing, it is the specialty of Sky Island shellfish. There are all kinds of peculiar shells on the Sky Island, with all kinds of special abilities. Not only all kinds of light shells, sound shells, and so on used in daily life. There are even shells used in battles, such as slashing shells, shock shells, and so on. These strange shells, if used well, will have a lot of effect. So, Cang Xu is ready to collect some. However, what surprised Cang Xu was that he had just said this idea. The residents on the Sky Island took the initiative to help Cang Xu to collect these strange shells. God, all the shells on our empty island are all here. The residents of the Sky Island came to Cang Xu with all kinds of shells and dedicated them directly to Cang Xu. Although Cang Xu does not intend to become the god of the Sky Island, the residents of the Sky Island have always called Cang Xu as a god. This is their custom. After all, Cang Xu and others destroyed Enel, then Cang Xu is their god. This incident was a bit beyond Cang Xu's expectations. However, this is not a bad thing for him, at least he can use the human resources of Sky Island. For this reason, Cang Xu ignored them. Master Cang Xu, the void in Hueco Mundo has been transformed, and a Kylian was born. At this time, a beautiful figure appeared behind Cang Xu and reported to Cang Xu, "This is Vivi, read more at hotuntelnovel.xyz. In the past few days, apart from arranging for Roger and others to collect gold, Cang Xu did not do anything. During these 3 days, Cang Xu also did 2 things. The first thing is to use the Hollow skill to make the Soul Hollow virtual. The souls collected from Gaia Island and the Sky Island before were all made empty by Cang Xu Hollow. Of course, Cang Xu will naturally not pay as much attention to these fictitiously as before. Cang Xu directly threw all these emptiness into the emptiness space, letting them swallow each other by themselves. And some time has passed, it seems that some results have been achieved. Another Kylian was born. Thinking of this, Cang Xu took Vivi directly back into the space of emptiness, and came to the Kylian. It seems that Enel is not so unbearable. Cang Xu smiled lightly, a smile appeared in his eyes. Yes, this one that evolved into Kirian's imaginary was transformed by the soul of Enel. This gave Cang Xu a surprise. Originally, Cang Xu thought that the soul of Enel might not reach the level of Kilian. Because Enel's will is indeed weaker, it is not even as good as Sir Crocodile. Now it seems that he is a little misleading. However, adding a Kylian is a good thing for Cang Xu after all, and Cang Xu is also very happy. In this way, Cang Xu's Kirian has reached the number of 7. This was the first thing Cang Xu did in 3 days. As for the second thing, it is about studying Vivi Arrancar. To be precise, since leaving Alabasta, Cang Xu has been studying the situation of Vivi as soon as he has free time. Earlier, Cang Xu said that Vivi's Arrancar is a special situation, in the case of weak strength, but because of the high quality of the soul, the situation of Arrancar appears. This is the subject Cang Xu has always wanted to study. And after a period of research, Cang Xu has made certain discoveries. The soul is of higher quality, and it is indeed easier to reach the steps of Arrancar. However, because of its lack of strength, Arrancar's success rate will also decrease a lot. Cang Xu murmured, thinking about this question. Compared with ordinary Killian, souls with higher soul qualities are indeed more likely to come to the brink of evolution. It's easier to touch the steps of Arrancarization. However, this method also has a lot of risk, because Arrancar's success rate is still related to its own soul strength. The stronger the strength and the stronger the soul during his lifetime, the higher the possibility of Arrancarization. This is the difference between the two. To be honest, Vivi can be successfully Arrancarized, and there is also a certain chance. If it weren't for her obsession, coupled with the stimulation of Cang Xu's language, maybe the current Vivi has completely disappeared in this world. It seems that this method still cannot be used on one's own people. The probability of success is really not very high. Cang Xu murmured. To be honest, he intends to make Nami and Robin and others also Arrancarized, because once they become Arrancar, their own strength will usher in considerable growth, and they will truly become Cang Xu's subordinates. This is also of great benefit to them, but according to the current research, this kind of hollow, who is not strong in its own strength, but relies on its own soul quality, has a success rate that is not so high. For safety's sake, Cang Xu intends to put this matter aside for now. When there is a chance in the future, the success rate of Arrancarization will be higher, and he will help Nami and the others Arrancarization. For this reason, Cang Xu put aside this matter temporarily. Master Cang Xu, we have returned, and all the gold has been brought back by us. Roger and others returned to Cang Xu. And beside Roger and the others, there is a mountain of gold, exuding golden light. It can be seen that they have gained a lot. Yes, put away all the gold first, and then we should leave the empty island. Cang Xu nodded slightly and said their next arrangements. Their purpose of coming to the Sky Island has basically been accomplished. So next, they naturally didn't need to. They continued to stay on the Sky Island. The purpose of Cang Xu and others coming to the Sky Island has basically been accomplished. Therefore, Cang Xu intends to leave the empty island and return to the sea. After all, the sea is the real home field. Naturally, Cang Xu will not stay on an empty island for too long. However, when they learned that Cang Xu and others were about to leave, the residents of the Sky Island actually kept Cang Xu and others. To be honest, this is another surprise for Cang Xu, because to the Sky Island, Cang Xu is more like a predator. Not only robbed a large amount of gold, but also scraped various special shells from Sky Island. In this case, the residents of the Sky Island will not hate them. They are already considered good, but they actually feel that they are good. This situation was a little unexpected for Cang Xu and others. However, the reason for this situation is actually normal. Without him, because the previous Aini Road, the squeeze of the Sky Island, is too exaggerated. Under the tyranny of Enel, Cang Xu and others just scraped something, did not destroy it, but appeared to be much more kind. For this reason, the residents of Sky Island were reluctant to leave Cang Xu and others. Of course, King was only surprised, but his decision cannot be changed. Soon, after all preparations have been made, 21. Cang Xu sent Letterfield and the others and the warships to the space. Afterwards, Cang Xu went straight to the liberation. Huge black wings appeared, and the great black wing demon reappeared. Cang Xu vibrated his wings and rushed directly to the Bibai Sea, flying to the sea. At the same time, when Cang Xu and others began to return to the sea, some major events have also begun to happen on the Great Sea. At Marine Headquarters, the bounty for Cang Xu and others has finally been determined. Therefore, after the new reward order is printed, it will be sent to all parts of the world along with the newsbird. Newsbird, I want to buy a copy of today's news. Soon, some pirates got the news today. Cang Xu, the black-winged demon, appeared in Alabasta. 7 warlords of the sea crocodile is dead. The great demon ravages Alabasta. The reappearance of the old legend, the lonely red Letterfield, the heir of the devil bullet, the world destroyer Bondi Waldo reappears. My god, such a thing happened. The sea is about to shake. For news, the more gimmicky the headline is, the more it can attract readers' eyes. So in this piece of news, it can be said that Alabastan's things were hyped up. Of course, this matter must have nothing to do with the big news Morgans, because according to the idea of Marine Headquarters, it must be handled low-key. Read more at hotuntilnovel.xyz. After all, this is not a good thing for them. However, the big news Morgans will not miss such an opportunity. When he discovered such a gimmicky thing, he would naturally publicize it. Of course, when Kizaru was defeated, the Marine Headquarters didn't report it. It's just that the reason for raising Cang Xu's bounty is all pushed to the reason for the defeat of the Sand Crocodile, so the description in the news became that Cang Xu killed Sir Crocodile. For this reason, Marine Headquarters increased the bounty of Cang Xu and others. As for the Crusade squad led by Kizaru Admiral, it was hidden in the news unknowingly. However, the death of 7 warlords of the sea Sir Crocodile and the reappearance of several legendary characters still gave the pirates on the sea a huge shock. How long has it passed since? I didn't expect that Cang Xu, the great black-winged demon, would actually do something like this again. When such a big thing has happened, the bounty of Cang Xu, the black-winged demon, must have increased again. Get his reward order soon. The pirates on the sea were shocked after seeing Cang Xu's news, but after the shock, they began to look for Cang Xu's reward order, wanting to know the rewards of Cang Xu and others. Soon, they found the reward order mixed in the newspaper. It is also a photo of the black-winged demon, with a description below the photo. The most evil prisoner in history, Cang Xu, the black-winged demon, offers a bounty of 2,020,000,000, regardless of life or death. 1, 10, 100, 1000, 10,000, 220 million Bailey. The reward of more than 2 billion Baileys is far more than the average 4 Emperor's cotters. This can already be called the Sea Emperor. 2 and 20 million Baileys. This is the bounty given to Kang by Marine Headquarters. When the people on the sea knew this number, they were suddenly shocked. It is foreseeable that in the next few days, the entire sea will shake. In fact, the same is true. When Cang Xu's reward order came out, the entire sea shook. Cang Xu's reward order is being delivered to all corners of the sea at a very fast speed. Even the 4 emperors in New World soon received news that Cang Xu's bounty has soared. More than 2 billion Baileys. Are you at this level? You deserve to be someone I like, but why do those guys appear next to you? On the island of ghosts, Kaido frowned slightly, watching the news that Jack the Drow brought back. To be honest, he was still shocked by Cang Xu's soaring bounty. However, what shocked Kaido more was the Letterfield and others who appeared next to Cang Xu. Needless to say, those guys are very powerful. Even, some of these old monsters are of the same age as him, and some are even earlier. As a result, I didn't expect that these guys would all gather around Cang Xu. In this way, it would not be so easy for him to solicit Cang Xu. Even now, Cang Xu already has a certain amount of capital. After entering the new world, he might become his enemy? A fierce light flashed in Kaido's eyes. If it's really that way, then he won't be any kind. The great black winged demon is actually mingling with the old monsters of Gugao's Haihong. Damn it. Then, you can't be my son-in-law. On Cake Island, Charlotte Linlin looked impatiently at the news. To be honest, she also wants to recruit Cang Xu. But now, as Cang Xu's power is gradually unfolding, Charlotte Linlin's idea of soliciting Cang Xu has gradually declined. No one, because Charlotte Linlin knows that Cang Xu's power seems to have gradually exceeded the level that can be recruited by her. This is the thought of the 4 emperors Kaido and Charlotte Linlin. The 2 emperors were originally planning to solicit Cang Xu, but after the news came out, the 2 men's idea of soliciting Cang Xu decreased a lot. What's more, these 2 emperors began to feel a little jealous of Cang Xu. Although on the surface, Cang Xu's power has not yet reached that strong level. However, these legendary figures gathered around Cang Xu made them understand one thing. Cang Xu now seems to have the capital to rise. Because of Cang Xu's new reward order, Kaido and Charlotte Linlin both have their own reactions. However, it was not only Kaido and Charlotte Linlin who noticed this. The other 4 emperors, Whitebeard Edward Newgate, and the red-haired Shanks, obviously noticed this too. New World. The main ship of the Red Hair Pirates, aboard the Red Force. The red-haired Shanks held the newspaper and looked at the report in the newspaper solemnly, not as easy as usual. Between the looks, there seems to be a trace of solemnity. This guy is very difficult. To be honest, I don't understand why Lonely Red, Bullet, and others are tied up with Cang Xu. Especially Bullet, I know him well, it is impossible for him to surrender to others. After a long time, the red-haired Shank slowly raised his head and looked at his deputy captain, Ben Beckman, with a dignified expression in his expression. The other legendary figures, the red hair dare not say how much they know. However, Bullet used to stay in the Roger Pirates just like him. Therefore, the redhead Shanks still knows Bullet's character very well. But it is because of understanding that Shanks has so many doubts in his heart. Shanks can be sure that with Bullet's character, it is impossible to be content with others. At the beginning of the Roger Pirates, Bullet did not even call Roger the captain. Instead, he regarded himself as a challenger. How could the current Bullet change? At this point, the redhead can't figure it out. There is also the Lonely Red Leadfield, who is also a proud legendary figure, but also surrounded by Cang Xu. These things are beyond Shanks's understanding. Shanks can be sure that Cang Xu has a big secret in him. Therefore, the existence of this group of legendary levels surrounds Cang Xu. Shanks has a hunch that when this secret is revealed, it will cause a huge sensation. Benny Beckman, how are you doing the things you arranged before? Shanks said suddenly, looking at Deputy Captain Ben Beckman. Are you talking about that? I have already contacted the Whitebeard pirates, and Whitebeard has agreed to meet with us. Ben Beckman nodded slightly, as if he had already guessed Shanks' thoughts. Because of Fire Fist Ace and the pursuit of Blackbeard Teach, Shanks was a little worried. Therefore, Shanks handed in the greeting card early and prepared to meet with Whitebeard to have a good talk about this matter. But now, Shanks' thinking has changed. Compared to Ace chasing Blackbeard, the redhead now wants to talk to Whitebeard more. It's Cang Xu. Read more at hotmailnovel.xyz. For some reason, there is a kind of anxiety in his heart. If that's the case, let's go right away, and I want to have a good chat with Whitebeard. Redhead Shanks nodded slightly, and said his decision. He felt he couldn't wait any longer, he needed to see Whitebeard right away. In this regard, Ben Beckman has no doubts, and immediately went down to arrange this. Under Ben Beckman's arrangement, the red force of red hair pirates slowly approached the main ship of the Whitebeard pirates, the Mobile. At the same time, when the pirate ship of red hair pirates began to approach the pirate ship of the Whitebeard pirates, the marine headquarters was also alarmed. Report to the Marshal, there is an urgent report from New World. The pirate ship of the 4 Emperors red-haired Shanks has begun to approach the location of the Whitebeard pirate group. The 2 4 Emperors pirate groups will come into contact. Bang! When the soldiers heard the emergency report of New World, there was a shock from the Marshal's office. Marshal Sengoku looked gloomy, punching his fist at the desk, looking a little annoyed. The redhead BD, what on earth do you want to start a war between the 4 emperors? Marshal Sengoku was very annoyed. To be honest, because of Cang Xu's affairs, he was already very busy. As a result, I didn't expect that at such a critical juncture, there would be such a big news from New World. You know, the Emperor does not see the Emperor. This is almost the unspoken rule of New World, because the 4 Emperors pirate group are all top pirates. Under normal circumstances, 4 Emperors have their own power and territory, and will not meet easily. Because once you meet, it may cause conflicts, and even turn into a terrifying battle. Therefore, Marshal Sengoku was so angry when this incident came from New World. You know, although Sengoku has been eager to regain New World, but that is under the circumstances that they actively arranged. If something big out of control happens in New World, this is not what they want to see. Damn it, the order is passed down. The meeting between Red Hair Pirates and Whitebeard Pirates is the first priority. Let me keep an eye on these 4 emperors. In desperation, Sengoku could only let go of Cang Xu's affairs. Instead, concentrate his forces and stare at the 4 emperors of New World. Although Cang Xu's potential threat is great, it is still no better than the 2 current 4 emperors. Once the 4 emperors go to war, there will be upheaval and chaos in the whole world. For this reason, Sengoku can only temporarily let go of Cang Xu's affairs. For the time being, Cang Xu doesn't know these things very well, because the current Cang Xu is still on his way back to the sea. With everyone's attention, Red Hair Pirates and Whitebeard Pirates finally came into contact. Redhead, alone, boarded the Moby DK, the main ship of the Whitebeard Pirates. Red Hair, how come to me suddenly? Do you want to challenge me? On the deck of the Moby DK, Whitebeard sat on the big seat, looking at the red-haired Shanks in front of him. At this time, the juniors of the Whitebeard pirate group were all retired. Even the captains of the various squads retired from the deck, giving the 2 sea emperors space to speak alone. I'm here this time, just to bring you some Zihai wine. That's the wine from my hometown. Redhead Shanks poured a large bowl of wine and threw the magnum directly to Whitebeard. Kara-la-la-la, Zihai's wine is good, but Laozi doesn't believe it. You came here this time only, the money is good, to come to Laozi to reminisce about the past, and tell your true purpose. Whitebeard took a sip and looked at the red-haired Shanks. It seems I can't hide it from you. Let me talk about the purpose of my visit. I came to you this time and want to discuss 2 things with you. The red-haired Shanks nodded slightly and slowly stated his purpose. 2 things? It's interesting, let's talk about it. What's the matter? Whitebeard frowned slightly, wondering what the redhead Shanks wanted to say. The first thing is related to Cang Xu, the Blackwing Demon. Whitebeard, how much do you know about that mysterious newcomer? The redhead Shanks raised his head and looked at Whitebeard seriously. As soon as this sentence came out, Whitebeard's face became more solemn. He didn't expect that the red hair came to him in order to talk about this mysterious newcomer. Blackwing Demon Cang Xu, is this your willingness to come this time? Whitebeard lowered his head slightly and took a serious look at the redhead Shanks. He did not expect that the red hair's arrival this time was actually to ask about this. Forget it, this guy is not simple. He has gathered the lofty red and Bullet, and even the World Destroyer. In my opinion, this is simply incomprehensible. I know Bullet very well. He is not the kind of person who succumbs to others. I think this thing is a little weird. Whitebeard, I have a bad feeling in my heart. The red hair looked solemn, looked at Whitebeard earnestly, and said what he was really thinking in his heart. Whitebeard put down the hip flask in his hand and took a serious look at the red-haired Shanks. He is also the Emperor of the Sea, although his relationship with Hungfa is not too close. But speaking of understanding, Whitebeard also knows red hair very well, which is considered to be an understanding between opponents. For this reason, seeing the red hair so solemnly, Whitebeard also took a lot of seriousness. Actually, I also think that kid is wicked. In my memory, Leatherfield is very arrogant. It's hard to imagine him surrounding a kid. Even though that kid is very powerful, he only offered a reward for the second time, and he came directly to the level of more than 2 billion. After a short silence, Bai Huse slowly said a word. Obviously, Whitebeard has always been concerned about Cang Xu. Whitebeard already knew about the things registered in the newspaper, and also knew about the changes in Cang Xu's bounty. To be honest, although he could not see anything on the surface. However, the shock in Whitebeard's heart is no less than that of Shanks, the red-haired Shanks who just saw the newspaper. Whitebeard had a hunch in his heart. When Cang Xu enters New World, the layout of New World will usher in tremendous changes. It seems that this idea is not only owned by me, but you also feel it. Whitebeard, I hope the Whitebeard pirates can stare at Cang Xu, the Blackwing Demon, and share the information of Cang Xu, the Blackwing Demon with red hair pirates. And, when he enters the New World, we will meet this wicked newcomer together, and meet those old friends by the way. Redhead finally said his purpose. After Cang Xu enters New World, he plans to meet Cang Xu for a while, but the pattern of New World is not so stable. Once he does something, it will definitely attract Kaido and Charlotte Linlin's attention. On the other hand, although Cang Xu's side, there seem to be few people. But the people around Cang Xu have very special backgrounds, each of them is amazing, and it is not easy to deal with them. Therefore, Hungfa hopes to reach a consensus with Whitebeard on this matter. Of course, the red hair didn't say anything, the red hair pirates and Whitebeard pirates teamed up, because this is impossible. They are all 4 emperors, with their own pride. It is impossible to join forces. Read more at hotmailnovel.xyz. What the redhead hoped is that Whitebeard reached a consensus with him on Cang Xu. This is what Shanks the redhead thought. At this time, Whitebeard fell silent again, thinking about the red-haired Shanks' words. After a while, Whitebeard slowly said a word. It is hard to imagine that a man like you would actually say such words. Facing a new person, you would be so cautious. However, Laozi agreed to this matter, because Laozi also wanted to meet that wicked newcomer, and meet those old friends by the way. After Whitebeard thought about it, he still chose to agree to this matter. To be honest, with his strength and pride, he would never agree to join hands with the red-haired Shanks. However, Whitebeard does have a lot of curiosity about Cang Xu, so after a little thought, Whitebeard agreed. Because he really wants to know, what is the connection between Cang Xu and Locks? Yes, what Whitebeard was thinking about was Rox Dzebek who fell in the Battle of the Island of God 36 years ago. For some reason, Whitebeard always had a feeling in his heart. The current Cang Xu is a bit like his original captain, Rox Dzebek. The same unruly, many powerful beings gathered under his men. At this point, Cang Xu and Locks share an amazing similarity. In this matter, Whitebeard has a say more than many people, because he is one of the witnesses of that era. For this reason, Whitebeard decided to reach a consensus with the red hair on Cang Xu. So, Shanks would be very grateful. Redhead nodded slightly, picked up the large wine bowl in front of him, and took a refreshing sip to express his gratitude to Whitebeard. Cang Xu does not know that he has not yet entered the New World. The 2 emperors in New World have already acted, and even reached a certain consensus on his affairs. Well, I agree to this matter. Tell me your second purpose. Whitebeard looked at the red-haired Shanks again. He hasn't forgotten that the red hair came this time for 2 purposes. The first purpose is to come here for the Black-Winged Demon Cang Xu's affairs. So the second purpose? Whitebeard wanted to know what else was going on with red hair. The second thing is about your 2nd Division Captain Huoquan Ace. Whitebeard, let Ace come back. Teach. No, Blackbeard is not that easy to deal with. That guy is very dangerous. Shanks looked at Whitebeard seriously, and slowly said his words. However, before the red-haired words were finished, they were drunk by Whitebeard. Red-haired kid, don't get too far, this is my family affair. The Whitebeard pirate group has an iron rule that it is not allowed to hurt his own family. Teach made a big mistake and he needs to be punished. Whitebeard snorted. The attitude that was originally mild, instantly became stronger, and looked at the red-haired Shanks with a cold expression. In the Whitebeard pirates, there are not too many rules, only one iron rule cannot be broken. Unfortunately, Teach broke that iron rule. This is an impossible thing to forgive. It can be said that the red-haired words directly stepped on his wound to speak. How could Whitebeard not be angry? Whitebeard, Blackbeard Teach is not easy. He is the only one who can leave this scar on me. Redhead seems to want to say something. However, Whitebeard was already very dissatisfied. An astonishing anger erupted directly from his body, staring at the red-haired Shanks with a cold expression. It looks like there is no more to talk about. The red hair said helplessly, threw down the big wine bowl and took out his own sword griffin directly. At this time, Whitebeard also took out his weapon, the supreme sharp sword 12 skills Kong Yun cut. Boom! The collision of 2 famous swords caused an astonishing impact in an instant. The clouds in the sky were cut open directly. Marine headquarters. Marshal Sengoku, there is an urgent report from New World. 4 emperors red-haired Shanks, boarding the main ship of the Whitebeard pirates, the Moby DK. There is an urgent report from New World. Whitebeard and Red Hair are suspected of having a conversation. There is a conflict. The aftermath of the battle shattered the clouds. Cut the clouds in half. An urgent report came from New World. 4 emperors red-haired Shanks returned to Red Force and left the Whitebeard pirate group. The 2 emperors on the sea were suspected to be separated. In the Marshal's office, Marshal Sengoku looked at his men and reported the secret reports, frowning tightly. It can be said that when the 2 of Redhead and Whitebeard began to contact time, Marshal Sengoku put aside everything and kept paying attention to their situation. However, as far as the current situation is concerned, although I don't know, the 4 emperors talked about something, but they seemed to have fallen apart. However, although the 4 emperors fell apart, there was no major conflict, but they just broke up. This should be the best result. As long as there is no large-scale conflict, there should be room for recovery. Fortunately, Marshal Sengoku breathed a sigh of relief. At least, the 4 emperors will not be in conflict, and the world will not be in chaos. Such a result is a blessing in misfortune. This is still really eventful. Before, there was the black-winged demon Cang Xu, and the Straw Hat crew made a fuss on the Judicial Island. Now in New World, there are some movements with Red Hair and Whitebeard. Damn it guys, one by one, none of them is worry-free. Marshal Sengoku said angrily. Although both Nami and Robin were cut off by Cang Xu, but Straw Hat crew still gathered enough partners, entered the Grand Line, and even made a lot of trouble. In just these 2 days, Straw Hat crew broke into the Judicial Island and turned the entire Judicial Island upside down. As for the cause of the matter, it seems to be related to Frankie. All these things made Marshal Sengoku feel a headache. Why is there so many things happening at this time? On the side of the Blackwing Great Demon, you need to stare more, but the matters of the 4 emperors are the most important and need to be focused. Pass the order, continue to keep an eye on the Whitebeard pirates and Red Hair pirates. If there is any movement from them, report to me as soon as possible. Orders were passed on from the Marshal's office. Marshal Sengoku asked various spies to continue to stare at the Whitebeard pirates and Red Hair pirates. Obviously, Marshal Sengoku paid more attention to the 4 emperors than Cang Xu's affairs. After all, the 4 emperors are all top strengths on the sea, and the potential threat of Cang Xu is huge. But Marshal Sengoku still knows which one is more important. You know, this time, it's not just about 4 emperors, but 2 4 emperors. Marshal Sengoku had to be careful. Sengoku needs to ensure that the 2 4 emperors pirate groups will not continue to clash. This is the most important thing. Read more at hotmailnovel.xyz. It can be said that in the next period of time, Marshal Sengoku's attention should be on this matter. This is not just the decision of Marine headquarters. The major forces on the sea will continue to stare at the movements of these 2 4 emperors pirate groups. Without him, everyone is paying attention to the follow-up development of this matter. For this reason, the attention of Cang Xu from the sea has decreased a bit. This is a good thing for Cang Xu. Although for Cang Xu, he is not peeping in the unexpected world. However, notice that the less his gaze, the more things he can do. As for the Straw Hat Pirates, in the current situation, although they also made a lot of noise, however, instead of too many people, pay attention to their affairs. Without him, there are too many strong men on the sea, how can they notice them? At the same time, when everyone's eyes were all attracted by Whitebeard and Red Hair, the meeting of the 2 4 emperors. Above the sea, there are also some things that are happening constantly. In the first half of the Grand Line, on a small island called Bonaro, Blackbeard Teach, leading several members of his command, is preparing to continue sailing to find their target. Captain Teach, do you have a suitable goal now? Wearing a black top hat and long wings on his back, Navigator Rayfit dressed like a drama character asked about Blackbeard Teach in front of him. There is a good goal for the time being. The Straw Hat Boy and others seem to make a lot of noise. If we can take the Straw Hat crew and dedicate it to the world government, we should be able to exchange it for the position of 7 warlords of the sea. As Teach walked, discussing the next plan with his subordinates, like the original book, Teach prepares to win the Straw Hat crew in order to obtain the position of 7 warlords of the sea. Although Impel is down, it has been endorsed by Cang Xu, but the location of 7 warlords of the sea still plays a big role for Blackbeard. Look for flowers. Therefore, Teach does not intend to miss this opportunity. Yo, Teach, I have been looking for you for a long time. At this time, on a roof not far away, a magnetic voice came. Teach and others looked back, and they could see it immediately. Not far away, on the roof of a hut, standing was a black-haired young man wearing an orange cowboy hat, a red bead necklace on his neck, denim shorts, a tattoo of the Whitebeard logo on his back, and a black-haired young man with Madara on his face. Madara, the young man, is condescending, watching Blackbeard Teach and others. Thief, ha 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 ha, isn't this Captain Ace? Blackbeard Teach was taken aback for a moment, then let out a big laugh, and said the name of Madara's youth. Yes, this is the Whitebeard pirate group, the captain of the 2nd Division, Fire Fist Ace, and Logia Maramara Fruit capable person. After a period of voyage, from New World to the first half of the Grand Line, Fire Fist Ace finally found Blackbeard Teach. Teach, you should know what you did wrong by killing your companion Sachi on the boat, and you will be able to catch it, and come back to the Whitebeard pirates to confess your guilt. Ace looked cold and looked at Blackbeard Teach condescendingly. Thief, ha 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 ha, this is impossible. I don't want to go back and find death. Dad will kill me. Teach, do you want me to do it? A trace of flame has appeared in Ace's eyes. I know, but before I get started, I have one more thing to say. Ace, be my partner. Teach still smiled, even throwing an olive branch to Ace. Even if Ace is famous, but for Teach now, he has no fear at all. In fact, in Teach's heart, except for Cang Xu, who had previously met on Gaia Island, he would not be afraid of anyone else at all, let alone a Fire Fist Ace. Teach, you are looking for death. In response to Blackbeard Teach, it was Ace's famous move, Fire Fist. Thief, ha 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 ha, if that's the case, let you see, the ability I have acquired. This ability is called Darkness. For a time, endless darkness burst out from Blackbeard Teach. The collision of flames and darkness broke out on this small island. And the outbreak of this battle also means that Cang Xu's long-awaited war on the top is coming. 096 Blackbeard Action, the extremely unlucky Silver Fox. The battle between flames and darkness broke out directly on Bonaro Island. Although the strength of Huo Fist Ace is very strong. However, Blackbeard Teach hid for decades and also obtained Dark Fruit. With Teach's current strength, it is no longer comparable to the current Ace. Therefore, after a great battle, this battle between flames and darkness has finally come to an end. Fire Fist Ace was defeated by Blackbeard Teach. Thief, ha 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 ha, it's really scary, it made me so embarrassed, but you still lose after all, Ace. Teach looked embarrassed, and stepped on the unconscious Ace, revealing a grinning smile. Thieves, ha 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 ha, with Ace, you don't need to find a Straw Hat Boy now. The weight of Ace is far more than that of a Straw Hat Boy, and the world government will accept this gift from me. Moreover, maybe you can use Ace's identity to cause a terrifying battle. If that's the case, there is a chance to get the fruit I'm conspiring. Ace, you are really my lucky star. Teach looked at Ace's gaze, getting hotter, because he suddenly discovered that Ace's identity is more suitable for his plan. It can be said that Ace is his lucky star. Maybe he can help him to accomplish another goal that he has always been. Thief ha 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 ha, Raffe, ready to contact Marine, we will give Marine a big gift. Teach laughed and said, turning his head to look at his sailing skill Raffe. Because of the appearance of Ace, Blackbeard Teach's plan has also been truly unfolded. It can be said that since this period of time, all forces on the sea have also begun to become active. Cang Xu didn't know these things, because at this time, Cang Xu has just returned to the sea, opened the solution space directly and summoned the general ship. I have finally returned to the sea. Seeing the sea again, I still feel that the sea is more cordial, much better than the sea of clouds in the sky. Nami and others are a little bit emotional. Compared with the sea of clouds in the sky, they like the sea more, because this is where they belong. Master Cang Xu, what are your plans next? Letterfield came to Cang Xu and asked Cang Xu for instructions on the next itinerary. What's the next route? Cang Xu did not answer directly, but looked at Nami, wanting to know the next route. Back to Master Cang Xu, following our route, we should go to an island called Long Chain Island, and then head to the city of Seven Waters. Nami flipped through the notes and told Cang Xu of the next route. Nami is a navigator, and has done enough knowledge about the situation of the Grand Line, and naturally knows the next route. Long Chain Island, I don't have any impression, probably nothing, go directly to the city of Seven Waters. Cang Xu thought slightly, thinking about the Long Chain Island, read more at hotuntelnovel.xyz. To be honest, he has no impression of this island, it should be the kind of dispensable island? In that case, Cang Xu does not intend to waste time, he is going directly to the city of Seven Waters. Of course, Cang Xu does not plan to stay in the capital of Seven Waters. After all, last time I went to the city of Seven Waters, Cang Xu had already squeezed the value of the city of Seven Waters. The soul of the city of Seven Waters, the Pluto design drawings, these are all in the hands of Cang Xu. The entire city of Seven Waters, for Cang Xu, has no meaning. The reason why he intends to go to the city of Seven Waters is only to determine the location, so that he can go directly to the Devil's Triangle. Yes, the Devil's Triangle, this is Cang Xu's next goal. Because in the Devil's Triangle, there are two people that Cang Xu wants to find. Phantom Fruit ability, Princess Mononoke Perona, Huang Quan Fruit ability, No Song Brook. The abilities of these two people have a slight relationship with the soul. Therefore, Cang Xu intends to do some research to see if he can get some inspiration from them. As for the way to go directly to the city of Seven Waters, Master Cang Xu, this is the permanent indicator of the city of Seven Waters. Letterfield came to Cang Xu and took out a permanent pointer. Letterfield was very thoughtful. The last time he went to the city of Seven Waters, Letterfield took a permanent pointer to the city of Seven Waters. Unexpectedly, this time can actually come in handy. In that case, let's go. Cang Xu nodded slightly and said to everyone. For a time, the warship set sail slowly, heading towards the city of Seven Waters. The speed of the warship is very fast, but because of the warship, Cang Xu and others also encountered some pirates on the way. To be honest, the pirates of the Grand Line are still a little arrogant. They are not afraid to encounter warships, and they dare to attack directly. At this time, Cang Xu and others encountered an attack from a pirate ship. Master Cang Xu, please hand me this matter. Bullet came to Cang Xu with a hint of excitement in his eyes. He hasn't fought hard for some time and wants to relax. Go, bring the captain of the other party. Cang Xu nodded slightly, not paying attention to this matter. For the current Cang Xu, it is really difficult for ordinary pirates to attract his attention. Bullet nodded. Then, Bullet jumped up, like a cannonball, rushed directly out of the warship, towards the direction of the pirate ship. I have to say that even if relying on physical skills, Bullet is also very powerful, like a fierce beast. With amazing physical fitness, Bullet abruptly rushed into the opponent's pirate ship. For a time, a scream came, but soon, all the voices settled down. Soon, Bullet will return to the warship. In Bullet's hand, he also carried a man with a split head, red nose, inverted eyebrows, and triangular eyes, who looked like a fox. Master Cang Xu, this is the captain of that pirate ship, and his name is Silver Fox Foxy. Bullet threw the Silver Fox on the deck and reported to Cang Xu. Only then did Cang Xu know the identity of the other party. It's interesting, I didn't expect it to be him. Cang Xu muttered in his heart, because he already remembered the identity of the other party. The captain of the Foxy pirate group, known as the Silver Fox Foxy, is a person with a slow light fruit ability and offers a bounty of 24 million berry. He often uses the cruel game DBF to annex other pirate groups. If Cang Xu remembers correctly, Silver Fox Foxy should be on Long Chain Island. How could it appear in the sea? In fact, Silver Fox Foxy is also uncomfortable. The Long Chain Island lacks resources and needs to be purchased on other islands. This time, they went to sea just for supplies. Seeing the warship Cang Xu was riding on, I thought it was here to hunt him down, so he ordered his men to open fire. As a result, I didn't expect that the people on the warship were actually Cang Xu, the famous Blackwing demon. I have to say that this is fate. Originally, Cang Xu and others should have bypassed Long Chain Island and staggered with Silver Fox and his party. As a result, they didn't expect that they would hit Cang Xu's hands by themselves. This luck can be considered rare. Master Blackwing demon, please don't kill me. Silver Fox crouched in front of Cang Xu and asked Cang Xu, looking very scared. This is an inevitable thing. After all, Cang Xu is notorious. It is normal for him to be afraid. Then it depends on your performance. Tell me about what happened on the ocean during this period of time. Cang Xu said lightly. It just so happened that they had been away from the sea for a while. I need to find someone to find out if there is any change in the sea during this period of time. A lot of things have happened on the sea during this period of time. The first thing, naturally, your bounty, my lord, has increased, soaring to 2.2 billion Baileys. The second thing is, in the second half of the Grand Line, 4 emperors Red Hair and Whitebeard contact. Also, the Straw Hat Pirates broke into the Judicial Island and made a big noise on the Judicial Island. Although Silver Fox Foxy was a little confused, he didn't know why Cang Xu had such a problem. But he didn't dare not listen to Cang Xu's words. Therefore, Silver Fox hurriedly said what he knew, and did not dare to conceal the slightest. Soon, Cang Xu finally got a general understanding of what happened during this period. To be honest, Cang Xu was a little surprised. Unexpectedly, in just a few days, so many things happened. His bounty has increased, which Cang Xu had already expected. However, Marine Headquarters actually raised his bounty to the level of 2 billion. Kang did not expect this. I remember that Blackbeard will become 4 emperors in the future, and it will be more than 2 billion. The Marine Headquarters thinks that I have the potential to become an emperor. Cang Xu murmured in his heart. To be honest, just destroying 17 warlords of the sea Sir Crocodile is not enough to raise the bounty to this level. In the original work, Straw Hat Crew defeated Sand Crocodile, and only increased from 30 million Baileys to 100 million Baileys. Cang Xu's extraordinary improvement was obviously not because Cang Xu and others killed the Sand Crocodile. If Cang Xu is right, Marine Headquarters is priced according to his risk. Obviously, the Marine Headquarters has regarded him as the 4 emperors. However, this is also inevitable. There are 4 legendary levels of existence under his command, and their combat power is comparable to Admiral. If it weren't for Cang Xu, and there is no real fleet and territory yet, it would be a genuine 4 emperors level. For this reason, Cang Xu's bounty has been so exaggerated. But this matter, Cang Xu doesn't really care about it. What Cang Xu cares about is the next 2 things. Red Hair and Whitebeard contacted, it should be because of Ace and Blackbeard. It seems that the war on top is about to begin. Cang Xu murmured in his heart. He had a slight impression on this matter. Read more at hotuntilnovel.xyz. In other words, the war on the top is about to begin. This is good news for Cang Xu, because he is looking forward to this epic battle. He has been looking forward to it for a while. As for the Straw Hat Pirates' raid on the Judicial Island, to be honest, Cang Xu is a little confused. Is the Straw Hat Pirates' journey so fast? They have actually gone to Judicial Island, right? They don't seem to have gone to Sky Island. Cang Xu has some doubts in his mind. The route he took was also the route of the Straw Hat Pirates. However, when Cang Xu and others landed on the Sky Island, Enel was defeated by them. In other words, before Cang Xu and others, the Straw Hat Pirates had never fought with any road. In other words, the Straw Hat Pirates did not go to the Sky Island. This is a bit strange. The capital of the 7 Waters should be behind the Sky Island. The Straw Hat Pirates arrived at the city of 7 Waters without passing through the Sky Island. This matter made Cang Xu a little puzzled. It seems that there have been some changes in the route of the Straw Hat Pirates and others. But speaking of it, it is normal for such a situation to occur. After all, Nami was cut by Cang Xu and lost the top navigator Nami's Straw Hat Pirates. It is estimated that some changes have occurred in the navigation route. Therefore, there will be such a situation. It is not incomprehensible. However, as long as it doesn't interfere with Cang Xu's plan, Cang Xu won't bother to care about it. For this reason, although Cang Xu had some doubts in his mind, he did not take this matter to heart. After all, even if there is an accident, with the strength of the Straw Hat Pirates, it is not an opponent of Cang Xu and others at all. Why should Cang Xu think more? Okay, go ahead and head to the city of 7 Waters. Cang Xu spoke without any idea of changing the route. Continue to act according to their plan and continue to the city of 7 Waters. As for the Silver Fox Foxy, after his value was drained, Cang Xu directly solved Foxy, and then threw it into the empty space. Although Cang Xu is not interested in Silver Fox, his slow fruiting ability is still a bit special. For this reason, Cang Xu gave him a chance to make him hollow and see if he could transform into Kylian. Next, the warships of Cang Xu and others slowly head towards the city of 7 Waters. With the guidance of permanent pointers, Cang Xu and others do not need to waste time at all. In addition, the speed of the warship is very fast. It only took a few days before Cang Xu and others came to the sea area of the city of 7 Waters, and they could see the appearance of the city of 7 Waters. Unexpectedly, after a period of time, we will come to the city of 7 Waters again. Let's go to the island and see if anyone knows the specific location of the Devil's Triangle in the city of 7 Waters. Cang Xu was a little bit emotional, but after that, Cang Xu was ready to start business. This time, they had only one purpose when they landed in the city of 7 Waters. Find a map of the Devil's Triangle. Or, find someone who knows the Devil's Triangle. No way, the Devil's Triangle is not an island, and there is no magnetism, so it is naturally impossible to use the record pointer to guide the way. In this way, it takes a certain amount of luck to find the Devil's Triangle. However, what Cang Xu wants is not luck, he must find the Devil's Triangle. For this reason, Cang Xu is ready to climb the 7 Waters capital again. Presumably, in the city of 7 Waters, someone should know the specific location of the Devil's Triangle. After thinking about this, Cang Xu's warship slowly arrived at the port of the City of Seven Waters. Warship? How come there will be warships? Is it impossible? Marine is here for the benefactors. It's not good, tell your benefactors quickly. Seeing the warship appear, the residents of the island suddenly became very nervous. This surprised Cang Xu. Although they were not good people, warships were still very confusing to ordinary residents. This is the first time that Cang Xu has seen an island where warships are not welcome. It seems that the Straw Hat Pirate group has not left the City of Seven Waters yet. Cang Xu's eyes rolled slightly, as if thinking of something. The situation in front of him made him guess one thing. If he guessed correctly, the Straw Hat Pirate group should be in the City of Seven Waters. Looking at the residents of the City of Seven Waters, they didn't want to see the scene of Marine coming. Cang Xu has guessed that the Straw Hat Pirates should be in the City of Seven Waters. Explore the loop. In an instant, Cang Xu's perception radiated instantly. Soon, Cang Xu's perception fell in a building in the City of Seven Waters. Because in that building, there are several extremely high-quality souls. Sure enough, the Straw Hat Pirates are on the island, which is a bit interesting. Cang Xu seemed to be smiling but not smiling, and there was a touch of playfulness in his aquamarine eyes. To be honest, I learned from Silver Fox that the Straw Hat Pirates was making trouble on Judicial Island. Cang Xu thought that the current Straw Hat Pirates group should have gone to the next location. As a result, I didn't expect that they were still on this island, but the reason for this is not hard to imagine. Cang Xu remembered that the Straw Hat Pirates seemed to be changing ships. Since you want to build a new ship, you naturally need to stay in the City of Seven Waters for some time. However, after a while, Cang Xu returned to normal and ignored the incident. He said before that he didn't care too much about the Straw Hat, because he was not interested in the current Straw Hat Pirates. However, when the Straw Hat Pirates grow up, Cang Xu might act on them. Without him, several members of the Straw Hat Pirate group have extremely high soul qualities. Even some soul qualities have surpassed those of Nami and Vivi, such as Luffy, One Piece. This is a rare thing. When they grow up, they may be able to provide a lot of soul points. This is like raising pigs. You have to fatten the pigs before slaughtering them so that you can have a good harvest. Thinking of this, Cang Xu ignored this matter, but returned to the topic. He wants a specific location in the Devil's Triangle. However, after getting to know it again, Cang Xu suddenly found out. None of the residents in the harbor knew about it. No one actually knows the specific location of the Devil's Triangle. Cang Xu frowned slightly, dissatisfied with the result. Master Cang Xu, the administrator of this island, may have information in this regard. Letterfield spoke to Cang Xu, talking about his thoughts. This sentence reminds Cang Xu that ordinary residents don't know. However, there are some things you should know about the Long Iceberg in the capital of Seven Waters. After all, Bingberg is the leader of the City of Seven Waters and the owner of Carrera Shipbuilding Company. He has many connections with the outside world and knows many things. Perhaps he has the information Cang Xu needs. Therefore, Cang Xu plans to meet the Long Iceberg in the capital of Seven Waters. As for the location of the iceberg, it is not difficult to know. Read more at hotmentalnovel.xyz. With a little kindness approach, Cang Xu quickly knew where the iceberg was. Coincidentally, the current iceberg is actually in the building where the members of the Straw Hat Pirate group are located. Interesting. In that case, let's go and take a look. Cang Xu smiled indifferently. Unexpectedly there would be such a coincidence. But it's okay, just look at the Straw Hat Pirates. Thinking of this, Cang Xu led Letterfield and others, slowly walking towards the building where the Straw Hat Pirates and the iceberg were located. Soon, Cang Xu and others came to this building. Sorry, outsiders are not allowed to enter the residences of guests in the capital of Seven Waters. Several strangely dressed men blocked the door, and Cang Xu and others were not allowed to enter. Cang Xu took a look, and was slightly impressed. It seemed that they were some of Frankie's younger brothers. However, they obviously couldn't stop Cang Xu and others. Bullet shot with a big hand, and directly slapped the few people who were in front of Cang Xu. A few people flew out directly, fell on the gate, and smashed the gate. Praise, are you all right? Several people ran out of the house, headed by a young man with a straw hat and straps. Undoubtedly, this should be the Straw Hat King Luffy, and beside Luffy in the straw hat, there were several strangely dressed figures. A green algae head wearing 3 swords, a yellow-haired man with curved eyebrows, a talking reindeer, and so on. These people are all members of the Straw Hat Pirate group. However, among these people, there are still a few strange figures, which should be recruited by Luffy in the Straw Hat later to replace Nami and others. Cang Xu glanced across the crowd, ignoring the members of the Straw Hat Pirates, but fell to the back. A middle-aged man in a striped suit with a strap on his head and a white mouse in his pocket. I found you, the iceberg is long. Cang Xu opened his mouth and said a word slowly. Looking for me? Who are you guys? What's the matter? Bingberg came out and looked at Cang Xu and the others in confusion. To be honest, he always felt that Cang Xu's appearance was a little familiar. However, since the capital of Seven Waters, too much has happened. So for a while, he couldn't remember the identity of Cang Xu and others. It doesn't matter who we are. The important thing is whether you have specific information about the location of the Devil's Triangle. Cang Xu tells his purpose. The Devil's Triangle? It's not a good place, but the city of Seven Waters still has some intelligence for so many years, and there is a nautical chart. If your excellency wants it, tomorrow, the iceberg will let people send it over. Bingberg frowned slightly and said a word slowly. For some reason, he always felt that Cang Xu and others were not easy to mess with. So Bingberg didn't want to have extra branches, and planned to send the nautical chart of the Devil's Triangle directly to Cang Xu and others. However, his secretary Khalifa is a member of CP9. After the First World War on Judicial Island, he no longer knows where to go. Without the help of the secretary, it will take some time for Bingberg to find the nautical chart. So Bing Shan prepared, after going back today, look for it again, and give it to Cang Xu and others tomorrow. Thanks to the generosity of Bing Shan, but we do not plan to stay in the City of Seven Waters for a long time. We also ask Bing Shan to go back and get the nautical chart now, Cang Xu said slowly. Bingberg's cooperation is somewhat unexpected, but Cang Xu doesn't want to wait until Ming, Money, Zhao, Day, now he wants to get a nautical chart. Hey, you guys, don't get too far, and you heard Zimbi, the captain of the Frankie family. Get out of here for me. Wang Luffy suddenly spoke, looking at Cang Xu and the others with an angry expression. He has endured Cang Xu for a long time. Seeing Cang Xu's success, Wang Luffy couldn't help but rush directly to Cang Xu, wanting to fly Cang Xu and others. In response, Cang Xu smiled indifferently, without even looking at Luffy in the straw hat. When the straw hat Luffy came to Cang Xu, bullets started. Boom! Bullet's fist hit Luffy's body in the straw hat. The next moment, the straw hat Luffy was directly blasted out and fell on a house not far away, smashing the house directly. It hurts. Straw hat Luffy yelled. It hurts. Wang Luffy squatted on the ground, clutching where he was beaten, with a painful expression on his face. Even the corners of Wang Luffy's mouth had already begun to shed blood. Obviously, Bullet's punch caused a lot of damage to Wang Luffy. How is this possible? Are you not a rubber fruit capable person? How can the fist have an effect on you? Yeah, isn't it because there are sharp weapons like swords that will work for you? The members of Straw Hat Luffy couldn't help being shocked when they saw Wang Luffy's situation. It's hard to imagine that Luffy, who is a rubber fruit capable person, still has a day of pain. This is a joke. However, Bullet didn't have it at all. To solve their doubts, Bullet waved his fist again and rushed directly to Luffy. Now that it is done, Bullet will naturally not stop until there is no result. Cang Xu didn't stop this, either, watching this scene with great interest. He wanted to see what the members of the Straw Hat Pirates would do and react. Damn it guy, stop for me. Not allowed to approach our captain. Pirate Hunter Zoro and Blackfoot Sanji rushed out, seeming to want to stop Bullet. However, with the strength of the two, in front of Bullet, it has no effect at all. Boom! After a move, the two of them were knocked down to the ground in an instant. Each of them suffered a lot of trauma, and they didn't even have the strength to do it. Even Soran and Sanji are defeated. How is this possible? It's over. It's really over now. The members of the Straw Hat Pirate group were shocked. They never thought that there would be such a situation. The three great powers on their ship, in front of a single person, can't stop even a single move. Moreover, anyone with a discerning eye can see that the blonde man who came out to fight was just a subordinate. The tear-stained young man who spoke just now is the real leader. What does this show? That the other party may be more powerful. This was a disastrous blow to the Straw Hat Pirates. You know, they just laid down the Judicial Island. But even CP9 members of Judicial Island can't stop them. But now, they can't even resist the other subordinates. This is really shocking. However, Bullet obviously has no intention of stopping, and continues to move towards King Luffy. Ha ha ha, Bullet, you are so old, it's not appropriate to bully a child. At this time, a hearty laugh came. Along with the appearance of hearty laughter, a sturdy old man in a white suit and marine justice robe appeared. Read more at hotuntilnovel.xyz. Blocking in front of King Luffy, staring at the Bullet that slowly came by. It turned out to be you, Garp. I didn't expect that the famous Lieutenant General Garp would actually protect a pirate. Bullet stopped, looked at the strong old man in front of him, and slowly said a word. Yes, the old marine who came this time is the marine hero, Lieutenant General Garp. Originally, Lieutenant General Garp was also planning to come to see Luffy. After all, in the Judicial Island incident, the Straw Hat Pirates made a lot of noise, and many people noticed the Straw Hat Pirates. Garp has some worries in his heart, that's why he came to the City of Seven Waters. As a result, Garp did not expect that this time he would encounter such a thing. Cang Xu, the big black winged demon, also came to the City of Seven Waters. This is not good news for them. Lieutenant General Garp? That famous marine hero Garp. Why would such a big man appear here? The arrival of Garp shocked many people. After all, Garp's reputation is not so big. After all, this Lieutenant Admiral has made great military exploits and made the pirates frightened. Hey, are you focusing on the wrong point? That man is the real point. Douglas Bullet, the crew of the Roger Pirates, a legendary big pirate known as the Heir of the Devil. Oh my god, the one who fought with Luffy and others just now was actually a legendary existence. This is not the point. The point is his current identity. Didn't you follow the news? The current Heir of the Devil, Bullet, follows the black-winged demon Cang Xu. What you said, but the one who has been enthusiastic about it some time ago, is a big man with a reward of more than 2 billion. That tear-scarred man actually offered a bounty of more than 2 billion Baileys. This is too scary. Among the Straw Hat Pirates, there was a cry of exclamation. Until now, they have turned their attention to Cang Xu and others. Only at this time did they realize that the person who opposed them just now was such a terrifying character. All legendary levels. The only Cang Xu who is not at the legendary level, but has a bounty of more than 2 billion? What is this concept? You know, their captain, Luffy, now only has more than 100 million rewards. The new rewards for making trouble on Judicial Island have not yet come out. A full 20 times the gap is like the difference between heaven and earth. The Straw Hat Pirates has a rare feeling of looking up at a high mountain. However, now that they have offended such an existence, they may have difficulty getting out of the City of Seven Waters. This is the first time they feel so powerless. It can be said that today's events have brought a huge shock to the Straw Hat Pirates, and it is even hard to come back to life for a long time. Ha ha ha, what the old man is protecting is not a pirate, but his grandson. Isn't it normal to shelter my grandson? When Garp said this, he was shocked again. After all, no one would have thought that the famous Lieutenant General Garp, his grandson, was actually a pirate. It's interesting, but I think you may not be able to protect your grandson. Bullet snorted coldly and rushed directly to Garp, seeming to want to do something with Garp. In this regard, Garp's muscles are tight and ready to do it at any time. Stop it, Bullet. At this time, a cold voice came from behind Bullet. Bullet stopped in an instant. Cang Xu opened his mouth and drank Bullet. Garp is not an easy guy to deal with, although Cang Xu is not afraid of Garp. But doing it at this time will only bring unnecessary troubles and a waste of energy. You know, Cang Xu's main goal now is the Devil's Triangle. So Cang Xu doesn't plan to do it with Garp if it is not necessary. Cang Xu, the Blackwing Demon, I thought before that you are a very dangerous person, and there is really nothing wrong with my thinking. To be honest, I'm very curious, what method did you use to envelop Bullet, Letterfield, etc., under your command? When looking at Cang Xu, Garp's face gradually became serious, and there was a trace of solemnity between his expressions. To be honest, Garp has been extremely vigilant towards Cang Xu since he learned about the affairs of Alabasta. He never thought that someone could do this. The existence of several legendary levels actually belongs to Cang Xu. This is simply unimaginable.
Hello, everyone! As we wrap up this video, I want to share a quick note. I have a Patreon account. If you'd like to support me and enjoy on-demand audiobooks, you can become a Patreon member. Alternatively, you can check out my Google Drive link, which has 500+ novel audiobooks available through my Ko-fi or Patreon shop. I appreciate your support.